Chapter 181 One Step into the Boundless World. Snap! Snap! Bai Donglin had been burned to ashes by the fire demon's continuous attacks, leaving only a huge skeleton. The sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard as his upper and lower jaws opened and closed. Big guy! Don't stop. I'm really dying. Try harder. Believe in yourself. You can do it. The fire demon supported his thighs with his arms, stared at Bai Donglin with his scarlet eyes, and gasped violently. With every breath, he exhaled, carrying a large amount of sparks. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Why can't it be killed? The flame demon is now very suspicious of Mo Sheng. He feels that his common sense has been overturned. They are just humans. Why do such a weak race, even if they are physical cultivators, have such terrifying recovery abilities? The Tower of Babel is mysterious and powerful. These tower keepers are forcibly detained here, while still retaining all their memories and consciousness. It's just that everything will be reset after each challenge ends. Therefore, this fire demon still has some basic common sense. He has come into contact with many human monks, and he can see that the human in front of him is abnormal in every way. This is not a normal human being. Bai Donglin continued to taunt. What's wrong? Is that it? Aren't all flame demons manic, bloodthirsty and crazy? I think you look like a good kid. Human! Don't underestimate this demon. The fire demon roared softly, his red eyes filled with madness. He took a step forward and instantly approached Bai Donglin. He opened his strong arms and hugged Bai Donglin, who had recovered a lot of flesh and blood. Morgoth Boggler is watching me. Burning blood flame explosion. The fire demon had a fanatical look on his face. And then all the energy in his body gathered in the energy core in his body. A wave flashed, and then it exploded violently. Boom! The horrific explosion swept in all directions. The fragile small world space was shattered. The endless magma was turned into nothingness, and the fierce shock wave carried the magma into the distance. A huge skeleton stood at the center of the explosion. The flesh and blood that had just recovered were burned into nothingness again. The thick skeleton was faintly emitting golden light, and it took the horrific explosion without a single crack. After a while, Bai Donglin returned to his original state. The law of heaven and earth was lifted. His height returned to 1.85 meters. He smacked his lips and said, "These demons are really stubborn. Don't they have anything else in their minds except self-destruction?" Communicating with the Tower of Babel through thoughts. I did not continue to the 100th floor. The 99th floor was already shocking enough, and going any further would have been too ostentatious. So it was better to stop there. The rewards from the Tower of Babel are one time anyway, so it's not too late to get them later. The surrounding space rippled slightly, and Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and he was teleported to the 0-floor hall by the Tower of Babel. As soon as Bai Donglin appeared in the hall, everyone turned their eyes to him. The entire hall, with hundreds of thousands of disciples, was silent at this moment. The eyes of the new disciples were filled with awe, and the eyes of the elite disciples were also filled with shock. In the past, a large group of people had gathered around and talked. Although Bai Donglin was the same as before. His face was mild and his face was smiling. But there was no one around this time. Birds of a feather flocked together. As for a monster like Bai Donglin, they no longer have the desire to approach and talk to him. If the gap between them is not big, it would be fine. They would only feel envious and in awe of him, and would not act like that. But the fact before us now is that Bai Donglin's strength is no longer on the same level as that of the new disciples. And they are not creatures of the same dimension. Zheng Qing and several other familiar faces were not here, which made him seem a little lonely. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, and didn't care. When he was about to open the light door and leave, a figure flashed and appeared in front of him. Miss Nine, who was hesitating in the distance, was slightly stunned when she saw this, and stopped the step she was about to take. She guessed that Bai Donglin was the reincarnation of a powerful man, so she didn't dare to step forward. After hesitating for a moment, she was beaten to it by someone else. "Hello, Brother Bai. I wonder who you are." "Brother?" There was a look of doubt in Bai Donglin's eyes. The man in front of him had a gentle and polite expression, and a faint fragrance of elixir emanated from his whole body. The man did not explain, but took out a jade pendant and showed it to Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin saw a flash of understanding in Yu Pei's eyes, thought for a moment, nodded, and left the Tower of Babel with the man. The woman in the blue skirt standing in the distance carefully looked at the person who was talking to Bai Donglin, and after recalling for a while, she said, "Miss Jiu, that person seems to be a disciple of Danding Peak." "Well, When did Bai Donglin get in touch with Danding Peak? Miss Nine's slender eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she had an inexplicable look on her face. And no one knew what she was thinking. She watched as Bai Donglin left with the people from Danding Peak. A faint golden light flashed around him, and he disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin and his companion walked through the light gate and arrived outside a majestic and solemn hall. The man raised his hand apologetically and said, "Brother Bai, please forgive me. There were so many people around just now that it's hard to explain some things in detail." "Nothing. I wonder what your name is." "Senior brother? And what is your relationship with deacons with Shangzhong?" Bai Donglin waved his hand and asked curiously. The jade pendant that this person took out just now was Shangzhong's token of love. He felt puzzled and wondered why they didn't contact him directly if there was something going on, instead of making so much trouble. Brother Bai is polite. In Shao Changxiu, Shangzhong's deacon is the family teacher. Whether the strength is done or the means of alchemy, it is not as good as Brother Bai. But we can't afford the word brother. Shao Changxiu shook his head repeatedly. He was just one of Shangzhong's many disciples. He was not very strong or senior. This time, he was just called to run errands. He didn't dare to take advantage of his seniority in front of Bai Donglin. His master had high praises for Bai Donglin, and his ears had become callous from hearing him all this time. "Well, Brother Changxiu, I wonder what important matter Deacon Shangzhong's wants to talk to me about. And why are you here in the Sect Affairs Department?" Bai Donglin went straight to the point without wasting any words. The Sect Affairs Department is the place where various matters, big and small, inside and outside the Holy Sect are handled. Sect missions are delivered and mission rewards are collected here. The Jidao bracelet can also be used to accept missions, but they are all internal tasks of the sect. If you need to go out of the sect for a mission, you need to come to the Sect Affairs Department to handle it. Brother Bai, to be honest, my master did not tell me the specific details. Shao Changxiu looked a little embarrassed. He was just a messenger. Then he continued, "Master said that after I introduce myself, you will naturally understand." Brother Bai, he said that this is something you have agreed upon. He also asked you to accept a mission and follow the guidance of this jade token to find my master. Bai Donglin frowned. What they had agreed on was naturally to attend the alchemy conference. But was it necessary to make this matter so mysterious? He acted sneakily like a thief, and even hid the secret from his own disciples. Bai Donglin thought for a moment, relaxed his brows, reached out to take the jade pendant, nodded and said, "I already know about this matter. I will go to find Deacon Shangzhong's. Thank you for your help, Brother Changxiu." No. This is all part of my job. Since the message has been delivered, Mr. Shao will take his leave first. Brother Changxiu, take care. The two men shook hands and said goodbye to each other. Shao Changxiu broke through the light gate and disappeared, leaving Bai Donglin standing there. It seems that the Dandao conference is not as simple as it seems. Otherwise it wouldn't be so complicated. Even the Holy Sect's interdomain teleportation array cannot be used? It seems that this old man is still hiding a lot of things from him. But thinking about the reward Shangzhong promised him, he still had to go to the alchemy conference. There was no reason to leave the treasure within reach. It just so happens that I have been cultivating in the Holy Sect for such a long time, and I have not yet gone out to take a good look at this huge world of Qianyuan realm. Bai Donglin's eyes were filled with eagerness to try. He was now very powerful, and had the gift of immortality. As long as he didn't waste time recklessly, he was not afraid of encountering danger. Stepping into the main hall of the Sect Affairs Department, the huge and bright space was bustling with people, and the number of disciples was no less than that of the Tower of Babel. All trivial matters within the sect are handled here, and handing over outbound missions is just one of them. Following the instructions, we came to a specific area. There was a light curtain suspended in the air, with countless characters rolling. Each segment of characters was a task, which would be refreshed at any time. There were a large number of tasks, and they were densely packed. The mind probed into the light curtain. Just like the mountain of books, there was a search function here. This saved a lot of effort, and allowed each disciple to find the task he wanted as quickly as possible. With a sudden thought, I searched for going out. No employer, no time, ability, identity or geographical restrictions. The light screen flashed, and all tasks except those that met the requirements were blocked. Bai Donglin quickly scanned the area with his mind, and after a moment his eyes lit up as he saw a satisfactory task. Long-term mission, exorcise demons and monsters. Mission content, search and eliminate the demons and monsters that are not tolerated by the will of heaven and earth. and give different contribution points as rewards depending on the strength of the target. Task conditions: none. Can be accepted and submitted repeatedly. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. This was a good task. Not only did it fully meet his requirements, but monsters and demons were also good things. Kill it, and you will be rewarded by the will of heaven and earth. He killed some low-level ghosts before he started practicing formally. The pure spiritual energy from them is a good thing that can give people sudden enlightenment. I didn't know anything before, and my mind was empty, so I could only use it to comprehend some mundane martial arts. But now it is different. For him, it is not only about improving his understanding of the laws. The knowledge in his mind is as vast as the ocean. If he can achieve enlightenment, the gains will be huge. Having made up his mind, Bai Donglin accepted the task with a thought. A ball of light fell out from the light curtain and landed into the Jidao bracelet. This ball of light is the credential for entering and exiting the holy sect. Only with this thing can one circumvent the sect's supreme protective formation. He gave Bai Xiao and the others some instruction through the bracelet, then drew a line through the light gate and arrived at the distant sect border. One step forward and there is a boundless world. Chapter 182: The Speed of the Monkey King. The Jidao Holy Sect occupies an extremely large area, and the area of 100,000 miles outside the Supreme Protective Formation is an uninhabited restricted area. People and towns can only be found 100,000 miles away. 100,000 miles is an exaggerated distance for mortals, but it is nothing for monks. The reason why this restricted area was designated is because of the Holy Sect's Supreme Protective Formation. This formation is running all the time, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is one of the reasons why the spiritual energy in this 100,000-mile restricted area is extremely thin. The second reason was that the power of the formation was too terrifying. Although all the power was restrained and not leaked out at all, an invisible aura spread uncontrollably around, under the oppression of this terrifying aura. Not to mention mortals. Even cultivators would feel panic-stricken, as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. This area is simply not suitable for long-term survival. For high-level cultivators, crossing a mere 100,000 miles is as easy as crossing a threshold before leaving the house for ordinary people. Therefore, the Holy Sect does not care about the existence of this restricted area. Anyway, it has no impact on the travel of the Holy Sect's people. With the help of the certificate in the bracelet, Bai Donglin successfully left the Holy Sect. Gazing from afar with the wind, there is an endless primeval forest with towering trees and countless mindless beasts living in it. Strangely enough, these beasts without intelligence can ignore the oppressive aura of the Supreme Sect Protection Array, while the monsters with intelligence will stay away from this restricted area. Bai Donglin took out Shang Zhong's token jade pendant. This jade pendant was activated after he left the sect. It emitted a faint white light and was faintly connected to a breath in the distance. After concentrating his mind and locking the location, Bai Donglin did not stay for long. He took a step and was 1,000 miles away. With his current level of cultivation, he can now cross 1,000 miles in one step by performing the technique of a world away in a single step. This speed can be considered extremely fast. After all, this description is very vague. For example, the legendary Monkey King Sun Wukong can travel 108,000 miles with one somersault. For Sun Wukong's level of cultivation, this speed must be very slow. That's because the description is too vague. Distance divided by time equals speed. There is no reason to use somersaults to describe speed. Therefore, everyone has overlooked a question. That is, frequency. How long does it take for a mortal to do a somersault? Let's say 1 second. Then it's not too much for Sun Wukong to do 1,800 somersaults in 1 second. Right? Therefore, Sun Wukong's speed should be billions of miles per second, which is reasonable and worthy of the status and cultivation of the Monkey King. Bai Donglin's stepping frequency is naturally beyond the reach of ordinary people. His steps are like phantoms, and in the blink of an eye he has crossed the 100,000-mile restricted area. This 100,000-mile restricted area is really no different from a threshold. After crossing the Holy Sect's restricted area, Bai Donglin could already sense the presence of numerous human beings. Huge cities stood between heaven and earth, with people surging and the atmosphere complex. Following the guidance of the Jade Pendant, after walking tens of thousands of miles, Bai Donglin stopped in front of a huge city. Yuan City is one of the 4 sub-cities under the main city of Taihao, one of the 1,080 main cities in the wilderness. It covers a large area and has a population of over 100 million. Shang Zhong's breath was guiding him inside the city. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment, took off the Saint Sect uniform on his body, changed into a black robe, and put the Jidao bracelet into his body to hide his breath. Shang Zhong is so mysterious. It is better to hide his identity before knowing the reason. With a flick of his sleeves, the aura lingered around him, blocking out the perception of the people around him and the city guards. He walked through the deep city cave and entered the Yuan city. The bustling and quaint streets are full of the atmosphere of a long time. The city is bustling with people coming and going, shoulder to shoulder, and full of noise. Over the years, Bai Donglin, who has been practicing and fighting, has not experienced this kind of worldly atmosphere for a long time. I slowed down my pace unconsciously, and carefully observed and felt everything around me. Compared with the White City where he had lived for many years, the Yuan City was not only larger and more prosperous, but also had a larger number of cultivators. Their proportion even slightly exceeds the number of ordinary people. Although most of them have just entered the stage of body refining and only know some rough body refining secrets. Even their dantian has not been opened, so they cannot be considered real cultivators. Perhaps these people just want to keep fit. After all, cultivation also requires talent. Bai Donglin thought as he walked towards the city. After passing the outer city and entering the inner city, the flow of people is much smaller, and the noise is much weaker. Mortals are even rarer in this inner city. Almost all of them are monks with cultivation skills. The things sold in the surrounding shops have also become various materials needed for the monks' cultivation. From time to time, teams of black armored guards ran by. These soldiers had a sinister aura, and all had strong cultivation skills. After all, they were all facing monks. Fighting among monks was forbidden in the city, and they needed to maintain order and intimidate these unruly monks, which could not be done without absolute force. After getting a rough understanding of the structure and operation of the city, Bai Donglin no longer wanted to continue strolling around and gradually quickened his pace. After a while, he arrived in front of a quiet house. Just as he was about to knock on the door opened automatically, and the person who opened it was Shang Zhong. Ha! Donglin, you're finally here. Come on. Come in quickly. Shang Zhong sensed the approach of the token jade pendant and hurriedly opened the door. When he saw Bai Donglin, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he greeted Bai Donglin enthusiastically. Sorry to have kept Deacon Shang waiting for a long time, Bai Donglin said with a slight gesture, then walked into the courtyard side by side with Shang Zhong. He was a little uncomfortable with the old man's enthusiasm. Hey, Donglin, don't be so formal. Calling me Deacon is too strange. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Zong. I dare not. I'd better call you Mr. Shang. Bai Donglin's fingers trembled slightly. This old man was tens of thousands years older than him. It was only the second time they met. It would be too strange to call him uncle. Moreover, the relationship is too close, so it's hard to ask for benefits when it's time to do so. Shang Zhong showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and it was not a good idea to insist. The two of them sat down in the hall, and then a servant served them spiritual tea. Seeing that Shang Zhong didn't say anything, Bai Donglin didn't ask any questions. He slowly tasted the spiritual tea in his hand. Anyway, he was not in a hurry and could keep his composure. It should be Shang Zhong who was anxious. Ahem. Donglin, there is a reason why I called you out in this way. Indeed, I did not explain the matter of the alchemy conference to you clearly last time. A look of assurance flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. He put down the spiritual tea in his hand and motioned Shang Zhong to continue. Shang Zhong had a complicated expression, and after a moment's silence, he continued, participating in the Dan Dao conference this time is actually just my personal opinion, and has nothing to do with the holy sect. Also, we need to hide our identities, and cannot attend the alchemy conference as disciples of the holy sect. Bai Donglin's expression was surprised. The extra-order Xingzong was a famous decent, and he was a physical repairs. Why did you still need to cover up a Dan Dao conference? Shan Lao. Why is this? Shang Zhong took a sip of the spiritual tea. His eyes filled with memories, and he put down the teacup and said, the last Dan Dao conference was my master. That is, today's Dan Ding Feng Feng main leading team. I had some unhappiness at first. My master was irritable, but I fought at the venue. So, hey! After Shang Zhong finished speaking, he sighed, his expression showing 5 parts of self-blame, 3 parts of guilt, and 2 parts of unwillingness. Looking at Shang Zhong performing the fan diagram, Bai Donglin guessed the cause and effect as his mind turned. It seems that Xingzong had a falling out with the Dan League, which hosted the Dan Dao conference. Either the Dan Li revoked Xingzong's qualification to participate in the Dandao conference, or Xingzong voluntarily gave up the qualification for the sake of face. The result is what is happening now. If one wants to participate in the alchemy conference, one has to hide one's identity from both the Alchemy Alliance and the Holy Sect. The reason why Shang Zhong acted on his own was simply because he was unwilling to accept his fate, or he wanted to avenge his master and save his face. It seems that this is a lot of obsessions in this Zhongzhong's heart. It may be related to him. It is no wonder that he is willing to ask him for such precious things. Bai Donglin, who wants to understand everything, doesn't care. He doesn't care about these but stows. Master Shang, please rest assured. I don't care whether your identity is hidden or not. I don't care about the past events between the Holy Sect and the Alchemy Alliance. I promised you that I will naturally attend the Alchemy Conference. When Shang Zong heard, his eyes bright. He was really afraid that Bai Donglin would be worried after hearing the truth and gave up his transaction with him. After all, it is understandable that an ordinary disciple would not dare to get involved in the dirty dealings between the two top forces. Ha! Okay, Donglin. I was right about you. Chapter 183. Year after year. Master Shang, you are also aware of my ability in alchemy. I am not bragging. But at this level of divine power realm, Dharma appearance, it is not difficult to get first place. But, Bai Donglin stopped here, stretched out his right hand, and rubbed his thumb and index finger slightly. With a meaningful look on his face, Shang Zong stroked his white beard, looked at Bai Donglin blankly, and asked puzzledly, "But what? Donglin, what happened to your hand? Is there anything dirty on it?" Bai Donglin's hand movements paused, and he withdrew his right hand with a slightly unnatural expression. Natives are natives. They really can't understand the subtleties of our Blue Star culture. Well, Mr. Shang, you promised to pay me. You know, if I don't have the reward in my hands, I'm a little lacking in motivation. If you lack motivation, you might not be able to perform well when refining the elixir. Bai Donglin went straight to the point. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. Although the rewards for the alchemy conference were very good, he didn't know what the specific rewards were. The reason why Bai Donglin made up his mind to participate in the alchemy conference was all because of the reward that Shang Zhong promised to give him. Shang Zhong slapped his forehead, showing a look of sudden enlightenment, and said ashamedly, "Hey, I was confused. Donglin, look, this is the reward I promised." Shang Zhong took out an empty crystal ball from his bracelet. There was a dark and deep black spot in the core of the crystal ball, which emitted a faint and inexplicable aura. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. He took it carefully, and sensed it carefully, and it was indeed this treasure. A law of peerless level. One of the core sequences of the law of force. The law of gravity. When Bai Donglin heard the reward offered by Shang Zhong, he agreed without thinking. The law of gravity is one of the laws he must learn, as it is related to his future path. Combining his own advantages, Bai Donglin has already had a vague plan for his future path, without mentioning anything else. The law of force must be one of his main subjects. With the blessing of 129,600 infinite spiritual orifices, his physical body will be extremely powerful, which will complement the law of force and be a perfect match. The potential of the law of force is enormous, and there are many sequence laws that can be integrated. Each single sequence is a peerless law, and the integration of two sequences will become an unparalleled law. What happens if we continue to fuse more sequences? Then it will grow into a higher level of power. The rule of force. The power of rules is a power that can only be mastered by those in the Hunyuan Wuji realm. Therefore, he was sure that the prospects for the law of force, which he majored in, were unlimited and had great potential. Moreover, as a physical cultivator, it would be unreasonable for him not to follow the path of force. Wouldn't that be burying his physical talent? Now he already has two peerless sequences, physical strength and gravity. And the next peerless sequence is also in sight. That is the law of electromagnetic force. The law of electricity was planted in his spiritual orifice not long ago. He only needs to find the law of magnetism. The fusion of the two will form the force sequence. The peerless law of electromagnetic force. Bai Donglin didn't think that there was anything surprising about the appearance of the four fundamental forces of the universe in this fantasy world where gods and demons existed. Objects are fixed to the ground and apples will fall to the ground. These all show that gravity is an objective cosmic rule in this fantasy world. Whether it is science or metaphysics, it is just a different way of explaining the rules of the universe. The essence is actually the same. For example, The four basic elements that make up the primitive world, earth, wind, water, and fire, are explained in the physics of scientific and technological civilization as the four forms of matter that make up the world: solid, gas, liquid, and plasma. Everything in the universe, all laws and rules, are the evolution of Tao and reason, and are objective and real things, no matter what path you take or what method you use to understand and control the rules. That is just the subjective consciousness of different civilizations, and cannot change the objectively existing rules of the universe. Therefore, Bai Donglin did not reject this little bit of blue star physics common sense in his mind. It was just a reference, and could not be regarded as the golden rule. As for the sequence of the laws of force, the laws of force at the microscopic level, he still had no idea. But he was not in a hurry. He had just broken through to the realm of supernatural powers not long ago, and had plenty of time to waste. Bai Donglin cut off his thoughts, slowly restrained the eagerness in his eyes, and naturally put the empty crystal ball into the bracelet. It is better to keep this kind of treasure with him. Although Shang Zhong is in the divine source realm, and has considerable strength, this world is so dangerous. What if he dies suddenly? Shang Zhong didn't say whether it would be given to him after the matter was done or in advance. So he assumed it was the latter, since he has already made his move. Shouldn't this alchemy conference be easy to win? When Shang Zhong saw Bai Donglin's actions, the hand stroking his beard trembled slightly. This law seed was extremely precious. Although he had already broken through to the divine source realm and no longer needed it, he still felt pained. Ha ha ha. Donglin, it seems you are very confident. Nature, if I don't even have this much confidence, you, Mr. Shang, wouldn't have come to me, right? After saying this, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. Shang Zhong also approved of Bai Donglin's behavior, and did not mention the matter of the law seed again. Master Shang, when will the Dan Dao conference be held? When do we set off? Bai Donglin, who had gained benefits, also began to care about the alchemy conference. He was still very trustworthy, and would naturally do what he promised. Although he said so, he would not absorb this precious gravity seed in advance before he won the alchemy championship. In case of accidents that could not be reversed. No rush. The Dan Dao conference will not start until 1 month later. The reason I came to Yulan City is to wait for an old friend. She will help you solve the problem of your identity as a contestant. Bai Donglin nodded, changed the subject, and began to chat with Shang Zhong about alchemy. As the left deacon of Danning Peak, and the direct disciple of the Peak Master, Shang Zhong was naturally quite capable. It was quite rewarding to discuss Taoism with him. And Shang Zhong was shocked by Bai Donglin's vast knowledge of alchemy. He originally thought that he already knew Bai Donglin very well. But it seems that he still underestimated this genius in alchemy. He became more confident about this trip, and his restless heart was calmed down a lot. The two of them became very excited in their conversation, talking about everything from knowledge of alchemy to experience in cultivation, their views and understandings on the laws of the Tao, to all kinds of secrets and oddities. Until the 7 days, Shang Zhong, who was thinking about Bai Donglin's novel theory, suddenly stunned and looked at the distant void and said, "My old friend has arrived. I'll go pick her up. Donglin, please wait here for a moment." Shang Zhong finished speaking hurriedly, and his figure disappeared in a flash, as if he was running away. He did run away, for he was frightened by Bai Donglin's unfathomable knowledge. He now believed Bai Donglin's words. Alchemy was just a hobby of his. He was even better in other aspects. He felt like he had been living a dog's life for tens of thousands of years. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out Bai Donglin's background. This not only shocked him, but also made him a little embarrassed. At this time, the person he was waiting for arrived and saved him. There was a flickering white light in Bai Donglin's eyes, and the scene in the distant void came into view. A huge magic flying boat was suspended in the air, motionless. A large word prison was engraved on the dark and deep hull of the boat. The boat flashed and disappeared, and a hot woman in a black dress stood there. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed and accepted the magical powers. The next moment, Shang Zhong and the black skirt woman had appeared outside the door. This woman is also a master of the divine source realm, and her strength is not inferior to Shang Zhong. Bai Donglin stood up to greet her. "Come, Donglin, let me introduce you. This is the Nian Yin Elder of the Netherworld Gate. Every year? What a strange name. But the figure is really domineering." Bai Donglin collected his thoughts, bowed slightly and said, "Junior Bai Donglin, Greetings to Senior Nian Yin. Oh, you must be the alchemy genius that Ao Zhong mentioned. I don't know how capable you are, but you look very handsome. Haha. If I were a little younger, I might be moved. Bai Donglin looked calm, with an elegant and easygoing smile on his face. He didn't feel anything about this harmless teasing and glanced at Shang Zhong, who looked embarrassed. What I mean is this woman you found reliable? Ahem. Stop making trouble. Let's get down to business first. Let's go to Danyu first. It's a long journey. What if something delays us? Yin Yin rolled her eyes charmingly, shrugged her shoulders. Her chest suddenly surged, and she turned and walked outside, muttering as she walked. TSK. A rigid, old-fashioned old man and a cocky little brat. Oh, so boring. The smile on Bai Donglin's face suddenly froze. I'm such a humble, polite, elegant and easygoing person. And yet, you actually said that I'm arrogant? Oh, woman, didn't I just ignore your teasing? I'm so old, but I still say I'm a little younger. Are you afraid to face the fact that you are already tens of thousands of years old? Walking in front, the swaying year suddenly glanced back coldly. Shang Zhong looked confused, not knowing how he had offended this girl again. Bai Donglin was shocked. Is this woman's intuition so terrifying? Can you sense the complaints deep in his heart? Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. Chapter 184 The Heart of Nine Rings. More than half a month later, after several cross-domain teleportations, Bai Donglin and the other two finally arrived at Dan Domain, the heart of the Nine Rings, the city where the alchemy conference was held. The Dan Domain and the Wilderness Domain are too far apart. The Wilderness Domain is located in the east of the Qianyuan realm, while the Dan Domain is located in the west. The three of them almost crossed half of the Qianyuan realm. The cross-domain teleportation arrays in the wilderness that can be used by ordinary cultivators are all arranged in 1008 main cities. Like other huge cities on the mainland that have cross-domain teleportation arrays, the level of this array is not as advanced as the one inside the Holy Sect, and the distance it can cross is limited. So the three of them made multiple jumps. The layout of the cross-domain teleportation array is complex. The consumables are terrifying, and the maintenance cost is high. It is already very good to be able to arrange such a lower-level teleportation array. Only some super cities have this ability, and each activation of the cross-domain teleportation array would consume a terrifying amount of energy. So each teleportation would not be activated until a certain number of people were gathered, which was why it took the three of them more than half a month. Most of the time is spent waiting for the formation to activate. After all, the teleportation process only takes a moment. The Heart of the Nine Rings is the largest city in the Dan realm, and is ranked among the top 5 in the entire Qianyuan realm. At this time, Bai Donglin was located in the 6th Ring Road, and was transmitted by cross-domain transmission arrays. Shang Zhong's lips moved slightly, and he sent a message to Bai Donglin and Yin Yin. I will not go with you. There are too many old acquaintances in the Dan League here. If I get too close to you, I am afraid that Donglin's identity will be exposed. Dongli, everything is up to you. I will be watching you in secret, so be sure to hide your identity. When you receive the award, show the Jidao bracelet to show those old antiques that we are physical cultivators, and our Jidao Saint sect can also produce alchemy geniuses. At this point, Shang Zhong's eyes were filled with eagerness, as if he had already seen Bai Donglin standing on the top of the heart with his arms raised high. Then he turned to look at Yin Yin and said gratefully, Yin Yin, thank you so much for this time. I will definitely remember this favor. Yin Yin rolled his eyes, snorted coldly from his white jade-like nose, and said impatiently, Humph. Alright. You're just getting more and more nagging as you get older. Let's go. Xiao Bai. I waved my hand every year, and when I stepped out of the teleportation, the figure was swaying, and the hot body light was seductive to see the back. Okay. Bai Donglin agreed. A smile flashed in his eyes, and he turned to Shang Zhong and bowed slightly, saying, Shan Lao, rest assured. Wrap it on me. Give Shang Zhong's peace of mind. And then quickly followed the previous year, and the figures of the two slowly disappeared into the crowd. Shang Zhong stood there for a while, looking around at the familiar yet unfamiliar scene with a complicated expression. Nine Rings Heart. It's been 10,000 years. Master, let me help you wash away the humiliation you once suffered. The Alchemy Conference is fully organized by the Alchemy League, which is a huge organization led by the 4 major alchemy holy places in the alchemy realm and united with many powerful alchemy sects. The organization's core purpose is to protect the interests of alchemists and jointly explore and develop alchemy. And its sphere of influence covers most of the one true world. It can be said that wherever there are alchemists, there is the shadow of the Alchemy Alliance. The sects established with alchemy as their core are different from other forces established in the deep mountains and forests. They need to trade elixirs and medicinal materials with outside forces. So many huge cities were born. The Heart of the Nine Rings is one of them. This huge city is not only the venue for all previous alchemy conferences, but also the largest elixir trading center in the alchemy realm. Sister Nyan. It's so big. The Heart of Nine Rings is so huge. This is the first time I've seen such a huge city. Bai Donglin followed behind Yin Yin, his eyes sweeping across the distant distance, exclaiming in amazement. Under pressure from Yin Yin's fierceness, Bai Donglin has changed his way of addressing her to Sister Nyan during the time they have been traveling together. Yin Yin said that she was only a little bit older than him. Hee. Little guy. Is it really that big? Yin Yin raised her eyebrows with a playful look, wrapped her slender arms around his tall chest, and shrugged her shoulders slightly. Ahem. Sister Nyan. Stop joking. I mean this city. The Heart of the Nine Rings. Bai Donglin looked at Yin Yin calmly. He had gotten used to this kind of teasing during this period of time. It didn't cost any money, so he might as well take a look. Seeing Bai Donglin being so shameless, Yin Yin could only restrain his actions and shook his head slightly. He was such a bold kid, he said as he walked. The Heart of Nine Rings. Its size is secondary. There are cities in Qianyuan realm that are even bigger than this one. The most amazing thing about this city is its long history. When the Dan League was first established, this Nine Rings heart stood on this land. As the years passed, Bai Donglin also deeply realized the greatness of this city, which can be said to be one of the miracles of human cities. The Heart of the Nine Rings is distributed in a ring-shaped belt, just as its name suggests. It is divided into 9 circular rings in total, plus the heart area at the deepest part of the 9 rings. The 9 circles are distributed along the terrain, rising from the outside to the inside. As for how large their range is, there is no fixed number. As the population continues to gather, the outermost circle is still slowly expanding. This city was filled with formations and restrictions. Bai Donglin was unable to use his magical powers of sight and hearing, and he did not dare to send out his spiritual sense at will. So he only had a vague idea of the size of this city. The population of the Heart of the Nine Rings is even more difficult to count. This huge city is constantly handling massive populations, as high as hundreds of millions. The cultivators gathered here are not only from the Qianyuan realm, but also from various forces from the depths of the universe. Most of these cultivators, who come from afar, are here to purchase high-quality elixirs. The Heart of Nine Rings has a very long history, and has existed since the beginning of ancient times. During these long years, it has been affected by wars many times. At the worst time, the 9 rings were all reduced to ruins, and only the heart in the deepest part remained. However, every time it was destroyed by war, the Heart of Nine Rings was quickly rebuilt until today. While Bai Donglin was chatting with Yin Yin, he crossed several short-distance teleportation light gates and arrived at the 9 rings area, then went straight into a huge mansion. The 3 characters Gate of Hell are engraved on the plaque of this house. This is the stronghold of the sect in the Heart of the Nine Rings. Any prominent force in Qianyuan realm will establish a base here, not just for trading elixirs. In such a place where all kinds of people gather, there are so many things that can be done. Just for intelligence gathering, it is necessary to establish a base. Old man, you're back. As Yin Yin and Bai Donglin walked into the hall of the mansion, a middle-aged man with an elegant appearance walked in quickly, greeted Yin Yin enthusiastically, staring at Yin Yin with his eyes, completely ignoring Bai Donglin, who was standing aside. Master. A timid and soft female voice came from behind the man, and a petite and lovely girl came out. She was wearing a white dress, and her oval face was as white as jade and a little chubby. There was a hint of timidity in her clear eyes. Haha. Come here quickly, my good disciple. Let me see if you have lost weight. Yin Yin didn't even look at the middle-aged man. He stretched out his hand and pulled the girl in white to his front. He hugged her tightly and buried the timid girl's head in his chest. MMM. Master, please let me go. Lianqing can't breathe. Gurgle. It's not me. Bai Donglin, am upright and honest. How could I swallow my saliva? Bai Donglin glanced at the middle-aged man with a little contempt. Oh, a beast in human clothing. After a long while, Yin Yin let go of Lian Xian, whose face was flushed. Lien Xian hurriedly breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. Stupid disciple. You have cultivation. You don't even need to breathe. Nian Yin reached out her slender hand and pinched her chubby cheek tenderly. Lien Xian felt aggrieved when she heard this, and muttered vaguely, Disciple. I forgot for a moment. Bai Donglin's fingers trembled slightly. These master and disciple were really strange and a perfect match. Ahem. Elder Nian. Who is this little brother? Did you leave halfway just to pick him up? The middle-aged man who was left out in the cold looked a little embarrassed. He turned his eyes and saw Bai Donglin, and quickly found a topic to ease his embarrassment. Oh! Elder Lu. Why are you here? Nian Yen was stunned for a moment, as if she had just seen the middle-aged man. Then she turned back to look at Bai Donglin and said, This is Xiaobai, the disciple I accepted from outside, but he hasn't had time to go back to the sect to register his identity. He has a talent for alchemy, so I brought him here to participate in the alchemy conference with the sect disciples. Bai Donglin took a step forward, raised his hand slightly and said, Junior Bai Donglin. Greetings to Elder Lu. Elder Lu frowned and said, Elder Nian. It seems a bit against the rules to suddenly add a quota. Right? Elder Lu. Please understand that I am the person in charge of this matter. You are just assisting me. If I say yes, then yes. Nian Yan's pretty face turned cold. Her brows slightly wrinkled, and a majestic aura suddenly enveloped Elder Lu. As for the lack of quota, don't you know to cut one? That's it. Go down and make the arrangements. Elder Lu's face twitched. Considering the difference in strength and status between the two sides, he did not dare to refute it. He nodded and said, Since the elders have made their decision, I won't say more. Elder Lu bowed his hand slightly, then turned and left the hall. Chapter 185 Purple Blood Healing Horn. After Elder Lu left, only Bai Donglin and his disciple Nian Yin were left in the hall. Lien Xian, who was leaning against Nian Yin, blinked her big eyes, looked at Bai Donglin curiously, and asked in a soft voice, Master, is this my junior fellow apprentice? Nian Yin glanced at the calm Bai Donglin and smiled. Ha ha ha. Yes, Master has found a handsome junior brother for you. Are you happy? Are you surprised? Xiaobai, why don't you come over and meet your senior sister Lianqin? Nian Yin's eyes were cunning. After being with Bai Donglin for so long, she had come to understand the peculiarity of this little kid. Although he was very young, but had only reached the realm of supernatural powers, he was very calm and unrestrained when interacting with her and Shangzhong, two other divine origin cultivators. Her intuition told her that he was not pretending, but that he treated the two of them as equals from the bottom of his heart. In this world where the strong are respected, the suppression of low-level cultivators by high-level cultivators is everywhere. Even in an environment like that of the Holy Sect, it is impossible to cultivate such disciples. This can only mean that this kid has something to rely on in his heart, and he is not afraid of the support of the divine source realm. Bai Donglin glanced at Nian Yin with a bit of helplessness. As expected, women are troublesome creatures. It is better to stay away from them as much as possible, he said perfunctorily. Junior brother greets senior sister Lianqin. It's our first meeting. I wonder if senior sister Lianqin has prepared a gift. I dare not accept gifts that are too expensive, so I will just give you 8 or 9 peerless law seeds. That will be enough. Lianqin was stunned when she heard that. Then her face turned red. Her two little hands moved around at a loss, and her timid eyes looked at Nian Yin with grievance, as if she was about to cry at the next moment. Nian Yin looked at Bai Donglin in silence. Shameless. This kid is really shameless. How could he say such shameless words in front of such a lovely disciple of hers? And he had such a sincere and honest expression, which really opened her eyes. Nian Yin hugged Lianqin, patted her head, and comforted her. Lianqin, don't be sad. Your junior brother is just joking with you. Lien Xian lowered her head, glanced at Bai Donglin timidly, and said in a low and aggrieved voice, Junior brother, I'm sorry. Come on. Good disciple. Go out for a walk with master, and ignore this little brat. Hey! Shameless kid. We are short of a bag carrier. Are you coming? Bai Donglin shrugged indifferently, without any shame for bullying a child. He followed the two of them, and walked out of the Netherworld Gate stronghold. The monks all have storage magic weapons, so there is no need for him to carry the bag. Now that the place in the competition has been secured, there is nothing to do in this base, so he might as well go out for a walk and experience the prosperity of the Heart of the Nine Rings. Although the Heart of the Nine Rings was a city built in the name of trading elixirs, with the gathering of many cultivators. The commodities here are no longer limited to elixirs. Although elixirs are still the most famous, here are specialties from all over the Qianyuan realm, and even merchants from the depths of the starry sky. There were so many novel things that even Bai Donglin was dazzled. There were many things that even he, with his vast knowledge, had never seen before. Ever since he used the earth vein flame spirit, the millions of high-quality spirit stones in his bracelet have been left idle. He can be said to be very wealthy. When he saw rare and bizarre materials and treasures, he would make moves repeatedly, and his heroic appearance even made Nian Nian look at him sideways. Are you envious? This is all thanks to the support of many gambler brothers in the holy sect. Although the 9 rings area is the smallest ring in the heart of the 9 rings, it is still terribly large compared to the other 8 rings. There are countless streets lined with shops and all kinds of facilities. This area is comparable to all the cities in an empire combined. Only a monk with the power to move mountains and fill the sea can build such a huge city. Following behind Master Nian Nian and his disciple, Bai Donglin looked around and suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd in the distance. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Nian Nian, who was selecting goods in a shop nearby, frowned, sensing the change in Bai Donglin's aura, and asked in confusion, "What happened to Xiao Bai?" Nian Nian, followed Bai Donglin's gaze, frowned even more tightly, and said in a concentrated voice, "People from the Divine Blood Holy Sect. Do you have a grudge against them?" The coldness in Bai Donglin's eyes disappeared, and a gentle and easygoing smile reappeared on his face. He said to Master Nian Nian and his disciple, "Sister Nian, Lianqin, please wait for me here for a moment. I'm going to take care of some personal matters." Bai Donglin moved his feet slightly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Nian Nian curled his lips slightly, took Lian Xian step forward and followed. "Ha ha ha, Brother Yundi. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here." Yundi, on the surface, is a member of the Holy Blood sect, but secretly, he is working for the forces of the Dark World. Last time in the Black Prison, it was he who sent 10 low-quality monks with great magical powers to hunt him down. As a result, he was killed by Zhang Shanren without even seeing his face. "Brother Yundi, who is this person? Is he your friend?" The young man in black armor beside Yundi asked curiously. Bai Donglin's eyes turned. This young man had also appeared in the memory that he had swallowed. His name was Mu Xiao, but compared to what he remembered, the boy now had 2 small black jade horns growing on his forehead, a bit like dragon horns. Behind the 2 men stood a tall and slender beautiful woman with a pair of even longer purple jade horns on her forehead. She had a noble and majestic temperament. There was a look of surprise in Yundi's eyes. Of course, he recognized Bai Donglin the first time. His height and appearance had hardly changed from a few years ago, but his temperament was much more mature. After Bai Donglin came out of the Black Prison, he received the news and naturally knew that the hunting plan had failed. Bai Donglin went straight back to the Jidao Holy Sect, and they were even more helpless. The Jidao Holy Sect is different from the Xinhua Holy Sect. It has all kinds of amazing methods hidden away, and their people cannot be infiltrated at all. Although he didn't know what Bai Donglin wanted to do by exposing himself in front of him. Since Bai Donglin recognized him, he must have known his identity through those trash. But he definitely wouldn't know that he had any connection with the Black Underworld. Moreover, it is impossible for a disciple of the Jidao Holy Sect to expose a member of the Xinhua Holy Sect without any evidence. Right? Yundi was fearless and wanted to see what Bai Donglin was up to. He made up his mind quickly, and a warm smile appeared on his face. "Ha ha ha. Yes, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence to meet you. Brother Bai. Xiao Mu. This Brother Bai is a friend I met when I was on business. By the way, I was in a hurry last time and forgot to ask Brother Bai which sect you are a disciple of." They keep pretending. It is naturally impossible for Jidao and Xinhua's disciples to become friends. I dare not hide it from Brother Yundi. I am just a casual cultivator. Brother Yundi, as a disciple of the Holy Blood sect, does not care about associating with me. I am really ashamed. The young man in black armor showed a look of pride when he heard this. The woman next to him had a puzzled expression, and her pair of purple eyes moved back and forth between Bai Donglin and the other man. Yundi's expression changed slightly as he looked at Nian Nian, who appeared out of nowhere behind Bai Donglin. At the same time, he felt a terrifying aura locking him down. He suddenly understood in his heart. No wonder Bai Donglin was so arrogant. A mere divine ability realm dared to provoke him in the divine source realm, even though he was only in the first level of divine source. It turns out that not only is he relying on the rule that no violence can be used within the Nine Rings heart, but there is also a master backing him up from behind. Ha ha ha. I'm already very happy to meet you, Brother Yuni. I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye. Bai Donglin smiled as he took another step forward and patted Yuni on the shoulder affectionately. At the same time, the evil soul in Bai Donglin's sea of consciousness opened his eyes, and he pinched his hands to perform a spell. The huge soul body instantly condensed into a faint soul thread, which silently attached itself to Yundi's shoulder along his arm. After doing all this, Bai Donglin turned around and left with Master Nian Yin and his disciple. After a moment, the figures of both parties disappeared from each other's eyes. Your little trick can't be hidden from the divine source cultivator. Nian Yin walked aside, her charming eyes scanning the dazzling array of goods on both sides of the street. Her arms folded across her chest, and spoke as if nothing had happened. Bai Donglin chuckled and said, "Uh-huh. I know." He knew that Nian Yin knew it, and he also knew that Yuni knew it. But what neither of them knew was that he deliberately let Yuni know it. With such evil abilities, it was not difficult for him to hide it from two divine source realm cultivators. He just leaked his aura on purpose to let Yuni sense it, because his target is not Yuni, a small fry in the first level of the divine source. What will Yuni do when he senses the soul attached to him? Will it simply be erased? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. He had already figured out what Yuni would do next, and this was what he wanted him to do. Nian Yin looked at the mysterious Bai Donglin, shrugged her shoulders, and said nothing more. She had no intention of taking any action. Protecting Bai Donglin was already her best effort, and it was impossible for her to do more. Although their Netherworld sect has a close relationship with the Jidao Holy Sect, it is impossible for them to take the initiative to provoke the giant Shinchua Holy Sect just for Bai Donglin. Their relationship is not yet that good. Yundi continued to hang out with Mu Xiu and his sister as if nothing had happened. Just as Bai Donglin expected, he sensed the soul thread that Bai Donglin had dropped. But his eyes flashed slightly, and then he ignored it. Yundi, do you have a grudge against that person just now? The purple-horned woman carefully examined the item in her hand and asked in a cold tone. Yundi's figure paused slightly. This woman was indeed scary. She was far less easy to fool than her idiot brother. Well, Miss Mu, these are just trivial matters, so let's not talk about them. Oh! The woman with purple horns nodded slightly, put down the goods in her hand, turned around and walked away slowly without asking any further questions. Yundi followed behind with his head slightly lowered to hide the fluctuations in his eyes, and clenched his fists lightly. Damn it. I have to act quickly. This woman seems to have noticed something. Chapter 186 Curse. After meeting the people from the Holy Blood Sect, Nian Yin lost interest in continuing to stroll around. After walking around for a while, the three of them returned to the Netherworld Gate stronghold together. Nian Yin looked at Bai Donglin with warning eyes and said seriously, "Little boy, you just stay here honestly for the time being and wait for the start of the alchemy conference. Don't take out the Nine Rings heart without permission. And don't go looking for trouble with the Holy Blood Sect without permission. They are not as simple as they seem, and there are many old monsters hiding in the dark." Feeling Nian Yin's concern, Bai Donglin immediately nodded and agreed honestly. He really had no intention of taking the initiative to come to the door. It was enough to have Zai come forward. Don't worry, Sister Nian. I won't go anywhere. I'm famous for being law-abiding, and I won't cause any trouble. Nian Yin glanced at Bai Donglin, ignored him, turned to Lianqin and said, "Disciple, take this brat to the backyard and find him an empty room. I am tired and will go downstairs to rest first." After saying that, his figure moved slightly. He reached out and pinched Lian Xian's chubby face, and then disappeared, leaving only a few giggles in his place. "Oh well." Lianqin's face flushed slightly as she answered in a soft and low voice, glanced at Bai Donglin cautiously, then turned and walked towards the backyard. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and followed behind, thinking to himself, how could there be such a big difference in personality between these master and disciple? They are completely two extremes. Entering a quiet courtyard, Bai Donglin looked around and found that it was very clean. He did not have any requirements for the residence, so he nodded with satisfaction and said to Lianqin, "Thank you, Senior Sister Lianqin." Lian Xian, who had lowered her head, blushed again when she heard this. She took out an embroidered brocade bag and quickly stuffed it into Bai Donglin's arms. Then she ran out without looking back, shouting as she ran, "I'm sorry, junior brother. I will make up for it with a gift later." Bai Donglin was stunned for a moment. Then he opened the brocade bag. A faint blue light emerged, and the surrounding laws fluctuated slightly. This silly girl. I was just joking. But she actually took it seriously. A rare law seed may be the most precious treasure she has. Bai Donglin put away the brocade bag without any intention of using it. Although he did not engrave this rule on it. He raised his head to take a look at the already dark night sky. And his figure instantly appeared on the bedroom bed. Sitting cross-legged. His thoughts instantly synchronized with the most evil spirit. Yundi should be about to start now. Please don't let me down. Zai used a secret technique to transform his huge soul, which was comparable to the 7th level of the soul, into a barely visible thread of soul. In the eyes of Yin Yin and Yundi, Bai Donglin did this just to leave a soul mark. And they didn't see any evil means at all. When Bai Donglin was in the Mingyu ancient world, he devoured the memories of many cultivators in the Black Netherworld, and had a relatively good understanding of some of the special methods of the Black Netherworld. Yundi will definitely not let go of this soul mark that he got for free. And he will definitely do something with it. Sure enough, when Bai Donglin switched his mind to the evil, he clearly sensed that Yundi was moving quickly, and his goal was the 6th ring of the 9-ring heart. Bai Donglin immediately realized that Yundi was not that smart, and was easily fooled. Perhaps he did not even take him a cultivator in the supernatural power realm. Seriously? Yundi was very fast and soon arrived at the 6th ring area, which was the transportation hub and operation center of the heart of the 9 rings. This area was equipped with a large number of teleportation formations of various levels. Even though it was late at night, the place was still brightly lit, with people coming and going. From time to time, formations were activated, and waves of people were sent back and forth. A huge amount of spirit stone energy was burning here at every moment. Yundi seemed to have no purpose, and did not wait for long. He just casually stood in a teleportation array that was about to be activated. The formation was activated. The light shone, and Yundi disappeared instantly under the power of the formation, moving away from the heart of the 9 rings. Yundi walked out of the teleportation array and glanced at the strange city. But he didn't care. His purpose was just to stay away from the heart of 9 rings. If you contact the adults in the dark world while getting close to the heart of the 9 rings, you will most likely be exposed. After all, it is a city of miracles, and it is possible that monsters of any level are hidden in it. This is also a huge city, and it's not safe enough. Yundi rushed again, running hundreds of thousands of miles, going deep into the barren mountains and forests, and diving deep into the underground. With a thought, the surrounding laws rolled, instantly creating a huge underground hole, and then set up many isolation formations. Bai Donglin, who was watching from the side, nodded slightly. Yundi's operation was still remarkable. At least, he was cautious enough, and was almost catching up with him. Unfortunately, the information gap determines everything, meaning this anomaly has doomed me to a tragic ending. After Yundi finished all this, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief, and then took out a black stone slab from the storage magic weapon. The slate is covered with a prohibited formation, and it is affixed with many runes to isolate all the breath fluctuations. Even if Bai Dong is close at hand, it will not be indifferent to the abnormalities of this dark slate. Yundi carefully placed the stone slab on the ground, cut his palm, and as blood gushed out, he quickly pinched the magic spell. The blood with golden light turned into runes, and shot into the stone slab. The numerous restrictive formations on the stone slab began to be lifted layer by layer, and wisps of black mist then emerged from the stone slab. The black mist became thicker and thicker, gradually gathering into a dark and blurry head. Your subordinate Yundi pays respect to the Lord Demon Emperor. Yundi prostrated himself in front of the stone slab with a respectful look. The dark head was silent for a moment, as if the thoughts were transmitted from an extremely long distance, and there was a short delay. Yundi, why are you calling me? The dark head finally stabilized, and opened his deep eyes, and his voice was so harsh as metal friction. Yundi seemed to be accustomed to this and didn't care. He raised his head and continued to say respectfully, Master Demon Emperor, the disciples of the Jidao Saint sect that you ordered to be killed a few years ago have now been found. The pitch-black head did not speak in response. If he was killed, he was killed. If he was not killed, he was not killed. What do you mean by having some clues? He waited for Yundi's explanation. Master Demon Emperor, please look. Yundi waved his hand, and a trace of soul hidden deep in his shoulder was grasped in his hand. The mark of the soul rolled violently, but unfortunately it was trapped by a light shield and could not escape. Master Demon Emperor, This trace of soul mark is the soul of Bai Donglin. I encountered this man by chance in the Heart of Nine Rings this time. But unfortunately, the Heart of Nine Rings cannot be used for action. I finally managed to get a trace of his soul. With this soul, as long as you take action, Bai Donglin will definitely die. The dark head turned slowly, and his deep eyes stared at the seal of the soul. But it didn't seem to see the essence of evil. Bai Donglin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, the opponent did not possess much divine power due to the long distance between them. You mean, you want me to use this divine soul mark to curse Bai Donglin? Yes, Lord Demon Emperor. Yundi nodded respectfully, and Bai Donglin also nodded secretly. This was his plan. He learned through devouring memories that the monks in the dark world were extremely skilled in all kinds of dark and mysterious techniques. And the technique of cursing and killing was particularly unique. Don't say that it is a hint of soul. A powerful monk, as long as he is willing to pay the price. You only need a drop of blood, or even a fingernail with a piece of hair, can perform curse techniques. In Yundi's opinion, with the strength of this demon emperor, coupled with the soul mark that is even easier to curse, Bai Donglin is doomed to die. When he felt that Bai Dong was coming down the seal, he had already thought about it all. Oh, Bai Donglin. Ah, Bai Donglin. Left a mark on me. I want to wait for me to get out of the nine-ring heart. Just call the woman behind it to kill me. Young people are so naive and cute. I am afraid that Bai Donglin would never think that he would be so decisive. He directly planned the plan. He left the heart of the Jiuhuan at night, and was ready to start. Humph! You losers can't even handle a young junior. And now you dare to ask me to take action myself. Master Demon Emperor, please forgive me. This person is too cunning. He has been hiding in the Jidao Holy Sect. When he goes out, he is protected by experts. I have no chance to make a move. Yundi kneeling on the ground. His voice was sincere, but he was not so scared in his heart. If the opponent's real body was in front of him, he would surely have ended up in a miserable state. And if he didn't die, he would have suffered terrible torture. But the actual situation was that the other party had descended through the black stone slab, having crossed a vast distance, and every bit of divine power was extremely precious, and would not be wasted to punish him. Master Mo Emperor Ming Jian. It is also a subordinate to see Bai Donglin growing up too fast. If you don't strangle it early, the more delay, the more troubles it later. The dark head was silent. A favored child of heaven like Bai Donglin had a very strong luck protecting his body. If you wanted to curse him to death, he would have to pay a price. As for the Qianyuan realm, he was out of reach. And some of the hidden players he had deployed were actually pretending to obey his orders, but actually disobeying them. Now it seemed that the only way out was to curse and kill them. He suddenly remembered what the old witch said, and without hesitation, he shouted at Yundi, "Send his soul mark to this emperor." After the dark head finished speaking, it instantly disintegrated into a ball of dark and sticky black mist. The black fog squirmed slightly, and gradually turned into a pitch-black passage that rotated counterclockwise. The passage was deep and dark, leading to an extremely distant unknown place. Yundi looked respectful as he knelt forward, holding the ball of light in both hands. Inside the ball of light was a surging and rolling mark of the soul. With it gently, the light ball dripped and fell into the dark passage. Chapter 187, titled Strongman. The entire process of transmitting the soul imprint went extremely smoothly with Bai Donglin's full cooperation. The distance spanned by this pitch-black passage was extremely far, and its power was limited. Not to mention Bai Donglin's soul, which was comparable to the 7th level of the divine source. Even a complete soul at the divine power realm would fail in the transmission. Bai Donglin was very clear about this. So from the very beginning the evil spirit used a secret technique, which was a secret technique developed by combining the soul turning into mist of the underworld and immortality. The extremely evil soul has been constantly destroying itself, maintaining a delicate balance with its immortal recovery ability, always maintaining a state of being on the verge of death, and manifesting itself to the outside world as a faint, real soul imprint. That's why we can pass through the dark passage smoothly. If it was the most evil spirit in its prime, there would be no way it could be teleported successfully. This pitch-black passage would not be able to bear it, and would end up collapsing in an instant. When the ball of light sank into the passage, the dark vortex dissipated into sticky black mist, which then poured back into the black stone slab and disappeared. Yundi looked solemn, and he pinched his hands to make hand gestures. Layer upon layer of strict forbidden formations covered the stone slab again, isolating it from all fluctuations of aura. After putting away the stone slab, Yuandi pondered for a moment. After finding that nothing was missing, he waved his hand to break the isolation formation of the underground hole and restored everything to its original state. The figure moved and returned to the surface, running towards the huge city. He had to get back to the heart of 9 rings as soon as possible. The fake body left in the secret room of the base could not last long, and he could not let that woman find out the mistake. Deep inside Yuandi's body, an extremely obscure spiritual fluctuation flashed by, and then hit even deeper. The evil spirit entered the dark passage and felt dizzy. It then broke through a sticky film, and its connection with the main body was instantly severed. He realized in his heart that this was the same as when he fell into the low-dimensional world. He had left the only real world where the Qianyuan realm was located and entered the dark world. Only something like the world wall can isolate the connection between his trinity souls that ignore distance. When the evil spirit's senses returned to normal, the surrounding scene suddenly became clear. It was a hall that was completely dark. On the throne above the hall sat a huge body condensed from sticky black mist, and the slightly leaked aura was as deep as the sea. The momentum is terrifying, and the power is as strong as prison. The most evil soul had a thought and ended its self-annihilation. Under the effect of immortality, the soul recovered as before in the blink of an eye. The figure sitting on the throne, the black mist surrounding the body stagnated, and as the breath leaked out, the surrounding space disappeared bit by bit. At this moment, Zai had opened the vertical eye between his eyebrows. Black flames were burning on his body. The eye of his soul was fully activated. His golden eyeballs were sweeping in all directions, and countless pieces of information appeared in his mind. The dark figure on the throne reacted instantly, moved his fingers slightly, and the hall was instantly isolated from the outside world. The vision of Bai Donglin's soul eye was suddenly cut off, and he could not see anything. However, he did not care. He had just seen what he needed to know. Who are you? The dark figure opened, like the 2 eyes with deep black holes staring at the evil. The horrible momentum pervaded the entire hall, and it was fixed in place. He, the Black Mist Demon Emperor, a powerful emperor, is indeed majestic. Who I am? I'm your father. The most evil spirit was the most wicked and evil, arrogant and wanton. He didn't care about this terrifying momentum at all. Anyway, with the opponent's strength, he would definitely die today. The Black Mist Demon Emperor is a chi cultivator, a powerful person, and also a top-level title powerhouse. This title also has its own rules. The Gi realm of gods and demons is divided into 6 extreme realms. Above the 6 extreme realms, there is a title extreme realm. The strength between each realm varies greatly. The ultimate titles are determined by strength. From high to low, they can be called Emperor, King, and Marquis. This is not only a symbol of strength, but also a title of honor. Looking at the evil one who spoke wildly, the Black Mist Demon Emperor did not get angry. What kind of people had he not seen in his life? More than trillions of lives have been slaughtered. What has he not heard of the insults and curses of so many lives before they died? With a slight movement of his fingers, countless black mists rolled up and condensed into thin black lines, instantly piercing through the motionless Bai Donglin. Endless waves of horrible pain instantly overwhelmed the evil. At the same time, black lines spread deep into the evil's soul, trying to spy on his memory. However, as soon as the memory was touched, countless densely packed forbidden runes suddenly emerged from the depths of the soul. If the black line moved forward a little more, the evil soul would be completely annihilated in an instant. Of course, the Black Fog Magic Emperor understands this. The black line can only shrink back, and at the same time, a stronger pain is permeated in the evil soul. I will ask you again. Who are you? What is your relationship with Bai Donglin? Also, how did you sneak into the dark underworld? Faced with endless pain and torture, the evil's expression remained unchanged, but his pair of pitch-black eyes became even deeper, and the scarlet word in the center of his pupil shone brightly. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, and the moment he just arrived, he collected the information he wanted with the eyes of the soul. This Black Mist Demon Emperor was the mastermind behind those black-robed men in the ancient world, and he was the one who conspired with Moro to seize that song in the ancient world. This Black Fog Magic Emperor is really a must-have. In order to stand hundreds of thousands of subordinates. He kept biting him. Black Mist Demon Emperor, you don't need to know who I am. I came here just to see you and bring you a message. Wash your neck and wait. Lao Tzu will take your dog's head soon after Lao Tzu. Ha ha. Big explosion of the soul. Zai laughed loudly, and the huge spiritual energy, ignoring the suppression of the Black Mist Demon Emperor, instantly condensed into a point of black light. Boom! The soul that compressed to the limit exploded in an instant, and the horrible energy bombed the tough space around it into crushing. Snort! The Black Mist Demon Emperor snorted angrily and waved his hand. The horrific explosion that had not yet had time to spread was instantly compressed into a ball, and then burst like a bubble without causing any ripples. The Black Mist Magic Emperor's dark eyes flashed a trace of anger. And just a little bit. His black line could successfully control the opponent's soul. But I don't know if it was a coincidence. But the other party blew himself up just before he succeeded, as if he saw through his tricks. The Black Fog Magic Emperor sorry slightly. I do know what method to come to. However, what the internal structure of his soul is extremely complicated, and what he could do with his strength has made a slow progress. And it also gave the other party a chance to explode. He naturally didn't know that although Zai's strength was far inferior to his, as a soul manipulator, his research on the soul was not inferior to his. The Black Mist Demon Emperor is well aware of his every evil move, so he will naturally not let him succeed. As he is immortal, I don't know how many means of self-annihilation he has developed. No matter what kind of environment he faces, being able to commit suicide freely is by Donglin's most basic requirement for himself. Humph! You bastard! Don't underestimate me. The Black Mist Demon Emperor stood up, opened his mouth as dark as the abyss, and took a slight breath, swallowing the faint spiritual aura that filled the hall into his stomach. After a moment, the Black Mist Demon Emperor stopped moving, opened his mouth, and spit out a gray round bead. It is the spiritual aura of Bai Donglin. Although it is very weak, it is used to complete a curse and kill. The distance is too far, and it's a cross-border spell, but it's enough to curse to death a cultivator below the return to oneness realm. The Black Mist Magic Emperor's eyes were indifferent. Since breaking through the background, he has never been playing with the water all the way. The other party was only at the Divine Source realm, and given his current state of mind, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Turn your right hand and take out a scarecrow woven from unknown dark grass. The scarecrow has the facial features of the limbs, which is wonderful, and the forehead is also posted with a scarlet rune paper. If you pull it into the sight, you can clearly see it. Not only is it a scarlet rune paper, but the paint black grass used for weaving is covered with strange runes on each one. Countless runes were slightly twisted, and a stream of evil atmosphere permeated the entire hall. The Black Fog Magic Emperor placed the ball of the soul atmosphere on the head of the scarecrow. The black light flashed, and the ball was swallowed instantly. The Black Fog Magic Emperor looked at him. His hands moved with both hands, and his mouth was thinking. The scarecrow slowly floated in the air and exudes black light. After a long time, the Black Fog Demon Emperor changed, looking at the crumbling scarecrow in the air. His brows frowned. What is the origin of this person? There is actually such a strong luck protecting the body. However, this step has been done. Naturally, the Black Mist Demon Emperor cannot give up easily. His eyes are lingering. Raised his hand to dig out his chest, and took out a slightly beating dark heart. It was thrown into the scarecrow, and it instantly turned into a shining black sun. A thick black beam of light broke through the hall and reached the sky. The crack on the Black Mist Demon Emperor's chest healed instantly. With a sneer on his face, he whispered, "Hey, this emperor is still dead this time." Chapter 188 Cross-Border Horror Curse. The Heart of Johan. The Underworld Base. When the Wicked Seal entered the dark passage, Bai Dongli, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes. Immediately, a piece of materials engraved with complicated runes flew out of the bracelet space, and a large number of spirit stones were taken out. Under the control of God's souls, a huge formation was arranged in a moment, covering the entire courtyard, and all breath fluctuated was completely isolated. What will happen next? He can probably guess that he has been ready to welcome the counterattack from the Black Division. The formation he just arranged was just to isolate the fluctuations of the breath, so as not to attract the attention of the strong heart of the Nine Ring. With his ability to reverse the sky, there is no need to avoid or defense. In fact, he can also try the low-dimensional world in the golden red tip of the golden red tip. There is a great possibility to avoid the opponent's attack. It can be done, but it is not necessary. Bai Donglin also wanted to take the opportunity to try the opponent's means, and by the way to see if it was possible to strengthen some energy. Bai Donglin's eyes suddenly brightened. In the Sea of God, the black stone monument suddenly appeared out of thin air. In the black underworld, it was self-explosive. Between breathing, He was resurrected with blood in the Sea of God in the Qianyuan world. His immortal talent is really against the sky. Be too late. With the resurrection of evil. And at the same time a memory is synchronized. Everything that happened just now. And the information that the explored information was all printed into mind. And the eyes suddenly flashed. The Black Mist Demon Emperor, a titled powerful being, is one of the few cultivators standing at the top among the powerful beings in the unified god and demon realm. Bai Donglin has only a vague idea of how strong he is. To let go of the evil words. It is actually difficult to do to take the dog's head of the Black Fog Magic Emperor. It is not easy to kill the most ordinary returning gods. What's more, he is the most powerful titled master. However, he must be killed. It's just a matter of time. Soon after the evil, for those old monsters, in the past 10,000 years, it was considered soon. And Bai Donglin could be regarded as no words. This operation is also successful. At least it is determined to calculate my power behind it. In fact, he had guessed long ago that it was someone from the dark world who was plotting against him. But he could not jump to conclusion without seeing it with his own eyes. Now that he finally knew who was the mastermind behind the scenes, he felt relieved. The Black Mist Devil is far away in the black world, and it is impossible for him to come to engage in him. Only by calculating him through a dark child. He still does not have a fatal threat to him. He is still safe for the time being. Don't worry about being arrested and completely banned. Coming! Bai Donglin's eyes flashed, and he suddenly felt an inexplicable palpitation. He quickly stopped the 2 spirit beads running in his body. His injuries healed instantly, and his condition returned to full. At this moment, a strange aura coming from nowhere instantly enveloped him. Evil, dark, fear, killing, curse, many chaotic negative atmosphere impacted by Donglin's will. At the moment of the weird gas machine, the endless scarlet blood began to emerge in the Sea of Shanghai. This sea of blood is boundless and filled with sin, corrosion, and vicious curses. Countless scarlet skeletons are rolling in the sea of blood, surrounding the black stone tablet standing in the center of the Sea of Gods. There was no wind and waves, and the blood sea seemed to be a living creature. It started to boil, setting off a giant wave to strike out the dark stone monument. Buzz! The pitch-black stone tablet seemed to be angered by the movement of the sea of blood. It shook slightly, and a black light emerged. The surging blood waves turned into nothingness the moment they came into contact with the black light. A terrible suppression of the power erupted from the dark stone monument, and the rolling blood sea instantly became calm. But the sea of sin and blood still did not dissipate. They just surrounded the black stone tablet and dared not make any rash moves. The black stone tablet also stopped its subsequent actions. The counterattack from the Black Mist Emperor is not just the sinful sea of sin that appears in the sea. In the deepest part of Bai Donglin's body, the light of life, like a golden sun, has also changed strange changes at this time. The small black dots began to appear inexplicably on the light of the source. It densely packed. The size of the size. The interval is unified. The black dot is like a living creature. And it is still slightly moved. The endless black spots are spread throughout the golden sun, so that patients with dense phobia must collapse on the spot. As these disgusting black spots appeared, Bai Donglin's powerful body began to undergo strange changes. Many of the spiritual orifices in his body began to extinguish and wither. The qi and blood in his body inexplicably dissipated, and the cell particles automatically annihilated. Bai Donglin opened his eyes and raised his arms, only to see that his once vibrant flesh and blood began to be covered with wrinkles and age spots, and then withered and decayed, along with the extremely hard bones, turning into ashes. Amazing. Awesome. Bai Donglin opened his mouth, which had turned into a skeleton, and just uttered 2 words before his entire body turned into ashes and dissipated. But he didn't die. The 3 divine souls in the Sea of Gods are still safe and sound under the protection of the Black Stone Tablet. And even the spiritual platform acupoint, where the Sea of Gods is located, has not disappeared with the physical body. This must be the power of the Black Stone Tablet. So at this time, Bai Donglin's physical body could only be considered destroyed. And he had not been completely killed instantly, but in the blink of an eye. Bai Donglin's body, with his sea of soul and spiritual orifice as the core, was revived with full blood and reappeared on the bed. At the same time, damage reversal was triggered, and a stronger strengthening energy than ever before directly poured into the Sea of Gods, and was instantly swallowed up by the soul. The mind sank deep into the body, looking directly at the light of the origin of life. The light of the origin, which had been restored to its original state, was burning fiercely. radiating a blazing golden light. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. With the strength of the Black Mist Demon Emperor, the counterattack he launched might not be so easy to end. As soon as the thought came to mind, strange fluctuations emerged again. Just like before, dense and disgusting black spots appeared on the golden sun again. As expected of the Black Mist Demon Emperor, he can achieve this level even though they are in different worlds. The titled strongman is really terrifying. Bai Donglin's body instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. But he didn't care. Such a terrifying attack would definitely consume energy, and it couldn't continue forever. No matter how many times his physical body is destroyed, it is meaningless. It only gives him enhanced energy. As his mind turned, changes occurred in the sea of consciousness. On top of the black stone tablet, the three souls sitting cross-legged to form the three talents formation moved their eyes slightly at the same time. All attention was focused on the back of Wu Wei's soul. Rays of golden red light shot out from under Wu Wei's hair. It was the golden red pointed cornered monument that had been hiding under Wu Wei's hair since he was beaten up by the black stone monument. Wu Wei Shenhun frowned slightly, and his hair moved without wind, wrapping around the golden and red pointed cornered monument hiding inside, and threw it lightly into the sea of sin and blood below. Bang! Boom! A huge blood-red altar with four sides was spit out, and a glittering golden pointed cornered monument stood in the center of the top of the altar. Exactly the same as it was in the bone sea of the low-dimensional world. The restored golden pointed monument carrying the blood-red altar slammed heavily into the sea of blood, causing the waves to surge. The sea of blood and sin could not do anything to the black stone tablet, and now it could only pounce on the altar. The blood-red altar trembled slightly, and countless mysterious rune patterns around it began to operate automatically, flashing a dazzling red light. It did not dodge or evade the oncoming blood wave, and instantly swallowed it all up. The four altars that had swallowed a wave of blood seemed to have awakened, buzzing and emitting dazzling red light that slowly rotated, instantly transforming into a huge blood-red vortex. Countless amounts of blood were swallowed up uncontrollably, and the sea of blood and sin was shrinking slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bai Donglin, who witnessed all this, nodded slightly. Logically speaking, this kind of curse attack is more targeted at the soul. After all, to destroy a cultivator, both his body and soul must be annihilated. Simply destroying the physical body cannot guarantee a complete success of the curse. In other words, this sea of sin and blood that appeared out of nowhere in the divine sea is something more terrifying than the black spot in his original light. This horrific sea of sin and blood was solved by the pitch black stone tablet and the golden red pointed corner tablet. This was something he had not expected, but it also saved him from being killed instantly. If you are killed instantly, the damage reversal cannot be triggered, and so much strengthening energy will be wasted. Wouldn't that be a waste of the Black Mist Demon Emperor's kindness? Bai Donglin figured everything out in a flash. He gathered his thoughts and began to carefully observe the black spots in the light of origin. We have to wait until the power of this strange attack weakens. Otherwise we won't be able to get out of the door. Chapter 189, Nian Yin is the Filthy Demon King. 10 days later, Bai Donglin, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally able to barely maintain the existence of his physical body. During these 10 days, the strange and terrifying curse attacks have indeed been weakening, but the weakening is very small each time. The black spots can still suppress his recovery speed and completely destroy his body. In his current strange state, he would not be able to attend the alchemy conference, which was about to begin. During this period, Nian Yin and Lian Xian had come to see him several times, but he always declined with the excuse of retreating and making a breakthrough. Although it was great to get these free things one after another, he also had to participate in the alchemy conference, as he had promised Shangzhong. So Bai Donglin began to set up various defensive prohibitions, formations, secret patterns, as well as laws and magical powers, and various defensive secret techniques in his body. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, he used them all. His body was now covered with shining runes and secret patterns. He used all his powers to increase his defense, especially Samwa's iron bones, which greatly enhanced his defense. After using every possible means, coupled with his miraculous immortal recovery ability, he finally maintained a delicate balance with the black spot curse. This was the most difficult time to actively trigger damage reversal since he started practicing. He could feel that most of the strength in his body was restrained by this curse. One can only exert 30% of one's full strength. If it exceeds 30%, the black spot curse will not be suppressed and the body will collapse. However, Bai Donglin didn't care too much about it. He didn't have any situation that required him to resort to force at the moment. He was still very safe inside the heart of the Nine Rings. He had Nian Nian protecting him closely, and old man Shang Zhong was watching him in secret. As for the alchemy conference, the most important thing is to test the alchemy skills and the soul. His 7th level divine soul is now in full condition, plus 30% of his strength, which is enough. Sensing the huge amounts of enhanced energy being continuously devoured by his soul, Bai Donglin secretly estimated that his soul was not far from breaking through the 8th level. His weight is indeed a bit lower than the Black Mist Demon Emperor. Spanning the 2 worlds, such a distant distance can cause him this horrible damage. If it weren't for the pitch black stone tablet and the golden red pointed corner tablet suppressing the divine sea, he would definitely not be able to attend the alchemy conference on time this time. Although it took some thought, he still made a profit overall. The Black Mist Demon Emperor paid an unknown price, but he got a large amount of enhanced energy for free. It was not a loss at all. He collected his thoughts, sorted out his messy breath, got up from the bed, and walked out of the bedroom, waving his hand to take back the mini isolation and defense formations. If these formations had not existed, Nian Nian might have been alarmed long ago. On the other hand, it was because the curse attack was too strange and obscure that it was successfully concealed. However, if they don't come out after waiting for another half a day, Nian Nian will definitely break through the formation. After all, their goal is the alchemy conference. It will be of no use not participating when the time comes. You little brat. You finally decided to come out? Just as I walked out of the house, Nian Nian fell from the sky, with her eyebrows raised and angry, holding a white dress in her hands, her face full of worry and pity. Bai Donglin knew that Nian Nian might be a little worried about him, but mostly she was afraid that he would miss the alchemy conference and delay Shang Zhong's plan. And this silly pity is purely out of worry about him. Bai Donglin said with a slightly apologetic look on his face, "Thank you for your concern and care, Sister Nian. I am really ashamed. Alas, I don't want to go into seclusion suddenly, but I am helpless because my talent is too strong. I can't hold back even if I want to. But don't worry, Sister Nian. No matter what happens, I won't forget the important things. Now that my cultivation has broken through, this Dan Dao conference will be a piece of cake." Nian Nian frowned slightly when she heard this, looking at Bai Donglin, whose complexion was paler than before. Why did she feel that there was something wrong with the aura of this kid? But seeing that Bai Donglin still looked so shameless, she must have been overthinking it. Bai Donglin's body was covered with secret pattern formations that isolated and concealed his aura. It was impossible for Nian Nian to rashly use her divine sense to check directly. She could only rely on her intuition and felt that something was wrong with Bai Donglin. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. Lianqing poked her little head out from behind Nian Nian and said with a delighted look, "Junior brother, I'm so glad you're okay. Tomorrow is the day when the alchemy conference begins. If you don't come out, Master will be ready to break the formation." Nian Nian's expression was relaxed. Since Bai Donglin had successfully caught up with the time, she had no reason to be angry. She glanced at Bai Donglin's slightly pale face and said in a teasing tone, "Little devil, you better exercise moderation. TSK. Look at how exhausted you are. Even though that is fun, don't be too greedy." The smile on Bai Donglin's face froze, and his figure suddenly froze. "I'm going to beat you to death. Nian Nian, are you the filthy demon king who has cultivated into a human being? Hey, get some rest. We will set out to the Nine Rings Core to participate in the alchemy conference early tomorrow morning. If you're like this, I'm worried that you won't be able to stand steadily." Nian Nian patted Bai Donglin's shoulder, shook his head, looking disappointed in him, then pulled Lianqing out, and a faint voice was heard. "Master, what on earth was Junior brother doing hiding in the house? He actually played until he was exhausted." "Hush, my dear disciple. You must stay away from your fellow apprentice from now on. Master, I heard that some perverted male monks would specifically raise some fairies or succubi and play some very bad games with them." Bai Donglin, "That's enough. Old lady, don't pollute the pure and kind-hearted child." The next morning, Bai Donglin, whose condition had recovered a little, stood in the courtyard of the Netherworld Gate, wearing a black robe and standing tall. Beside him stood Lian Xian and 8 other disciples of the Netherworld Gate. Nian Nian stood in the front with a serious expression, followed by Elder Lu. This group of 12 people were the participating team from the Netherworld Gate. There was also a disciple from the Netherworld sect, who was said to have been sent away early because he was not strong enough. Yin Yin suddenly looked up at the core of the Nine Rings heart, and a dazzling colorful beam of light rose from the core. Then the thick beam of light dissipated like liquid, turning into colorful ripples, spreading from the inside out to the entire heart of the Nine Rings. Bai Donglin looked around, as if he was in a dreamy colorful ocean. He raised his hand and gently grasped the colorful starlight. Wow! It smells so good. Lien Xian scooped up a handful of starlight with her pure white hands. Her nostrils slightly raised, and a refreshing fragrance instantly overwhelmed her whole body, as if her spirit and body were making comfortable moans. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, and sensed something extraordinary from these colorful starlights. It was worthy of being the Dan Alliance. So generous and cool. This colorful ocean seemed to be a signal. Yin Yin's eyes moved slightly, and she raised her hand to summon the huge black flying magic weapon. She waved her jade hand and said, "Set off." The giant boat floating in the air cast a black light, covering Bai Donglin and others. With a slight flash of light, they were sucked into the giant boat. At this time, the no-fly magic array that covered the entire sky above the heart of the Nine Rings had been temporarily lifted, and cultivators were allowed to fly during the alchemy conference. Flying magic weapons of various shapes took off at the same time, sparsely spread over the entire area above the heart of the Nine Rings. Many flying magic weapons roamed in the colorful sea of stars, dragging long colorful tails and flying towards the core. Bai Donglin and his team started from the ninth ring, so they should be very close to the core area. In fact, this is not the case. With Yin Yin's strength to control the flying magic weapon, he has flown a long distance in just a moment. Bai Donglin also sensed the abnormality of the space here. The space here seems to have undergone complex compression, stretching and superposition. It seems to be right in front of you, but in fact it is far away in the horizon. This should be a very clever defensive method. Although the defense has been opened at this time, it is still necessary to fly a long distance due to the impact of the aftermath. Another cup of tea time passed, and the huge black boat of Yin Yin finally broke through an invisible and intangible film and reached the core of the Nine Rings heart. Bai Donglin's eyes were full of sparkles as he scanned the outside world. The first thing that caught his eye was an extremely huge emerald green mountain. No! That's not a mountain. Bai Donglin looked shocked. What he had mistakenly thought to be a huge monster on the mountain turned out to be an unknown emerald green plant. From the blurred outline at the edge of vision, it can be seen that this is a vine plant, emerald green all over, winding and circling to the deepest part of the sky. The distance was so far that with his eyesight, he could only vaguely see a vague outline. He originally thought that the tree he saw in the ancient world was already big enough. It is far inferior to this green plant, not even as good as one of its vines. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. Plants are indeed blessed by nature. As long as the conditions are right, they can grow to great heights. There are similar records in many myths and legends. Whether it is the world tree where a leaf carries a world, or the Jinmu that supports the 36 heavens of the primitive world, they all show how high the ultimate potential of plants is. Just as Bai Donglin was daydreaming, Yin Yin had already controlled the huge black boat and slowly landed on a huge square. This place is the heart of the Nine Rings. Chapter 190 Alchemist Level 9. As many flying magic weapons descended, the huge square was suddenly flooded with countless human figures. This is just one of the 4 squares in the heart of the Nine Rings. There are still so many contestants in the other 3 squares. This is the result of omitting the open audition stage. The Alchemy Conference has always been an invitation-based one. It does not mean that you can participate just because you want to. The Alchemy Alliance will evaluate all the forces that are eligible to participate and then issue places to the competition. For example, the Netherworld Gate only has 10 places in total, and they are all for the local level competition. The number of contestants is divided into 3 levels according to the level of cultivation. Below the supernatural power realm is the human level. The supernatural power realm is the earth level, and the divine source realm is the heaven level. Among the 3 levels, the heaven level competition naturally has the highest gold content. After all, the champions of the heavenly level competition are at least masters of alchemy. The value of the elixir refined is naturally incomparable to that of an alchemist below the master level. The higher the grade of the alchemist, the rarer and more precious the elixir. The level classification of the alchemist profession was coordinated and formulated by the Alchemy Alliance since its establishment in ancient times. It is divided into 9 levels from low to high: apprentice, junior, intermediate, senior, master, grandmaster, grandmaster, alchemy saint and alchemy god. According to the results of previous alchemy conferences, most of the champions of the human-level competitions are intermediate alchemists. The highest champion of the Earth-level competition is a Master Alchemist, and the highest champion of the Sky-level competition is a Grandmaster Alchemist. Just like cultivation, it becomes increasingly difficult for alchemists to break through in the later stages. So the gap between the heavenly and earthly levels of competition is only one realm, although it is divided into 3 levels, each with different value. No one will underestimate the champions of each level. Anyone who can win the human-level championship, as long as he does not die, will naturally have the possibility of winning the heaven-level championship in the future. Wow! There are so many people. It's worthy of being called the Dan Dao Conference. It's such a rare grand event. Several disciples of the Netherworld sect looked at the huge square filled with people, shouting and yelling excitedly, looking as if they had never seen the world before, which attracted the attention of the surrounding monks. Nian frowned at the disrespectful behavior of his disciples and began to teach them a lesson. The alchemy conference is held every 10,000 years. Although it is considered grand, it is not the largest event of the Alchemy Alliance. There is also the Alchemy God Festival held every 1,000,000 years. That will be an unprecedented event that will shock the entire One True World. The Alchemy God Festival is a god-level alchemy competition held once every 1,000,000 years. All contestants are powerful beings from the realm of gods and demons. It is a grand event that most monks may never have the pleasure of seeing until they die of old age. After teaching his disciples a lesson, Nian said to Bai Donglin, Xiao Bai, everything from now on depends on you. Remember not to be too careless. Those people from the Dan League are not as simple as you think. He looked solemn, which was rare in Yin. After entrusting Bai Donglin with his instructions, he smiled and said softly to Lian Xin, my dear disciple, don't be too stressed. Just do your best and think of it as coming to see the world. Master, I will do my best. She was usually gentle and kind, but at this moment she showed a look of determination, which made Bai Donglin on the side take a second look. It seems that this Lianqing girl still has a strong competitive spirit. Little boy, I won't say anything else. I hope you don't disappoint old man Shang. Hearing this, Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the huge light gate slowly emerging in the open space in front of him, and whispered, don't worry. I know what to do. Buzz. As soon as Bai Donglin finished speaking, several huge light gates completely emerged from the ground and floated in the air. With a buzzing sound, golden ripples swept across the square, and the entire square suddenly fell silent. A voice came from the sky. The alchemy conference has officially begun. All contestants, please enter the light gate. Many golden light gates rotated slightly, and the next moment countless thin lines sprayed out. Bai Donglin felt the nameplate on his body was slightly hot, and a thin red line connected to the nameplate. He turned around and looked at Lianqing and other disciples of the Netherworld sect, who were also connected by a red line shot out from the same light gate. Bai Donglin's eyes were full of sparks, and the scene around the square suddenly came into view. The thin lines emitted from the many light gates were of 3 colors in total: gold, silver and red. After more careful sensing, he found that the contestants connected by the red line were all body cultivators, and those connected by the silver line were all chi cultivators. The people connected by the golden thread are all chi cultivators. But not only that, through the special symbols on their clothes, it can be seen that they are all disciples of the Dan League's united forces. No wonder these people look so arrogant. It turns out they are at home. Bai Donglin pouted slightly. Is this discrimination? This was blatant discrimination, as they were divided into 3 levels before the competition even started. Especially the physical cultivators connected by the red line, who were the smallest in number and clearly belonged to the lowest level. Bai Donglin could clearly sense the disdainful glances and even faint hints of ridicule coming from the people around him. Is it true? After leaving the Jidaoxing zone, a top-level, harmonious, equal, rational, loving family that is incompatible with the whole world, he finally entered the normal world. There is discrimination, disdain, class, pretense, and face-slapping. This is the normal development. Even within the Dan League, which is also one of the top forces, there is still class discrimination, which is much more normal than in the Jidao Holy Sect. The power system of the Jidao Holy Sect is so perfect that Bai Donglin always has a sense of unreality. He has always had a suspicion that an ideal power structure like that of the Jidaoxing Zone is unlikely to be the natural evolution of this world. There must be some irresistible and powerful force that suddenly appeared and forcibly reversed the development direction of the Jidao Holy Sect. Whoosh! While Bai Donglin was lost in thought, countless three-color rays of light had already connected all the monks in the square who were wearing competition badges. Then the light gate began to reverse, and the contestants connected by the light were involuntarily pulled into the light gate in an instant. When crossing the light gate, Bai Donglin felt the aura of the people around him constantly changing, and in an instant, he lost the sense of Lianxin's aura. After his vision was restored, Bai Donglin looked around the medium-sized cube space where he was. The silver-white metal walls blocked all his senses, and even his powerful divine thoughts could not penetrate. Bai Donglin frowned. He was a little confused about the operation of the Alchemy Alliance. Wasn't there going to be an alchemy competition? Where were the others? Although I had heard Shang Zhong's introduction on the way to the Heart of Nine Rings, the competition venue this time was too special. There was no opponent around. According to Shang Zhong, the Alchemy League holds an alchemy conference every 10,000 years, which has led to the monotonous competition format becoming tiresome. If the same competition format is always used, the contestants will form a fixed mindset and will not take advantage of the development of Dandao. Therefore, innovation in every alchemy conference has always been a top priority for the Alchemy Alliance. It must be novel and comprehensively assess the contestants' alchemy abilities. It is actually very difficult to hold a meeting every 10,000 years. It is said that the Dam League has created a special department for this purpose. This special department does not have to do anything on weekdays. All you have to do is come up with a different game plan within 10,000 years. Just as Bai Donglin was about to attack the silver walls around him, the nameplate on his body became slightly hot, and a piece of information was transmitted into his mind. A huge amount of information flooded into his mind, and was digested by him instantly. He was slightly stunned. Among them was the rules of the competition, as well as an introduction to the entire competition venue. There was even a department that was specifically responsible for thinking up the competition plan, which was full of smug self-praise, saying how hard their team worked, how they had finally gotten inspiration, and how they had finally come up with this competition plan after so much trouble. Bai Donglin ignored all the long-winded nonsense, but he was stunned by the way of the competition and the peculiar venue. An alternate dimension killing array? Or a hypercube? Chapter 191, Magic Hypercube. Bai Donglin was silent for a moment. In this world, with the huge power of the Dam League, it is reasonable to obtain something like the hypercube. With the idea, developing such a thing will be a piece of cake. Bai Donglin's thoughts returned to the rules of the game. This modified hypercube no longer had the original murderous intent. Everything was linked to alchemy. There are 6 sides, 6 passages and 6 roads in total. Participants need to choose a road according to their own strengths. Bai Donglin estimated that he was now at the center of this modified hypercube. He needed to choose a passage, and then break through all the way until he walked out of here to complete the game. At this moment, changes began to appear in the cube space. Each silver wall began to shine, and a ball of light slowly emerged. 6 kinds of alchemy materials, and a piece of white paper covered with words were suspended in each of the 6 light balls. When the mind touches the light ball, the alchemy directions represented by each one will automatically appear in the mind: healing, breakthrough, recovery, amplification, explosion, and poison. After all, the alchemist's main task is to improve the cultivation of auxiliary monks. The 6 paths almost all have a gain effect. The most difficult of them should be the breakthrough type. Both low-level and high-level elixirs are rare. The most unconventional one should be the poison pill. Bai Donglin pondered for a moment and chose extremely poisonous. There was no need to challenge higher difficulty. He just liked to refine poison pills. For this first game, you just need to walk out of the hypercube and choose a path to go on. The difficulty level is not important, as this is not the final. Bai Donglin reached into the ball of light and pinched the white paper. At the same time, the venue took the initiative to judge him and confirm the road. The white papers in the other 5 light balls disappeared instantly, leaving only 6 different alchemy materials suspended in the air. The rules of this competition are simple, but it is quite difficult to operate. What is written on the white paper he chose is not a specific pill recipe, but a description of the medicinal properties of a poison pill. He needs to refine a pill that meets Baiji's requirements based on the medicinal properties of the poison pill and the 36 alchemy materials in this cubic space based on his own experience. The degree of consistency of medicinal properties cannot be less than 80%. This level mainly tests the alchemist's understanding of the medicinal properties of endless alchemy materials, and is a very high test of the alchemist's knowledge base. The difficulty lies not in the alchemy skills, but how to make elixirs that meet the requirements with limited alchemy materials. As expected of a Dandao conference, most of the contestants will probably be eliminated by this magically modified hypercube. There are 36 kinds of alchemy materials. Although the medicinal properties of this first pill are not complicated, there are only 2 or 3 chances to refine it. If it fails, it will be eliminated directly. There will not be an unlimited supply of materials. So before refining, you must consider everything clearly, including the characteristics of various materials, and their reactions with each other, etc. Blood transforming pill makes the user's blood lose the ability to coagulate and form scabs, with no restrictions on cultivation level. This is by Donglin's first test question, which is quite simple, and has no restrictions on cultivation level. In other words, even if it can work on mortals, the challenge will be considered a success. This kind of elixir was easy for Bai Donglin to make, but he did not act rashly. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the spot and began to think with his eyes closed. According to the rules of the game, your choice in each cube will affect the changes in the next cube space, whether it is the selected materials or the medicinal properties of the elixir you refine. You also have to consider the materials that are spawned by the other 5 elixir channels. These materials are initially closely related to their corresponding characteristic elixirs, but later they will change with your material choices. A single move affects the entire body. This is a very complicated and brain-burning process. The most perfect way is to take into account the changes of medicinal materials in all subsequent cubic spaces when refining the first kind of elixir. At the same time, we also have to consider the medicinal properties requirements written on the piece of white paper until the final pill is exported. Bai Donglin didn't know whether anyone could achieve this level, but he could do it anyway. The Trinity Soul that was sitting cross-legged in Bai Donglin's sea of consciousness moved its eyebrows slightly, and it devoted a little energy to start deducing. In an instant, countless kinds of alchemy materials emerged in his mind. They were combined, separated, and combined again one by one, and many poison pills with different characteristics were deduced. Outside, at the Earth-level competition venue of the Dandao conference, in a vast void, there is no distinction between up and down, left and right. In this place where there is no ground, there are countless huge white jade platforms suspended. These platforms are filled with dense crowds of people, all of whom are the leaders of the contestants from all sides. In the center of these white jade platforms, there is a huge cube suspended. It is silver in color, with layers of spatial dimensions surrounding it. Its surface is divided into endless small cubes, which rotate slightly without any pattern. Above this silver hypercube, there is a huge palace floating, with people coming and going inside. They are the organizers of the Alchemy Conference, the people from the Alchemy Alliance, who are commanding and supervising the entire local-level competition arena. There are 4 extremely huge light screens suspended in the 4 directions of the silver cube, and the pictures on them are constantly rotating, reflecting the situation of the contestants in the cube. However, there are a large number of contestants, and even though the images are constantly moving, it is impossible to satisfy all the audience. In order to see the contestants they want to see, the Dandao conference naturally has other means. Yan, who was standing on the white jade platform, had an idea, made a hand gesture, and entered the competition numbers of Bai Donglin and Lian Xian. Suddenly, 2 small light screens reflecting the 2 of them appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Elder Lu, who was standing aside, also made some hand gestures, and the images of the other 8 disciples also emerged. 10 small light screens were lined up in a row, suspended in the air, flickering slightly. Yan looked at Bai Donglin, who was sitting cross-legged and motionless. Her pretty face suddenly darkened. Her silver teeth clenched, and she said in a bad tone, "What on earth is this brat doing? Didn't I tell him to exercise moderation? Why is he so unable to do it right at the beginning?" Then he glanced at the other light screens, and saw that Lian Xian had already entered the 4th cubic space. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "My good disciple is obedient and capable, unlike some boastful brats who always fail at the critical moment." Elder Lu on the side glanced at the light curtain and said with a teasing look, "Elder Nian, this kid you temporarily inserted into the group doesn't seem to be that good. If this is his level, it would be hard to explain if the news got to the sect's top leaders." Upon hearing this, Nian turned around and glared at Elder Lu. Although she didn't know what Bai Donglin was up to, she didn't believe that the person Shang Zhong admired so much would be a useless person. She understood Shang Zhong's obsession, and knew he would never play tricks on her about such a thing. And she believed he wouldn't dare to do so. She never tried to test Bai Donglin from beginning to end. But she believed in her intuition that this weird little kid must not be as simple as he seemed. Humph! Elder Lu. You don't need to worry about my affairs. If anyone in the sect's upper echelons is dissatisfied, just come and find me. Elder Lu's expression froze, his face twitching slightly in embarrassment. He was overthinking it. With this girl's background, no one in the underworld sect dared to touch her. It's enough for the elders to know the truth. I am the one who said too much. After Elder Lu finished speaking, he fell silent, stood with his hands hanging down, and acted like a wooden man. The young man snorted and ignored Elder Lu, staring at Bai Donglin with a pair of charming eyes, wondering what this kid was up to. This first level shouldn't be difficult for him. Bai Donglin's unusual behavior only attracted the attention of a few people and did not cause much waves. At this time, the fastest speed among the silver cube has been rushed to half. But in the face of increasingly difficult medicinal requirements, increasingly complicated materials have gradually slowed down. What's more, most of the contestants used up the provided materials, but failed to refine pills that met the requirements, and were ruthlessly eliminated. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. For alchemy, 3 days was nothing. There is no time limit for this competition. Among the more than 20 million contestants in the hypercube, only the top 10,000 winners will be selected. The first 10,000 contestants to walk out of the hypercube will advance, and the rest will be eliminated. The reason why there are more than 20 million people in the local arena is because it is not only the forces from the Qianyuan realm that participate in the alchemy conference. There are also various forces from the void of the universe. Although the impact of the alchemy conference is not as exaggerated as the alchemy god festival, forces not too far from the Qianyuan realm will still send people to participate every 2 or 3 sessions. Whether or not one can achieve results is another matter. The most important thing is to be able to show face in front of the Alchemy Alliance and pave the way for future elixir transactions. The majority of contestant places are still occupied by the various alchemy forces in the Alchemy Alliance, and the total number of places of all the forces is less than half of others. After all, Dan Daozongman relied on this meal, and the results of the previous game were indeed the same. The champion was almost Bao Yuan by Dan League disciple. To put it plainly, the rest of the forces came to accompany. Come and witness the power of the Dan League. If you have strength but don't show it off, it's like walking in the night in gorgeous clothes. In the silver cube space, Bai Donglin, who had been deducing for 3 days, slowly opened his eyes, with countless characters flowing in his eyes. His expression was calm. It was not difficult for him to crack this level. If he was not afraid of affecting other cultivation tasks of his soul, he could figure it out in less than 3 days. With a slight movement of his fingers, he picked up several kinds of medicinal herbs. Blue flame surged from his hands, and he refined, purified, and integrated them. In the blink of an eye, a simple pill was refined. Throw the pill towards the silver wall, and with a flash of light, the pill melted. Medicinal properties compliance, 100%. A vortex passage slowly emerged from the silver wall. Bai Donglin stood up, flicked his sleeves, and stepped into it. Chapter 192 Undercurrent. Bai Donglin stepped over the silver wall vortex and entered the second level space. In the identical cube space, the amount of material suspended in the air doubled. The requirements for the medicinal properties of the poison pill have also doubled. With a quick glance, he found that these alchemy materials were exactly the same as what he had deduced, and the requirements on the white paper were also among his several guesses. Bai Donglin, who had already been well laid, did not think about it, raised his hand, took several materials, and rolled the fire. After a while, the poison Dan came out, and the completion degree was still 100%. After verifying that his deduction was correct, Bai Donglin began to push forward, and in just half a day, he caught up with a large force in front. At the 41st level, all 8 disciples of the Netherworld sect were eliminated. Level 52. Lianxin is eliminated. At the 72nd level, Bai Donglin has caught up with the 10,000th contestant. As the competition progressed, everyone's speed of breaking through the levels became slower and slower. But Bai Donglin remained calm and composed, refining each poison pill at his leisure, making sure they were perfect. Oh, don't be sad, my dear disciple. You have done a great job. You are still young, so it's understandable that you can't compare to those little monsters from the Dan League. Nian hugged Lianxin tightly, buried her little head in her chest, and comforted her softly. Lian Xian, who had originally looked disappointed, soon blushed with frustration. Seeing this, Nian smiled smugly. This trick really worked every time. To appease his compassion, Yunyan glanced at Elder Lu again and said in a brisk tone, "Elder Lu, how is it? I have a good eye for people. Right? Little Bai has already won this level. He has brought honor to our sect." Elder Lu looked slightly embarrassed and glared at the disciples behind him unhappily. The elder is wise. But from my point of view, it is still not easy for Bai Donglin to get a ranking. After saying that, Elder Lu cast his gaze towards the huge light curtain in the void. As the competition became clearer, most of the contestants were eliminated, and the light curtain had already projected the top 10,000 contestants in order of height. Bai Donglin's current ranking is around 3,000. The cultivators ahead of him are 9 levels of disciples of the Dan Li. 1 level is Qi cultivators, and there are very few body cultivators. It is now the 81st level. This competition has a total of 99 levels. With Bai Donglin's current speed, it is estimated that it will be difficult for him to break into the top 10. And the alchemy conference is meaningful only if he can break into the top 10. Haha. Lu Yong, you are really old and your eyesight is blurry. Do you want to take a gamble? This kid is very smart. It's not as simple as you think. No gambling. No gambling. I have already given up. I have given up. Lu Yong became alert upon hearing this, holding his storage ring tightly, and recalled the unbearable past events in his mind. Hee. Stingy. Time flies, and another 10 days have passed. For these practitioners, the first game was over in just half a month, before they could even blink an eye. In the void outside the huge silver cube, Bai Donglin stood with his hands hanging down, looking at the more than 100 monks in front of him with a little surprise. These disciples of the Alchemy League were indeed quite capable. Even though he hadn't tried his best, he was only ranked over 100 and not even in the top 10, which still surprised him a little. Haha. That's interesting. It seems I have to be a little more serious. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and didn't care about the temporary defeat. This first game was just an audition, and the ranking didn't mean anything. The next game was the key. Brother Yundi, what's wrong with you? Sister, she ranks over 300th, which is already impressive. Why do you look so grim? Mu Shou looked at his sister standing in the void with a heroic look on his face. His elder sister was indeed amazing. Not only did she have an amazing talent for cultivation, but even her casual alchemy skills were so extraordinary. In Mu Shou's eyes, there was only his sister. He even ranked above his sister and ignored Bai Donglin, whom he had met once. Yundi's face was gloomy. After listening to Mu Shou's question, he forced a smile, his eyes still staring at Bai Donglin in the void. Damn it! Why isn't this kid dead yet? That shouldn't be the case. With the skills of the Demon King, he would never fail. The Demon King must have been delayed and didn't have time to act. Yes, that must be the case. After figuring it out, Yundi put his worries to rest a little. Bai Donglin was just a cultivator in the supernatural power realm. He didn't take it seriously from beginning to end, even if it was a task issued by the Black Mist Demon Emperor. The reason why he cares so much about Bai Donglin now is that he is afraid that his identity will be exposed. The more contact he has with him, the more likely it is that he will be exposed. Yundi glanced at Mu Shou with a hidden look in his eyes. After the implementation of the bloodline deprivation plan, he would be more or less suspected. If Bai Donglin jumped out to expose him at this time, his end would definitely not be good. So Bai Donglin must die, no matter how many secrets this kid knows of his. Buzz. As the first 10,000 winners were born, the silver cube began to emit a loud buzzing sound. He kicked the many contestants who were still struggling, and then began to rotate disorderly, which was reduced by half every time. The superimposed dimensional space above the cube collapsed madly, and finally turned into a palm-sized shining silver cube, and then turned into a two-dimensional square, a straight line, and a tiny silver dot. And then the silver dot flashed and disappeared. When the spectators from many foreign forces saw this, they all showed admiration in their eyes. The Dan League was indeed powerful. Even a mere local-level competition venue could be so fancy. According to the rules of previous years, these venues will not be reused. It really shows that they are very wealthy. These drug sellers are really rich. Seeing that the disciples of Damon's forces were proud, especially a group of people in the palace above the void to formulate the department of the competition plan. Ha ha ha. You guys did a great job. Many senior executives have sent us compliments and are very positive about our department's competition plan this time. In the core area of the palace, a group of Dan League monks wearing white robes showed joy when they heard the words. It seemed that they would receive a lot of rewards this time. Boss, We were able to come up with this plan all thanks to Golden Brown. If it wasn't for Golden Brown from a ruin to the broken silver Rubik's Cube, and still contributed selflessly, we would not think of such a good solution. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's eyes could not help but throw themselves into a smiley young man. The young man named Golden Brown is a white-fitting golden robe, and a golden brilliant hair is reflected in the whole person, as if the whole person is shrouded in a layer of glory, coupled with a gentle smile. Anyone who sees her can't help but feel a little favorable towards her. Yes, and the manufacturing ideas of the silver Rubik's Cube were also proposed by Golden Brown. Golden Brown is definitely a great hero of our department. I think we should give Golden Brown. Bang bang bang. Warm applause broke out, and the huge space was suddenly filled with a joyful atmosphere. After a long time, the applause gradually stopped. Jin Zong stood up, raised his hand slightly, and said modestly, "My dear seniors, you are too kind. As a newcomer, I should try my best and never take credit for myself." Many seniors nodded slightly when they heard the words, revealing a kind smile like an old father. He was not complacent and was humble and polite. This kid is really good, getting rid of the eyes of everyone. Golden Brown found a secluded corner and sat down, gently pursing the spirit tea. His eyes were slightly deep. My God, the Zero Cube has been set up, and the multidimensional channel can be opened at any time. As the silver cube shrank and disappeared, the voice of the Dan League Stadium supervisor was heard from the palace, announcing the results and declaring that the next semifinal would be held in a month. This first competition took half a month, and the 10,000 contestants all refined at least 99 pills. Although the quality was not high, it was still very mentally taxing. The 1-month rest period is set to allow everyone to recover and prepare for the more intense competitions to come. Bai Donglin followed Nian Nian, exited the void, and returned to the resting place provided by the Dan League. As for those eliminated contestants, they did not have this treatment. However, these people did not withdraw from the heart of the 9 rings in advance. One reason was that the Alchemy Alliance would not allow them to do so. After all, without the audience, how could they show off their strength? Secondly, these people wanted to continue watching the next game. It was a rare event, and it would be good for them to stay and broaden their disciples' horizons. Anyway, all the team leaders have flying magic weapons and can float in the air, so they have no shortage of places to rest. Many forces have exited the void one after another, but one of the groups of Dan League disciples still stood on the void. These disciples were respecting a proud young man, respectful and compliant. The young man who was praised by everyone was the first place winner of the first game and the first disciple of the Dan League to step out of the silver cube. Gong Luo. Congratulations. It is indeed the son of Luo Sha, and it is easy to get the first place. It is really admirable. That's right. In my opinion, there is no need to compete anymore. Who can take the first place of Mr. Luo Sha? Luo Sha heard his words, waved his hand slightly, and said in his mouth that he couldn't dare. But his face was full of confidence. Luo Sha, who was enjoying everyone's flattery, was suddenly stunned. Then he raised his hand slightly and said, "Everyone, Lord Luo has something to ask me, so I'll excuse myself first." The disciples of the Dan League standing nearby all looked unhappy when they heard the word Luo Dian. They bowed slightly and said with an extremely respectful look, "Mr. Luo Sha, please do as you please." Luo Sha nodded gently, sorted out his robe slightly, and then stepped out, disappearing into the void. In a huge bronze hall, Luo Sha stood leisurely and bowed to the majestic man sitting on the throne. "My child has seen my father." Luo Dian opened his eyes upon hearing this and said slowly, "Luo Sha, are you sure this time?" "Of course, father. I have already reached an agreement with a few disciples who can threaten me. They've already backed off." Luo Sha was full of confidence. His ability in alchemy was naturally good, one of the best. However, to be on the safe side, he still made a deal with those people. Of course, he knew in his heart that those guys only backed down for the sake of his father's face. "Luo Sha, for you, your father lost all his face, paid a high price, and owed many favors to others, so that the Dan League agreed to give out that thing as the final reward. You should understand. How important is this game?" Luo Dian looked at Luo Sha with a hint of doting in his eyes. He had a son in his old age, and Luo Sha was the only one he wanted to have. So naturally he was willing to pave the way for his future. "Father!" "The child understands. It will not disappoint your father's expectations." Luo Dian shook his head slightly and continued. You only looked at the disciples in front of you, but ignored the obstacles behind you. Luo Dian flicked his finger, and a light curtain suddenly appeared in the void of the hall. On it was a young man with an elegant and easygoing smile. It was Bai Donglin. Father, who is this person? Luo Sha looked confused. Except for the top 10. He didn't pay attention to other contestants. But his father would not remind him for no reason. Bai Donglin, a disciple of the Netherworld sect. Ranked 137th. Father, this guy can't even make it into the top 10. How can he threaten me? Really? Look at his performance in the game. The light curtain shook. Bai Donglin's image disappeared. And then dense numbers appeared. When Luo Sha took a closer look, his expression suddenly changed and his eyes showed horror. How can it be? Are all the elixirs 100% compatible? Chapter 193. I have a good appetite. The heart of the 9 rings is the residential area. Tenjiuxuan. In the huge house. Bai Donglin leaned on the lounge chair with a soft face. With a soft sunlight. And from time to time, he took a sip of spiritual tea. Xiao Bai. Aren't you nervous at all? You don't need to study the art of alchemy at this time. And you still have the leisure to drink tea. There were 2 lounge chairs not far from Bai Donglin, where Nian Yin and Lian Xian were lying. Several maids were kneeling around them, massaging their bodies gently with their dexterous hands. Bai Donglin looked at the 2 women he would enjoy than him, and shook his head and said, sometimes what you see is not necessarily true. Some people seem to be having fun, but they are actually working hard to cultivate themselves secretly. For example, I am such a person. Junior brother is really amazing. He is already so strong. And he is still practicing hard all the time. Yin Yin rolled his eyes at Bai Donglin and said, TSK, you are playing tricks. My silly disciple. Men's words can lie. You believe everything this kid says? Didn't you see that he was in a casual sunbathing like us? If this is considered cultivation, I would have achieved the realm of gods and demons long ago. Bai Donglin shrugged slightly, and did not argue. His Trinity soul was extremely mysterious, and its power was naturally beyond the comprehension of ordinary cultivators. Bai Gonzi, have your invitation. A maid stood respectfully outside the courtyard, holding a hot bronze invitation with both hands. And the invitation was golden. And at a glance, he knew that the price was expensive. Bai Donglin's eyebrows moved slightly, and his right hand lightly clenched, and the gold-stamped invitation was instantly taken into his hand. He opened the invitation, glanced at it, and then threw it on the ground. Little ghost. Is it that Mr. Luo Sha again? He has sent 3 invitations in the past few days. Don't you really want to go and take a look? I sent Li Yong to find out about this person. Luo Sha has a complicated background. Nian Yin spoke to the end with a slightly solemn tone. Although she was amazed by Luo Sha's alchemy skills, which ranked first in the first game, she was not afraid of him. What made her feel difficult was the person standing behind him. After all, this is their home ground, and the power they represent is not comparable to that of outsiders like them. Bai Dong heard that his expression had no fluctuations, with a sip of spiritual tea, and said gently, now he is asking me to ask for a person. You must have an attitude of asking for someone. Haha. He wants to summon me just by sending an invitation. Who does he think he is? Even if his father is the king of heaven, it won't work. He has never been in contact with this Luo Sha. Now he has come to him twice. What else can be related to the Dan Dao conference? He is determined to win this competition. No one will agree to his dirty deal anyway. We will be in opposition sooner or later. Why should we be polite to him? Yin Yin closed her eyes, rested her snow-white chin on her jade arms, and spoke in a lazy tone. It's up to you. Just don't let anyone trick you. I'm not worried about you. I just feel sorry for old man Shang whose plan will fail. Bai Donglin looked thoughtful. Although the forces behind Luo Sha were powerful, they were not omnipotent in the Alchemy Alliance. It was impossible for them to attack him openly in public during the Alchemy Conference. At most, we can use some small tricks to deal with him. He is confident that he can handle these things that cannot be dealt with in a decent manner. The heart of the 9 rings is the public trading area, which is a place similar to the public area of the Jidao Holy Sect. It is a place for disciples of the Dan League to communicate and trade. Jin Yuman Tang Restaurant. Top floor box. Luo Sha sat alone in the spacious room, drinking cup after cup of spirit wine. From noon to sunset. Boom! With a gloomy face, Luo Sha slammed the table hard. The wooden table and the delicious food that had not been touched were instantly turned into waste by a strange energy. Damn it! Damn it! You are just a minor cultivator from the Netherworld sect. Yet you dare to disobey me time and time again. Damn it! Damn it! Luo Sha, who had been stood up by Donglin 3 times, had a ferocious look on his face, and could no longer maintain his composure. He even suspected that Donglin had a problem with his brain. He was afraid that the other party was narrow-minded and did not know his identity. So he had vaguely mentioned his father in the invitation. He did not expect that he still would not come to see him this time. In the past, who would dare not give him some face when his father's name was mentioned? I didn't expect to meet such a young man this time. Luo Sha paced back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back, his expression changing dramatically, thinking of what his father Luo Dian said. By Donglin's dazzling performance in the test, and the competition reward he had been longing for, Luo Sha's expression gradually calmed down. Well, since you won't come to see me, I will give you some face and visit you in person after the Dan Dao conference is over. Humph! You will stay in the heart of the 9 rings forever. After saying that, Luo Sha left the restaurant immediately. Fortunately, he did not show up these times. Otherwise, if the news of being stood up 3 times got out, it would definitely damage his prestige. The next day, Luo Sha came to Tinjiaquan early in the morning with 2 of his subordinates. Bai Donglin naturally did not avoid them. He wanted to see what tricks this young Master Luo could come up with. In the hall, Bai Donglin and Luo Sha sat opposite each other. Bai Donglin did not let Yan come forward for this matter. Mr. Luo, you come to my house so early in the morning. What brings you here? Looking at Bai Donglin, who was calm and composed, Luo Sha smiled, as if the fact that his invitations were ignored 3 times had never happened. Ha ha ha. Brother Bai. Ever since I saw the elixir you made in this competition, I have been fascinated by it these past few days. I have been thinking about meeting you and discussing the Tao with you. So I took the liberty to come visit you so early this morning. I hope you don't mind me. Brother Bai. A smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. This boy obviously hated him to death, but he still had to put on a smile. He must feel very uncomfortable. Right? Mr. Luo. Thank you for your praise. Sigh. I am ashamed to say that I exerted too much energy during the competition and was exhausted. Therefore, even though I received Mr. Luo's invitation these days, I am unable to go. I just barely recovered today. I thought that if Mr. Luo sent me another invitation, I would definitely go to the banquet even if I felt unwell. But I didn't expect that Mr. Luo would come to my house in person. Oh, what a mistake. The smile on Luo Sha's face froze. Could we not bring up something that is not related to the topic? Also, you look so energetic. How can you look like you are unwell? Luo Sha, who was slapped in the face by Bai Donglin, relaxed his enthusiastic smile a little, and forced himself to suppress the murderous intent in his heart, and continued, Brother Bai, since you are not feeling well, will that affect the rest of the game? If you really can't do it, you might as well withdraw. Of course, I believe that with Brother Bai's strength, it will not be difficult to achieve a good result. But I think your health is more important. Bai Donglin looked Luo Sha up and down. This kid is pretty good. His sarcastic and shameless look really shows some potential. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Luo. Unfortunately, I have no choice. To participate in the Dan Dao conference and win first place is the obsession of my family for generations. That's why I work so hard to cultivate my alchemy skills as a physical practitioner, in order to bring honor to my family and fulfill the wishes of my ancestors. For this, I am willing to die. The smile on Luo Sha's face completely disappeared. Bai Donglin even brought up all his ancestors. What else could he say? Luo Sha looked solemn. He sat up straight, straightened his robe, and said in a serious tone, Brother Bai, let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. You name a price. As long as I can do it, I will definitely satisfy you. Brother Bai. Bai Dong pretended to be confused and said, Ask a price? What price? Now that he had spoken, Luo Sha stopped talking nonsense and continued. Give up this alchemy conference and leave the earth-level arena. Ah, this is from my late ancestor, Bai Donglin. Luo Sha forcibly interrupted Bai Donglin's words. His tone became stern. No longer the approachable look he had just pretended to be. I know you have some skills, but do you think you are sure to win? You are only a physical cultivator after all. Alchemy is not your strength. The first match is just a warm-up. The following matches will test your skills. Are you sure you can beat me? After saying those two harsh words, Luo Sha said in a slightly more relaxed tone, I think you should quit while you are ahead. Rankings are not important to non-alchemy forces like you. All you want is the reward for the competition. I can give you all of these. If you insist on participating in the competition, you will inevitably end up with nothing. That's right. Why should I pretend to be a grandson to him? Do you think I can deal with him with just a few words? Bai Donglin looked indifferent, and didn't care about Luo Sha's threat at all. Mr. Luo, what's the price you can pay? I have a good appetite. And I don't like ordinary things. Bang! Luo Sha clapped his hands lightly. And the two subordinates standing outside the door came in, and respectfully handed over 2 white jade boxes. Bili Ice Source Chi. Soul Lotus. You must know these 2 treasures. How about it? Luo Sha's tone was arrogant. Every time he took out his treasure to throw at people, he felt an inexplicable pleasure. There was nothing he could do about it. Who told him to have a good father? Not enough. Bai Donglin glanced at the 2 jade boxes, and shook his head slightly. You? Luo Sha's face darkened slightly. He pinched the armrest of the seat into nothingness with his palm, and stared at Bai Donglin. Very good. You really have a big appetite. After Luo Sha finished speaking, he moved his mind, and took out a jade box from the storage ring. He placed it on the table, and opened it carefully. Is that enough now? Bai Donglin raised his eyes, and showed a hint of surprise. This Luo Sha was really rich. He couldn't help but want to keep him. After a moment's silence, Bai Donglin spoke slowly. Just barely. Will my ancestors forgive me? Chapter 194 3 Roads. After Luo Sha left with his 2 lackeys, Nian, who had been hiding in the dark and observing, moved and appeared in front of Bai Donglin. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Bai Donglin angrily, and said with a hint of anger, Did you agree to him so easily? Bai Donglin picked up the teacup and took a sip. He glanced at Nian with admiration, who was angry, and had a kind of good intention. He smiled nonchalantly and said, Promise? What did I promise him? Nian was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. His anger disappeared, and he said with a smile, Ha. Good job, little devil. Your shamelessness really exceeded my imagination. It was not her fault that she lost her composure just now. She just did not expect that someone could be so shameless. She had just accepted the other person's things, and Luo Sha had not even walked out of the door of Tinjiaxuan. But this guy went back on his word. No, Sister Nian, you misunderstood me. How can you blame me for being shameless? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, put down his teacup, and continued. This matter was destined to have no room for easing from the beginning. I want the first place in the competition, and Luo Sha wants it too. In fact, since I caught his attention in the first game, the matter has been determined. The result will be the same whether I accept these things or not. Bai Donglin paused after he finished speaking, looked at the 3 jade boxes on the table, and said to Nian, Sister Nian, have you figured out what common characteristics these 3 treasures have? Nian looked puzzled when she heard this. Treasures are just treasures, and it doesn't matter whether they have special features or not. However, this Luo Sha is really rich. Even she was tempted after seeing these treasures. As a cultivator of the divine origin realm, Nian naturally had a lot of experience. He thought carefully for a moment, and said in surprise, These things are all very rare treasures, but they cannot be used alone. They require a lot of auxiliary materials. Bai Donglin nodded and said, That's right. The auxiliary materials for these things are still difficult to collect, even in a prosperous trading center like the Heart of the 9 Rings. It will take at least 2 or 3 months. Oh, this Luo Sha just put things on me for the time being. After the Dan Dao conference is over, they will naturally come to me to retrieve it. And by the way, they will also take my life. From the very beginning, Luo Sha only gave Bai Donglin one way out, which was to go to the first invitation respectfully, surrender voluntarily, and withdraw from the competition. By refusing the invitation and slapping Rosa in the face, it was doomed to end badly. Even if he withdrew from the competition, he would not be able to avoid retaliation. In Luo Sha's mind, he had already decided on 3 paths for Bai Donglin. After winning the first place in the competition, at the end of the conference, Luo Sha killed Bai Donglin and took back the competition reward and the 3 treasures that were given away. He participated in the competition and was defeated by Luo Sha. After the meeting, he killed him and took back the 3 treasures. He will not participate in the competition, nor will he accept the 3 treasures. After the conference is over, He will kill him to vent his anger for being rejected 3 times. So, Sister Nian, can you blame me for being shameless? Luo Sha and I. We all know it. Who will have the last laugh depends on their own methods. Bai Donglin smiled indifferently, waved his hand to put away the 3 jade boxes on the table, and didn't care about the crisis in front of him, no matter how powerful you, Luo Sha, are. Can you kill me? If you can't kill me, I will kill you, even if you have a very powerful father. After listening to this, Nian Nian remained silent. She had lived tens of thousands of years longer than Bai Donglin, although she had spent most of her time in seclusion practicing, and thus could not represent her experience. She had seen many things like this. Lawless people can be found everywhere in this world, and bullying happens all the time. In this world where the strong are respected, these are inevitable. Whoever has a big enough and hard enough fist can do whatever he wants. Okay, Sister Nian, don't think too much. I know what's going on. Let's go and continue sunbathing today. Would you like to try my new invention? Tanning oil? The sun rises and sets, and a month passes in the blink of an eye. Bai Donglin also used this month to completely erase the curse in his body, and his skin regained its rosy luster without any trace of grayness. The Black Mist Demon Emperor is indeed very strong. Extremely strong. But after all, they are separated by 2 distant worlds. And the curse he released is like rootless duckweed. It is already very remarkable that he could torture Bai Donglin for a month. With the restart of the alchemy conference, the entire 9 Rings heart became bustling again, and many flying magic weapons flew through the void and rushed to the competition venue. The following competitions will all be held in the same place. At the core of this space, on top of a huge vine plant, year after year, he piloted the flying boat, following the instructions, and soared up along the green vines for 90,000 miles until he reached the venue of this competition. Bai Donglin looked up and saw that even though he had reached a height of nearly 100,000 miles, the thickness of the plant had not changed, and he still could not see the end when he looked up. The dimensional space, where the heart of the 9 Rings is located, is extremely special, and has already left the Qianyuan realm. At least the sky of the Qianyuan realm is far from being so exaggerated. Bai Donglin keenly sensed a familiar fluctuation. It was the spatial fluctuation they encountered when they entered this space from the 9 Rings area. So that's how it is. The outer defense means actually extends from this plant. This magical plant can easily disturb the dimensional space. No wonder the core area of the 9 Rings heart remains safe and sound despite several wars. With this terrifying plant suppressing this dimensional space, it will be impossible for the enemy to attack. While Bai Donglin was thinking, Nian Nian had already stopped the flying boat on a leaf. The leaf was so large that it looked like a huge green square, although it is far from comparable to the world tree where one leaf represents one world. It is also the largest leaf Bai Donglin has ever seen in his life. Flying magic weapons kept falling down, and the leaves around were filled with people. After a while, densely packed fine buds began to extend from the vine. These slender buds grew in the wind and soon became tens of thousands of feet long. Blue and purple little flowers slowly bloomed at the top. The flower is called a small flower only relative to the vine. Bai Donglin estimated that the center of the flower alone was no less than 1,000 feet in radius. There are exactly 10,000 blue and purple flowers. Not more or less. A loud voice came slowly from the sky. The alchemy conference, the Earth level competition, has officially begun. 10,000 contestants, please step out. Bai Donglin felt the nameplate on his body getting slightly hot. With a thought, he took a step forward and stepped out into the void. 10,000 extremely outstanding alchemy geniuses stood in the void, all of them looking heroic and full of fighting spirit. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling 2 malicious gazes falling on him. White light flashed in his eyes, and Luo Sha and Yuan Di appeared in his eyes. There was murderous intent in Yuan Di's eyes, but Luo Sha didn't look surprised to see that he still came to participate in the competition. It was obvious that he had expected this result. Luo Sha had already realized from Bai Donglin's repeated rejections that Bai Donglin was a young and inexperienced man, and was not so easy to convince. The reason why he insisted on giving away the treasure was to find a reason to take action later. If the matter was exposed, he would not be killing innocent people, but just killing a madman who did not keep his word. Bai Donglin ignored the gazes of the 2 people, and turned to look at the flowers that began to shine with strong blue and purple light. Beams of light emanated from each of the flowers, each connected to a nameplate carried by the contestant. There was a faint flash of light, and 10,000 contestants were instantly absorbed into the core of the flower. There is a contestant standing on each blue and purple flower. And surrounding these flowers are a large number of emerald green leaves. These giant leaf squares were filled with dense crowds of people, all of whom were spectators, who came to witness the grand event. Everything is ready, and the competition is about to begin. Chapter 195, Innate 9 Dragon Furnace. Bai Donglin stood on the huge blue-purple flower center, feeling soft under his feet, and a faint fragrance filling his nose. I took a deep breath, and felt my mind become clear. I couldn't help but nod my head slightly. This vine plant is indeed extraordinary. The small flowers that grow randomly have such magical effects. This can be considered as a benefit effect for everyone, which can effectively increase the success rate of alchemy. At this moment, another piece of information shot into my mind and was digested instantly. It was the rules of the game. In the center of the flower, many light balls will be randomly refreshed and suspended in the air. And alchemy materials will also be randomly refreshed on the center of the flower. Inside each ball of light is a pill recipe. Participants can choose the pill they want to refine based on their abilities and the materials on the ground. Any refining method can be used, and self-provided alchemy materials cannot be used. Only the alchemy recipes refreshed in the heart of the flower can be used. The refined elixir can be placed on the center of the flower, which will absorb the elixir. Then, depending on the quality of the elixir, the blue-purple flower will continue to grow. The way to determine the winner is to rank each contestant in order based on the height of their flowers. Limited time only for 1 month. Bai Donglin read the rules of the competition carefully. It seems that there is no so-called semifinal. The winner will be decided by one game. This one game will be enough to determine the winner. The rules of this competition are flexible, and the choice is left to each participant. You can choose to win by quantity and refine some low-grade pills, which can also stimulate the growth of small flowers. You can also take the time to save your big move and make a high-level pill to soar directly into the sky. In addition, it also tests the luck of the contestants. The medicinal materials in the pill recipes are refreshed randomly, which is a bit unfriendly to some contestants whose knowledge is not very comprehensive. But it's not a big problem. This is also to select the real genius of Dandao. The winners will only be the top 10. For these people, there is no such thing as partiality. 10,000 contestants stood quietly on the center of the flower, calming their minds, adjusting their breath, and waves of invisible fighting spirit rose up. Alchemy competition is also a kind of alternative war. Clang! With the ringing of a bell, the competition officially began. Bai Donglin, today I will let you see why chi-cultivating alchemists have always been stronger than body-cultivating alchemists since ancient times. Luo Sha shouted angrily, pointing the finger directly at Bai Donglin. The flowers in the competition venue were not far apart, so they could see each other, and even shout to each other. The rules of the competition do not restrict this kind of behavior, and it also tests the contestants' alchemy state in a complex environment. As the first-place winner of the first game, Luo Sha is not only famous in the Dan League, but most of the spectators outside are also paying attention to him. Bai Donglin is far behind him. And now, with Luo Sha's pre-war trash talk, he successfully shifted everyone's attention to Bai Donglin. Everyone is curious, and wants to see who Bai Donglin is that could cause Luo Sha to provoke him. A clumsy little trick. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, not caring about the tens of millions of gazes, even though there were quite a few powerful ones among them. Naturally, these people did not dare to interfere with the normal progress of the alchemy conference. So these gazes were normal, and did not contain any other power. Luo Sha wanted to use the gazes of these people to put psychological pressure on him and affect his performance. If it were an ordinary person, he might really fall into his trap. But who is he? Bai Donglin? My face is thicker than the curves of a city wall and turrets. And my mentality is so strong that I wouldn't even blink an eye even if I died 1,000 times. If you want to see it, then look ahead. I can't lose a piece of my flesh. After the bell rang, countless points of light began to emerge in the center of the flower. The light points danced and gathered into balls of light. In each ball of light, there was a section of glittering characters, which was the recipe for the elixir. At the same time, the soft surface of the flower center squirmed slightly, and various alchemy materials broke out of the ground. In the local level competition, the body cultivators are all in the divine power realm, and the chi cultivators are naturally the corresponding dharma realm cultivators. Among the 10,000 contestants, 95% are chi cultivators, and the body cultivators are mostly at the bottom. Bai Donglin was the one with the highest ranking in the first match among all the physical cultivators. The second was the Qiling woman who was ranked over 300th. Mu Xiu's sister, Buzz, As the buzzing sound continued, everyone started to take action. Dharma image. Dharma image. Nearly 10,000 huge Dharma images were sacrificed, and waves of vibration stirred up, causing the laws in the surrounding void to become chaotic. With so many Dharma masters performing their duties at the same time, there are many kinds of laws contained in them, which will naturally cause resonance among nearby laws. Physical cultivation is to engrave the laws into the spiritual orifices of the physical body, while chi cultivation is to engrave the laws into the Dharma image. Physical cultivation is to cultivate the microcosm of the human body. Chi cultivation is to cultivate the macrocosm of heaven and earth, and to become better at perceiving the power of the external world and driving the power of heaven and earth. This is one of the advantages of Qigong alchemists. All kinds of alchemy materials are born between heaven and earth. The innate advantages of Qigong allow them to easily grasp the subtle changes in these materials. The second advantage is that Qi cultivators have stronger souls than body cultivators of the same level, which is also very important for alchemy. The biggest advantage is the Dharmakaya, which is also the fundamental reason why the body-cultivating alchemists are crushed by the chi-cultivating alchemists. Bai Donglin swept his eyes around and took in the Dharma images of everyone. 3 of them were medicine furnaces. 3 of them were alchemy cauldrons. And 3 of them were various flames, divine waters, and strange thunders. All of them are things that provide huge benefits to alchemy. Although the Dharma images of these people are similar in type and appearance, the powers they contain are different because of the different laws engraved in them. Innate 9 Dragon Furnace. With a cold shout, Luo Sha summoned his medicine furnace Dharma image, which was about to solidify into substance. The furnace has a round belly, 2 ears and 3 legs. Many magical patterns are engraved on its huge body, and there are 9 lifelike dragons of different colors wrapped around the entire body. Luo Sha's cold eyes swept across the void. He raised his hand and instantly took in 9 light balls. His mind swept over the pill formula, and he pondered for a moment. With a thought, the lid of the medicine furnace automatically opened, and a suction force appeared. Most of the alchemy materials on the center of the flower were sucked in, and then the medicine furnace automatically closed. There are 9 giant dragons wrapped around the furnace, with light shining in their eyes and faint dragon roars emanating from their eyes. 9 balls of viscous energy of different colors and containing fluctuations of different laws were spit into the medicine furnace by the dragon head. The numerous materials in the medicine furnace were divided into 9 groups. They lined up and jumped into the law energy group one by one to be tempered and purified. Bai Donglin slowly withdrew his gaze. Apart from his various personality defects, Luo Sha was indeed a very powerful alchemist. He could refine 9 different kinds of pills at the same time with one furnace. Moreover, that Dharma image was also extraordinary, with a faint aura of Tao flowing on it. Compared with the medicine furnace Dharma images of other contestants, it stood out like a crane among chickens. Damn! Could this grandson of Luo Sha be the reincarnation of the spirit of an immortal weapon? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. He didn't want to think about these trivial things now. The most important thing was to win the game. Powdering his mouth gently, a deep purple flame was spit out. The flame suspended in the air, slowly condensed into a substantial purple golden furnace. The azure meteorite flames he had previously obtained from the ancient world had all been devoured and digested by the fire control divine ability. The fire controlling ability was initially a crimson flame, which turned into a deep purple after engulfing the azure meteorite flame. Red plus blue equals purple. And there is nothing wrong with that. The fire controlling ability can devour and absorb various flames to enhance one's own power. Theoretically, with the blessing of the law of fire, there is no upper limit to this growth. This characteristic is somewhat similar to the burning decision of a certain small world. Spiritual fire is a relatively rare thing, and he usually only uses his fire controlling ability when refining medicine and weapons. It is still too weak to use the enemy, so I don't pay much attention to it. I don't take the initiative to find the absorption of spiritual fire. Looking at the hanging in front of it, the purple golden furnace, which is less than 1 person, looks back at the French pharmaceutical furnace comparable to the mountain. Bai Donglin suddenly felt a little shabby for some reason. Well, Luo Sha, you succeeded. It really made me see the advantages of a chi-cultivating alchemist. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. But, although I have no law, I still have something more powerful than the FA. As soon as he thought about it, the blood, flesh and spiritual orifice in his body began to burn fiercely. This was the secret technique of burning and extinction of spiritual orifice that had not been used for a long time. The blazing golden flame surged violently in his body, Bai Donglin gathered these golden flames into a ball and sprayed them into the purple gold furnace from his mouth, looking at the blazing golden flames in the alchemy furnace, with a strange breath of life permeating it. Bai Donglin's eyes showed a hint of smile. Is the flame of life enough? If it's not enough, I can add more soul flame. Chapter 196. I'm going to speed up. Condense the fire into a furnace and ignite the flame of life. Bai Donglin's huge divine sense suddenly poured out, sweeping across all the pill formula light balls in the air and the many materials on the center of the flower. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that since he had already used the flame of life, it would not be appropriate to continue refining the poison pill. The flame of life is a magical flame that he burns with his flesh and blood. It contains a faint source of life and has special bonuses for many enhancing elixirs. It would be a waste to use this kind of flame to refine poison pills. He just likes to refine poison pills, but it doesn't mean that he will be any worse when refining other pills. The flame of life alone is enough to make up for the gap with Luosha's Dharmakaya furnace. Combining the existing materials on the flower heart, Bai Donglin chose 3 light balls, all of which were first-grade elixirs. Because of the limitations of the alchemy furnace, he planned to win by quality this time, which would be easier to do with the assistance of the flame of life. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged and flicked his fingers. Half of the alchemy materials on the center of the flower were absorbed into the alchemy furnace. The soul and thoughts poured into the alchemy furnace. The fiercely burning golden flame became extremely docile under the control of the mind, and expanded violently, swallowing up all the medicinal materials, refining, purifying, nourishing, with Bai Donglin's powerful soul and the flame of life. These early steps were very fast. It didn't take much time before only 3 balls of glittering liquid remained in the purple gold furnace. A layer of golden flame surrounded the liquid, and a hidden aura of origin slowly blended into it. At the same time, strands of medicinal properties formed silk threads, connected the 3 groups of medicinal liquids to each other, vibrating slightly, and the quality of the medicinal liquids gradually improved. This was the secret method of nourishing the elixir with the elixir. The practitioner of this secret technique not only needs a strong spirit and meticulous control, but also special talents to learn this powerful alchemy technique. Brother Bai, your alchemy furnace is quite exquisite. Luosha sat cross-legged with a huge innate 9-dragon furnace floating above his head. The furnace was spinning slightly, and 9 shining balls of light inside it were spinning and dancing like dragon balls. The 9 dragons who wrapped around the stove spit 9 colored flames, burning the 9 regulating pharmaceutical solution, which actually formed the 9 dragon beads. During this period, almost 10,000 contestants have completed the first step of refining, and now they are all containing medicinal solution. This step is easy. Just take time to practice slowly. That's why Luosha had the time to tease Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that, turned his head to glance at the arrogant Luosha, and his gaze stopped on the innate 9-dragon furnace. Luosha might be afraid of his strength, but when he started to refine the elixir, he was suddenly filled with strong confidence. Bai Donglin was silent for a moment. If he hadn't interfered, Luosha would have had a 70 to 80% chance of winning even if he had only relied on his own abilities. It's not that Luosha is not strong enough. It's just that he has too many hidden cards. He is obviously a cultivator in the divine power realm, but he possesses 3 souls of the 7th level of the divine origin realm. Even if he were to go to a heaven level competition, he would be able to rank among the top. But now, he is hanging out with these kids in a ground level competition. Looking at the confident Luosha, Bai Donglin suddenly felt a little bored. The opponent was too weak. Whatever. Luosha, I wanted to play with you, but I suddenly lost interest. Luosha was slightly stunned, looking at Bai Donglin, whose expression suddenly became serious. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Fire! 9 suns across the sky. Bai Donglin let out a low shout. An endless purple flame suddenly gushed out from his 7 orifices, forming a circle around his body, forming 8 balls of scorching purple suns. With a thought, 8 more purple gold alchemy furnaces condensed in the purple flames, adding up to the first one, making exactly 9. 9 alchemy furnaces slowly rotated around Bai Donglin, forming the shape of 9 palaces, vaguely connected and overlapping with each other, their power suddenly increasing. This formation method is a way to transcend the formation. However, it is very different from the formation method. It does not require various materials as the eye, nor does it need to coincide with the trend of the world. The way of formation is to use one's own strength as the formation. Simply put, formations are more suitable for chi cultivation because they require borrowing the power of heaven and earth. The formation is more suitable for physical cultivation, which is in line with the microcosm of the human body, and can control oneself and stimulate potential. Possesses all kinds of mysterious powers. The 3 talents in the soul, and the Jogong formation formed by the 9 Dan furnaces now, are by Donglin's self-understanding that it is best for you. In the difficult creative process, Daozang played a very important role. By Donglin's mind moved, and the blood, flesh and spiritual orifices in his body burned more fiercely. Several balls of golden flames were spit out and fell into the purple gold furnace, burning fiercely. With a wave of his hand, all the remaining alchemy materials on the center of the flower were sucked into the alchemy furnace. Bai Donglin was able to control 9 alchemy furnaces at the same time easily by simply allocating a portion of his spiritual energy. After all, he was only refining elixirs, not the higher-level golden elixirs. This was far from his limit. This guy. Luo Sha stood up with a look of horror. How powerful a soul would it take to control 9 alchemy furnaces at the same time? He is only at the supernatural level. How could he possibly do that? Is this your true strength? No wonder you performed flawlessly in your first match. And no wonder your father values you so much. Luo Sha's expression gradually calmed down. He knew that Bai Donglin was not joking or trying to attract attention. However, Bai Donglin's actions put a huge burden on his soul and mind, and he could not keep it up for long. He could only stay one step ahead, and it was impossible for him to control all 9 alchemy furnaces at the same time. The game has a 1-month deadline, and he still has a chance to overtake when his opponent runs out of steam. Humph! Luo Sha snorted coldly, and sat down cross-legged again, devoting himself to the alchemy furnace above his head, and no longer had the mood to continue provoking Bai Donglin, although the result was already determined. Regardless of winning or losing, that thing would be his. Not only him, but his father as well would not allow this treasure, which he had spent a huge amount of money to obtain, to be taken away by outsiders. The reason why he wanted to win was that winning the first place in the Dandao conference would be of great help to his future development in this huge force. Another reason was that he was unwilling to accept that his inner pride was shattered like this. And the person doing the shattering was the physical cultivation alchemist whom he looked down upon. Bai Donglin manipulated 9 alchemy furnaces at the same time, with such great momentum that he attracted everyone's attention. Good boy. I was right about you. On the giant leaf, Shang Zhong in the crowd was wearing a black robe, his face hidden under the hood, his eyes excitedly staring at Bai Donglin on the field. His fists clenched. His aura was unstable, and the vibration made the void slightly distorted. The audience beside Shang Zhong stepped back one after another when they saw this, and looked at Shang Zhong in silence. My goodness! How much was bet? He was so excited. Master! Master! Look! Junior brother is so amazing. He can control 9 alchemy furnaces at the same time. In this case, Junior brother's speed of refining pills will be 9 times faster than others, and the speed of promoting the growth of flowers will definitely be far ahead of others. Lianqing had an excited look on her face. She held on to Nian Yan's arm and shook it back and forth. Her usually soft tone now sounded urgent and fast. Well, the master has seen it. My good disciple, stop shaking, and pay attention to your image. Lady. Nian Yan had a smile on her face and spoke in a relaxed tone, but her eyes moved back and forth between Bai Donglin and Luo Sha, with a hint of worry in them. At Bai Donglin's request, she did not tell Shang Zhong about Luo Sha's matter. She knew in her heart that with Shang Zhong's character, he would never risk Bai Donglin's life. Even if he was unwilling, he would definitely take Bai Donglin out of the 9 Rings heart early. But she didn't know why. But she agreed to Bai Donglin and kept it a secret from Shang Zhong for him. After a moment, the worry in Yan Yan's eyes disappeared and turned into determination. No matter what, she decided to save Bai Donglin's life. Wow! It smells so good. The exclamation of pity beside him interrupted Yan Yan's thoughts, and his eyes moved as he looked towards the stadium. At this time, many contestants had completed the refining of the first batch of pills. All kinds of furnaces and cauldrons were opened one after another. Suddenly, there were thousands of bright lights. Pills were flying, and an extremely rich pill fragrance filled the air. The fragrance of this elixir, a mixture of tens of thousands of elixirs, is refreshing and makes people feel refreshed. The contestants standing among the flowers all had solemn expressions, and as they made elixir gestures with their hands, elixirs flew in the air and fell into the center of the flowers and disappeared. After the blue-purple flower swallowed the elixir, It shook slightly, and shone with light of varying strengths. The next moment, it grew in the wind. At this moment, the gap between the many contestants became clear at a glance. The flowers grew to different lengths, and some of the most powerful ones grew to thousands of feet long. The weakest one only grew to 100 feet. This clearly displayed everyone's alchemy ability. Many people could not accept the blow, looked dejected, and had given up on further pill refining. The pill is ready. Open it! Luo Sha shouted coldly, and quickly made alchemy gestures with his hands. He was refining 9 kinds of pills at the same time, so he was half a step slower than the other contestants. The 9 giant dragons entwined on the innate 9 dragon furnace suddenly came to life, circling and dancing, raising their heads and roaring like dragons. The giant dragons rushed into the alchemy furnace, each holding a shining ball of light in its mouth, and then flew out of the furnace and spit the elixir into the heart of the flower. Buzz! The flower trembled violently and shone with intense light, forming a beam of light. After swallowing the elixir, the flower suddenly grew wildly, and in an instant it grew to 45,000 feet tall. High in the sky, the wind was howling. Luo Sha stood on the edge of the flower, her long hair flying. Looking down, there was a hint of pride in his eyes. He was now definitely number 1. As for Bai Donglin, he hadn't even formed his elixir yet. Luo Sha couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Bai Donglin had gone too far? As the thought came to his mind, an extremely thick blue-purple beam of light gushed past him. A small blue-purple flower grew crazily in the light column, carrying Bai Donglin as it whizzed past. The moment it passed by Luo Sha, their eyes vaguely met. The pride in Luo Sha's eyes disappeared. His face turned gloomy, and he looked up. 98,000 feet. Chapter 197. Where's your conscience? The heart of the 9 rings. The top of the heart. Deep in the unknown dimension. A huge bronze palace, floating in the turbulence of the dimension. In the empty bronze hall, there stood a circle of bronze thrones, a total of 101. In the center of the thrones was a shimmering light curtain, reflecting everything on the giant vines. There were only a dozen or so tall figures sitting sparsely on the 101 thrones. These people had their eyes lowered, staring at the heavenly level arena on the vines. The 3-level competition fields of heaven, earth and man are all held on vines. Although they are in the same place, they are not in the same dimension and cannot affect each other in the slightest. At this time, the game had just started, and Bai Donglin suddenly exploded on the ground-level field. The blue and purple flowers grew wildly, causing the light curtain to ripple slightly. More than a dozen tall figures all had slightly moving expressions and glanced over there. After a moment, someone spoke with a buzzing voice. "Ha-ha, Luo Dian. It seems your precious son is in trouble. You worked so hard to make that thing a prize for the competition, and it looks like it's going to fall into the hands of this little guy. Ha! Interesting. It's really interesting." The person who spoke had a teasing tone and a mocking look on his face. It was obvious that he did not have a friendly relationship with Luo Dian, but he dared to be so unscrupulous. So his strength and status were not weaker than Luo Dian. Luo Dian was ridiculed by this person, but he did not get angry. His expression remained calm, and he slowly said, "Lu Dongduan, do you think it's funny? The organizer of the Alchemy Conference, the Alchemy Alliance, the younger generation was crushed by a physical alchemist. Do you find it interesting?" Although Luo Dian's words were very gentle, they sounded extremely harsh in the ears of some people, and many people's faces turned very ugly. Luo Dian had already anticipated that the local level competition would develop to this point. After all, he only knew that Bai Donglin's achievements in alchemy were excellent, but he did not understand his character. Human nature is the most difficult to understand. Even if he used his status to intimidate, there was no guarantee that Bai Donglin would back down. Sure enough, things developed in the bad direction as expected. Luo Dian was neither anxious nor annoyed about this. There was no rush because he already regarded the reward for the competition as his own, and Bai Donglin was only taking it to keep it temporarily for his son. He was not annoyed that Bai Donglin ignored his majesty, because he understood that not everyone could comprehend the mighty power of heaven. Between an ant crawling on the ground and a mortal, naturally the mortal would be more afraid of the power of heaven. It's not because ants are strong. It's just that they are ignorant. TSK. If you lose, you lose. It's just that you are not as skilled as the other party. Can't the Great Alchemy Alliance afford to lose? Lu Dongchuan leaned forward slightly with his tall and mighty body, and glanced at those people with ugly faces with his shining eyes, with a hint of mockery in them. Luo Dian raised a slight smile at the corner of his mouth and shook his head gently. Lu Dongjuan. Lu Dongjuan. You who joined the Dan League halfway naturally don't understand. The arrogance in the hearts of these cultivators, who grew up in the Alchemy Alliance, will not diminish in the slightest even if they have achieved great power. He didn't need to say much. These vain guys who regarded the glory of the Dan League as everything would naturally stand on his side and speak for him. Physical cultivation is inherently weaker than chi cultivation in the path of alchemy. This can be seen from all aspects. Otherwise, why has there never been a physical cultivator on these 101 bronze thrones since ancient times? A young man in a purple robe put away his ugly expression and slowly said, Ziqian is right. If this little physical cultivator wins the first place, it may have a bad impact on the Dan League. So, I think we can take appropriate action. Just like last time. Before the man could finish his words, his face suddenly showed horror. His figure froze, and a huge hand condensed by light and shadow appeared in the void above his head. Slap! Boom! With a loud bang, the hand of light and shadow fell, and the tall figure and the bronze throne were smashed into nothingness. There was a faint flash of light, and the bronze throne appeared out of thin air intact. The majestic figure that had been beaten into a ball of energy particles also condensed again. But his face was slightly pale, and his expression was ugly. But he was not seriously injured. On the bronze throne, dots of starlight gathered, and an old man with white hair and beard turned from light and shadow into a solid body. Sitting on the throne. Teacher Danqian, why are you here? When everyone saw the old man, they quickly stood up and saluted respectfully. Even the man who was slapped in the face did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Humph! If I don't come, you little brats will do anything. You little bastards. Do you really think that physical cultivators are easy to bully? A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Don't you understand this truth? It can only happen once. Not twice. 10,000 years ago. The unpleasantness with the Jidao holy sect was caused by you idiots. It's okay if it happened once. Considering that it's your first offense. I don't want to pursue it any further. If you repeat this kind of dirty thing again, it will give people a reason to take action. Believe it or not, every one of you will be crushed into pulp by those lunatics. Danqian blew his beard and glared, not caring about the fact that everyone present was a powerful person. He stood up, pointed at everyone's noses, and started cursing. After cursing, the old man's anger subsided a little, and he sat back on the bronze throne, sighing with a complicated look. During the World Chaos era, physical cultivation made an indelible contribution to the human race. But it also led to the decline of physical cultivation until now. And now, you have repeatedly taken advantage of this weakness to bully the physical cultivators. As a human being, where is your conscience? Danqian said this and then shouted. The sound waves shook the void, and the light curtain in the center area shattered into tiny specks of light. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads with solemn expressions, not daring to show any strange expression. Danqian actually used this incident that happened so long ago to reprimand them. This is a righteous cause that is as important as the universe. Who would dare to disobey it? Luo Dian closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Damn it! Which bastard invited this old lunatic here? Golden Brown. Golden Brown. Jin Zong. Why are you hiding here? The game outside is so exciting. Come out and watch with me. A woman with black hair and bright eyes, with her hands behind her back, poked her head into a hall, calling out Jin Zong with a cunning look on her face. Golden Brown. You? What's wrong with you? How could this happen? Everyone. The hall was filled with blood. Countless broken limbs and arms were scattered on the ground. Heads were rolling down. Eyes wide open with horror and fear. Sticky blood filled the entire hall, reaching above the ankles. Slightly blackened, and smelled unpleasantly. Jin Zong stood in the middle of the hall with his head lowered. His originally gorgeous white robe had been stained with blood. Tick! Tick! Hearing the woman scream, Jin Zong slowly turned around and stepped across the blood pool step by step. Ripples appeared, and the sticky blood covered the soles of his shoes, pulling out strands of black and red silk threads and making a slippery sound. The black-haired woman stood there in a daze, her brain shut down by the sight before her. She didn't come back to her senses until Jin Zong walked up to her. Looking at Jin Zong, who had an indifferent expression and bloodshot eyes, her body trembled slightly. Golden Brown. Shoo! Golden Brown stretched out a finger, gently pressed on the woman's lips, opened her arms full of blood, and slowly hugged it. My good junior sister? Didn't I tell you to call me senior brother? Phew! A scarlet and ferocious arm instantly pierced through the black-haired woman's chest. The arm came out from the vest, and in its bloody claws was holding a scarlet heart, which was beating slightly and emitting a warm breath. Ugh! Master! Senior brother! It hurts so much. Yes. Brother understands. Be good. Go to sleep. It won't hurt when you fall asleep. The black-haired woman's face was filled with pain. A line of tears slowly slid down the corners of her eyes, and her bright eyes gradually turned into a deathly gray color. Jin Zong pulled out his arm. A scarlet light flashed in the palm of his hand, and his heart melted, leaving behind a small silver ball that was shining. Small silver balls flew out from the golden brown body, merged together, and turned into a shining silver key. Jin Zong stretched out his hand and grasped the silver key, and a silver light flashed in his eyes. Old man, if you weren't so cautious, why would I break the core of the zero cube into pieces and let everyone hold it at the same time? You can live for a while, but it is not bad. It is only sooner or later. Snap! The black-haired woman fell in a pool of blood, feebly causing ripples. Jin Zong didn't even bother to look at her. He turned and walked deep into the hall, humming a poem softly. Darkness covers the sky. A sea of blood, flooding the earth. My twisted eyes stare at you, howling into the abyss. The destination of your soul. Bite. Howl. All things in the universe will return to nirvana. Chapter 198, Heart of Dimension. On top of the vines. The game continues. After each blue-purple flower stopped growing, the unconsumed light ball pill formula and the remaining alchemy materials on the center of the flower turned into bubbles and disappeared. At the same time, new pill formulas and materials were refreshed, except for a small number of contestants who lost confidence and gave up on refining the elixir. The rest of the contestants took out their elixir furnaces again. These people understand very well that since they can't compete for the top 3, then they will fight for the top 10, top 100, or even top 1000. They didn't dare to think about the rewards of the conference. But these rankings were also a very good reward for them. This is a kind of honor, and also a symbol of strength. With the authority of the Alchemy Alliance in the way of alchemy, it will be of great benefit to their future development and the allocation of resources to their forces. Luo Sha narrowed his eyes and stared at Bai Donglin, who was far superior to him. His only goal was to be first. Even if he was second, it would be an insult to him. He didn't believe that the gap between him and Bai Donglin was so huge. Being at the same level, there was no reason for him to be crushed no matter what. Humph! Bai Donglin, I don't believe you can keep up this momentum. I'm sure you can't hold on for much longer now that your soul has been drained. I will definitely surpass you. Luo Sha's eyes regained their firmness, and with a thought, he summoned the huge innate 9 dragon furnace, which floated above his head and rotated slightly. Shen Yan swept through the light balls that floated in the air, and Luo Sha's teeth bite, and chose 9 most difficult Danfeng, which is also a challenge for him. His usual training could only achieve a 30% success rate, but at this moment, he was stimulated by Bai Donglin and could no longer care about so much. He wanted to give it a try with his own strength. Open the furnace. On. Dragon roars sounded, and most of the alchemy materials on the center of the flower were sucked into the alchemy furnace. 9 colored flames gushed out, and a large number of materials were melted and refined one by one. Wow! You are really energetic, young man. Bai Donglin stood on the edge of the huge blue-purple flowers and looked down. The white light flowing fluorescence in the eyes, and the scene below came into view. Looking at Rosa, who was like an exploding microcosm, a slight smile appeared in his eyes. He could guess a little about Rosa's thoughts. But unfortunately, how could his soul be exhausted? Not to mention that he has reached the 7th level of divine soul cultivation. Even if he has reached the realm of supernatural powers, he can still generate an endless supply of divine soul power through the secret technique of burning the soul. There is an immortal ability to fight against the sky. It is so wayward. With a thought, the 9 purple gold alchemy furnaces instantly swallowed all the materials on the flower center into the furnace. The golden flame of life burned fiercely and poured into the alchemy furnace under the exquisite manipulation. The reason why the previous batch of pills could stimulate the growth of so many flowers is that the effect of the flame of life is indelible. On the basis of the original pill, it has increased it by another 20%. Don't underestimate these 20%, which is enough to raise a top-level psychic Dan to turn to Gene Dan in half a step. Just now, only the 3 kinds of pills from the first alchemy furnace which had more medicinal materials invested in it, reached this level. The other alchemy furnaces were just supporting roles due to limited materials. The grade of elixir is easy to distinguish. The surface of the 9th grade elixir is surrounded by 1 halo, and the surface of the 1st grade elixir is surrounded by 9 halos. 9 circles of light condensed into an elixir pattern and engraved on the surface of the elixir, which was a first-level golden elixir. The so-called half-step golden elixir means that the halo has condensed into elixir patterns, but has not yet been engraved on the elixir. The medicinal properties are much worse than the real golden elixir, but it is also far superior to ordinary elixirs. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, only focusing part of his energy on the alchemy furnace, while most of the rest of his energy was devoted to cultivation. The rules of the competition here restricted him from exerting his full strength, and only a limited amount of alchemy materials were provided each time. Otherwise, he could continue to open the furnace. Time flies, and the 1-month period is approaching. The game came to an end with Bai Donglin's comfort and Luo Sha's desperate pursuit. How can it be? It shouldn't be like this. His spirit shouldn't have lasted this long. Why? Why didn't his spirit run dry? Luo Sha looked dejected. He couldn't believe that he had been defeated so miserably. His result was fixed at 750,000 feet, while Bai Donglin's blue-purple flower was a full 1 million feet high. This was the result of Bai Donglin holding back. After he finished refining the elixir for the 2nd time, he realized that he had gone a little too far. If he continued doing this, it would definitely expose the peculiarity of his soul, which was unnecessary for him, as he liked to keep his cards close to his chest. All the refined pills were swallowed by Hua Xian, and he couldn't take them away. It was enough for him to get 1st place. So when he opened the furnace for the 3rd time, he had already removed the other 8 furnaces. Luo Sha was excited when he saw this, thinking that Bai Donglin finally couldn't hold on any longer. Unfortunately, with each subsequent opening of the furnace, Bai Donglin's progress was fixed on one line. He was always ahead of him, giving him a little hope from time to time, and then hitting him hard the next time. Rosa felt that he had been played. Ding! 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 The 3-bell ring symbolized the end of this standout conference. Huh? Luo Sha took a deep breath, hiding the dejection on his face and the arrogance in his heart, not allowing him to show the look of a loser. At the same time, he was a little confused in his heart. Why didn't his father take action secretly? Although it was a shame for him to have his father secretly helping him during the competition. But he had to admit that at the end of the game, he shamefully hoped that his father would take action. This standout conference has concluded successfully. The winner will be crowned the best. Take the glory that belongs to you. A huge and inspiring voice came from the sky, resounding through the heavens and earth, and spreading throughout the entire heart of the 9 rings. Oh oh oh! Cheers! Cheers, like a tsunami. The spectators on the many huge green leaves were all excited, their eyes eagerly looking at the top 10 winners. Wow! Junior brother won. He won. The pity and hugging each other every year, under the infection of the crowd, made a silver bell-like laughter. Master, you are right. We are not inferior to others in physical cultivation, even in the path of alchemy. Shang Zhong's eyes were filled with tears, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. The obsession that had been lingering in his heart for thousands of years disappeared. Buzz! As a buzzing sound was heard, the blue-purple flower carrying the top 10 winners, including Bai Donglin and Luo Sha, trembled, broke off its vines, and slightly rotated, dragging a dazzling blue-purple light, and flew towards the top of the heart at a high speed. The same scene is being played out in 3 different dimensions. All these scenes were transmitted through the light curtain to every corner of the 9 rings heart. Seeing the blue and purple flowers rising into the sky, countless people burst into boiling and enthusiastic cheers. The rotating blue and purple flowers carried everyone at high speed, passing through space and crossing dimensions. Arrived at the top of the infinitely high vine. As soon as he arrived here, a piece of information came into his mind, and Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with enlightenment. It turned out that this huge and mysterious plant was called Heart of Dimension, and this place is the legendary Peak of the Heart. Bai Donglin's eyes were full of sparkling light, and he couldn't see the end of it, as if he was in a silver world. The blue and purple flowers vary in size, and depending on the quality of the elixir swallowed, not only will they grow taller, but the flowers will also grow larger. Bai Donglin's is the largest, followed by Luo Sha. The flowers can carry 10 people, arranged in order from high to low. Boom! A huge roar sounded. The silver ground trembled slightly, and a huge golden monument slowly rose from the ground. The golden steel is densely packed with endless characters, all of which are the winners of previous standout conferences. Their names are engraved on it, spanning endless years and passed down forever. What an honor this is. For some people it even means more than an award. The golden steel was shining, and the names of Bai Donglin and 10 other people slowly appeared on the golden steel from top to bottom. The characters were shining and sparkling. Luo Sha lowered his eyebrows and clenched his fists. The glory that originally belonged to him was taken away by a physical cultivator who appeared out of nowhere, and his name will be trampled under by Donglin's feet for endless years. Despite his anger in his heart, he still had to smile on the surface. At this time, countless people were watching the light curtain. If he was out of attitude, he would really become a laughingstock. Chant! Another soft sound came from an unknown place, and above the sky, an intense silver light shone. 10 groups of light spray slowly fell from the sky. It is the reward for this standout conference. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly as he looked at the ball of light slowly floating towards him. If it were before, he actually didn't care much about the reward of this competition. After all, he had already gotten what he wanted from Shangzhong. But things were different since Rosa came to him. After much thought, he believed that the reason why Rosa attached so much importance to this game must be more than just an illusory glory. There must be something more substantial. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. As to whether his guess was correct or not, he would know after seeing it with his own eyes. He slowly stretched out his right hand, reached into the ball of light, fumbled for a while, and took out a dark and deep crystal ball. Luo Sha below had red eyes and stared at Bai Donglin's actions, completely ignoring the second prize in front of him, and screamed in his heart, "Damn it! Mine! It's mine!" Bai Donglin looked at the black thing with a puzzled expression, raised it slightly, and looked carefully, and found that there was a mysterious silver light in the black crystal ball. What the hell is this? The ball of light falling from the sky was about to dissipate, and at the same time, a piece of information shot out from the dissipating ball of light. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. Then his eyes burst into ecstasy. The hand holding the black crystal ball could not help but tremble slightly, and he quickly stretched out his other hand to hold it, for fear of accidentally dropping it. It's sent! It's sent! The pitch-black crystal ball is an advanced version of the void crystal ball, named the void black crystal ball, which is specially used to carry unparalleled level law seeds. The law of unparalleled dimension. Take off. Chapter 199, The Name of Jidao. After a while, Bai Donglin gradually calmed down. Among the bracelets of the empty crystal ball, this thing has not completely belonged to him, and Rosa on the side is still staring at it. According to the rules of previous alchemy conferences, the rewards of these competitions will not be made public, and only the winners and a few senior members of the Alchemy Alliance will know. This is also a way to protect the contestants. After all, killing people for treasure is not uncommon. Bai Donglin glanced at Luo Sha, who had a gloomy expression below. It was not surprising that he knew what the reward was as a father. According to Shangzhong, under normal circumstances, the first place in the local level competition would be rewarded with a peerless level law seed. But the reward for this competition was far beyond the past. It's a law of unparalleled level, and it's a dimensional law. No wonder Rosa would hold on to it so stubbornly. The dimensional laws can be roughly divided into 3 branches: dimensional space, dimensional matter, and dimensional time. All 3 are unparalleled level laws, and because of the special nature of the dimension, there is no difference in superiority or inferiority between them. According to a secret record in the Mountain of Books, the fusion of these 3 dimensional laws becomes an extremely powerful dimensional rule. The low-dimensional world contained in the golden-pointed monument can only be created by a strong person who has mastered the rules of dimension. Bai Donglin secretly guessed that the dimensional law he obtained should be the dimensional space. The unparalleled level of the law seed will not have any fluctuations overflowing. This is why he had no idea what the black crystal ball was at the beginning. He made this judgment based on the color of the law seed and the vine plant heart of dimension. Given the preciousness of the unparalleled law, even the wealthy Dan Alliance cannot take it out easily. Since it has been taken out, it means that it has a stable output channel. The heart of dimension under your feet, which is good at manipulating space, just meets this requirement. But the gestation speed must be very slow. It may take millions or even tens of millions of years to produce a seed. Ignoring the murderous gaze of Luo Sha below, Bai Donglin was already thinking about how to successfully escape from the heart of the 9 rings. All unparalleled level laws have extremely high requirements for the spiritual orifices that they carry. Bai Donglin considered secretly that with his current strength of only a dozen spiritual orifices, even if the potential of his infinite spiritual orifices was huge, it would be a bit difficult for him to carry the unparalleled laws now. This cannot be forced. Without 100% certainty, Bai Donglin will not easily absorb the seed. If he fails, the law seed may be in danger of disintegrating and escaping. With his mind fully focused on thinking and reasoning, he already had a vague plan in his mind. If he wanted to maximize the benefits of this treasure, the opportunity still had to lie with Xiaozi. This seed was very useful for him, and it was impossible to let go. His eyes gradually became cold. Whoever came to grab, he chopped the opponent's claws. Bai Donglin made up his mind quickly. At this time, all 10 winners had received their rewards, and except for Luo Sha, they all looked happy. At this time, new changes occurred in the sky above. The space was rippling, and there were rays of light. Several tall figures stepped out from it. More than a dozen powerful people from the Bronze Hall, together with the old man Dan Qian, descended on the top of the heart at the same time. But more than a dozen people are in 3 different dimensions. They can see each other beside them, while Bai Donglin and others can only see a few people in the Earth-level arena dimension. Luo Dian and several other powerful people who had prejudices against physical cultivation alchemists were all taken by Dan Qian into the heaven-level competition dimension, while the Earth-level competition was handed over to Lu Dongchuan. Lu Dongchuan looked at Bai Donglin, who was in a calm expression, and nodded slightly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. He was a good talent, as he was able to keep his mind steady despite obtaining such a treasure. Moreover, he was able to practice alchemy to such a level as a physical practitioner, which made him a true alchemy genius. If we can recruit this little guy into the Dan League, perhaps it can bring a little vitality to the increasingly corrupt Dan League. Congratulations, everyone, the winners of this competition. As the young generation with the most talent in alchemy, you can also choose a reward, which is to join the Alchemy Alliance. The Alchemy Alliance is a loosely structured alliance organization. The founders at the beginning all came together out of their love for alchemy, and created what is now one of the most powerful forces in the only true world. Joining the Dan League does not require leaving the original sect. It is equivalent to affiliation and an additional identity. Among the 10 winners this time, 8 are already disciples of the sects of the Alchemy League's allied forces. It is only natural for them to join the Alchemy League. They will obtain considerable status and authority, and the various resources of the Alchemy League will also be tilted towards them. In addition to Bai Donglin, another female cultivator from a non-Alchemy Alliance force immediately expressed her willingness to join the Alchemy Alliance. If you miss this opportunity, you will have to start from the bottom if you want to join in the future. There are only advantages and no disadvantages. So why not join? Later, everyone looked at Bai Donglin, the rising against the trend, winning the largest dark horse in physical practice. Bai Donglin was silent for a moment. Then he bowed slightly to Lu Dongchuan and several other powerful men, and said in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, "Thank you for your kindness, sir. I have no plans to join the Dan League for the time being." Bai Donglin's decisive refusal surprised everyone. Lu Dongchuan looked regretful. Given his status, he naturally would not make a second invitation. As for Luo Sha, he was delighted. Since Bai Donglin did not join the Dan Alliance, he would not have to worry too much when he took action later. "My lords, I have actually kept one thing from you. I will tell you all of it right now in front of everyone." After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he stepped into the void. A light flashed on his body, and he turned into a black robe. His aura suddenly became majestic. At this time, everyone looked at Bai Donglin curiously. The endless 9 rings heart audience below, including the powerful Gi from other dimensions, all wanted to see what this magical little guy wanted to say. Shang Zhong below had his hands trembling, and Yen Nian also clenched her hands, with a little nervousness on her face. As the 2 instigators, they naturally knew what Bai Donglin would say next. Bai Donglin had a vague feeling that many mysterious gazes were staring at him across dimensions. He slowly raised his left arm, and with a thought, the blood-red extreme bracelet hidden in his body appeared on his wrist. As Bai Donglin urged, the bracelet shone with red light, and the small character on it suddenly shone with golden light. The golden light shot into the void, reflecting a huge golden character. The aura is mysterious and majestic. I, Bai Donglin, am a disciple of the Jidao Saint sect. I have no other intention in climbing to the top of the heart this time. I just want to tell everyone that we, the physical cultivators, are not inferior to others in the way of alchemy. Bai Donglin looked solemn. His tone was stern, and his mighty voice spread through countless light screens to the entire heart of the 9 rings. After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt relieved. All right. We finished the work, successfully completed the task, and can go home and plant the law of gravity. The moment Bai Donglin showed the Jidao bracelet, Lu Dongchuan understood what was going on, but he did not try to stop him. Unlike Luo Dian and the others, he smiled instead. Luo Sha looked shocked and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He thought the little lamb, which he could swallow at any time, suddenly turned into a hedgehog covered with thorns and difficult to deal with. The Extradonians and the Gate of Hades can be said to be different. The strength on the bright side is not weaker than the slightest behemoth of the Dan League. Moreover, the Jidao Holy Sect is extremely protective of its disciples. It would be fine if a disciple died at the hands of his peers, but if an old fellow did not follow the rules and crossed the line to kill his disciples, he would surely face the wrath of the Holy Sect. Not only Luo Sha, but also Luo Dian and many other powerful Gi people had gloomy faces and looked extremely ugly. Luo Dian was a little affected by Bai Donglin's identity in retrieving the dimension seeds, while the others felt that they had been severely slapped in the face because of what happened in the previous conference. Having been humiliated, these powerful beings who were as high as gods in the sky naturally could not tolerate it. Some of them snorted coldly and wanted to make a move secretly. Enough! Dan Qian shouted angrily, interrupting everyone's actions. Do you think I don't exist? This matter ends here. Whoever dares to attack me, don't blame me for being rude. Compared to the intense reaction of the crowd on the top of the heart, the many spectators in the 9-ring hearts below were much calmer, just feeling a little surprised. Even most people didn't know about Bai Donglin's fake identity from the beginning. At this time, they would only think that he was a disciple of the Jidao Holy Sect. No wonder he was so powerful and could win the first place as a physical cultivator. After all, only a few people knew about the dirty deeds between the two forces 10,000 years ago. Only a few people's faces changed slightly, and they recalled these old events. Shang Zhong was so excited that he burst into tears. Nian Yan was much calmer, and Lianqin had a dazed look on her face, looking at her master pitifully. Where is my junior brother? How come he was so old and was here just now, but he is gone in the blink of an eye? After Bai Donglin finished speaking, he calmly took back the bracelet and fell into the air. With so many people watching, he was naturally not afraid that the people from the Dan League would attack him. The reputation of Jidao Xingzong is no joke. He didn't care about the changes in people's minds. Bai Donglin was only thinking about how to get out of this situation safely. He lowered his head and looked into Luo Sha's eyes. He knew in his heart that an identity alone could not dispel the ideas of Luo Dian and his son. It could only make them less unscrupulous. But they would definitely take action secretly. Just when everyone was thinking about Bai Donglin's true identity, in the distant sky, a silver light streaked across the sky, crossing the spatial dimension and rapidly approaching the top of the heart. The first person to sense the silver light was Dan Qian, but he did not think much about it because he sensed a familiar aura belonging to the Dan League above the silver light. Moreover, this is the top of the heart, the place with the strongest defense of the Dan League, so there is no need to worry about any unexpected events. Chapter 200 Silver Rubik's Cube. The silver light was extremely fast, and in a flash, it had already reached the top of the sky at the heart. The silver light shone, and the dimensional jump began. It is instantly turned into a silver Rubik's Cube from the point line, the surface, and it is suspended in the air and rotated slightly. Dan Qian and more than a dozen other powerful men frowned, having recognized that this was a gadget made by those little guys, which had been used in the first match at the local level arena. But aren't these little guys too presumptuous to ignore them like this? Being proud of one's achievements? Humph! The purple-robed master's face turned cold. He had not been happy all day and had been holding back his anger for a long time. He raised his hand and pointed. A huge finger surrounded by purple light crossed the sky, collapsed the void, and crushed towards the silver Rubik's Cube. Dan Qian and the others did not stop him. They were obviously a little annoyed, but they also knew that the purple-robed master knew when to act and would only teach these little guys a lesson without killing anyone. To everyone's surprise, this powerful finger actually passed through the silver Rubik's Cube silently without causing any damage to it, as if the silver Rubik's Cube existed in an unknown dimension. Dan Qian's expression suddenly changed, realizing that the situation was not good. This silver magic cube should not have such power. He stepped into the void and shouted loudly, "Zhang Junshan! What are you doing? You little bastard! Zhang Junshan is the person in charge of the Innovative Competition Plan Department. Unfortunately, Dan Qian doesn't know that this person has already fallen victim to Jin Zhong's evil plan. In the core of the silver Rubik's Cube, Jean Brown, dressed in a blood-stained robe, sat cross-legged with an indifferent expression. He was still fearless when facing a dozen powerful men outside. This was not the state of mind that a young cultivator should have. A ball of deep silver liquid was suspended in front of Jean Brown, wriggling slightly and twisting and changing. The heart of dimension. Golden Brown's eyes were lowered, as if he was looking through the silver Rubik's Cube and the endless dimensions, taking in the heart of the huge vine plant dimension. Alchemy Alliance, you have imprisoned me for countless years. This time, just charge me some interest first. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver key shining with silver light slowly flew out from between the golden brown eyebrows. Jin Zhong stretched out his hand, grabbed the key, and inserted it into the silver liquid in front of him. The silver key turned into a dense group of rune lines, which immediately penetrated and filled the entire silver liquid. Outside world, Dan Qian's question did not receive any response. The silver Rubik's Cube was silent for a moment, and then emitted a dazzling light. Intense rotation. Crazy expansion. It occupied the entire sky in an instant. Not good. Enemy attack. Dan Qian and Lu Dongchuan were the first to react. They shouted angrily, and the other Gi masters all looked stern and attacked fiercely in an instant. The dimension was shattered, and the three dimensions of heaven, earth and man merged into one in an instant. The 30 winners of the conference were all stunned, looking at the dozen or so powerful Gi people who were showing their divine power, and the silver Rubik's Cube that covered the sky and the sun. Lu Dongchuan lowered his eyes and glanced at the people below. He waved his hand, and the blue and purple flowers closed, carrying everyone and flying downwards through the dimensional space. At the moment the petals closed, Bai Donglin couldn't help but look upwards, and his eyes met with the gloomy Luo Dian's for a moment. Before he had time to savor the inexplicable changes in his body, he had disappeared from his heart along with the flower. The purple flower crossed the long distance in an instant and landed on a surface square far away from the heart of the dimension. The flower turned into light and dissipated, and Bai Donglin stood on the ground again. Looking up, the sky above the heart of dimension had turned into silver. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. The sudden change disrupted his plans. Moreover, in the end, Luo Dian really took the opportunity to attack him. His soul and mind swept his entire body inside and out, but he did not find anything abnormal. Guiyi's methods are strange and unpredictable. It is impossible to get rid of them by normal means. The time is too short. The changes on the top of the heart are the important things now. For some reason, Bai Donglin felt an inexplicable creepy feeling when he saw the silver Rubik's Cube that he had clearly touched once. It was as if this Rubik's Cube had undergone a drastic change compared to before. Snap! Snap! An inexplicable cracking sound was heard. Bai Donglin's eyes focused, and his figure moved and instantly left the place. Not just the place where he had just stood, but wherever his sight passed. The space was shattered. The dimensions were distorted, and it became a mess. This power, this familiar power is... Bai Donglin looked at the huge and boundless heart of dimension with a solemn gaze. Why would the heart of dimension be rioting? This doesn't feel good. Something big is going to happen. Buzz buzz buzz. A huge buzzing sound came from the direction of the heart of the dimension, ignoring the rules of sound propagation. This was the result of a huge monster vibrating violently and rubbing against space, making a loud buzzing sound. As the heart of dimension trembled, countless silver lines emerged on the green vines, spreading wildly from bottom to top, as if accumulating energy. Sister Nian, have mercy. Bai Donglin moved and wanted to rush to the heart of the dimension, when suddenly a roar came from the sky. Immediately, dense sword beams gathered into a galaxy and poured down, entwining the heart of the dimension and slashing madly, and huge green leaves were chopped off. Escape! A deafening roar came from the sky, sweeping across the entire space. Bai Donglin's figure paused. This was the voice of the adult, who sent them away from the top of the heart. The situation in the sky was worse than he thought. Looking up, countless huge black cracks run through the silver sky. A huge and blurry figure like a god or a demon is roaring to the sky in the endless dimension and corrupt space vortex. I have never seen a god, but I have witnessed miracles. God's power. God's power. The sky is full of stars, shining brightly. Endless starlight descends and gathers into a sword, slashing towards the silver Rubik's Cube. Clang! The star sword shattered, and the broken sword light shot in all directions, instantly cutting through the endless dimensional space and breaking through into the void of the universe. The sword flashed and the stars fell. The heaven and earth are our furnace, and our flesh and blood are our fuel. Refine. The old voice shook the sky, and a bronze alchemy furnace that blocked out the sun and sky fell upside down from above the silver Rubik's Cube. The rotating silver Rubik's Cube suddenly solidified, and the surrounding dimensional space shattered, and it was actually shaken out from the depths of the endless dimension by the alchemy furnace. The huge silver Rubik's Cube was swallowed up by the alchemy furnace. The lid of the furnace closed, and colorful divine fire suddenly burned inside. This powerful Gi actually wanted to turn this indestructible silver Rubik's Cube into ashes. Buzz! A huge buzzing sound was heard again. Bai Donglin turned his gaze back and saw that on the emerald green surface of the entire dimensional heart, silver lines were flashing violently. Endless silver light gathered and turned into a huge silver light column, which soared into the sky in an instant. Bang! A silver beam of light gushed out from the top of the heart, crossed the dimensional space, and hit the bronze alchemy furnace straight. With a muffled sound, the alchemy furnace only lasted for a few moments before being pierced through by the silver beam of light. The shattered bronze alchemy furnace fell to the ground, creating countless abysses on the ground. Red magma rolled, and then was burned into nothingness by the colorful divine fire remaining on the fragments of the alchemy furnace. Space and dimension were all distorted and shattered under the burning of the colorful divine fire. Bai Donglin's figure flashed quickly above the ground, avoiding all kinds of horrific aftermath of battles. His eyes were flickering. In this space filled with horror, his vision and hearing were greatly restricted, and everything he saw and heard was blurry. Bai Donglin could barely catch the emerald green leaves flying in all directions. He was silent for a moment. Now was not the time to worry about others. Nian Yin and Shang Zhong are both masters of the divine source realm, and are stronger than him. Now they are probably the ones who should be worried about him. It is more important to think about how to leave here. Even if he finds Nian Yin and the others, they can't help much. Bai Donglin looked up and stared at the silver Rubik's Cube that appeared again in the sky. For some reason, he always felt a little familiar looking at this thing. The silver Rubik's Cube was suspended in the void, spinning wildly. All the silver light beams gushing out from the heart of dimension were swallowed up by the silver Rubik's Cube. Under the stimulation of the silver light column, more than a dozen powerful people couldn't even get close. The heart of this dimension has existed for too long, and the power it has inexplicably stimulated is beyond imagination. The silver Rubik's Cube greedily devoured the silver light column. After a moment, the silver light column dimmed, flashed slightly, and turned into silver light fragments and dissipated. The beam of light dissipated, and a dozen or so Gi masters pounced on him again. The light of the silver Rubik's Cube suddenly dimmed, and countless dark, wriggling patterns appeared on the silver surface. The silver Rubik's Cube shook violently, and an invisible terrifying force repelled everything around it, including the powerful people who came forward again. Bai Donglin looked at the silver Rubik's Cube like a Rubik's Cube toy, which began to rotate and combine continuously. The black patterns on it twisted and squirmed wildly, as disgusting as tentacles. Buzz! A buzzing sound was heard, and the silver Rubik's Cube covered with black patterns stopped changing, turning into a silver hollow cube that covered the sky and the sun. Lines condensed from countless dark runes twisted inside the silver cube and connected to a black dot in the center. As the black spot expanded wildly, the endless dimensions distorted. The endless space collapsed and shattered. A dark and deep distorted black hole connected to an unknown area slowly emerged and occupied the entire sky. This familiar scene brought back Bai Donglin's memories, and his pupils contracted instantly. Wrong. Wrong. It was the experience of the first game that made him have a preconceived idea. This was not some bullshit extra-dimensional killing array hypercube. This thing is the same bronze box that opened the black hole passage under the Nujiang River. It is obvious that this silver Rubik's Cube is of a higher level, and at this time, the channel has been successfully opened. Bai Donglin couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, as if he had already seen corpses everywhere and blood flowing. Chapter 201, The Vast Ocean and the Mysterious World. The huge black hole that occupied the entire sky twisted and rotated. An endless sticky black mist gushed out. In an instant, darkness enveloped the sky. Under the twisted black hole, Dan Qian and the others, who had regained their power, were floating up and down in the vortex of space with solemn expressions. Teacher Dan Qian, is there any way to close this passage? Dan Qian frowned, and his sharp eyes swept across the dimensional heart below. He shook his head slightly and said, "It's too late. I didn't expect that this silver cube could actually cause a riot in the heart of the dimension. This twisted black hole reverses space and penetrates endless dimensions. It is now maintained entirely by the heart of dimension." And the heart of dimension. Before Dan Qian finished speaking, the others had already frowned. The heart of dimension had existed for endless years, and its divine power was so overwhelming that it was impossible for them to shake it with their strength. Since the birth of the Dan League, the heart of the dimension has been controlled by the Dan League. Since ancient times, the Dan League has exhausted all its manpower and many means, but can only make use of part of its divine power. What is the origin of this silver Rubik's Cube? How can it trigger the heart of the dimension so easily? Dan Qian remained silent. He couldn't figure it out, and he didn't dare to believe it. He retracted his gaze, looked at the twisted black hole again and said, "Now is not the time to think about these things. The most urgent task is to deal with these monsters that have crossed over." As soon as the words fell, the endlessly rotating and twisted black hole paused slightly, and then spewed out dense black shadows. Demons and monsters seemed to be endless as they gushed out from the twisted black hole. Their strengths varied, but they were all crazy, bloodthirsty, evil, and chaotic. The entire sky was suddenly filled with a chaotic and sinful atmosphere. Humph! Sword realm, kill all the ashes and bones. Lu Dongchuan snorted coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent and unparalleled sword intent lingering around his body. 2 gray sword beams flew out from his nose like swimming fish, and grew in the wind, turning into 10,000 feet long sword beams in an instant. The 2 gray sword beams split into 2, and then into 4. In an instant, countless horrifying gray sword beams gathered into a galaxy of swords, piercing through the sky. The demons and monsters that came out of the twisted black hole were strangled madly. "Ha! Lu Dongchuan, you are a sword cultivator, but you don't practice sword skills properly. But come to make pills. I really don't know what you were thinking," Luo Dian said with a smile, but his expression was extremely solemn. The killing power of sword cultivators was indeed terrifying. This was also the reason why he allowed him to act so presumptuous in front of him without doing anything, because he was not sure that he could defeat this sword cultivator who was not doing his job properly. Boo! The sound of space bubbles exploding was heard, and an extremely thick bone claw slowly stretched out from the twisted black hole. It was gray-white in color and covered with black patterns. As the power shook, the void was annihilated. "This is a terrifying bone monster with great power." Luo Dian restrained his smile, and a 9-story brass pagoda flew out from between his eyebrows. He held up the pagoda with his hand and took a step forward to fight the bone monster. Waves of terrible and evil auras constantly came from the twisted black hole, and they couldn't wait to cross the twisted black hole and descend here. "This won't work. There's no end to it. The warped black hole must be closed." A powerful man in a blue robe frowned and shouted coldly, then took out an ancient jade plate with a solemn expression. The jade plate was plain and unadorned, with a mysterious and restrained look, and a large word "Miao" was engraved on the front in a flamboyant style. The blue-robed master held the jade tablet close to his forehead, with an extremely respectful look on his face, and said in a solemn tone, "Disciple Siming respectfully invites Master's incarnation to come." A strange wave emanated from the jade token. After waiting for a moment, there was no movement around. Siming's expression changed slightly, and he shouted again, "Disciple Siming, I respectfully invite Master to incarnate and come to help us defeat the demons and monsters." The waves were rippling, and the surrounding void remained unchanged except for the roars of demons and monsters. "Siming, stop it! Such a big change has happened to the heart of the 9 rings. It is impossible that the ancestors of the outer heaven have no idea about it, since no incarnation has come down on its own initiative. I guess the ancestors have also been pinned down." Lu Dongchuan activated the sword galaxy, occasionally raising his sword to launch terrifying attacks, strangling monsters madly, and turned to say to Siming, "And, if my guess is correct, riots have broken out on many battlefields, involving various forces. This is not a simple cross-border sneak attack. The purpose is very clear. That is, to target our Dan League. I don't know how long these guys have been planning for this day." There was not a single fool among the Guai people present. After a little thought, they understood the danger they were facing at this moment, and their expressions became more solemn. The existence of the 9 Rings Heart has a very special significance. It is the largest stronghold of the Dan League in the Qianyuan realm. Whenever a war breaks out, The Nine Rings' heart will be affected. Before the troops move out, the food and fodder must be sent first. The same is true for monks. They can also get injured and need to replenish their energy. The consumption of elixirs in every war is a terrifying number. This shows the significance of the existence of the Dan Alliance. It is the largest elixir logistics provider for many battlefields, and almost 80% of the elixirs are produced by the Dan Alliance. In the past, there have been major battles that affected the heart of the Nine Rings. But with the protection of the heart of the dimension, the outside world could not attack the heart of the Nine Rings at all. But today is different. The heart of the Nine Rings was broken from the inside. The heart of dimension turned sides at the last minute. The forces of all parties were delayed, and they were isolated and helpless for a short period of time. Also, the Alchemy Conference has brought together nearly 1 billion of the best alchemists of the younger generation. If these alchemists were slaughtered, their alchemy would become discontinued and logistics on many battlefields would not be guaranteed. The impact was so far-reaching and the consequences were so serious that the faces of the dozen or so powerful people who had figured it out all turned extremely ugly. Everyone, you are all aware of the current situation. The heart of the Nine Rings has undergone a dramatic change, and the information must have been blocked by them. Plus, there may be constraints from all parties. But with so many ancestors from the outer world gathering here, even if they try their best to block the news and contain them, within 3 days, at most, an ancestor's incarnation will surely come and wipe out all the evil spirits and monsters. Everyone nodded when they heard this. They were now the dozen most powerful people here. All of them were at least in the 5th realm. Lu Dongchuan and Luo Dian were in the 6th realm. And old man Dan Qian was a powerful marquis. Now they are the only ones who can take on the responsibility. This place is one of the base camps of the Dan League, in addition to those who take turns to guard it. There are also many powerful people who have returned to the 1st and 2nd extreme realms. However, facing the endless monsters and demons in the twisted black hole, the situation is still grim. The other party has made great plans, and will naturally calculate the strength they have here clearly. Therefore, even if they could only hold on for 3 short days, it would be very difficult. It was even more unpredictable how many of the 1 billion alchemists could survive. Sizzle! Sizzle! The twisted black hole began to boil violently again, and a sickening, greasy, disgusting and piercing sound came from the black hole channel. Puff puff. Thick, wriggling, slippery blue-gray tentacles stretched out from the twisted black hole. Numerous tentacles were covered with wriggling fleshy tentacles and densely packed twisted vertical eyes, whose eyeballs were spinning wildly, looking weird and abrupt, as the tentacles desperately squeezed out of the black hole. A twisted, crazy, sticky, evil, absurd and deformed aura filled the entire void. Sin! Depravity! The terrifying evil god descended, and the surrounding demons and monsters fled frantically. If they were a step slower, their bodies would suddenly be covered with wriggling flesh whiskers. With twisted evil eyes, their wills would be destroyed, and they would instantly become flesh and blood puppets, neither alive nor dead. Dan Qian looked solemn. He took a step forward, his robe rustling. This disgusting creature must not be allowed to escape from the twisted black hole and descend to the earth. Any cultivator below the divine origin realm will go insane and die after seeing it. I'm afraid most of the 1 billion alchemists will die at its hands. Leave it to me. You must hold on for 3 days and protect those younger alchemists as much as possible. On! A dragon roars. The vast ocean, the endless mystery. The sun and the moon are thin, and the light is hidden. Feel the thunder and lightning, and the valley will be filled with ups and downs. Dan Qian leaped forward. His body stretched gracefully, and his true form was revealed in an instant. His huge dragon body lay across the sky. Its entire body was snow white. Its head was like stars, and its eyes were like the sun and the moon. It spread out for an unknown distance, with most of the dragon's body penetrating deep into the endless dimension. Just the small half of the dragon's body that was exposed outside was millions of feet long. Dan Qian is actually a blue dragon. Hold head high. The horrifying dragon roar shattered the sky, and countless demons and monsters were shattered by the dragon's roar. The dragon's body shook, and it instantly rushed into the twisted black hole, entangled with the tentacle monster's body. The dragon roared and the aftermath surged, killing countless demons and monsters before they could escape. The twisted black hole was too huge, and powerful monsters descended from time to time. Lu Dongchuan and others flashed and looked for their opponents, engaging in brutal fighting. Monsters that managed to escape the blockade began to descend upon the earth. Chapter 202, Heaven-Defying Pure Spirit. Beep, beep, beep. By Donglin, who was dodging at a very fast speed and rushing to the outside, was slightly stunned. He looked down at the Jidao bracelet that was emitting a fierce red light and vibrating continuously. When he probed with his mind, he found that the long-term mission he accepted before leaving the sect, subduing demons and eliminating evil, had been activated. Bai Donglin looked up, and the huge white dragon that penetrated the sky seemed to be right in front of him. In his perception, countless evil and sinful auras filled the space between heaven and earth. No wonder it stimulated the bracelet to flash violently. I'm afraid that demons and monsters will come soon. The dozen or so powerful people above can no longer completely seal the distorted black hole. After all, the affected area is too large. Moreover, he just felt several extremely terrifying auras, which were at least monsters of powerful level. The other party also has powerful fighters, and it is not known how many more there will be in the future. It is understandable that the powerful people of the Dan League are unable to stop them. Bracelet, bracelet, stop flashing like a fairy wand. We have entered a den of demons. You are rushing me to my death. Boom! With a loud bang, a black shadow streaked across the sky and slammed heavily on the open space in front of Bai Donglin. With smoke and dust flying, a ferocious beast shadow 3 meters tall stood up, shaking its head, as if its brain was stunned by the kinetic energy of falling to the ground. Bai Donglin was slightly stunned and glanced down at the bracelet. Could it be such a coincidence? Then, with a thought, his whole body was surrounded by scarlet bloodlines condensed from the law of destruction, and the strength penetrated his body. He stomped his feet hard, creating a huge pit, and his figure turned into a bloodline that passed through the body of the beast. The demon, who had just recovered from his shock, had not yet uttered a roar when the ferocity in the huge beast's eyes disappeared, and its huge body turned into a pool of blood foam, which was extremely smelly. Bai Donglin killed a demon in the supernatural realm in seconds, with a calm expression, as if he was stepping on an ant to death. Coming! Bai Donglin's eyes lit up, and a familiar clear and ethereal air appeared out of nowhere in his sea of consciousness and merged into his soul. Suddenly, an extremely comfortable and ecstatic feeling surged into his heart. Many spiritual orifices were shining, and many laws were clearly visible. When the soul moved, it was as if it was actively engraved in the spiritual orifices. The mind becomes clear and inspiration comes to you, and you can easily comprehend profound principles that are usually difficult to understand. After a moment, the pure and spiritual energy dissipated, and Bai Donglin breathed a sigh of relief. So cool! It is 1,000 times more powerful than the pure spiritual energy he absorbed as a mortal warrior before he started practicing. Sensing the laws that surged in his spiritual orifice, Bai Donglin's eyes flashed with a hint of aftertaste. It turned out that engraving the laws could be so pleasant. So this is the correct way to open the pure spirit chi. In the past, I was not good at cultivation and had an ordinary body. Even if the pure spirit chi wanted to help me, I couldn't find a place to display my power. No wonder the Saint Sect's elite disciples are so obedient to go to the battlefield. This is not just a hard rule of the Saint Sect. It also has tremendous benefits. How many monsters and demons are there on the battlefield? Killing demons and monsters on the battlefield every day. My cultivation level will increase rapidly. Bracelet. Bracelet. I misunderstood you. Let's go and exorcise the demon now. Bai Donglin didn't want to run around at this moment. And since such a big change had happened to the heart of the 9 rings, it was still a question whether he could get out of the outside world. I might as well hunt the monsters again, and get a lot of pure spiritual energy. At this time, the black shadows that streaked across the sky began to appear more frequently. It seemed that the powerful people in the sky were under a lot of pressure. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed. His senses were fully opened. His spiritual thoughts poured out. White light flashed in his eyes, and he sensed a cold breath. Not strong or weak. His figure moved and turned into a black line, and quickly rushed over. The space here has been completely blocked. The supernatural power of being within reach is no longer useful. One can only rely on running and flying. However, with the blessing of the law of wind, the speed is not slow. Kill! Bai Donglin's soul opened his eyes between his eyebrows, and thick soul attack shot out, killing the group of scarlet ghosts in front of him instantly. At this time, he just wanted to take the opportunity to gain more pure spiritual energy. There was no need to use martial ethics to deal with these monsters and demons, and he could directly use soul attacks. The power of the soul increases according to the strength of the soul. With his 7th level Divine Source Soul, if he exerts his full strength, he can kill even a cultivator at the Divine Source realm. It is one of his many trump cards. But he rarely uses it normally. Firstly, there is no need, and he has not encountered an opponent who requires him to use this trump card. Also, he is afraid of becoming dependent on it and slacking off in the cultivation of the fundamentals of physical cultivation, the physical body and spiritual awareness. These scarlet demon shadows in front of him were pure soul ghosts. They used the soul attacks blessed by the Buddha's Dharma with supreme kindness, like slaughtering chickens, without wasting a single bit, and each attack was just right. This is all thanks to his exquisite sensing and calculation abilities. He knows exactly how the opponent's attack and defense are. The dozen or so scarlet demon shadows that gathered together were slaughtered in an instant, leaving behind a dozen blood-red beads. Killing monsters and getting equipment is a basic operation. Bai Donglin raised his hand and took one into his palm. After careful observation, he found that this kind of soul monster had a soul bead, which was their energy core. This material could be used to refine rare soul-type pills. He had seen a lot of these things, but this was the first time he had seen a blood-red one. He thought it must have other characteristics. He nodded with satisfaction. He didn't have time to study it now, so he put it away first. He raised his hand and took all the beads into his hand. With a thought, the blood-red beads in his hand were enveloped by an inexplicable wave and disappeared in an instant. Bai Donglin's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and punched out fiercely. The terrifying energy shock wave rolled up large pieces of soul. Smoke and dust filled the air. A tall figure was looming. But such a violent punch did not hurt him at all. As the smoke and dust settled, the tall figure gradually became clearer. After Bai Donglin saw it clearly, he said in astonishment, "Senior?" This tall and majestic figure was Lu Dongchuan, who was staring at Bai Donglin eagerly, as if he was looking at a priceless treasure. "Little brother, how did you do that just now?" The voice of this great man who had reached the 6th extreme realm, Ki, was trembling slightly, which showed how turbulent his heart was. Senior, I don't know what you were talking about." Bai Donglin regained his composure, but he was extremely shocked in his heart. Gui was indeed a terrifying master. He was afraid that after he came down from the peak of his heart, this master had been standing behind him. If he hadn't leaked a breath of air due to his inexplicable emotional excitement just now, he would still be unaware of it. Lu Dongchuan's agitated mood calmed down a little, and he forced out a smile that he thought was kind, and said eagerly, "Little brother, my name is Lu Dongchuan. Don't call me senior. Just call me Brother Lu." Bai Donglin's fingers trembled and his expression was slightly embarrassed. "How old are you, old man? If someone shows you kindness for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief." Bai Donglin remained silent. Seeing Bai Donglin's silence, Lu Dongchuan thought he was blaming him for lurking behind him. So he quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, little brother. I have no ill will towards you. I saw that Luo Dian left a mark on you, and I was afraid that he would attack you. So I followed you secretly." Lu Dongchuan was indeed telling the truth. He admired Bai Donglin very much, and he saw his own shadow in Bai Donglin. As a brilliant swordsman genius, he loved to refine pills. In the beginning, he was not understood by the people around him. His master even scolded him for squandering his supreme talent in swordsmanship. Bai Donglin is a physical cultivator. How much effort did he make to reach this level in the path of alchemy? He seemed to see a young man who was silently studying the Tao of alchemy despite the incomprehensible looks from everyone around him. Wasn't this him? Bai Donglin's expression eased slightly after hearing this. He could feel that Lu Dongchuan had no ill will towards him. He raised his hand slightly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Lu. I am very grateful, but I really don't know what you just asked." Chapter 203, Sword Cultivator's Respect. Lu Dongchuan's expression became eager again. "Little brother, this place is under the divine power of the Heart of Dimension. Everything related to space is completely imprisoned. Magic power, immortal arts, storage magic treasures, the origin world of Taoist tools, and even immortal tools, the inner world of cultivators, etc. It's all forbidden. It's useless." Bai Donglin nodded slightly. He was naturally aware of this. Ever since the Heart of Dimension ejected the silver beam of light, the space in this area has been completely restricted. At this point, Lu Dongchuan's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but take a step forward, staring at Bai Donglin, and continued, "But just now, how did you take the soul bead away? Please tell me. This is very important." Bai Donglin thought to himself that, as expected, it was when he was collecting the blood-red soul bead that Lu Dongchuan's emotions fluctuated violently. Oh my god. My baby? Is the low-dimensional world going to be exposed today? That's right. When Bai Donglin was unable to use the storage space and the world of origin of death, he used the low-dimensional world inside the golden and red pointed horn monument as a storage magic weapon. It is true that this area has absolute restrictions on space. But what is the low-dimensional world? It was created by a supremely powerful being who had mastered the rules of dimension. And it contains dimensional space, dimensional matter, and dimensional time. It has surpassed the concept of space, which is not something that the heart of dimension can prohibit. After all, the heart of dimension is only good at dimensional space. Looking at the silent Bai Donglin, Lu Dongchuan knew that it was indeed too rude for him to ask such a question. After all, this concerns the personal secrets of the monks, and no monk in this world would be willing for others to explore his secrets. There is a widely circulated saying that when all the secrets of a monk are known to others, this person is not far from death. But the current situation is serious, so he had to swallow his pride and continue to explain. Little brother, I know this is a bit unreasonable, but the situation is very critical now. Lu Dongchuan then explained to Bai Donglin everything that had happened in the sky and the possible consequences. Bai Donglin's expression became solemn after listening to this. He did not expect that what he saw as a cross-border invasion crisis would actually have such a wide impact and even involve many battlefields. It's true that one small move affects the entire body. He still understood the principle of the lips and the teeth are cold, and he was willing to contribute if he could. Bai Donglin, who was already a little shaken, asked, Senior, I now understand the situation. But what can I do? Seeing that Bai Donglin was somewhat persuaded, Lu Dongchuan was delighted. Fortunately, Bai Donglin was not a selfish person. He wanted to contribute to the common people of the world. Therefore, Lu Dongchuan's tone became more cordial. Donglin, the root cause of the current dire situation lies in the heart of dimension. I don't know how the enemy used the power of the heart of dimension to do three things, each of which was a fatal blow to us. First, the silver cube used its power to open the distorted black hole. And second, it restarted the outer dimensional space defense, completely trapping us. We can't get out, and outside support can't get in. The third thing is to completely seal off the space here and make everything related to space ineffective. Bai Donglin nodded slightly when he heard that, and he could also sense the strangeness in Lu Dongchuan's tone. After all, the treasure that he usually regarded as a trump card actually turned against his own side and became an accomplice of the enemy. No one could stand this. Lu Dongchuan sighed, retracted his gaze from the dimensional heart, and continued, the situation is now very clear. The other party's target is you. The 1 billion alchemists. They want to cut off the logistics of our many battlefields. If we want to accomplish this, completely sealing off the space is a necessary step. Otherwise, we can use all kinds of spatial magical powers, the origin world of Taoist artifacts, and even the micro-world in our bodies to collect all the 1 billion alchemists and protect them together. We just need to let our Gigi monks hold them back outside and delay them for 3 days. It will be easy. After explaining everything, Lu Dongchuan looked at Bai Donglin with eager eyes again. In his eyes, Bai Donglin was now the savior of the world and his life-saving straw. A flash of enlightenment appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. He already knew Lu Dongchuan's thoughts, and his low-dimensional world could indeed do all this perfectly. Before Bai Donglin could speak, Lu Dongchuan stood up straight, with a solemn expression, and shouted loudly, I, Lu Dongchuan, swear by my own way and true spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 inexplicable auras descended instantly. The higher the cultivation level of the cultivator, the easier it is for his oath to elicit a response from the heaven and earth and the mother river. If a mortal swears, the most likely possibility is that people will simply ignore you. I will never harbor any ill will towards Bai Donglin, and will not disclose any information about Bai Donglin. I will never complain to a third party about my communication and cooperation with him this time. If I violate this oath, I will not disclose any information about Bai Donglin. My own path collapses. My true spirit is destroyed. The 2 streams of energy circulated between the 2 people, then quickly receded, and the oath was established. Bai Donglin's mind was completely relaxed at this time. The oath of the Great Tao and the oath of the true spirit. With these 2 guarantees, he could completely trust Lu Dongchuan. This is not because he is cautious. This is the most basic requirement. The other party is a powerful Gi. If he has bad intentions towards him, it will be very troublesome. Things have come to this point, and Bai Donglin has no reason to hide any longer. If he can help resolve this crisis, it wouldn't hurt to lend a hand. Anyway, he doesn't need to show up. Just leave everything to Lu Dongchuan. With a thought, Wu Wei's soul stepped out of the sea of soul. His hair fluttered, entwined with the golden and red pointed cornered monument, and handed it to Lu Dongchuan, and slowly said, "Senior Lu, this item is called the golden red pointed steel, and it is a rare treasure I found by chance. It contains a huge low-dimensional world that can ignore the spatial restrictions of this area and collect objects and people." After saying this, Wu Wei's soul turned into a stream of light and merged into the golden red pointed cornered monument. Only he could control this thing, so he had to go along. Lu Dongchuan took over the golden and red pointed cornered monument. His eyes sparkled and his emotions fluctuated violently. He was only holding on to a glimmer of hope, but he didn't know whether it would succeed or whether he could save anyone alive. Now it seems that he made the right bet. Bai Donglin's treasure is so suitable. The situation has been determined, and the crisis has been resolved. Little brother, do you have any requests? Bai Donglin pondered for a moment and shook his head. He was destined to be an unknown hero this time. This matter involved a huge amount of information, and he didn't want to show up. Although he can gain many benefits by standing out, the disadvantages hidden behind are even more terrifying. He still prefers to hide behind and harm others, making a fortune quietly. Being too ostentatious is not his style. So if they want to get some benefits, they have to find a way from Lu Dongchuan. But looking at Lu Dongchuan, who is full of passion to save hundreds of millions of monks, he also protects him secretly. He can squeeze out the surplus value of bad guys. But Lu Dongchuan is a good guy, so he can't open his mouth to do that. Senior Lu, I only have one request. That you completely remove my traces from this matter. After this, just pretend you've never seen me. Lu Dongchuan looked solemn, and his eyes were full of admiration when he heard this. What a noble sentiment. What a selfless spirit. Who else would miss the opportunity to ask for a big profit? Senior, this golden red pointed corner monument also has the function of splitting. You can act at more points at the same time to increase the speed of gathering everyone and reduce casualties. Clear. Lu Dongchuan nodded cautiously, his eyes sharp as he looked up at the sky. Cut! A terrifying roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and an extremely dazzling sword light streaked across the dark sky. The entire world froze, and countless demons and monsters were affected and turned into nothingness. The powerful demon, who had been fighting with Lu Dongchuan for a long time, was completely solidified. A flash of sword light split it into two. Countless sharp sword beams burst out from its body, and it was turned into ashes in an instant. Cool! A dazzling light cut through the sky and instantly appeared in front of Bai Donglin without stirring up a trace of dust. His long hair was flying, and every strand of hair was emitting a dazzling light. The colorful light in his eyes turned into swaying light bands, floating slightly behind his head. He held a transparent sword in his hand, which contained a terrifying divine power, and his fierce murderous intent slowly subsided. The light and shadow clone stepped into the main body. Lu Dongchuan held the golden and red pointed cornered monument in his hand with a solemn expression. He raised his arm slightly and placed the transparent long sword gently on Bai Donglin's shoulder. Dongli, please accept my highest respect. Chapter 204 Alarm Constitution. Looking at Lu Dongchuan, who disappeared as a stream of light, he sensed a sword seed that inexplicably appeared in his body. Bai Donglin looked a little helpless. He didn't want your benefit in the first place, but since you forced it to give it to me, I will accept it reluctantly. This Lu Dongchuan is an interesting person. Bai Donglin smiled slightly, moved his body, and rushed away into the distance again. He rejected Lu Dongchuan's suggestion that he enter the low-dimensional world. There are so many monsters and demons here, and it would be rare to encounter them except on the battlefield. It would be a pity not to refresh himself with a wave of pure spiritual energy. Anyway, he is not afraid of death. So just do something crazy and it will be over. And with Lu Dongchuan's help, he put aside his worries about Yin Yin and the others. He was in a good mood and just wanted to kill a few monsters and demons to liven up the fun. The huge emerald green leaf of the Heart of Dimension was cut off by Lu Dongchuan. It was carrying a large number of monks, who were specially sent to the periphery by Lu Dongchuan. Unfortunately, the outer defenses have been raised, and these people are destined not to escape. The emerald green leaves flew a long distance and began to disintegrate automatically. The monks on them all stood in the void. looking at the sky that had turned pitch black with shocked expressions. This is the core area of the damn league. What kind of enemy could cause such a big commotion? Although they were not sure. Any force that could confront the damn league must be extremely terrifying. And any aftermath of the fight between the two would cost them their lives. Nian protected Lianxin behind her, with her brows tightly furrowed. Everything happened too fast, and they had no time to react at all. Master, what happened? I don't know why my heart is beating so fast. I can't control my heartbeat at all. Lianxin's face was pale. She covered her chest with her hands, and her voice trembled slightly. It is simply unbelievable for a monk to be unable to control his own internal organs. The speaker did not mean it. But Nian's heart suddenly tightened when she heard it. Even Lianxin herself did not know that she actually had a special physique. A magical physique that tended to predict the future, and had an unimaginable keen premonition of crisis. The predicted physique is extremely rare and magical. In order to protect this naive little girl, it has been kept secret from her year after year. Lianxin's physical reaction had never been so big before. Nian held Lianxin's little hand, knowing clearly in her heart that this indicated the crisis they were facing now was a death sentence. Master, where is my junior brother? Shall we go and find our junior brother? Looking at the pitiful Lianxin, she could hardly stand. Nian's pretty face froze. No, she couldn't just sit there and wait to die. He raised his hand and summoned a huge black boat, then turned around and said to Lu Yong behind him, Elder Lu, let's go separately. You take the rest of the disciples with you. Clear. Lu Yong, who also realized the seriousness of the problem, did not dare to delay. He summoned a flying magic weapon and was about to take his disciples into it. But he was stunned to find that the magic weapon's space had no response. Old man, this? Nian frowned and tried to urge the flying boat with his mind. But there was no response. He probed into the storage ring, but still could not sense the existence of space. His face suddenly darkened. The space in this area has been completely sealed off. Sensing the increasingly violent fluctuations of the aura above his head. This was the aura fluctuations of a powerful warrior. If affected, it would make no difference whether one was in the divine source realm or the divine ability realm. So he quickly said, It's too late. We must leave this core area quickly and use the escape method. The two of them appeared at the same time, and the sparkling spirits were shaking, just like a little stars. Take care, Elder. Several spiritual orifices in the original vision burst into light, enveloping Lu Yong and the 8 disciples of the Netherworld sect, and transformed into a stream of light, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Nian's eyes were deep. She apologized to Lu Yong. The more people gathered, the more variables there were, and the greater the chance of encountering a crisis. She had been with Lianxin for a long time, and had figured out some mysterious rules. With the urging of Nian's thoughts, waves of green ripples enveloped the two of them. With a flash of light, they disappeared in an instant, and flew to where there were fewer people, trying to stay away from the crowd as much as possible. My dear disciple, are you feeling better? The weakness of the weakness that was embraced in his arms every year couldn't even speak, and the pity of cultivation was still too weak, and he could not maintain this kind of anti-sky constitution. Moreover, this early warning capability cannot be perfectly controlled and can only be triggered passively, while also enduring its horrific consumption. Hateful. Nian cursed in a low voice, and continued to increase his flying speed, flying towards the periphery while avoiding the people passing by. I frown every year. Is my thinking wrong? Master Rosa. A streak of light cut through the void, and instantly landed in front of Luo Sha. The aura around him vibrated slightly, and his momentum was terrifying. Luo Sha raised his hand slightly, and said politely, Sorry for the trouble. Old man. Yu Guangling was a retainer of his father, and had followed his father for tens of thousands of years. It was said that his father had saved his life, so he followed his father so loyally. In the past, he was not so polite to Guangling, but now he is different. This has not been able to break through the situation not long ago. Naturally, we can no longer treat them with the same attitude as before. Every strong person should be respected. Yu Guangling's breakthrough has only been recently completed, and the fusion of his physical body and Dharma body is only about 50%. Only when they are completely integrated can he be considered to have truly returned to one great power. It is precisely because the fusion has not been completely completed that the surface of the body emits terrifying aura fluctuations uncontrollably. However, it now possesses some of the divine power of the first realm. The power of rebirth through a drop of blood, and its ability to preserve its life has been greatly enhanced. Master Luo Sha. I have received the message from Lord Luo. The current situation is very dangerous. Lord Luo has no idea how the situation will develop. Yu Guangling then told Luo Sha some basic information. And after listening to it, Luo Sha's eyes showed a hint of horror. In his eyes, his father is omnipotent. And the Dan League is even more powerful. He firmly believed that today's drastic changes would be resolved in a short period of time. But he did not expect to hear this news, which made him a little unable to accept it for a while. So Lord Luo sent me to protect you. You can put everything else aside for now. Saving your life is the most important thing. Luo Sha's face changed. He naturally realized the danger at the moment. But his dimensional law was still on by Donglin. If you ask him to stop temporarily, that's fine. After all, the things are placed there, and they can't run away. But the situation is a little different now. This place is so dangerous now. He will be fine with Yu Guangling's protection. But Bai Donglin doesn't have it. What if Bai Donglin is killed by monsters? Where should he find the dimensional laws that he is determined to obtain? Is it really necessary to look for it in the stomachs of endless monsters? Unexpectedly, he is now beginning to worry about the safety of his opponent. Life is so unpredictable. No! Mr. Yu. I must find Bai Donglin first and take him back. Before Luo Sha could finish his words, Yu Guangling suddenly raised his hand and slapped him. Boom! With a loud bang. A huge palm print was left on the ground behind Luo Sha. The soil was turned into nothingness, and many tiny cracks spread along the edge of the palm print, which was a manifestation of the unstable strength. Luo Sha's body trembled slightly, and he turned around stiffly. He saw several broken and hideous corpses of demons remaining around the huge palm print, and their purple-black blood was extremely smelly. These demons actually touched his back without him noticing, and he was totally unaware. And a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Master Luo Sha. What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Luo Sha swallowed his saliva, smiled awkwardly and said, Mr. Yu. I think you are right. Let's retreat first. My life is important. My life is important. Chapter 205 Old Capitalist. Donglin. How many of these golden and red pointed cornered monuments can you split at once? Lu Dongchuan restrained all his breath and hid himself deep in a canyon. There was no trace of anxiety on his face anymore. He held the golden and red pointed cornered steel in his hand and asked softly. The pointed monument trembled slightly, and the voice of Wu Wei's soul was heard. Senior Lu. There is no upper limit to the splitting of the golden and red pointed cornered monument, and it only takes a trace of my spiritual power to attach and control it, and it can open the passage to the low-dimensional world. But the low-dimensional world does not have the ability to forcibly detain people. Only when the other party takes the initiative, or has no ability to resist, can they enter the low-dimensional world. The voice of Wu Wei's soul was indifferent, and its soul was constantly in the process of self-extinguishing. The strength of its soul that was manifested externally was only at the level of supernatural powers. Even though Lu Dongchuan had already made 2 major vows, and would not take the initiative to spy on the strength of his soul, he still did not want to reveal more of his cards unless it was necessary. The ability to clone the soul is not uncommon. Lu Dongchuan would only think that the Trinity is just an ordinary clone of the soul, and would not think too much about it. Lu Dongchuan pondered for a moment after hearing this. With his strength, it would be easy for him to forcibly detain many monks. But he couldn't act rashly. There were many details that needed to be considered. He now only trusts 2 people, Bai Donglin and himself. Regarding the matter of the low-dimensional world, he did not even inform the dozen or so powerful people who had lived with him in the sky for hundreds of thousands of years. He didn't believe that the other party's plan could go so smoothly, and that everything was taken into account step by step without a traitor. This matter had to be done by him personally, and the mastermind behind it all couldn't be noticed. From the emergence of distorted black holes to the present, it has just passed for an hour. The opponent's offense is not urgent. He estimates that the final full attack will be 1 day later. It is obvious that the other party also knows that they must resolve everything within 3 days. Now they are waiting for the distorted black hole to be completely stabilized, and also to consume the energy of their top combat forces. But if the other party noticed his move to recruit people, they would definitely react violently. Now under the condition of spatial confinement, and 1 billion alchemy masters fleeing everywhere, he could not recruit everyone in a short period of time. Lu Dongchuan's eyes flashed slightly, and he had already thought of the best method at the moment. Since he could not tell a third party about his plan, he could only send out as many light and shadow clones as possible, each carrying a split of the golden and red pointed cornered monument. Within 1 day, He lurked among the 1 billion alchemists fleeing everywhere, and at the same time opened up the low-dimensional world. In the instant that the other party forces could not react, he forcibly took the alchemists into the low-dimensional world, but he still had to maintain the strength to suppress many cultivators and force them into the low-dimensional world. There were too many people, and he had no time to explain to them one by one and persuade them to voluntarily enter the low-dimensional world. Everyone is like a frightened bird now, and his identity may not be of any use. To retain strength, the light and shadow avatar is destined to not be too much. He can only distinguish the priority according to the number of people in the Dan division group. He cannot take care of everyone. According to the human tendency to stick together when facing a crisis, there won't be too many people who would be smart and flee alone. It is estimated that there won't be more than 10,000 people. This sacrifice is still acceptable to him. Lu Dongchuan had only been in the canyon for a short while, and had already figured out what to do. Now that time was running out. He could not delay any further. With his eyes fixed, he said to the golden red pointed corner monument, "Dongli, let's do it." Good. The golden red pointed cornered monument was suspended in the air, flickering with golden red light and trembling slightly. Its main body seemed illusory, as if endless dimensions were superimposed on each other, and pieces of split bodies were peeled off from different dimensional layers. There were more and more golden and red pointed corner monuments floating in the air, and Lu Dongchuan's body began to flicker with light. Rays of light stepped out of his body, with varying strengths. Each light shadow held a golden and red pointed corner monument. And then the figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Light and shadow of different strengths are also designed to deal with groups of alchemists of different numbers. A moment later, thousands of light and shadows disappeared with the pointed corner monument, and Wu Wei's soul also stopped splitting the pointed corner monument. In Lu Dongchuan's opinion, this number was enough. For a person like Lu Dongchuan, who has reached the 6th extreme level of unity, every cell particle in the body can exist as a separate and complete individual. Theoretically, he can create trillions of light and shadow clones. But the strength of those clones is not worth mentioning. The original body of Lu Dongchuan in the canyon can no longer be called the original body. He only retained a trace of weak strength. The most powerful light and shadow clone he separated out can be considered the original body. Lu Dongchuan sat cross-legged, staying here to guard the body of the golden and red pointed cornered monument. The low-dimensional world was the core of this plan, so he naturally couldn't take the risk of bringing it to the surface. If something unexpected happened, there would be no hope of a comeback. Inside the golden and red pointed cornered monument, Wu Wei's spirit sat cross-legged with a deep gaze. Although I just went with the flow and didn't do it on purpose, the rewards I will get this time are bang, boom, roar. The giant, who was 300 feet tall, roared to the sky, his figure flashing at high speed. Every punch and kick he landed caused the mountains to collapse and the ground to crack. The demon beasts that were hit had their tendons and bones broken instantly. The giant took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and spewed out a sea of purple fire. His huge eyes glared, and beams of blazing light shot out from his eyes wildly. Destruction slash. He held up the huge palm knife, and endless red silk threads rolled violently. A strong aura of destruction spread out. He slashed with the knife, and several huge monsters that pounced on him were instantly covered by countless red threads. The animal shadows suddenly froze and turned into a pile of equal cubes of meat, which fell to the ground. A golden soul stepped out from the giant's sea of God, and sat cross-legged on the giant's head. Its whole body was golden, and the Buddha's light was shining. Its right hand was placed on its right knee, and its fingers touched the ground, forming a seal to subdue demons. His appearance is solemn, and he is chanting Buddhist scriptures. Behind his head, on the left side, and on the right side of his head, a face appears. There are 4 Buddhas with different expressions of joy, anger, sorrow, and hatred. The 4 faces opened their eyes vertically at the same time. The golden eyeballs turned slightly. A golden character faintly appeared inside. The golden pupils condensed slightly, and the next moment endless golden light beams spurted out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The traces in the sky were rippling, and all the demons and monsters around died upon touching it. A large number of them fell down, and after a moment, the place became completely silent. Hee. A sinister laugh sounded, and an arm burning with black flame stretched out and swept through the air, tightly grasping many broken and hideous souls. The arm retracted in an instant, and a faint chewing sound was heard. Swallow the sky and the earth. The giant roared angrily and opened his bloody mouth as if there was a black hole in it. Many huge monsters and strange beasts on the ground. Their broken limbs, blood and flesh, as well as large pieces of land, were all swallowed into his stomach. The deep black hole spun violently, and the matter swallowed into its belly was crushed, refined, and transformed into streams of pure energy that gushed out. The spiritual orifices in its body glowed, greedily absorbing the pure energy. Squeeze it dry. Squeeze it dry. Squeeze out all the surplus value. Brr. Comfortable. Bai Donglin removed the law of heaven and earth and sat cross-legged, ready to welcome the reward from heaven and earth, and the arrival of the pure and spiritual energy. His mind suddenly became clear, and he instantly entered a deep state of enlightenment. Various laws became extremely clear to him, except for the law of space, which was completely restricted. The other laws and spiritual orifices in his body were flashing violently, and he was engraving the laws madly. Those laws that had just been planted not long ago would have taken more or less 2 or 3 years to be incorporated into the origin. Now the completeness of the laws is close to half. This speed is simply incredible. In addition to the miraculous effect of the pure and spiritual energy, the simplicity of these laws, and Bai Donglin's extraordinary talents are also very important factors. A huge number of demons and monsters were slaughtered this time, and the pure and spiritual energy generated directly made him realize something for a quarter of an hour. With his current spiritual strength, it is not comparable to his previous mortal state, when he killed a mere female ghost. It took him 2 or 3 hours to refine and digest the pure spiritual energy bestowed by heaven and earth, and the efficiency was extremely low. Bai Donglin opened his eyes. They were full of spirit. With the help of the clear and spiritual energy, cultivation became an ultimate enjoyment. This is heaven. Unfortunately, there are only 3 days left. After 3 days, the ancestor's incarnation will come, and I will have no part in these demons and monsters. Bai Donglin's expression froze. He felt as if his treasure had been stolen. He had to speed up the hunting process. After several absorptions, he discovered another characteristic of the pure and spiritual energy. This pure and spiritual energy can be preserved in the sea of consciousness as long as the soul does not absorb it. This is very reasonable. Otherwise, on the battlefield, wouldn't it be necessary to ask the opponent to pause while fighting? I suddenly realized it. Bai Donglin chuckled. His figure disappeared and shot towards the heart of the dimension. The closer to the core of the twisted black hole, the denser the number of monsters and demons. He initially ran towards the periphery for a long time, and had already moved away from it for a long distance. At this time, Nian, who was already approaching the outer endless space dimension defense circle, had a drastic change of expression. Looking at Lian Xian, who was already unconscious, she knew that the two of them were not out of danger. But the crisis of death was getting more and more intense. Am I really wrong? After thinking for a moment, Nian's eyes lit up, and then he turned around and flew towards the heart of the dimension, to the core area under the twisted black hole. Yes, the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. There must be a more terrifying crisis outside. Damn it. Such a simple truth. Why didn't I think of it at the beginning? At the same time, in the square below the heart of dimension, Yu Guanling, who had received Luo Sha's call, was fleeing to the outer area. Nian, who goes and comes back. Bai Donglin, who rushes to the core area, and Luo Sha, who wants to stay away from the core area. The roots of the three are vaguely connected into one line. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident will definitely happen. Chapter 206, Hero appears. Just killed a few demons. Hey! Eaten a few more. Ha! Why are there so many demons and monsters? Bai Donglin hummed something nonsense, while his hands kept moving. He crushed a few ugly monsters to death, and swallowed them into his stomach without any disgust. Bai Donglin did not use the few strands of pure spiritual energy that appeared out of thin air in the sea of gods, but gathered them into a ball, partly in order to save time so that he could hunt more. There is another reason which is related to his next plan. These pure and spiritual energies will play a big role. Bai Donglin continued to run forward, while looking up at the twisted black hole in the sky, where the fierce and terrifying battle waves were boiling endlessly. Lu Dongchuan evacuated from above at that time, which caused a lot of pressure on the Dan League. A large wave of demons and monsters took the opportunity to pass through the blockade and land on the earth. But a moment later, dozens of figures with powerful auras on the ground rushed up to the sky and filled the blockade again. Bai Donglin understood that these dozens of figures were also the guarding force of the Dan League here. Although their strength is far from comparable to those dozen people of Lu Dongchuan, they are all powerful beings in the Gi realm. The twisted black hole has not yet been completely stabilized. And the biggest impact will not come until 1 day later. So there are not many monsters and demons with powerful strength. And they are all blocked by the powerful Gi above. Only a huge and endless number of low-level demons and monsters broke through the blockade and descended to the earth at a terrifying rate of 1 out of 100 dying, while the powerful ones were too busy to take care of them. Among them, there are very few demons with the strength of the divine origin realm. These little guys cannot cause much damage. So the powerful ones don't care much about them. The focus is still on those powerful demons. If even one escapes, as long as they are given time, they can easily kill all 1 billion Dan cultivators. That's why Bai Donglin can be so comfortable. Even though these low-level monsters have strange methods and unpredictable appearances, his methods are now very comprehensive. He has the means to kill any monster. If you meet someone you can't defeat, just use the Eye of Soul to serve him. Cool. A streak of light streaked across the void at an extremely fast speed. The stream of light suddenly stopped and hovered in the void. And a figure appeared. It was Yu Guangling. Behind him, the arm condensed from energy was holding the desperate Luo Sha. Yu Guangling frowned, closed his eyes, and sensed carefully for a moment. Then slowly said, "Master Luo Sha, it seems that you are very lucky." Luo Sha was slightly stunned, then reacted. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his tone was excited. "Mr. Yu? You mean?" "That's right. I just captured the mark left by Lord Luo Dian." Yu Guangling had followed Luo Dian for tens of thousands of years, and had helped him do countless shameful things. He was naturally very familiar with the tracking methods he left behind, and had his own special set of secret methods to sense them. Luo Dian is extremely cautious in his conduct, and the marks he leaves are usually one overt and one covert. The mark in the open is more effective, and can be sensed even at the ends of the earth. But it can also be easily detected by cultivators of the same level. The marks in the dark are 100 times more obscure. But the effect is much worse. They can only be sensed within a certain range, but they are so obscure that they are extremely difficult to detect. The reason why he rejected Luo Sha's request in the beginning was because the seal of Ming cast by Lord Luo was erased by someone. This not only cut off his perception, but also made him inexplicably taboo. To be able to erase the mark left by Lord Luo Dian, it must be the work of a powerful person of the same level. Yu Guangling looked hesitant. This dimensional law seed was obtained by Lord Luo Dian at a great cost, and he would be unwilling to lose it if it was lost. Yu Guangling looked up at the twisted black hole, and his mind suddenly became firm. He slightly adjusted his direction and flew towards the place he sensed. If you can take action, then take action. If you can't, then just retreat. With Lord Luo Dian's face, the other party will not make things difficult for them. Bai Donglin, who was flying in the form of light, suddenly changed his expression, increased his speed instantly, and dodged to the side. Boom! There was a loud roar, and the ground was shattered into pieces by a huge energy fist shadow. When the smoke and dust settled, Bai Donglin and Luo Sha stared at each other from a distance. After Yu Guangling arrived, he did not find any aura of Gui Yining around, so he directly took action to stop Bai Donglin. But he did not kill him, so Bai Donglin could not die yet. Brother Bai, we really have a deep connection. We are so lucky to meet again in such a vast sea of people. Brother Bai, this place is so dangerous now. You should come with us. Luo Sha is now in high spirits, and in an extremely good mood. He originally thought that he would miss the seed of dimensional law, but he did not expect that Brother Bai would drop from the sky. He is indeed the chosen one. Brother Bai, Mr. Yu is a powerful man. He will definitely protect our safety. Luo Sha directly pointed out Yu Guangling's strength, which put an end to Bai Donglin's idea of escaping. Bai Donglin flicked his fingers lightly, and he naturally understood why the other party did not kill him. It was not because he was afraid of his identity as the Jidao Holy Sect, although the Jidao Xingzong is very protective of its people, as long as they do it covertly and don't let others know. Isn't it okay? With so many monsters and demons here now, isn't it normal for people to die? The reason why he was not killed was just for the dimensional law seed in his Jidao bracelet. Now that the space is restricted, the storage magic weapon cannot be used. Even if they kill Bai Donglin, it is impossible to forcibly break the storage space of the Jidao bracelet. Moreover, the Jidao bracelet has another special feature. As long as the bracelet is in the Qianyuan realm, after a quarter of an hour of being ownerless, it will be sensed by the bracelet mother body deep in the Jidao Holy Sect and summoned and recovered through the air. This information is known to everyone in the cultivation world. Which also leads to the fact that things like killing people and stealing treasures rarely happen to disciples of the Jidao holy sect. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Isn't this Mr. Luo who ranked second in the Earth level arena of the Dan Dao conference? Unfortunately, I can't escape with you. I still have to go to the core area to hunt monsters and demons. So I won't accompany you. Bai Donglin deliberately emphasized the word escape, then raised his hand slightly and moved his feet, looking like he was ready to leave. Snort. Luo Sha's face darkened. Bai Donglin was still so good at talking, but it seemed that there was something wrong with his brain. With Yu Guangling, a cultivator in the Gi realm. Here, did he still think he could get away? Yu Guangling raised his hand and pointed. A huge condensed energy surged out, fusing with several forbidden laws and transforming into shining rune chains that danced like a mad snake, passing through the void and instantly tightly wrapping around Bai Donglin. Under the powerful force of confinement, Bai Dongling's body, spiritual orifices, and sea of consciousness were all sealed, and he stood there unable to move. From beginning to end, Guangling didn't say a word and looked indifferent. In his opinion, as long as Guiyi did not interfere, there was no need to spend much effort to deal with Bai Donglin, a mere cultivator in the supernatural power realm. Old man, do you think you can defeat me? Bai Dongling's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and the spiritual orifice and soul in his body suddenly shone violently. A terrifying energy wave rolled violently, as if it was about to explode in the next moment. Yu Guangling's expression changed, and he pinched his fingers to create a spell. The rune chains that imprisoned Bai Dongling glowed with various colors. But no matter what he did, he still couldn't stop the surging energy in his body. Stop! Yu Guangling shouted coldly, raised his hand and waved it, releasing the chains that bound Bai Donglin. A smile appeared in Bai Dongling's eyes. He was proficient in 38,000 ways of suicide. How could a mere confinement do anything to him? He moved his wrists, which had been freed again, and the energy fluctuations in his body slowly subsided, stopping the demon disintegration technique. Boy, are you crazy? Yu Guangling's face looked grim. He sensed very clearly that Bai Donglin was not bluffing him. If he had been a step slower, this kid would have really self-destructed. Luo Sha also noticed the problem at this time, and his expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that Bai Donglin had such a strong character. This kind of person is simply a lunatic. Although the dimensional law is good, what is the use of even the best treasure if you lose your life? There is no way to continue to be in a stalemate like this. Bai Donglin is now like a hedgehog. He can't be killed, and he will explode if caught. Even Yu Guangling feels a headache. After all, he had just broken through and returned to unity not long ago. His Dharma body and physical body had not yet merged into one, and some of the strange methods of the powerful could not be used yet. This little cultivator in the realm of supernatural powers really stumped him. Brother Bai, why do you have to do this? There is no deep hatred between us. If you give me the seeds, I can promise not to harm your life. Luo Sha thought for a moment, and could only lower his head. Not killing Bai Donglin would only allow him to vent his anger. Now was not the time to be willful. Oh, so now I have to thank Mr. Luo for not killing me. You scared me so much just now that my heart is still pounding. How about this? Luo Sha, come here and let me punch you a few times to vent my anger, and then I'll go with you, Bai Donglin said with a smile. Luo Sha's eyes were filled with anger. He was a chi cultivator, and if he could withstand a few punches from a body cultivator, he would be beaten half to death. Stop! Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, a delicate cry came from the void. Yin Yin embraced Lianqin and slowly landed in front of Bai Donglin. She had a stern look on her face, like a hero appearing for justice. Bai Donglin couldn't help but frowning slightly. Chapter 207 Heartfelt. A twisted black hole obscured the sky, and black fog filled the sky. The ferocious and roaring demons and monsters were attacking the blockade frantically. From time to time, black shadows crossed the void and descended to the earth. At this time, 2 hours had passed since the distorted black hole appeared. The monks who were fleeing in all directions gradually calmed down and began to gather and fight back. On the ground, Bai Donglin looked helpless. Yin Yin embraced Lianqin, and the stern look on her face slowly faded away. She already felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. So she reached out and pulled Bai Dongling's sleeve, and whispered, Hey, kid, what's going on here? I came here to save you. Why are you still looking so grumpy? Shouldn't you be grateful? Cry bitterly, and shout that you are saved? Bai Donglin pouted slightly. Could he blame Yin Yin? He had good intentions, but ended up making things worse. He just didn't expect that the usually cautious Nian Nian would be so eager to protect him that he rushed out without even figuring out the other party's strength. To be honest, he was still quite touched. In fact, this is not the case. If Nian Nian knew what he was thinking, she would definitely say that Bai Donglin was completely wishful thinking. Nian Nian's flying all the way was not aimless, but he was always sensing Lian Xion's state. In particular, the closer he got to her, the more stable Lian Xion's state became, until she stood in front of Bai Donglin. Lianxin's warning reaction had completely stopped. Her breathing and heartbeat returned to normal, and her hot body temperature also dropped rapidly. He is now unconscious, simply because his body has consumed too much energy. So even though the atmosphere here was a bit weird, and the old man opposite seemed unfathomable, the anxiety in Nian Nian's heart had disappeared. She was still very confident in her good disciple's miraculous physique. And until now, their crisis of death had been resolved. Brother Bai, it seems that I have better luck now. Luo Sha looked at the change in Bai Donglin's expression and realized that he still cared about this fake master and fake senior sister. After telling Yu Guangling about the relationship between the three, he said to Bai Donglin, "Make a decision quickly. For the sake of the dimensional law, this young master can do anything. I believe you don't want to try it." Luo Sha's expression was grim. He had no time to waste here. The violent energy fluctuations in the sky above were urging him to escape. Bai Donglin frowned slightly, sensing the floating and sinking golden and red pointed cornered monument fragment in the sea of divines. After hesitating for a moment, he gave up the idea of using it. He kept this split body for himself. But he had already made an agreement with Lu Dongchuan. The time to use it is at least 1 day later, when the blood-red soul bead was collected. Lu Dongchuan also blocked all auras in time. All communication plans between the two of them were obscured by powerful means. If he uses the golden and red pointed cornered monument to open the low-dimensional world now, not only Yu Guangling and Luo Sha in front of him may be traitors, but his plan will be directly exposed. There is another possibility. Since the other party can completely restrict the space of the entire area, they are not without the means to monitor everything through this restrictive force. Without Lu Dongchuan present, there is a possibility of exposure if the low-dimensional world is opened. Even if the chance is only 1 in a billion, Bai Donglin does not dare to take the risk. One wrong step and the whole plan would collapse. Although the storage space was restricted, which prevented him from using many of his methods, it did not mean he had no trump cards. "Sister Nian, what happened to Lianxin?" "She's fine. She's just exhausted." Bai Donglin nodded slightly. His expression became solemn and serious, staring at Yu Guangling and said, "Sister Nian, please step back. Let me take care of this old guy." Nian Nian was stunned, looking at Bai Donglin with a serious expression he had never had before. This kid, when he was serious, his aura was really scary. He nodded in agreement involuntarily, and with pity in his heart, he jumped lightly and landed thousands of feet away. Yu Guangling did not stop him. In his eyes, a mere 10,000 feet was no different from face to face. "Bai Donglin, have you thought it through? For the sake of the dimensional law, can you really bear to watch your master and senior sister die tragically in front of you?" Luo Sha's words made Bai Donglin's face even colder. They really thought of him as a soft persimmon that could be manipulated at will. "Since you want to die, then do as you wish. Do you really think you can defeat me? I gave you face, didn't I?" Bai Donglin's eyes were cold and fierce. He raised his palm knife, which was surrounded by the scarlet law of destruction. As fast as lightning, it pierced his chest in an instant. A bright red heart with a slight hint of gold and covered with dense runes was taken out. Bai Donglin's action stunned everyone. With a physical cultivator's abnormal physique, digging out some internal organs would be nothing and would not kill anyone. But who would do this except a madman? This fresh, steaming heart beat for only a moment before it began to turn gray and wither, then turned into ashes and dissipated. After the ashes disappeared, only a small skull like a pendant was left on his hand. The skeleton was like blood jade, with the surface engraved with strange runes, and there was a faint sucking force coming from it. "Haha. Skeleton boss is very angry because his meal was interrupted. You are dead." Bai Donglin obtained an unknown golden skeleton from the ancient world. After using it once and witnessing its power, he conducted more in-depth research and transformation on the skeleton. The skeleton boss, who had been shrunk by secret means, had been buried deep in his heart for the past few years, sucking his blood all the time. After several years of nourishment, the golden skeleton has turned into blood jade, and the blood and essence he consumed is enough to fill the rivers and lakes. With a thought, the skeleton the size of the pendant in his hand flashed red, returned to its original size, and floated in the void. Death sign. Bai Donglin called out in his heart, and the black knife made a slight sound, flew out of the body, circled in a circle, and automatically fell into the hands of the skeleton boss. Although according to his research, this big guy was a swordsman in his life, the only thing he had now that could match his strength was the death omen. With the level of the skeleton boss, I believe that the use of weapons is no longer restricted by form. Everything in the world can be a sword. With the Taoist nature of the death omen, it will definitely improve the strength of the skeleton boss. The blood jade skeleton trembled slightly when the death omen came into hand, and a red light suddenly flashed in the dark holes. His bloodshot eyes stared at Yu Guangling. An inexplicable aura spread out, and the tragic and murderous atmosphere made everyone present tremble slightly in their hearts. All this happened too quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Yu Guangling was already being stared at by the blood-red skeleton. The moment the inexplicable energy approached his body, Yu Guangling's scalp suddenly exploded, and his eyes were filled with horror. Danger! Danger! Death is imminent. What the hell is this thing? What on earth did this kid do? Every cell in Yu Guangling's body was wailing and roaring. Flee! Flee! If you don't escape, you will surely die. How is this possible? He is a half-step to rebirth, and has barely achieved rebirth by dripping blood. He has left behind his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys in many hidden places, enough to revive 5 times. How could this blood jade skull threaten his life? Master Rosa, Luo Sha, who was standing by, was slightly affected by the murderous aura. He became dumbfounded. His body was shaking. His face was bitter, and his lips moved slightly. Mr. Yu, I'm afraid. Yu Guangling frowned. He had been locked by the blood jade skeleton's aura and had no way to escape. But Luo Sha could not die here. With a clap of his hands, a strong energy enveloped Rosa and shot into the distance. Immortal magic. The world of Pasa. Ethereal and traceless. Yu Guangling looked solemn, and he quickly made hand gestures to perform magic incantations. Half of the cell particles in his body that had already merged into one began to shine fiercely. Countless laws are rolling and energy is surging. A mysterious wave penetrated his body and connected with the heaven and earth. A series of illusory worlds slowly emerged behind Guangling's mind. Yu Guangling's body began to become illusory, as if he was not in this world, but in the myriad worlds. This is his strongest defense. Under the influence of the terrifying aura of the blood jade skeleton, he gave up on attacking and subconsciously resorted to defense. Immortal magic is a higher level of law and energy utilization method for chi cultivation than magic, and is on the same level as the magical powers of body cultivation, chi cultivation, magic, and immortality, physical training, secret techniques, and supernatural powers. Chapter 208, Breath of Destruction. The blood jade skeleton held the sign of death tightly, took a step forward, and the terrifying supreme sword intent broke through the sky. Destroy! Destroy! An aura of annihilation appeared along with the sword intent, lingering around the blood jade skeleton. The death omen hummed violently, as if it was unable to withstand this breath. A red light shone, and the black blade instantly turned into a blood-red blade. As the blood jade skeleton slowly raised its arms, Yu Guangling's old face turned pale. Destroy it! Destroy it! How could it be this ghost thing? No wonder. No wonder. My life is over. The blood-red blade fell instantly. The world was silent, and everything froze. The illusory world surrounding Yu Guangling shattered like a mirror and dissipated into light particles. Yu Guangling's eyes froze, and many figures standing in the myriad worlds disappeared at the same time. A strange aura of destruction spread and descended along the inexplicable connection. The heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, the 5 places of resurrection hidden deep in Guangling, suddenly emitted a breath of annihilation from the inside out, and were instantly turned into ashes. Ben Boogie Yining died in Guangling. He was killed completely by a single sword from the blood jade skeleton. In the distance behind, Bai Donglin, who was swept away by the aftermath and turned into nothingness, was resurrected out of thin air, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Damn it. This skeleton boss was so cruel that he killed him too. Looking at the huge canyon that stretched to the end of the site in the distance, it was a good thing that Nian Nian went to chase that little bastard Luo Sha. Otherwise, he would have been affected and died. This skeleton boss is very strong, but he is completely out of his control, and every attack he makes is with all his strength. This time it devoured too much of his essence and blood, and even released a trace of terrifying aura, which he was somewhat familiar with. I had once encountered the Sword of Annihilation on the frozen soil of the ancient world. That sword, which could kill anyone who struck it, faintly exuded this aura. Bai Donglin's expression changed for a moment, and with a thought, the sign of death flew back into the sea of blood, and the blood jade skeleton turned into the size of a pendant again and fell into the palm of his hand. Looking closely, the skeleton seemed to be carved from blood jade, except for a small hole on the top of the skull, which was where Lady Whitebone was born. The rest was flawless. Bai Donglin suddenly frowned as he discovered a tiny crack around the hole on the top of the skeleton. This crack didn't exist before. It seems that cutting out that trace of terrifying aura was not without consumption for the skeleton boss. It is better to use this trump card less often in the future, as it is not necessary. Bai Donglin raised his palm knife, cut open his chest, and respectfully stuffed the skeleton boss into his heart. Call out. He comes back year after year, holding the pale-faced Luo Sha in his hands, and following behind him, Lian Xian, who is weak and has just awakened. Master, junior brother, are you okay? Lian Xian felt embarrassed and didn't know where to put her hands. She still didn't believe that Bai Donglin was her fake junior brother. Bai Donglin smiled, nodded to Lianqin, and gave her a reassuring look. Nian looked across the huge canyon with a solemn look in her eyes. The terrifying aura contained in it made her heart beat uncontrollably. She looked at Bai Donglin and said, Kid, what's going on? Where's that old man? Bai Donglin spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. He looked at Luo Sha, who looked dejected, and said with a smile, Ha! Master Luo, how is it? Who has better luck now? Luo Sha frowned and suppressed his anger. He didn't know how Bai Donglin had solved the problem of old Yu. He was very jealous, and didn't dare to argue anymore. He looked up at the twisted black hole in the sky and shouted, My father, Luo Dian. He is a powerful being in the 6th extreme realm. Huh? My father Luo Dian. Bai Donglin slapped Luo Sha to the ground with a flying slap. Luo Sha's cultivation had been restricted for years, and his cheek became swollen after being slapped. Why are you howling? Your father is dead, and you're here howling? Bai Donglin shook his head, no longer paying attention to Luo Sha, who was curled up on the ground and shivering, and turned to Nian and said, Sister Nian, this place is full of dangers. You can't stay for long. I have a place that can keep you safe. Bai Donglin tapped his fingers and transmitted the coordinates of the canyon, where Lu Dongchuan and Wui's souls were located to Nian. This is? He always looked doubtful. Sister Nian, there's no time to explain. Trust me. You'll understand where you go. By the way, take this kid with you. He cannot open the low-dimensional world now. Nor can he kill Luo Sha. If he kills Luo Sha, his father Luo Dian will definitely go berserk and cause unnecessary trouble. Once Rasha enters the low-dimensional world, whether he is dead or alive is up to him. Nian glanced at Lianqin, who looked unchanged, pondered for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Bai Donglin is full of mystery. He was able to deal with that old man. He must have some means beyond her imagination. Moreover, Lianqin's warning was not triggered, which shows that Bai Donglin's words are credible. A strange vision of the origin appeared behind Nian's head. His spiritual orifice shone. A burst of green light fell, enveloped the 3 people, and turned into a stream of light, disappearing in an instant. Goodbye, junior brother. The cry of compassion echoed faintly in the void. Bai Donglin burst out laughing. This little girl really decided that he was her junior brother. Gathering his thoughts, Bai Donglin did not delay any longer. During this period of time, how much pure spiritual energy had he lost? With his perception fully developed, his figure moved and shot towards the heart of the dimension. The heart of dimension. The endless thick roots underground penetrate deep into the Earth's core, spread over boundless areas, and span infinite dimensional space. At the intersection of countless roots and huge vine branches is the core of the heart of the dimension. The golden brown that was originally in the silver Rubik's Cube actually sneaked into the heart of dimension silently through the silver light beam ejected from the heart of dimension and appeared in this core area. All origins of the dimensional heart are here. The defense here is extremely terrifying, and the divine power is so great that even the incarnation of the ancestor of the Danli cannot enter this place on normal days. It's not that the ancestor is not strong enough, but if he forces his way in, it will cause the origin of the heart of dimension to collapse, which would be a complete loss for the Dan Alliance. The Heart of Dimension is of great significance to the Dan Alliance, and being able to set up an outer endless dimensional space defense is only one of its meanings. The magical effect of the blue-purple flowers that can make the alchemist's mind clear and calm, which has been enjoyed by contestants such as by Donglin, is not the point. There are many of these magical functions, the most important of which is that a juice can be extracted from the vines of the Heart of Dimension. This juice can be used to refine pills. Adding this juice during the refining process of various kinds of pills will greatly improve their quality. And because the Heart of Dimension is extremely large, the juice production is huge. It is conceivable how extraordinary the significance of the Heart of Dimension is to the Dan League. It can be said that the Heart of Dimension has made an indelible contribution to the development of the Dan League to its current level. Therefore, even if it cannot be completely controlled, the Dan League has never thought of forcibly breaking through to the origin of the Heart of the Dimension over the years. And this golden brown actually easily entered the place of origin, where even the incarnation of the ancestor was helpless. Jin Zong has returned to his golden robe, his figure slightly illusory, sitting cross-legged in front of a calm, emerald green lake. Above this lake, there is a huge ball of light floating. The ball of light is rotating slightly, and countless mysterious visions appear and disappear in the ball of light, rotating endlessly. The huge emerald green lake below is not simple either. It emits a faint sweet scent, which is actually an unknown spiritual liquid. Jin Zong, who was sitting cross-legged on the shore, slowly opened his eyes, frowned, and had a look of unwillingness. Damn it! Heart of Dimension. Why? I was born from you. Why don't you accept me? Jean Brown's expression became increasingly gloomy. No one understood the Heart of Dimension better than him. If he could completely control the Heart of the Dimension, then he could directly become an almighty powerful being comparable to his ancestor. But the current situation was beyond his expectations. The origin of the heart of this dimension was extremely repulsive to him, let alone control. He couldn't even get close to the origin. Chapter 209, Destruction of Golden Light. The golden brown palm slowly stretched out, and just as it crossed the lakeside boundary, a green light flashed in the calm emerald green water, and the palm instantly turned into nothingness. A trace of pain flashed across Jean Brown's eyes, and he quickly retracted his arm, chopped it off with a wave of his hand, and blocked the green light that was spreading from the wound. He put away the unwilling look on his face and looked thoughtful. He had no way to solve the rejection of the Heart of Dimension for the time being, and he couldn't figure out the reason. But he is determined to obtain the Heart of Dimension. Humph! Since the soft approach doesn't work, let's use the hard approach. The golden brown eyes were cold and stern. It seemed that he still needed the help of the evil god. If he wants to get the help of Lord Evil God, he must complete the plan against Dan League well this time. At least it can give him some weight to make his request. Jin Zong closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and his will began to spread along the restraining power of the Heart of Dimension. The process went smoothly, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. It would have been fine if he was completely rejected, but he could also utilize some of the power of the Heart of Dimension. This also shows that there is no problem with his identity. He is indeed a true spirit that was born from a point of spiritual light in the heart of the dimension and entered the Mother River to reincarnate. But it was this feeling of being neither up nor down, which was clearly right in front of him. But reaching out to grab it was like the moon in a well, which tortured him to death. The restraining power of the Heart of Dimension permeated the entire heart of the 9 rings. Jin Zong integrated his own will into it, and it was like having a god's perspective. Not only was it completely energy-saving and with a broad field of vision, it was also extremely concealed. No matter how strong your intuition is, you won't be able to detect his gaze, except for a few dark spots where one could not peer into. The entire area suddenly came into view. There is a top-level powerful being in the dark place. The terrifying force field around him repels everything, and even his will cannot be integrated into the confining force. This is also because he does not have complete control over the Heart of Dimension. Otherwise, he would not have to go through so much trouble. Looking at the groups of alchemists fleeing aimlessly, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in the golden brown eyes. He cast his gaze towards the sky again, sensing the gradually stabilizing twisted black hole, and couldn't help muttering to himself, "It's almost time. It's almost time. When the army arrives, all of you will die." Jin Zong's expression was fanatical. He hated these alchemists to death. They only wanted endlessly, extracting the juice and essence from his body, day after day, without stopping. Even if one is reincarnated, the bad memories deep inside one's soul cannot be erased. He firmly believed that he came back for revenge and to save the Heart of the Dimension. Jin Zong swept his eyes across the entire area and found nothing unusual. He turned his gaze back and was attracted by the scene on the vines of the Heart of Dimension. His eyes twitched, and he roared in his heart. What on earth is this bastard doing? Humph! You are really courting death. You dare to touch my body with your mere magical power. As soon as Jin Zong's mind moved, the surrounding demons and monsters were driven together and pounced on the vines of the Heart of Dimension. Drink! Bai Donglin transformed into a giant, roared angrily, and clenched his hands on a huge death blade that was hundreds of feet long. The blade was shrouded in the scarlet law of destruction and the sharp law of gold. Buzz! The terrifying force pushed the death omen through the void and instantly chopped down a thick emerald like young bud. Bang! Such a terrifying blow could easily split mountains and seas. But when it struck the tender buds, it only penetrated a little bit, not even breaking through the delicate surface. But even so, Bai Donglin's eyes lit up and his face was full of excitement. Looks like there's hope. This dimensional heart is indeed terrifying, far surpassing the big tree in the ancient world. At that time, his strength was much weaker than it is now, and he was just cutting branches. Now he just wanted to cut some tender buds, but it was so difficult for him. But as long as he can break the defense, he can cut it down. Bai Donglin's eyes focused, and he used the secret technique ultimate sublimation. His flesh and blood burned madly, and a blazing golden flame faintly spewed out from his mouth and nose. Countless dense chains of the laws of force, after fusing with the golden flames, suddenly shone with golden light. The flames were extremely hot and tightly wrapped around Bai Donglin's huge body. The golden chain of law spread down along the arm, entangled the black knife of death. Break! The wildly surging force oppressed the surrounding void and caused it to distort slightly. With an angry roar, the sound waves expelled all the surrounding air, forming a huge vacuum area. The giant knife fell. A flash of golden light appeared, and it left a trail of flame. Sizzle! A sharp and piercing sound was heard, and the giant knife chopped deeply into the tender bud, this time cutting off 2/3 of it. Bai Donglin drew his sword instantly and chopped down again, and a tender bud growing on the vine of the Heart of Dimension was immediately cut off. The tender buds collapsed like pillars of heaven. Bai Donglin looked excited. He hugged the buds with both hands, supporting them, and opened his bloody mouth. Swallow the sky and the earth. The huge sprout was enveloped by the terrifying swallowing force. Under the effect of the devouring law, the sprout slowly shrank and was held up by Bai Donglin's hands and stuffed into his stomach. The devouring black hole spun madly and exerted full strength, crushing the tender sprouts piece by piece. The process was slow and difficult, which was enough to show how hard the tender sprouts were. At the same time, a pure energy different from the previous one gushed out, and Bai Donglin's expression suddenly became happy. This energy actually contained a lot of life energy. It can be seen from the crazy scramble to devour the spiritual orifices that this energy brings great benefits to the spiritual orifices. After a moment, Bai Donglin finally managed to stuff the entire sprout into the devouring black hole. It would take some time to completely digest it. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction, feeling that his efforts were not in vain. He slayed demons and monsters along the way, advancing all the way, and directly killed under the huge vines of the Heart of Dimension. In an instant, all the monsters and demons around him were cleared out by him, and he was looking around for something strange. Inadvertently, he saw the tender buds growing on the huge vines, and for a moment, the spirit of Lumberjack burned fiercely. Anyway, the Alchemy League had no time to take care of other things at this time, and no one was guarding the Heart of Dimension. Bai Donglin simply took action and cut a young sprout to taste it. Unexpectedly, the effect was beyond his imagination. There were quite a few of these tender buds on the vines. Bai Donglin glanced around and was about to look for the next lucky audience member when he was suddenly stunned. What happened to these monsters? As far as he could sense, demons and monsters from all directions gathered together madly and flew towards him quickly. They're targeting me? I don't think I've done anything to anger them. Right? Bai Donglin frowned slightly and glanced at the tender buds on the vine. If there was anything out of the ordinary he had done, it was only the tender buds he had just cut off. He would naturally welcome the monsters and demons that came to him on their own initiative. But the fact that these monsters and demons were being consciously driven away proved that his and Lu Dongchuan's guess was correct. There is indeed someone watching everything in secret. Fortunately, they were careful enough. Otherwise, all their efforts would have been wasted. Sensing that the group of demons was constantly gathering, it had reached a terrifying level, and many of them were at the divine source realm. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. It would be a shame not to eat such a big piece of cake in front of his mouth. Are you trying to use the human wave tactic on him? Well, it has been a long time since he used that forbidden trick. There is no one here except monsters and ghosts. So there is no need to worry about harming innocent people. Bai Donglin released the magic of heaven and earth, summoned out the bracelet, put it on the hilt of the death omen knife, raised his hand and threw it, and instantly fled into the distance. Every time he makes this move, it means that his next attack will cause terrible damage that even he cannot estimate. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged. He didn't have to worry about the pure spiritual energy dissipating after death. He had already experienced this on the hands of the skeleton boss before. Unless you absorb this pure and spiritual energy yourself, it will remain suspended in the same place after your death. After you are resurrected, it will fly back into the sea of gods. It is extremely magical. The 5 laws of power, destruction, light, gold and fire began to be stripped away one by one under the cutting of his soul blade. Forcibly fusing the 5 laws at the same time was the limit of what he could do at the moment. The 5 selected laws are also targeted and have powerful destructive power, covering all the tolerance of demons and monsters. The reason why space is not used is, first, the space here is confined, and second, because the last time in the black prison was to chase Wei Chiking who wanted to escape. So naturally the space spiritual orifice that can move through space is most suitable. This time, demons and monsters are surrounding him. There is no need to chase them. Just explode on the spot and they will be done. As for the law of pain, for these crazy monsters and demons, pain is just a stimulant. The 5 laws were constantly being stripped away. The recovery ability was triggered, and the spiritual awareness was restored between breaths. Each kind of lost spiritual orifice was stripped off repeatedly 20 times, with a total of 100 lost spiritual orifices floating in the body. As soon as the thought came to mind, the spiritual orifices of the same law began to merge with each other, because they had the same origin and were exactly the same. The fusion was extremely smooth. After a moment, only 5 spiritual orifices with shining lights and unpredictable aura were left at the original place. Bai Donglin looked solemn. The next step was the most difficult one. Under the meticulous control of his soul, the 5 spiritual orifices of the laws began to slowly merge. With each fusion, the aura of the spiritual orifice would surge wildly, and obscure and inexplicable aura fluctuations would spread out. Bai Donglin's hard body actually began to crack slightly when the 5 spiritual orifices merged into one. The most evil and the most good in the sea of the mind were almost exhausted. And this was when the soul-burning secret technique was used. Bai Donglin looked at the chaotic spiritual orifice in his body and smiled slightly. Little guys, let me show you the art of explosion. Roar! Countless demons and monsters were approaching him. A huge demon jumped out and swallowed Bai Donglin in one gulp. A faint sound could be heard. Original Destruction Golden Light. Chapter 210, Growing Mushrooms. Away from the center of the dimension, close to an area on the periphery, a group of monks, tens of thousands of them, were fleeing towards the periphery. From time to time, demons and monsters were chasing them from behind. The monks at the back had no choice but to stop and fight with him. Brother Yundi, will we be okay? Mu Xiao's voice trembled slightly. He was very young and had never seen such a tragic scene. It seemed as if the sky was about to collapse. Waves of horrifying aura suppressed him and made him dazed. Mu Miaoling, who was standing by, was being taken away by the elders of the clan. Upon hearing this, her brows slightly furrowed, and the 2 unicorn horns on her forehead were surrounded by purple light. Could it be that the clan didn't care enough about her younger brother, which led to his relationship with Yundi being so close that it was a bit over the line? Mu Miaoling glanced at Yundi, and there was a faint purple light flashing in her voice. Qilin has the talent of seeing through people's hearts, and she, who has the blood of the purple jade Qilin, is also endowed with this ability. However, her cultivation is not enough, and the degree of blood awakening is still very low. This talent is not obvious at present, but she always has a hunch that Yundi is not a good person. I'm afraid he has bad intentions towards her naive brother. Yundi looked indifferent. His long life as a double-faced person had enabled him to hide all his emotions. The side that appeared on the outside was always so perfect. Looking at the frightened Mu Xiao, he couldn't help but smile tenderly, patted Mu Xiao's shoulder comfortingly and said, "Don't worry, Xiao Mu. With the powerful force of the Dan League, they will definitely." Before Yundi finished speaking, he was suddenly stunned and looked back in horror. There were many Divine Source monks making the same move. Even though the heart of the dimension was extremely far away from them, the huge green vines were still clearly visible. At this moment, above this huge green vine, an exaggeratedly large golden mushroom cloud was rising. A hot and thick golden beam of light gushed out wildly, and an endless sea of fire roared and spread. The flames were red, purple and gold, blazing and boiling. Golden blade beams that were thousands of feet long cut back and forth in the mushroom cloud, leaving dense marks and cracks in the air, crushing everything in it. Boom! There was a vibration on the ground, and then a wave carrying a hot breath hit them. Because the distance was too far, the shock wave only ruffled everyone's robes and hair. But everyone still did not dare to underestimate it, and were still terrified in their hearts. Could it be that some powerful demons and monsters have broken through the blockade and descended to the earth? This is the reason why everyone is shocked. Because of the special nature of this area. As the heart of the dimension grows one dong higher, the sky becomes one dong higher. So the sky is extremely high and very far away from the ground. The powerful men in the sky were fighting fiercely, and the fluctuations of their aura spreading to the ground were no longer noticeable. The golden mushroom cloud that just rose above the heart of the dimension had already exceeded the scope of the Divine Source realm with its terrifying fluctuations, and already possessed the destructive power of a great power. This was the first time they had sensed the fluctuations of a fierce battle between powerful men on the ground since the incident, and they naturally knew what it meant. With the arrival of powerful demons and monsters, their crisis has increased 10,000 times. This is also the reason why everyone has been fleeing. Only Gi, a powerful demon, can be killed. No matter how many people in the Divine Source realm there are, it will be of no avail. The two are not life forms from the same dimension at all. In fact, the sword swung by the skeleton boss also had great destructive power. But because the attacks of sword cultivators were extremely restrained, not many people could sense the fluctuations of that attack. However, by Donglin's original destruction, golden light was not under his control at all, let alone restrained. Miss, the old woman who flew away with Mu Miaoling, looked worried. She was the strongest person in the guard team arranged by the family for Mu Miaoling, and her cultivation level was the 7th level of Divine Source. On weekdays, it can be said to be an extremely powerful guard force that can basically solve all problems. After all, powerful and strong people are extremely rare, and each one of them is very precious. It is impossible for them to serve as bodyguards for others, even if Mu Miaoling has a very high status. This time, when they came to participate in the alchemy conference, they encountered such a situation, which was beyond everyone's expectations. It didn't matter if they died, but the young lady and the young master had the blood of Qilin and were the hope for the family's future, and they must not be lost. The old woman and several guards had determined looks in their eyes, and they were ready to die at any time. Mu Miaoling's brows were slightly solemn, and her slender jade hand secretly held a jade token. As the eldest daughter in the family, she had also awakened the bloodline of the purple jade Qilin. So naturally she had many trump cards. This is the life-saving item given to her by her great-grandfather. It contains an incarnation of her great-grandfather, so any powerful person can still kill it. Xiao, come here. Stand next to Granny Li. Mu Miaoling's voice was cold, but contained a hint of majesty that could not be disobeyed. Oh! Mu Shou was frightened by the huge golden mushroom cloud. Naturally, he did not dare to disobey his elder sister at this time. He left Yundi and stood obediently beside the old woman. Yundi still had a gentle smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all. In Yundi's sea of consciousness, Yundi's soul was holding a glowing brush, dipping it in black liquid, and solemnly drawing a huge formation diagram. The formation diagram had an obscure aura, and was faintly connected to the twisted black hole above the sky. Yundi's soul was depicting it while he muttered to himself, "It's almost time. It's almost time. When the Demon King comes, we'll see how arrogant you little bitch can be. Haha. Xiao Mu. My Xiao Mu. Your body and your black jade Qilin bloodline will all be mine." In the deepest part of Yundi's sea of consciousness, a barely perceptible trace of divine soul flickered slightly, and then it retracted all its aura and disappeared. Cry! With an eagle's cry, an ordinary-looking gray eagle soared across the sky, its head slightly tilted, and its deep eagle eyes took in the scene below. Millions of monks gathered in a huge canyon, and countless defensive hidden formations were spread above the canyon. This canyon was less than 100 miles away from the outer defense circle. They had previously sent people into the outer defense circle to conduct investigations, and the results were not good. Those monks who served as scouts tried their best to fly, but they seemed to be standing still, and could not cross the border at all. This defensive feature is clearly the Damn League's endless dimensional space defense against the outside world. But now it has a counterproductive effect on the inside. Everyone immediately understood that they were trapped. Not to mention them. Even a powerful monk would not be able to break through this endless dimensional space. In desperation, these millions of monks could only hide in the canyon temporarily. But they all knew clearly that they had set up defensive and shielding formations. They could only hide from demons and monsters that are less powerful than them. If a demon with powerful strength comes later, they will surely die. These monks were extremely anxious. But they had no better solution, and could only pray that help from the outside world would arrive soon. The great eagle above circled around the canyon. The canyon with many formations could not hide from the eyes of this ordinary gray eagle. The gray eagle flapped its wings, and slowly landed on a big tree above the canyon. Its eyes fixed on the gathering place of monks below. Dongli. This is the 765th gathering place for monks. There are still 3 hours left until the one-day deadline. Inside the gray eagle's body, a pointed monument surrounded by golden and red light floated slightly. And the voice of Wui's soul came from it. Senior Lu. Once all your clones are in place, I can open the low-dimensional world at any time. Gray Eagle nodded slightly. And thousands of clones connected in mind and spirit transmitted their respective situations to each other. In order to prevent the other party from noticing anything unusual, Lu Dongchuan deliberately concealed his body and transformed himself into anything in nature. Each cellular energy particle of normalized energy can exist as a separate individual, or it can be combined into various forms, like building blocks. It is natural and easy to change the shape into birds, animals, flowers, plants, soil and stones. By simulating different auras, it can be indistinguishable from the real thing. Chapter 211. It's not him after all. The heart of the dimension. Above the green vines, the huge golden mushroom cloud slowly dissipated. The completely confined space was not broken. In the huge space that was expelled into absolute vacuum, spiritual energy and air began to flow back. The air flow was turbulent, stirring up gusts of wind. The huge temperature difference between the upper and lower parts caused air convection. A dark cloud with a radius of hundreds of miles gathered rapidly, with violent lightning crackling in it. Bai Donglin, who was affected by the explosion and died several times, suddenly appeared out of thin air, his eyes shining with white light, and he could see the destruction around him. Many demons and monsters died completely, except for a few demons with the strength of the divine source realm, whose broken body parts remained, while the rest of the demons with lower strength did not even leave ashes. A hint of regret flashed across Bai Donglin's eyes. These are all energy. These things cannot reflect the destructive power of the golden light that just destroyed it. Bai Donglin turned around and looked at the heart of dimension. He had cut young sprouts before, so he naturally understood how terrifying the defense of the heart of dimension was. This was not a young sprout, but old skin, and the defense was increased by who knows how many times. There was a hint of shock in Bai Donglin's eyes. It was worthy of being a killer move of the outer level. Its power was indeed terrifying. A huge gap was blown out on the green vines. Of course, the gap looked huge to Bai Donglin, approximately 10,000 feet in radius. But it was nothing to the heart of dimension. Its size was too huge. To the heart of dimension, the attack just now was probably just like being pricked by a needle. And in just a short while, this huge pit was almost restored to its original state. The vitality of the heart of this dimension is also amazing, which should be considered a common characteristic of all plants. After all, it is just an ordinary plant, and some dead trees can come back to life. Not to mention such a rare wonder as the heart of dimension. Bai Donglin glanced at the pieces of demon corpses scattered on the green vines, and did not eat them immediately. Instead, he sat down cross-legged because the clear and spiritual energy was about to descend. When he swept his divine sense over the group of demons just now, he roughly estimated that there were more than 100,000 of them, among which there were hundreds of them with the strength of divine origin realm. The stronger the monsters and demons are, the more pure and spiritual energy he will be rewarded by heaven and earth by killing them. As soon as Bai Donglin's thought moved, under the sight of the two souls, a spring with flowing light appeared out of thin air in the sea of consciousness. The spring gurgled non-stop and gushed out large streams of clear and spiritual air. Under Bai Donglin's control of the air with his mind, the clear and spiritual air that had previously gathered into a ball was moved to the top of the spring. The clear and spiritual ball was suspended above the spring, and was slightly rotated by the clear and spiritual air gushing out. They had the same root and origin, so it was natural for them to devour and merge with each other. The spring gushed for a quarter of an hour before slowly disappearing. The clear round ball had become substantial, emitting a faint green light and an extremely tempting fragrance. Gurgle. Zai couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Shishan turned his back, clasped his hands together, and chanted the Buddha's name. Out of sight, out of mind. Bai Donglin turned his mind into a knife and stabbed his own will several times before he suppressed the desire to swallow the Qingling ball. This thing is so tempting, just like the Taoist fruit in the legend. No rush. Now is not the time. The stronger this thing performs, the more confident he will be in his plan. Bai Donglin's mind moved, and the clear and spiritual sphere sank into the depths of the sea of consciousness. At the same time, the three souls stopped all deductions and began to concentrate on conquering the control of the 8 parts obtained from the golden and red pointed horn monument. One of the additional abilities of you is that it can be used to control one's own energy and laws, which is also an important part of the plan. After arranging everything, Bai Donglin slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the smelly remains of the demon, opened his mouth and sucked, and the swallowing black hole that had consumed the tender buds and freed up his hands began to spin rapidly. The remaining limbs, flesh, and blood were all devoured and transformed into pure energy, which was then poured into the many crying spiritual orifices. Bai Donglin smacked his lips with an unsatisfied look on his face. But it was not his fault. The hidden spiritual orifices have approached the 9,000 mark, which is more than 9,000 spiritual orifices of infinite space. There is no upper limit for improvement, so no amount of energy will be enough. According to the lofty ideals of the true scripture of conceiving gods and forging demons, Bai Donglin estimated that, in theory, each spiritual orifice would have to devour an infinite multiverse to barely fill itself up. Is this only true world an infinite multiverse? Even if it is devoured completely, it can only complete one spiritual orifice, which is a drop in the bucket compared to the 129,600 spiritual orifices. But Bai Donglin did not feel discouraged. What he saw during the time travel broadened his horizons. He had only reached the beginning and still had a long way to go. He concealed the deep light in his eyes, stood up and looked around, frowning slightly. He had been waiting here for a while, but unfortunately no monsters came to surround and kill him again. Not only that, perhaps because of the lingering aura of the previous attack, many weak demons avoided this area from afar. Bai Donglin was too lazy to chase after just 1 or 2 small monsters. The fierce attack just now had made him have a spoiled appetite. Is the person who drives away the demons behind the scenes going to give up so easily? Never mind. In that case, let's continue cutting the tender shoots. When the one-day deadline is up, there will be plenty of monsters and demons to kill in this place. A hint of excitement flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes. There are still 3 hours left. After 3 hours, he will plant mushrooms all over the heart of the dimension. Death sign. Buzz. The black knife's death omen turned into a black line, crossed the void, and fell into Bai Donglin's hands, making a buzzing sound. He took off the bracelet and put it on his wrist, shouldered the black knife, and jumped lightly. His figure flashed quickly on the green vines that were as flat as the ground, and in a moment he arrived in front of a tender bud. It is naturally inconvenient to just cut the young shoots that are so thick that they require dozens of people to hug them. Bai Donglin's body rose to a height of 300 feet, and the sign of death became increasingly huge as he did so. The golden flame in his body burned fiercely again, with full firepower. Cut! As the body twisted, the wind whistled, and just as the golden blade was about to touch the tender buds, a sudden change occurred. Woo! The tender buds trembled slightly. A whimpering sound was heard, and Bai Donglin's body was suddenly solidified in the void by an irresistible force. Bai Donglin's eyes glared with anger. The energy in his body surged and was about to explode. But the tender bud in front of him suddenly split open, gently twisted and wrapped Bai Donglin, and instantly shrank back into the huge green vines. A light breeze blew by, and the empty vine seemed as if nothing had happened. Well, what is this place? Bai Donglin shook his head. His consciousness instantly cleared. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He jumped up and tightened the death knife in his hand. What meets the eye is a vast expanse of white fog, which swirls and rolls, transforming into all kinds of strange visions. Bai Donglin looked alert. He guessed that the person behind the scenes had made a move again and actually manipulated the heart of dimension to imprison him in this strange place. sensing the floating and sinking of the pointed monument fragment in the Sea of Gods. Bai Donglin calmed his mind and began to explore the surroundings carefully. After walking for a while, Bai Donglin found that there was no danger and gradually increased his speed. He wanted to find out the situation here as soon as possible. Divine perception, vision, and hearing are completely useless in this place. The only thing to do is to explore it step by step personally. After running at full speed for a long time, Bai Donglin found that the white mist in front of him began to thin, and he suddenly felt refreshed. What is this? Have we reached the edge? Bai Donglin stopped in front of a transparent wall. He reached out and touched it lightly. He couldn't tell what material it was made of. It seemed more like it was made of some kind of energy or force field. Humph! With a cold snort, Bai Donglin raised his knife and chopped. The tremendous force rolled up a large piece of white mist and slashed fiercely on the transparent wall. Unexpectedly, not only was he unable to break it, but there wasn't even any sound produced, as if all the energy and kinetic energy from his previous attack had been completely consumed. The sticky white mist that was above his knees began to dissipate inexplicably. Bai Donglin turned his eyes and found that there was the same transparent substance under his feet. Looking around, Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly. No. There's something wrong with the dimensional space here. Bai Donglin, who saw everything clearly, realized something strange. He should be in a transparent sphere, but you can see vertical transparent walls, as if you are walking on flat ground. This is illogical because the dimensional space here is disordered. Bai Donglin leaned over and lay on the flat transparent ground. Looking down, his vision gradually becoming clear. There was a green lake below him. He glanced towards the lake and frowned slightly. He saw a golden-robed figure sitting cross-legged on the lakeside. Is he the one behind all this? Was it he who got himself into this transparent sphere? Resemble. It's so similar. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold. He stood up and slowly looked back. The sticky white mist surged and gathered into a graceful figure. The face was blurred and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Who are you? The figure in the white mist ignored Bai Donglin, but slowly walked forward, and the slender jade hand condensed from the white mist gently stroked Bai Donglin's cheek. Whether its appearance, temperament, or soul, they are 70% similar. Unfortunately, you only look alike. But you are not him. After all, it's not him. The sound is ethereal and vague, as if it comes from ancient times. Chapter 212. My name is Shilu. Auntie. Who are you? Bai Donglin frowned slightly, took a step back, broke free from the cold little hand, sat cross-legged, and placed the death omen across his thighs. This scene was really a bit weird. He couldn't see through the white mist figure in front of him at all, and the solidity of this transparent sphere was beyond his imagination. Now there is only one way out, which is to enter the low-dimensional world. But now is not the time to open it. Hee. The figure in the white mist chuckled, then began to circle around him. Its lower body turned into thick mist again, wrapping around him tightly. Then she stretched out two cold little hands, gently pinched Bai Donglin's cheeks, and kneaded them. The tone of your voice and your mean mouth are 80% similar to his. It's incredible that there are such coincidences in this world. Bai Donglin's brows twitched slightly. Apart from his aunt and elder sister, no other person had ever pinched his face. Auntie, please respect yourself. Is this how you usually meet the person you are looking for? Bai Donglin naturally understood in his heart that the figure in the white mist had simply recognized the wrong person. If he was really a native of this world, it was possible that he might have been reincarnated. There are some similarities between the past and present lives, which is natural and reasonable. But as a time traveler, he has only arrived in this world not long ago. So there is naturally no possibility of communication with the white mist figure in front of him. Upon hearing this, the figure in the white mist paused and slowly withdrew his hands, with a hint of reluctance. No. Although that person is kind, his heart is like a god above 9 days. How can others touch his body? Little guy. I just did what I wanted to do but never did through you. Bai Donglin's expression relaxed a little, and he no longer worried about this matter which had nothing to do with him. But now it seems that things are not as bad as he thought. The white misty figure in front of him does not seem to be the person behind all this in the outside world. I'm afraid they just arrested him because they recognized the wrong person. Auntie. Who are you? The white mist figure circled in the air, causing the surrounding fog to change constantly and transform into all kinds of strange visions. As for me, they all call me Dimension Heart. But actually my name is Little Green. Bai Donglin's expression froze. And he didn't have time to complain about the poor naming level. He immediately clenched his hands into a death sign, jumped up, and distanced himself from the white mist figure, his eyes cold and fierce. Heart of Dimension. Everything that happened outside was caused by you? Unexpectedly, the figure in the white mist shook his head slightly, not caring about Bai Donglin's reaction of pretending to attack, and flew to the transparent wall, looking down and said, I fell asleep for a long time, and I was only awakened by your breath. Everything that happened outside was not myself. But the situation is already clear. Alas, did you see the little guy on the shore of the lake below? He caused all this. Bai Donglin frowned. He had naturally seen the figure below a long time ago. But in his opinion, the white misty figure in front of him was the one who could truly control the Heart of Dimension. And Qialu, since this was not your intention, I think a thief must have stolen your power while you were asleep. You are the Heart of Dimension, and you can manipulate all the power of the Heart of Dimension. Can you remove all of this? Break the outer endless dimensional space defense, and remove the space confinement of this area? Bai Dong's tone was gentle, trying to let the weird heart's heart crack the crisis. But he did not mention distorted black holes. He also wanted to wait for another wave of clear spirit. Yes, I am the Heart of Dimension, but I can easily help you to relieve this crisis. But I don't plan to do so. Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed. As expected, this Qialu had a strange personality, and was not as easy to talk to as he seemed. Why? As I sleep, your Dan League forces will adopt the essence of life on my body day after day. After losing my main body, endless pain gave rise to endless resentment, which gave birth to the little guy below. The white mist figure floats up and down in the thick fog. Endless strange visions linger around the body. And the voice is ethereal and ethereal. Born in hatred, the heaven and earth gave him a spirit, and he was reincarnated as a human. This is the human calamity of the Dan League. And naturally the Dan League has to bear it itself. Everything has a cause and an effect. The Dan League sowed evil seeds in the past, and today they must bear the bitter fruit. Bai Donglin had a silent expression. He was well versed in Buddhism, and naturally had a deep understanding of the law of cause and effect. No matter what evil causes and bitter consequences, it all comes down to lack of strength. If I am strong enough, I will dig out the origin of the law of cause and effect and eat it up alive, and see whether you can still cause the cause and effect. However, it seemed that the Heart of Dimension had just awakened, and did not know about his and Lu Dongchuan's plan. With his participation, this so-called human disaster has now been largely solved. Bai Donglin shrugged indifferently. Without the help of the Heart of Dimension, they could solve everything on their own. It's just that the process would be a little tortuous. Okay. In that case, I won't bother you, Aunt Qialu. But can you do me a small favor? Bai Donglin turned his gaze back, and fell on the unaware man in the golden robe below. For some reason, an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. Send me down. I want to meet the incarnation of resentment of the heart of this dimension. I don't know why, but when I saw this person, I had an urge to chop him up twice. A figure in white mist swooped down from the sky, and came in front of Bai Donglin in an instant. She couldn't help but stretch out her cold little hand to pinch his cheek. No. You look so much like him. I don't want you to die in vain. You are only at the divine ability realm. This incarnation of resentment is still within my body. You can use my strength a little bit. It is impossible for you to be his opponent. Bai Donglin was speechless. Didn't this dimensional heart even see him growing mushrooms? Otherwise, he would never say such words. The strength of the golden robe man below is probably not enough to reach the level of a great power. Otherwise, the Heart of Dimension would not have said to borrow her power. It seems that Qialu is still a little biased towards the incarnation of resentment. It is unlikely that she would say that she doesn't mind what the Dan League has done, since there was no chance to kill the man in the golden robe. Bai Donglin had no choice but to give up and spoke again. This won't work, and that won't work either. Can you please, Aunt Qialu, send me out? You can't imprison me here just because I look like someone. I'm not from the Dan League. I'm innocent. The one-day deadline is almost up. Wouldn't it be nice to go out and harvest the pure and spiritual energy? Don't waste your time here. Are you sure? The outside world is full of dangers. You might die if you go out. It's better for you to stay here with me and avoid this disaster. I'm not afraid of death. Bai Donglin's eyes were determined, as if to say, if you don't let me out, I will commit suicide on the spot. All right. As if sensing Bai Donglin's will, the figure in the white mist nodded slightly. I am very happy to meet you in the vast river of time. I'll give you a small gift. The figure in the white mist blew gently, and the white mist surged, swirling around by Donglin's figure, and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 213 The Original Bomb. On the huge green vines of the Heart of Dimension, a tender yellow bud quickly emerged. The tender buds cracked open, and Bai Donglin's figure stumbled out, shook his head, and regained consciousness. Well, it finally came out. So, after all this time, I was just kidnapped and had my face pinched. Bai Donglin couldn't help but touch his cheek. Is he really that handsome? Otherwise, why do these women like to touch his face? Unfortunately, I don't make a living by my looks. He frowned slightly, feeling something strange in his chest, and reached out to pull out a pendant. A diamond-shaped crystal, emerald green all over, shook slightly, and it seemed that there was liquid sloshing inside. The gift from the Heart of Dimension should not be too bad. So Bai Donglin put it away carefully. This trip was not completely fruitless, and he also got to know the appearance of the man in golden robe behind the scenes. This information can be handed over to Lu Dongchuan. The Dan League's internal affairs will naturally be handled by themselves, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Looking up, the twisted black hole was spinning faster and faster, and the fierce battle fluctuations in it were becoming more and more intense. There is less than an hour left until the one-day deadline. Bai Donglin's expression was slightly condensed. It was time to start preparing in advance. He planned to make a batch of powerful weapons to kill demons and monsters. He raised his hand and released several energy balls condensed from the 5 elements. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth formed the 5 elements formation. Bai Donglin's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and all aura was blocked. The storage space was restricted, and there was no way to take out the materials for setting up the formation. The only thing they could do was to use the energy laws to perform the formation. But the effect was not much different. He raised his palm blade, gathered the destructive blade intent, controlled his body's defense, and began to chop off his hands and feet. A moment later, Bai Donglin's front was filled with arms, legs and feet. The wounds were surrounded by golden light, but not a drop of blood was flowing out. Feeling that it was almost done, Bai Donglin stopped his actions, opened his mouth, and spit out a rich purple-gold flame. The flame of life that was integrated into the purple flame was the key to refining flesh and blood. The hard flesh and blood slowly softened under the refining of the purple-gold flame. The essence of the flesh and blood was extracted, and the dead cell residues were burned to ashes. Finally, the pile of flesh and blood turned into 99 blood-red and dazzling balls. Like blood jade, the blood-red ball was soft, with dense lines on it. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be tiny blood vessels. The ball was pulsating slightly, as if it had life. A dark light lingered on Bai Donglin's forehead, and countless soul threads gushed out, weaving and interweaving in the ball of flesh and blood, outlining blurry human figures. After a long time, the raging black flames on Zai's body slowly died down, and he heaved a sigh of relief. With his attainments in the soul, he was already close to his limit in interweaving 99 spiritual shadows at the same time. But the result was good. Everything was in Bai Donglin's deduction. Not a single mistake. After fusing 2 laws, the power seems to be a little less, and 4 laws are beyond my limit. With my current soul realm, I can't maintain 99 original killing moves at the same time. Then let's use 3 types. They are enough to kill all the demons and monsters below the 4th level of the divine source. Moreover, the quantity this time is so large, and when they are superimposed on each other, a cruel smile appeared on Bai Donglin's lips, and his eyes were filled with the passion of a warmonger. This time, let me be the bomberman, the kind that drops a nuclear bomb. Bai Donglin's expression returned to solemnity. The consumption of the evil had been restored. Countless soul forces surged out, turning into tiny, tangible soul blades, going deep into the body. All the laws and spiritual orifices that were incorporated into the origin were stripped away, except for the law of space. Among the 99 spheres of flesh and blood that were rotating around his body, one jumped out and floated in front of him. 3 kinds of spiritual orifices of law, a total of 60, poured into the spheres and merged into one. After integrating 5 kinds of spiritual principles, integrating 3 more felt extremely easy. This ball of flesh and blood is a biological vessel specially developed by Bai Donglin. It contains the source of his life and the aura of his soul. Its only function is to carry his ultimate move, the original sequence at the outer level. After careful consideration, This operation can maximize the killing of demons and monsters, while also completely ensuring his safety and concealing his figure. If he were to go and self-destruct directly like last time, he would be targeted by the opponent's powerful fighter after 1 or 2 times at most. He currently has no means to deal with the powerful's confinement. He cannot die, but being imprisoned will be troublesome. Therefore, it is better to be cautious and just hide behind and watch the show. 99 original bombs are enough to produce the pure and spiritual energy he needs. While he was thinking, the first one had already merged, and the color of the blood-red ball of flesh had changed, turning into a slightly illusory and blurry shape. The mechanism of concealing its aura was also triggered, covering up all its own fluctuations. Even cultivators below great powers could hardly sense the horror of this little thing. With a flick of his finger, the original bomb flew away and disappeared, going to where it should go. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and he continued to work. Near the periphery, there is a huge city made entirely of pitch-black metal. This is the city guarding the periphery of the Dan League. On weekdays, this city is sparsely populated. Apart from some guards, few people come to this useless city. The Dan League is a powerful force, and with the endless dimensional space on the periphery as a defense, who would dare to provoke it on a normal day? Therefore, this expensively built city has more symbolic significance than practical significance. But today this city plays a huge role. The pitch-black metal city was fully activated, with countless huge formations shining brightly. Attack and defense formations stacked up layer by layer, and energy fluctuations violently. This city now gathers the largest number of cultivators. As is their common nature, they all gather in places they think are safe. This huge city has gathered nearly 80 million monks, making it the largest gathering place for all fleeing monks. And people gather outside the city from time to time. The number of people gathered to 80 million. And the breath of life they exuded was extremely strong. All the demons and monsters that descended on the land thousands of miles around rushed towards the city in an instant without even thinking. As one of the facades of the Dan League, the power of the black metal city is still quite strong. As soon as these monsters and demons approach within 100 miles of the city, the attack formation is automatically activated. The beam of light sprayed out, and even the demons with the strength of the divine source realm could not withstand the concentrated fire bombardment of the formation and turned into ashes in an instant. There are 80 million cultivators. Those who are able contribute their physical strength, and those who are not able contribute spirit stones. However, due to the restriction of the storage magic weapon, the backup energy of the formation is not much. But everyone understood that now was not the time to worry about this, and they kept looking at the distorted black hole in the sky from time to time. The monsters outside the city are not a big threat. They can easily deal with them without the city. What they are worried about is that powerful monsters will come to the earth. This seemingly solid dark city can't defend against powerful monsters at all. On the dark street of the city, a ragged beggar was lying on the curb with a gloomy look on his face. The beggar's eyes were blank, but there were countless lights flashing in his body, intersecting information with many nodes spread across the earth. Donglin, 1000 light and shadow clones are all in place. Through comparison, we have selected the 1000 largest gathering points for cultivators. It is estimated that we can recruit more than 1.12 billion monks at the same time. Donglin, is your low-dimensional world okay? Wu Wei was indifferent for a moment. He really couldn't understand why Lu Dongchuan disguised himself as a beggar to hide his identity. This city is full of monks. There is not even a mortal person. How could there be beggars? Isn't this even more eye-catching? Maybe Lu Dongchuan has some special hobby. Senior Lu, as long as you can suppress them by force, you can send them all into the low-dimensional world without having to consider the low-dimensional world's capacity to accommodate them. It's special enough to accommodate these monks. Lu Dongchuan nodded slightly. In this city, there were 10 of his most powerful light and shadow clones. There were simply too many cultivators gathered here. If he doesn't put in more effort, even he will feel exhausted. So, can we get started? Wu Wei's soul had a deep gaze, and through the connection between Zai and the soul in Yundi's mind, he paid close attention to Yundi's drawing of the formation diagram. Wait a minute. Senior Lu. Wait a little longer. It will be ready soon. Sensing that the connection between the formation diagram and the twisted black hole was becoming stronger and stronger, Wu Wei held his breath and concentrated. He might be able to catch a big fish this time. Chapter 214, Vague in the Endless Dimension. Wu Wei's soul looked deep, and he stared at Yundi through the hidden soul threads. Yundi, who was holding the magic pen, was unaware of anything and was concentrating on drawing the formation diagram. His expression was sometimes calm and sometimes crazy, and his whole state was very strange. 10,000 years ago, I narrowly escaped death and slaughtered countless people before I had the chance to change my bloodline. However, the bloodline that I regarded as everything was so vulnerable in front of him. Why? Why are you born with God-level blood, while I have given everything but don't even have the qualifications to look up to you? I won't give up. I want to defy fate. I want to change my own destiny. Yundi looked completely insane, muttering to himself as he walked towards the center of the huge formation and knelt on the ground. He raised his palm like a knife and instantly cut open the chest. A ball of soul and blood with a mysterious light slowly floated out. Yundi's soul suddenly darkened and seemed a little illusory, and his vitality was seriously damaged. With his finger stained with soul blood, he slowly carved the word summon at one of the 4 central corners. Then Yundi carved Lin, Jia and Tong on another triangle in sequence. His sight fell on the center of the 4 corners. The crazy look slowly faded away. His eyes became clear, and his face showed a devout fanaticism. Magic contract. Yundi gathered the remaining soul and blood, and carved the 2 characters magic contract in a flamboyant manner at the core of the formation. Master Demon Emperor, please come. I am willing to sacrifice everything I have. Please take my body away. Please abide by the contract between us and obtain the Qilin bloodline for me. Buzz. Black light flowed in the formation, and a faint humming sound could be heard. At this moment, the one-day deadline had arrived, and the distorted black hole was completely stabilized. A subtle wave passed through the black hole and connected with the formation diagram that had been activated in Yundi's sea of consciousness. Wui's soul focused its gaze and withdrew its sight from Yundi's sea of consciousness. Hold head high. The terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the world, with a hint of pain in it. A dozen snow-white scales as big as mountains fell from the twisted black hole, dragging their colorful flaming tails, cutting through the sky and smashing heavily into the ground. Ah! With howls of pain, several tall figures stumbled back, blood splattered, dyeing the sky blood red. Dong Lin, Lu Donghuan, dressed as a beggar, spoke anxiously, looking up at the sky with a gleam in his eyes. As the twisted black hole stabilized, the pressure in their blockade circle suddenly skyrocketed. Senior Lu, take action. The Wei soul hidden in the golden and red pointed corner monument took a step into the void. The golden and red light of the pointed corner monument in his hand flashed violently. He raised his hand and threw it. 9 rays of light shot out in the city. They were the other 9 pointed corner monuments here. 10 golden and red pointed angle monuments merged into one, and suddenly their size exploded. The shining light was like a golden red sun, hanging in the void. Bang! Boom! A horrifying roar came from outside the city. The ground shook, and a golden and red pointed monument tens of thousands of feet high stood above the earth. The soul of Wu sat cross-legged on the top of the pointed monument, with black and white energy lingering around his body. The yin-yang tai chi diagram under his body was slowly rotating. His eyes were indifferent, and he was quickly pinching the magic formulas in his hands. The same scene appeared simultaneously in all directions of the area. Nearly 1,000 huge pointed monuments rose from the ground, and there was also a black and white figure sitting cross-legged on each of them. The huge pointed monument that suddenly appeared outside the city immediately attracted the attention of many monks in the city. Many monks who had become frightened birds changed their expressions, thinking that it was a tactic targeted by the enemy, and wanted to escape at the slightest movement of their figures. Lu Dongchuan looked solemn. It was now the most critical moment, and he couldn't let down. The light and shadow clones located in 10 directions in the city stepped forward at the same time, and countless light spots that were so dense that they had gathered into liquid flowed to the ground along their thighs. The liquid light spots turned into 10 rays of light, which instantly converged in the center of the giant city. The rays of light collided with each other and exploded suddenly. An inverted circular light shield expanded from the center of the explosion in an instant, covering the entire city in an instant. Immortal technique, seal all directions. Lu Dongchuan made some hand gestures. His eyes sparkled, and with an angry roar, the circular light shield suddenly solidified. The 80 million cultivators in the light shield, whether they were in the divine power Dharma realm or the void divine source realm, were all frozen in place. If you look closely, you will find that there are countless colorful and complex runes flowing on the bodies of these monks. Lu Dongchuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at the golden and red pointed cornered monument with a strong look of hope in his eyes. The black and white energies flowed in Wui's soul's eyes. Seeing that Lu Dongchuan had accomplished his goal, He raised his hand and lightly patted the pointed monument beneath him. His voice indifferent. Low-dimensional world. Open! The golden red pointed cornered steel suddenly trembled, and the red patterns on it flowed and swirled. And a huge and deep scarlet vortex slowly emerged on the surface of the steel. When Lu Dongchuan saw this, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The 10 light and shadow clones simultaneously disintegrated into a pile of light spots, drilled into the ground and disappeared. Boom! The huge black metal city trembled violently. The ground outside the city rolled and shattered wildly, and 5 huge columnar objects formed by condensed light spots broke out from deep underground, like 5 giant pillars supporting the sky. The 5 light pillars suddenly collapsed and clenched. Amidst the deafening roar, the huge black city slowly rose. Wu Wei looked solemn. Under the cover of his divine consciousness, a huge arm formed by infinite light spots tightly grasped the black city, rose into the air, and crossed the void descended into the scarlet vortex. Lu Dongchuan is indeed a powerful being who has reached the 6th extreme realm. However, when some of his clones gather together, they can display such terrifying power. However, the black city was too huge, and the entrance to the scarlet vortex was not large enough to accommodate it all. Wu Wei moved his mind, and the scarlet vortex expanded once again. The huge black city carrying 80 million monks slowly passed through the scarlet vortex. The vortex trembled slightly, and then returned to stability. However, in a moment, it had swallowed up most of the city. It's a long story, but it all happened in a flash. Just a few moments. The same scene happened simultaneously in thousands of places. The number of people at other monks' gathering points was far less exaggerated than that in the Black City. But they were all sent into the low-dimensional world in an instant. This Black City has become the last location. But in a moment, it will be completed. All these changes on Earth happened too suddenly. But the sudden disappearance of a large number of cultivators' auras still instantly attracted everyone's attention. The twisted black hole above the sky paused slightly. The fierce battle that lasted for a whole day stopped instantly, and the violent energy fluctuations also subsided. Ha ha ha! Good. Great. Lu Dongchuan. You little bastard. You really didn't disappoint me. Dan Qian's hearty laughter was heard from the twisted black hole. Lu Dongchuan had left the battlefield without saying a word, which put a lot of pressure on them. But Dan Qian did not question Lu Dongchuan. Instead, he took on more pressure himself. He believed that Lu Dongchuan had his own reasons for doing so. He believed in Lu Dongchuan, and Lu Dongchuan did not let him down. No! Damn it! Damn bastards! Where have you been hiding? At the origin of the heart of the dimension, the golden brown man who was spying on the entire area along the power of confinement had a changed look, no longer showing the calmness of being in control of everything. The drastic changes came too quickly, and almost all the monks on the earth disappeared, leaving only a handful of 2,000 or 3,000 people. The thousands of golden and red-pointed monuments standing on the earth were so eye-catching in Jinzhong's eyes. Seeing that the Black City was about to be sent into the scarlet vortex, Jintan's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Dark resentment lingered around his body, and he roared to the sky without suppressing it. Ah! Die! I want all of you to die here. Don't even think about escaping. Buzz buzz buzz. As Jean Brown roared madly, the entire heart of the dimension trembled slightly, and a huge buzzing sound spread from the heart of the dimension to all directions. Ignoring the rules of sound propagation, it swept through the entire heart of the 9 rings in an instant. This was the heart of the dimension vibrating violently, rubbing against space, and transmitting a loud buzzing sound along the space. As the heart of dimension trembled, countless silver lines emerged on the green vines, spreading wildly from bottom to top. Golden Brown actually activated the heart of dimension again. At the top of the heart of the dimension, a strong silver light began to shine. And above the sky, it was like a huge silver sun rising. Don't even think about escaping. The golden brown eyes were bloodshot and fierce. With a thought, the silver sun suddenly expanded, and endless huge silver light beams poured down. It was like the Milky Way rolling back, and the mighty power of God destroying the world. The monks who were hiding in all directions on the earth turned pale, collapsed to the ground, and felt hopeless. Thousands of golden and red-pointed monuments naturally became the gathering points of the firepower of the endless silver light pillars, especially in the Black City, where almost half of the light pillars converged. I still want to reverse the situation, but unfortunately, it's too late. Wu Wei's soul still looked indifferent as he faced the sky that had turned into silver. At this time, The entire huge black city was swallowed up into the low-dimensional world. The scarlet vortex stagnated and instantly collapsed, turning into scarlet divine patterns again and engraved on the surface of the pointed monument. Wu Wei's soul pinched the magic formula in his hand, and the thousands of pointed monuments standing above the earth flashed with golden and red light, and instantly shrank to the size of a finger. Wu Wei stepped into it, and the pointed monument shook slightly and disappeared on the spot. Where did the golden and red pointed corner monument go? The low-dimensional world is carried in the pointed monument, and the pointed monument enters the low-dimensional world. The two are interdependent. Not here. Not in his room. Vaguely in the endless dimension of illusion. Chapter 215. The shining light of my wisdom. The low-dimensional world is peaceful and harmonious. The upheavals in the outside world have no impact here at all. In the center of the low-dimensional world, there stands a huge blood-red altar with 4 sides, and above the altar stands a golden pointed monument. Everything was just as Bai Donglan heard and saw when he first arrived in the low-dimensional world. Wu Wei had a solemn expression as he sat cross-legged above the blood-red altar. His eyes lowered as he stared at a figure that was completely imprisoned inside the blood-red altar. This person is Yundi. The reason why Wu Wei did not open the low-dimensional world immediately was to allow the formation diagram engraved by Yundi's soul to be fully activated. When the Black Mist Demon Emperor descended through the distorted black hole, he would take Yundi and the formation diagram into the low-dimensional world. Afterwards, he did not immediately retract the pointed monument. Not because he wanted to wait for the Black City to enter, but because he wanted to leave a passage for the soul of the Black Mist Demon Emperor to descend. Otherwise, the channel to the low-dimensional world would be closed, and the Black Mist Demon Emperor would not be able to enter the low-dimensional world even through Yundi's summoning formation. Yundi slowly opened his eyes in the blood-red altar. His eyes were dark, and his body was faintly shrouded in black mist. His whole aura changed drastically, and he exuded a strong royal majesty. Obviously, Yundi's body had been completely taken over by the Black Mist Demon Emperor at this time. Humph! You are a useless piece of shit, who is always causing trouble, instead of being able to do anything good. A trace of anger appeared on the face of the Black Mist Demon Emperor. The moment he descended, he sensed the weirdness of the entire world and realized that he was being tricked by someone. The Black Mist Demon Emperor had extremely sharp perceptions, and noticed Wu Wei's gaze. He looked up and stared. Although he could not see anything except blood red, he still spoke. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of plotting against me? Wu Wei looked indifferent. If this wisp of soul of the Black Mist Demon Emperor that descended through the twisted black hole was in the outside world, it would naturally cause huge waves. But after entering the low-dimensional world, he was completely suppressed by the blood-red altar, and there was no way he could make any waves. After all, it is just a trace of soul. This low-dimensional world does not contain a trace of real energy, nor does it contain a trace of real laws. There are no conditions to use any means. All the rules of the low-dimensional world are determined by his mind, although they are all false rules. Black Mist Demon Emperor, you are not qualified to communicate with me here. Wu Wei's eyes narrowed slightly, and without further ado, he pointed a finger, and a dark and deep thread of Yundi's soul was immediately peeled out from his sea of consciousness. The pitch-black threads twisted and squirmed in the void. Faint terrifying roars could be heard. They struggled hard to break free from the suppression of the blood-red altar. As Wu Wei's mind moved, countless scarlet rays suddenly shot out from the interior of the blood-red altar, tightly entangling the soul of the Black Mist Demon Emperor. The pitch-black thread suddenly stopped struggling, seeing that it was trapped and unable to escape. The Black Mist Demon Emperor was extremely decisive and began to destroy his own soul in an instant. The black and white energies in Wu Wei's eyes swirled violently, condensing into a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Under his manipulation, red light shone inside the blood-red altar. The flow of time around the Black Mist Demon Emperor's soul thread suddenly became extremely slow, nearly 1,000 times slower than the normal flow rate. This is the limit of what Wu Wei can do at the moment. This is the power granted to him by the pointed monument. But there is no way to reverse the self-destruction of the Black Mist Demon Emperor. The only thing he can do is to slow down the process as much as possible, to buy time for the golden pointed monument to imprint its memory. This is also the fundamental purpose of Wu Wei, to capture the soul of the Black Mist Demon Emperor. The knowledge of these old monsters is as vast as the ocean, and there are countless magical skills and secret techniques in them. But what Bai Donglan really cares about are the secrets and insights hidden over the years. This is just a trace of the Black Mist Demon Emperor's soul. Naturally, there are not many memories that can be extracted from it. But as long as there is some gain, it will be enough. After a few moments, even though the flow of time had been slowed down 1,000 times, the Black Mist Demon Emperor's self-destruction speed was still astonishingly fast, as if he sensed that Wu Wei was stealing his memory, and his dissipation speed increased instantly. Humph. This emperor will remember your aura. You're going to pay for this. The Black Mist Demon Emperor left his last 2 words before disappearing into thin air completely. There was a hint of regret in Wu Wei's eyes. The Black Mist Demon Emperor was indeed a powerful and mighty one. Even a trace of his soul was so difficult to deal with. This is also the reason why he cannot fully exert the power of the low-dimensional world. He can control the low-dimensional world entirely, with the help of the golden and red pointed horn monument. And some power is also given to him by the pointed horn monument. This would definitely not be the case if he could master the laws of 3 dimensions, such as the law of dimensional time. He can manipulate the time of the low-dimensional world at will, speeding it up, pausing it, or even reversing it. In this way, it would be impossible for the Black Mist Demon Emperor to destroy his own soul. However, the harvest this time is still not small. Wu Wei glanced through the memories extracted from the Black Mist Demon Emperor's soul, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He was indeed an old monster, and the little he revealed was so extraordinary. Wu Wei collected his thoughts and looked around. There was still a big project waiting for him to do. On the huge plain, including the Black City, all the cultivators who were blocked by Lu Dongchuan and entered the low-dimensional world are here, totaling more than 1.12 billion. These monks who were still stuck in a stagnant state were what he had originally thought of. A result that was the result of something that happened naturally without any deliberate effort. These monks are not as difficult to deal with as the Black Mist Demon Emperor. The low-dimensional world, to be more precise, is a 2-dimensional world. These monks fell from one dimension to the other and entered the 2nd dimension. In Wu Wei's eyes, the essential form of each of them is now just a comic book. These books record all their experiences and memories, just like books for him to read. More than 1.12 billion. Although limited by their cultivation level, the nature of this knowledge is not high, and their secrets and insights are naturally far inferior to those of the Black Mist Demon Emperor. But their advantage lies in quantity, and the magical skills and secrets they have learned are not limited by their level of cultivation. It's a very simple truth. Bai Donglin is only at the realm of supernatural powers. But does that mean that the level of the true scripture of conceiving the god and forging the demon is low? Moreover, in this low-dimensional world, one can perfectly avoid the restrictions placed by the major sects in their inheritance. He is now observing the memories of these monks from a higher dimensional perspective. This can be called the book reader state. The memory restrictions in the book naturally cannot cross dimensions and affect him, a person outside the book. Of course, this world is huge, and he would not be surprised if there was something that could transcend dimensions and ignore all restrictions. Nothing is absolute. If there is, it is just because the level of their strength is not high enough. Wu Wei's soul moved, crossed the space, and came to the plain. Standing in front of the Qiling woman, Mu Miaoling's figure froze. Her 2 unicorn horns were purple. Shock and anger flashed between her eyebrows, and her jade hand was clasping a jade token, as if she was about to pinch it. Wu Wei's expression was slightly solemn. The faint aura emanating from the jade token made him feel fearful. After thinking for a moment, he gave up the idea of moving Mu Miaoling and others. Looking around, I found that there were many people who had the same trump card. These people were important figures from various huge forces, and they all had powerful life-saving trump cards. Without thinking too much, Wu Wei's soul could guess what was inside these jade plates. An incarnation of a powerful being. This is not something that a trace of the Black Mist Demon Emperor's soul can compare to. If these old guys are provoked, who knows how much trouble it will bring him. Although the low-dimensional world is magical, he cannot fully control it. There is still a big gap if he wants to use it to deal with powerful people. He glanced at the jade token again and turned away. Fortunately, Lu Dongchuan acted quickly enough. Otherwise, who knows how many twists and turns would arise if these people invited the incarnation of the powerful. The powerful incarnation sleeping in the jade token will not wake up on its own unless it senses that the person it protects is in imminent death. Wu Wei returned to the blood-red altar, and his mind moved. The golden pointed cornered monument suddenly rippled with golden waves at a very fast speed, covering everyone on the plain in an instant. The pointed monument trembled slightly, bypassing dozens of monks protected by powerful incarnations, and began to imprint this huge amount of knowledge. The number is as high as 1.12 billion. And the knowledge possessed by each monk cannot be summarized by just a few thousand or tens of thousands of books. The memory and learning abilities of monks are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even the laziest and least studious monks have all undergone systematic learning in order to successfully embark on the path of cultivation, and have studied at least tens of thousands of volumes of various knowledge. It is absolutely impossible to ask Bai Donglin's soul to carry such a vast amount of knowledge. At least not at this moment. Moreover, 90% of the cultivators here belong to the Alchemy Alliance, and there are countless repetitive and useless knowledge among them. The golden pointed steel is a heritage artifact used to imprint this knowledge, which can be said to be the best use of it. By the way, the waste can be eliminated, and the essence can be retained. Bai Donglin only needs to flip through it and find the knowledge he wants. Knowledge is the nourishment of the Great Way, and it has always been what Bai Donglin has been pursuing. The knowledge I gained this time was one of the biggest gains of this trip. After all, it contained more precious things that a mountain of books could not contain. That is the experience of cultivation, as well as the various fleeting flashes of inspiration that they usually don't pay attention to. He called it the ultimate shining of the wisdom of the self. Chapter 216, The Romance of the Rich. Boom! The silver pillar plows the ground, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Countless huge and deep black holes cover the earth. Looking down through the dark hole entrance, one can faintly see huge crisscrossing dark yellow roots in the depths. The countless silver beams of light pouring down from the top of the heart were so powerful that they did not completely shatter the earth. Instead, they penetrated deep into the mantle and brought out hot magma. It was all thanks to the huge network of densely packed roots of the heart of dimension deep underground in this area that, with its terrifying defensive power, blocked the bombardment of the silver light beam. At the origin of the heart of the dimension, a figure in a golden robe fell to the ground with his hands deeply inserted into the ground. Veins bulged on his arms, and there was a faint silver light lingering. Gene Brown's expression was gloomy, with black energy surging in his eyes. The resentment around him was so thick that it turned into substance and transformed into a demonic shadow behind him, roaring towards the sky. Why do these bastard alchemists go against him at every turn? Wouldn't it be better to just stay where you are and die? The situation had completely gotten out of his control. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the power of the Heart of Dimension to massacre the alchemists right from the start, but he couldn't do it. A moment ago, all the power of the Dimension Heart that he could mobilize had been used to stabilize the distorted black hole. If he rashly withdrew the power of the Dimension Heart, the black hole would be in danger of collapsing. Just when the twisted black hole was completely stabilized and he could free his hands, these alchemists immediately attacked and fled. It was as if everything was just right, as if all his tricks were seen through. No matter who you are or what methods you use, you must still be in here. It is impossible to break through the blockade of the endless dimensional space. Jin Zong pulled out his hands fiercely. It was useless to think too much now. The important thing was to find a way to find these hateful guys. The endless dimensional space blockade was activated and arranged by him. It was a huge spherical space covering the heart of the entire 9 rings. The sky and the earth were all under blockade. The only way out is the twisted black hole above the sky, and it is naturally impossible for them to escape through the twisted black hole. His perception was integrated into the endless dimensional space blockade, and he did not sense any abnormal fluctuations breaking through. There are still 2 days left. Even if I have to destroy everything in this space, I will find you all within these 2 days. Now he not only wants to kill these monks to vent his anger, but also wants to do so to please the evil god, in the hope of getting the evil god's help and completely mastering the heart of the dimension. With a thought, Gene Browns will instantly attach to the twisted black hole. The dark channel that had been stagnant for a moment began to spin violently again. An endless black fog suddenly poured down. Come! A twisted being born from the filthy dark land. Deep in the canyon, Wu Wei Shenhun and Lu Dongchuan sat cross-legged facing each other, with a golden and red pointed cornered monument suspended between them. The golden and red light flickered slightly, and Bai Donglin stepped out from it. The eyes of Wu Wei's soul flickered slightly, and it turned into a stream of light and returned to the sea of consciousness. When Wu Wei opened the low-dimensional world, Bai Donglin, who had already placed 99 original bombs, also took the opportunity to enter the low-dimensional world through the split body of the pointed monument. Descending across a long distance through the pointed monument here is also a primary application of the low-dimensional world. But this function is very important to Bai Donglin. It even surpasses many other functions. This is also what Bai Donglin values most about the pointed monument. When he steps into the boundless sea of stars in the universe in the future, this inconspicuous function will shine when facing the terrifying distance calculated in trillions of light years. Donglin. Lu Dongchuan looked at Bai Donglin with an expression of great gratitude, but then seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if he had something to hide and didn't know how to start. Senior Lu. You don't have to say it. You know this is impossible. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and refused decisively without waiting for Lu Dongchuan to speak. He naturally knew what Lu Dongchuan wanted to say, which was nothing more than asking him to take in the many powerful people in the sky into the low-dimensional world. This matter is too risky. He would never agree to it. Not everyone is willing to be like Lu Dongchuan, who would make 2 major vows without hesitation in order to save many monks. The stronger a person is, the less likely they are to swear an oath easily. For them, this is a very big and fatal loophole. For example, they swear not to harm Bai Donglin in any way. But what if Bai Donglin becomes their enemy in the future? Are we just going to wait for death? Or should we stay billions of miles away from where Bai Donglin is from now on? This is absolutely impossible for a powerful person who is as high as a god to accept. Moreover, the situation they are facing now is not a desperate situation. Instead of leaving such a fatal weakness, it is better to be ruthless and self-destruct immediately on the spot. Activate the backup plan, and revive again at a huge cost. Not everyone has as much love as Lu Dongchuan, which is why Bai Donglin respects him. And it is impossible for Bai Donglin to let these powerful men directly enter the low-dimensional world. Now in the low-dimensional world, the dozens of powerful incarnations sleeping in the jade cards have already made Bai Donglin very afraid. This was also a situation he had not anticipated before. But it was just an incarnation, and he still had a slight chance of kicking it out of the low-dimensional world. But if a powerful person who retained his full strength entered it, he couldn't guarantee whether the low-dimensional world could change its owner with the many means used by the powerful. Hearing Bai Donglin's direct refusal, Lu Dongchuan's eyes darkened slightly. He also knew that his idea was a bit excessive. Bai Donglin had done enough, so he had no choice but to give up. The human heart is unpredictable. How can he guarantee that other people would be like him and not have any other thoughts when faced with such a supreme treasure as the low-dimensional world? Senior Lu, please enter the low-dimensional world first. You will be needed for follow-up matters. Good. Lu Dongchuan nodded slightly, then raised his sword finger and pressed it lightly between his eyebrows. A wave of obscure information spread out and instantly transmitted to the sky. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. Lu Dongchuan did not avoid him when he did these things. He thought about it and roughly guessed what he was conveying. Leave the rest to me, Lu Dongchuan. You little guys at the first and second extreme realms. If you need to self-destruct, do it now. Don't let the other strongmen find the aura and kill you completely. Suddenly, there was a bright light above the canyon. Shining silver light. And a thick silver beam of light shot out. A smile appeared in Bai Donglin's eyes. It seemed that the incarnation of resentment of the heart of dimension was really anxious, and had begun to bombard the area whose perception was blocked by the powerful being. The entire heart of the 9 rings is under Jin Zong's perception. Areas shielded by powerful people like Lu Dongchuan are pitch black, which stands out on the entire map. He could have ignored it before, but now that things have developed to this point, it will naturally attract his attack. Bai Donglin and Lu Dongchuan ignored the attack of the silver light column and stepped into the low-dimensional world at the same time. The golden and red pointed cornered monument trembled slightly, then disappeared into the low-dimensional world. Boom! A huge silver beam of light swept across in an instant, and the entire canyon suddenly turned into nothingness, leaving only a dark and deep hole in its place. In the heart of the dimension, above the emerald green vines, there is a hidden place where a 5-element formation is arranged, in which a golden and red pointed cornered monument is suspended in the void. The pointed monument trembled slightly, and Bai Donglin stepped out of it, looking at the sky through the formation. The twisted black hole spun wildly, and an eerie and terrifying aura emanated from it. Now that everything has been arranged, there is no need for him to take any further action. Only 2 days later, the ancestor's incarnation will come and wipe out everything. He will then release many cultivators from the low-dimensional world and give all the credit to Lu Dongchuan. He can get away with it. The reason why he showed up here was to enjoy a huge fireworks feast. He had always heard that some rich people would use nuclear bombs to perform fireworks shows to show their love to women. But he had only heard about it and had never seen it. Now I can finally see it as I wish. Chapter 217. Can't look directly. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes and looked at the emerald green diamond-shaped crystal column worn around his neck. There was a green glow lingering above it, and a faint, Inexplicable aura was spreading vaguely around it. It seems that Anxialu is still very worried about his safety. The pendant she gave him completely blocked the perception of the golden-robed figure. This was the conclusion he drew after traveling through the low-dimensional world twice, and remaining safe and sound. As the true controller of the heart of dimension, it is natural for Anxialu to do this. However, this also made Bai Donglin even more confused. There is no love without reason in this world. It seems that Anxialu really cares about that person, to the point of loving him as well as his family. Hold head high. The passionate dragon roar resounded through the sky, interrupting Bai Donglin's thoughts. And he looked up at the sky. An extremely huge and boundless snow-white dragon, circling and winding, shot out from the twisted black hole. Colorful divine fire lingered on the dragon's body, and its extremely hard scales were shattered and covered with cracks. Boiling and hot dragon blood poured down, burning the void and causing it to twist and ripple. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. A 9-story brass pagoda tens of thousands of feet tall was smashed out from the twisted black hole, spinning and falling to the ground, piercing deep into the ground. Tall figures retreated one after another, staggering, and their divine blood splashed across the sky. The blockade formed by many powerful monks of the Dan League was instantly broken after the twisted black hole was completely stabilized. Roar, roar, roar. Endless roars and howls, accompanied by all kinds of complex evil auras, gushed out from the twisted black hole. Many twisted, bizarre and evil figures squeezed out of the black hole and stood above the sky and under the black hole. An inexplicable and strange aura instantly enveloped the entire world. Bai Donglin's figure froze, and he wanted to look away instantly, but it was too late. He just caught a glimpse of a vague black shadow, and his body suddenly underwent horrible changes. Dark and smelly blood gushed out of the 7 orifices. The flesh was corrupted and deformed. The pustules on the skin bulged and burst, and as the sticky yellow pus flowed out, fat worms crawled out from it. Sensing that his soul was also beginning to distort and degenerate, Bai Donglin smiled slightly on his rotten face. Haha. It's really a horrible and disgusting thing. As soon as the thought came to mind, the body and soul instantly burst into flames, destroying everything and burning without reservation until complete death, resurrection, burning and destruction. After 3 cycles, the strange aura brought by that glance was completely wiped out. Bai Donglin nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that he had made great progress, compared to the time in Nujiang where it took thousands of deaths to completely wipe out the evil. This time it was only 4 deaths. These disgusting guys are really... Is this considered a racial talent? Just because I looked at you more in the crowd? Bai Donglin lowered his eyes, and no longer looked up at the sky. These guys were like a dimensionality reduction attack to low-level cultivators. A lot of information flashed through my mind, and I found that the human monks have developed many methods to deal with this kind of mimetic attack. It seems that I have to study them when I have time, so as not to be so passive every time. Woohoo! Roar! Ghosts cried, and wolves howled. In Bai Donglin's perception, the aura above the sky suddenly became mixed. Countless demons and monsters rushed out of the twisted black hole and madly attacked the earth. Bai Donglin was immediately delighted. He was a little worried that the other party would not send these monsters to fight. After all, at this time, the earth had been bombarded by the silver light beams, and there were only a few monks left. What was the point of sending these monsters? Perhaps this is the display of the powerful. When they go out, they are always surrounded by monsters and charging ahead. Although he was a little confused about what the other party was thinking, this was what he wanted most. Otherwise, all his arrangements would have been in vain. The more pure and spiritual energy, the better. He said that he came to watch the fireworks show, but the deeper reason was that he was afraid that the will of heaven and earth could not sense him while he was hiding in the low-dimensional world. Although this possibility was very small. You disgusting bugs. Our Dan League is not a place for you to run wild. Dan Qian's huge dragon body coiled and meandered, and its huge dragon mouth opened and closed, puffing out clouds and mist, and the sound resounded through the sky. The dragon head was raised high, spewing out a large amount of colorful divine fire. The sky instantly turned into a sea of fire. Countless demons and monsters, as long as they were under the power of the powerful, died as soon as they touched it and were burned into nothingness. Bai Donglin frowned as he sensed all this, and felt a dull pain in his heart. My pure and spiritual energy. Old man, Bai Donglin, advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Snort. Seeing that Dan Qian was still resisting stubbornly, the dark figure standing in the void moved slightly, and instantly appeared under Dan Qian's huge dragon head like a star. Compared with its Songlong, this tall figure was like an ant. But the terrifying aura it exuded made everyone present dare not ignore it. The dark figure clenched his fist and put his hands on his waist. His aura was condensed, and in an instant he threw a punch. It seemed as if his clenched fist was holding a black hole of inestimable mass. A terrifying suction force erupted, and the huge dragon head was pulled in, as if it was actively trying to meet the punch. The greatest sound is the one without voice. Heaven and earth were silent. Dan Qian's gigantic dragon body, which was nearly 10 million feet long, paused. Countless scales rolled, and the flesh and blood on the dragon's body rippled from head to tail like waves. Boundless and terrifying force penetrated Dan Qian's entire body, and his huge dragon body was smashed down from the sky, hitting the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth was completely boiling, shattering, and cracking, with smoke and dust shooting tens of thousands of feet into the sky. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. His long hair fluttered, and his robes rustled. Even though he was at such a long distance, he could still feel the vibration coming from the earth. You have to know that he was standing on the vines of the Heart of Dimension, and could shake the huge body of the Heart of Dimension. You can imagine how terrifying the potential energy that just exploded was. This was not the energy released by the dragon's body falling to the ground, but the energy from the punch thrown by the dark figure. The aftermath was discharged into the earth by the blue dragon, causing such intense damage. Being able to achieve this level, that dark figure must be a tidal powerful being. Dan Qian was repelled, and endless demons and monsters continued to surge out. Luo Tian and others looked extremely ugly as they watched the powerful demons and monsters stepping out from the twisted black hole from time to time. They all knew that the situation was hopeless, and they could no longer stop the opponent's arrival. Although they all received Lu Dongchuan's message, Lu Dongchuan's words were vague. They didn't know what Lu Dongchuan was doing, nor did they know whether he could escape the endless surge of demons and monsters. But there was not much they could do. The opponent was much stronger than them, and they were powerless to turn the situation around. Now they had no choice but to trust Lu Dongchuan. Seeing more and more powerful demons crossing the twisting black hole, more than 20 powerful people in the first, second and third extreme realms looked at each other. Their expressions condensed, and they instantly shot into the group of countless monsters under the black hole. Light! 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 Endless light! Abnormally hot light! The entire world was covered in snow white, and more than 20 suns of different colors were rising slowly in the sky. It shone fiercely and was extremely destructive, and its power could not be expressed in words. Before he could utter the word grass, a white light swept by and Bai Donglin was instantly vaporized. Before he died, he thought to himself that the battle between the powerful was indeed not something that everyone could watch. A moment later, Bai Donglin was resurrected out of thin air, and the many treasures floating in the air shot back into his body. There was a flicker of white light in his eyes, and a look of slight shock on his face. Above the sky, apart from the still twisted black hole and those terrifying figures, countless groups of demons and monsters, as well as all the clouds, disappeared. On the ground, wherever Bai Donglin could see, the ground had sunk thousands of feet, and had turned into a sea of hot magma. All the rocks and soil had been melted into red liquid, except for the green vines of the Heart of Dimension, which healed in a short moment and remained safe and sound. The heart of the 9 rings in this important place of the Dan League had been completely changed. Bai Donglin was not sure whether any of the powerful demons could be killed when so many powerful men self-destructed at the same time. But the destructive power of this violation was enough to destroy the world. These powerful people are really decisive, which is probably related to the wealth of the Dan League. They died in the line of duty, and the massive resources needed for their resurrection will naturally be the responsibility of the Dan League. Otherwise, even a powerful person would feel heartbroken by this kind of consumption. The world was silent for a moment, and endless demons gushed out of the twisted black hole again. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. This was no longer about perseverance and fearlessness of death. These forces probably have powerful means of increasing their military strength. Otherwise, they would not be able to ignore the consumption. The key point is that such consumption is unnecessary, which is very scary. Luo Tian and a dozen other powerful people in the 5th realm had received a warning before the spontaneous explosion and retreated first. Now no one knows where they are hiding. These powerful men who can sit on the bronze throne, the monks above the 5th realm, have already begun to experience the power of rules. Naturally, they were not worried that the other party would easily use the power of rules to completely wipe them out through chi sensing. So they did not have to resort to self-destruction to save their lives. Now the space between heaven and earth was unobstructed, and countless demons and monsters suddenly poured down. Sensing that the original bombs were safe and sound and hidden in various places, Bai Donglin began to feel slightly excited. Come on! My pure and spiritual energy. Let me welcome you with grand fireworks. Chapter 218 Rose Funeral. Looking from a distance, it was as if a huge hole had been broken in the sky, and demons and monsters as dense as the black water in the Milky Way poured down and flooded the earth. The dark river water that hit the ground hard spread wildly in all directions. But the next scene made by Donglin, who was hiding in the green vines, stand still. After countless grotesque and twisted monsters descended to the ground, they spread out in the surroundings and started to fight each other directly. It was a truly brutal fight that would not stop until death. In just a moment, half of the monsters that descended to the earth died, and their remains were instantly devoured by their surrounding counterparts. The blank area was left behind, and in the blink of an eye it was filled with a continuous surge of demons. Over and over again, Bai Donglin frowned and wondered to himself, what on earth do these guys want to do? In his opinion, those terrifying figures in the sky would not do useless work, and it is impossible for their subordinates to go berserk and lose control. There must be a deep meaning behind this. But he just didn't see it through at the moment. Putting aside the thought of immediately detonating the original bomb, Bai Donglin continued to observe and sense carefully. Soon after, a subtle change between heaven and earth caught his attention. At the core of the battlefield where demons were fighting, the ground and the void began to turn black and corrupt, and traces of scarlet and black aura appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth. Tyranny, evil, corruption, killing, an endless negative dark aura began to slowly replace and devour everything around it. I see. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. Those guys in the sky actually wanted to use this method to completely change the nature of this area and turn it into a place of decadence and darkness. Just like where they lived. Perhaps in their view, doing so would not only allow them to exert their full strength, but the greater purpose might be to find the hidden monks. As for whether there are other purposes, Bai Donglin lowered his eyes and glanced at the heart of dimension. With Aunt Xiaolu's mysterious power, she should be safe. After a brief deduction, Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. He was afraid that he would disappoint these monsters. This might be useful for other hiding methods, but the magic of the low-dimensional world was far beyond their imagination. Even if this world is completely changed, it will not affect the low-dimensional world in the slightest. While Bai Donglin was thinking, densely packed monsters had spread over a huge area, and many monsters even began to climb up the emerald green vines of the heart of dimension. The number of deaths in the fights between monsters is far less than that caused by the twisted black hole. It's my turn to perform. Bai Donglin's eyes were cold as he saw that the area where he had set up his tactics had been completely covered by monsters. With a thought, the 99 original bombs hidden underground suddenly rushed out of the ground. The tiny point of light, as tiny as a needle tip, blurred and changed, trembling slightly, and the surrounding laws suddenly surged wildly. In the area that had turned into a dark and corrupt land, the sudden aura emitted by these 99 points of light instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding monsters. They immediately stopped fighting each other, roared to the sky, and pounced towards the light. In just a moment, 99 dark spheres with a diameter of tens of thousands of feet rose above the ground. They were composed of countless monsters, and more monsters kept gathering around them. The rolling and surging scene, so dense that it made one's scalp tingle, made Bai Donglin extremely excited. He stared sternly at the people below, stretched out his arms, and clenched his hands as if he was strangling the necks of countless monsters. Moaning excitedly, Bloom, the original 99 rose. Happy Tanawada. The monster that was surging like a tide suddenly froze, and a terrifying sucking force came from the 99 light spots, and the huge black sphere suddenly shrank inward. The next moment, endless light and heat burst out from the core. Lights of different colors. Huge beams of light penetrated the thick monster sphere and burst out. The deadly light swept past, and the dark sphere at the core instantly turned into nothingness and dissipated. Purple-red flames, endless scarlet rays, scorching light pillars, sharp golden blade beams, and original bombs that were fused from different laws and spiritual orifices all displayed different attack methods. The only thing they have in common is extreme destruction. Boiling, tearing. After destroying the pitch-black monster sphere, the power of the primordial bomb completely exploded and expanded, expanding to the utmost. The scorching ball of light lifted up the thick layer of soil, and countless monsters on the ground were turned into ashes. When it reached a radius of 1,000 miles, the expansion of the light ball slowly stopped, and 99 huge hot spheres surrounded the dark river that connected the heaven and the earth. The horrific aftermath inside was surging, with purple lightning pillars, purple-red sea of fire, scarlet light that cut back and forth madly, and golden sword light. A ball of light slowly rose up, towering between heaven and earth. Inside the light ball, which was repelled into a complete vacuum, the airflow reversed, carrying with it the countless limbs and flesh of monsters from the 5th and 6th levels of the divine origin realm that had not yet turned into nothingness, and gushed out onto the light ball. Countless pieces of flesh and blood condensed into gorgeous scarlet petals. The light balls flickered elusively and contracted into winding pillars of light, supporting the layers of petals. At this point, the power of the original bomb has been fully released, directly clearing out an area of 99,000 miles in radius, leaving only 99 huge flesh and blood roses standing in their place. What a magnificent sight this is! Bai Donglin's eyes were full of appreciation and narcissism, and he was very satisfied with his masterpiece. What a genius idea it is to perfectly integrate the art of explosion and killing. Bloody and beautiful. Snort! A cold snort came from the sky, and 99 flesh and blood roses suddenly withered and decayed. At the same time, several huge and evil thoughts poured down, sweeping across the entire world. When the thought swept over Bai Donglin, the emerald green pendant rippled with light, merging Bai Donglin's aura with the heart of the dimension into one, easily concealing the prying eyes from the sky. TSK. He is very strong. But unfortunately, he doesn't know how to appreciate art. He doesn't have any artistic talent at all. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly. He gathered his thoughts, sat cross-legged, and began to welcome the reward from the will of heaven and earth. In the sea of divine beings, a huge spring appeared out of thin air. Bai Donglin, who was well prepared, quickly pulled the Qingling ball to float above the spring. A huge amount of rich pure and spiritual air gushed out instantly. The pure and spiritual spheres with the same origin spun violently, madly swallowing the strange gas spewing out of the spring. This time the spring was really too huge. In just a moment, the Qingling sphere turned from gas into liquid. The swallowing speed of the Qingling sphere that turned into liquid increased instantly. The violent rotation and humming sound even swept up a large area of gray fog, forming a huge vortex in the sea of gods. The gushing of the spring became more and more intense. After a long time, the spring dissipated, and the clear and spiritual sphere had completely turned into substance. The sphere, which was completely green, even had a hint of purple. It seems that this thing has not reached its limit yet. Purple should be its next level. A faint fragrance slowly spread around. Bai Donglin's expression changed, and he quickly threw it into the depths of the sea of gods before the fragrance could completely spread. When his mind returned, the three spirits had already fled far away from here, and were sitting cross-legged with their backs to this direction. The most evil one swallowed his saliva madly, while the most good one did nothing and was not distracted, silently reciting the Taoist scriptures. This thing's attraction to the soul is truly terrifying. Bai Donglin opened his eyes, stood up and looked down. As far as he could see, the ground was once again covered with dense monsters. Brutal fighting is taking place everywhere, and this area is transforming into a land of decadence and darkness all the time. It seems that even if the Damn League takes back this place, it will be difficult to restore it to its original state. He looked away. For him, this trip had already ended ahead of schedule, and it would only be 2 days later. With a thought, he stepped into the low-dimensional world and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 219, Harvesting the Small Treasury. In the low-dimensional world, Bai Donglin and the three divine souls were sitting cross-legged on the blood-red altar. In front of them stood two frozen figures. It was Rosa and Yundi. How do you think we should deal with these two people? Bai Donglin was the first to ask questions, looking relaxed. Hey, what else can we do? Just kill them, and let me devour their souls. Sai laughed sinisterly, his scarlet eyes moving between Luo Sha and the other man, full of murderous intent. No! Shishan put his hands together, with a compassionate look on his face, and a golden Buddha light lingering behind his head. He continued, Amitabha. It is a sin. It is a sin. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Put down the butcher knife and stand right here. 3 pairs of eyes were fixed on Jishan with deep meaning. Shishan felt uneasy, and his voice gradually became inaudible. Speak English. Bai Dong'an spoke in a low voice. Ahem. What I mean is that these two still have some surplus value. Wouldn't it be a pity to just kill them? We should let them continue to shine. For example, Luo Sha. We can completely reform the most evil person. Let him drain his father's benefits. And then let him commit suicide. As for Yunyi, he is a poor fellow who tried to change his fate. His residual value is not high. As for how to deal with him, let Zai take a closer look at his memory first. Bai Donglin and Zai nodded in satisfaction. That was right. They knew each other well. So why were they pretending to be saints? Zai's eyes flashed red. And he stretched out his arms, which turned into dense soul threads and penetrated deep into the sea of consciousness of the two people. Yundi's soul had been weakened after being set up in the formation and ravaged by the Black Mist Demon Emperor. However, the evil had roughly read through his memory in just a few moments. There was a special situation with Luo Sha's soul. Bai Donglin's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Can it be said that he is worthy of being the second generation? There is actually a magical weapon to protect the soul. Magical weapons can be roughly divided into several categories, including attacking magic weapons, defensive magic weapons, flying magic weapons, palace magic weapons, domain magic weapons, soul magic weapons, special magic weapons, etc. The soul can be roughly divided into two categories, attack and defense, among which the defense type is more precious. Among all types of magical instruments, it could almost be ranked in the top 5. This shows how rich Luo Sha is. Several million monks have died at the hands of Bai Dong'an, although most of them are poor ghosts in the Black Prison. This kind of soul-related magical weapon is the first time he has seen it. Even he himself doesn't have it. Both the golden and red pointed cornered steel and the pitch-black stone steel are special types of magical weapons, and their ability to defend against the soul is only incidental. Although the jade bowl covering Luo Sha's soul was precious and rare, its quality was not yet beyond belief. Under the suppression of the low-dimensional world, it was easily overturned. Zai successfully read Luo Sha's memory. Bai Donglin's eyes showed surprise again, and he looked at Luo Sha in amazement. It seems that he underestimated everyone in the world. This Luo Sha was not the second-generation rich man he thought. Although his father had bestowed him treasures, 90% of the treasures he owned were obtained by his own luck. This Luo Sha is actually a person with great luck. The legend goes that if a person sits at home, treasures will come to him. If he falls down when he goes out, he may find treasure. If he buys a piece of junk, he may also find a bargain. He now really suspected that Luo Sha was the reincarnation of the spirit of an immortal weapon, born with the destiny of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, this incredible luck came to an abrupt end after meeting him. Bai Donglin thought about it, and the storage ring on Luo Sha's finger automatically fell into his hand. This guy had quite a few treasures in his small treasury, but now they all belong to him. It's a pity to kill Rosa like this. He could be transformed into a treasure-hunting machine to serve him specifically. Shiwu, are you sure you can transform Luo Sha without Luo Dian noticing? Zai frowned slightly. Luo Dian was a powerful cultivator at the 6th extreme realm. He had already seen a little bit of the terrifying side of cultivators at this realm from Lu Dongchuan. It was certainly not easy to hide it from Luo Dian. Shi pondered for a moment. His expression became serious, and his arms disintegrated into endless soul threads. Extremely fine. All of which were inserted into Luo Sha's soul. After a long time, Zai retracted his arms, breathed a sigh of relief, and said proudly, "Done! This is my most impressive work. I call it intermittently triggered paranoid amnesia. Under normal circumstances, Luo Sha will be the same as usual. Neither he nor Luo Dian will notice anything unusual. But as long as he is completely out of Luo Dian's sight, the means I left behind will be automatically triggered. He will obediently put all kinds of treasures into the low-dimensional world, and he will forget everything afterwards. Not only will he not know what he has done, he will also forget the treasures he has obtained." Amidba. Good. Good. After hearing this, Shishan's eyes lit up, and he did not hesitate to express his praise. As for this Yundi, I have also transformed it. It can be regarded as a waste utilization. I didn't expect that old man Zijio is still so tough. Even though his cultivation is completely wasted, he is still alive. When Yundi returns to the Holy Blood sect, he will kill Zijio, betray his accomplices, and then explode himself. As for the rest, the people from the Divine Blood Holy sect will naturally take care of it. Bai Donglin and Jishan both nodded slightly. The surplus value was utilized to the extreme, and both of them were happy. After making clear arrangements for the two, Bai Donglin turned back to look at Wu Wei and asked doubtfully, "Wu Wei, why don't you say anything?" Wu Wei glanced at Bai Donglin indifferently, still without saying a word. But they had already sensed what he was thinking. "I am not that boring. I talk to myself and talk to myself. Like a schizophrenic. Ahem. I'm just bored." Bai Donglin looked a little embarrassed. It was okay for him to be despised by himself. Then he moved his mind, and the three souls suddenly turned into streams of light and shot into the sea of consciousness. Bai Donglin stood up and looked at the many cultivators on the boundless plain, with his eyes slightly narrowed and his hand raised. A large number of various storage magic weapons gathered into a river of magic weapons, circling and flying to the bottom of the blood-red altar and piled up. The life experiences of these 1.12 billion monks have been branded. After screening, there are many people who have committed heinous crimes among them. Naturally, he cannot kill them. After all, the number is too large, and it will be difficult to explain in Ludonquin. But he couldn't just let it go like that. He had to take away the small treasury of these people, and use it as a resource for his growth as a punishment. After doing all this, Bai Donglin sat cross-legged. The flow of time was synchronized with the outside world, and just 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It's time to end this farce. Bai Donglin opened his eyes, and stepped out of the low-dimensional world. A foul and evil breath suddenly rushed towards him. His body shook slightly, blocking the breath. There was a flash of white light in his eyes, and what he saw and heard made Bai Donglin think he had come to the wrong place. In just 2 days, this world has completely turned into a land of decadence and darkness. A pitch-black, smelly land, filled with all kinds of chaotic and negative auras, making it extremely turbid. The many spiritual orifices in Bai Donglin's body flickered slightly, and after a moment, he had adapted to this harsh environment. At this time, the power of physical cultivation was reflected. In such an environment, the strength of Qi cultivators is greatly affected, while all the power of body cultivators is concentrated in the physical body, and they are not very dependent on heaven and earth. His eyes shone with light, and he looked around the world, and found that all the demons and monsters had retreated. It seems that these disgusting guys are still self-aware, and know exactly when the ancestors' incarnation will arrive. Naturally, they will not stay and die in vain. Turning his gaze back to the heart of the dimension, Bai Donglin was slightly stunned. The twisted black hole above the sky did not disappear, but expanded to its limit, slowly swallowing up the heart of the dimension. The entire top of the heart, including a long section of green vines, had already gone deep into the black hole. No way. No way. These guys actually want to pack up Aunt Xiaolu and take her away. Chapter 220, Dark Giant Palm. The heart of the 9 rings has completely fallen into a dark and corrupted land. The twisted black hole is slowly and arduously swallowing the heart of the dimension. Knowing that it is impossible to do anything, I still persevere. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly. The monster retreated, and the ancestor's incarnation was about to descend. It would be better for him to get away quickly. With a thought, a scarlet vortex suddenly appeared, and Lu Dongchuan took a step out of the low-dimensional world. "Senior Lu, I'll leave everything to you from now on." As soon as Bai Donglin finished speaking, a pointed monument shining with golden and red light shot out from the Sea of God, suspended in the void, and vibrated violently. It is very difficult to detain so many cultivators in the low-dimensional world, and all of this depends on Lu Dongchuan's forceful suppression. Now it is naturally very easy for him to kick all the people who are still in a solidified state out of the low-dimensional world. As thoughts flowed, the power of the low-dimensional world was activated, and a blood-red ripple, centered on the pointed monument, instantly spread out in all directions. Wherever the blood-red ripple swept, dense human figures appeared out of thin air on the dark earth. In the blink of an eye, all 1.12 billion monks were released, but many of their magic storage tools were left in the low-dimensional world forever. There was also a huge black metal city, which also made Bai Donglin stay. This black city is made entirely of a single piece of black iron, which is 1,000 times harder and 10,000 times heavier than ordinary black iron. Although it is not a precious material, it has the advantage of large quantity. It is almost impossible to find this volume of complete black sulfide iron in the Qianyuan realm. Bai Donglin estimated that it should come from the void of the universe, the core of a fallen star. In the vast universe, all kinds of materials may exist, and in large quantities. This huge city built from a whole piece of black fine iron is incredibly heavy. Whenever Bai Donglin thinks of the scene where Lu Dongchuan captured the city single-handedly, He is shocked by the powerful strength of the great man, even though he played a very important role in the dramatic changes in the Dan League. His greatest achievement was just borrowing the power of the skeleton boss to kill the half-step great power Yu Guangling. The ability to reverse the situation in the low-dimensional world was all thanks to Lu Dongchuan. Bai Donglin did not lose himself in all this, but instead deeply realized his own weakness. After releasing all the monks from the low-dimensional world, the blood-red ripples converged. The golden-red pointed-cornered monument flickered slightly, and returned to the low-dimensional world. Senior Lu, take care. Bai Donglin looked solemn and raised his hands slightly. He could guess what Lu Dongchuan was going to face in the future without much thought. Although he has made great contributions in turning the tide, he is destined to face inquiries and investigations from all sides. How did you do it when the enemy's strength completely suppressed yours? Under the constraints of the two O's, Lu Dongchuan naturally cannot reveal all of this. If someone wants to forcibly search his soul, Lu Dongchuan may even die under the oath. This is also the reason why he admires Lu Dongchuan. Don't worry, Donglin. Lu Dongchuan, am not someone who can be manipulated by others. I have a clear conscience for everything I have done, and I am not afraid of others spying on me. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, bowed his hand again, and then his figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, blending into the hundreds of millions of cultivators, like a fish into the sea, completely severing ties with everything that had happened before. Immortal technique. All the seals in the 10 directions are released. Just as Bai Donglin steadied himself, he heard Lu Dongchuan's loud shout coming from the void. The colorful runes on the bodies of all the sealed and solidified monks began to flow and gather together, turning into a ray of light that shot into the void. Billions of colorful rays of light gathered into a huge ball of light, which was swallowed by Lu Dongchuan in one gulp. As the seal was lifted, the silent dark land suddenly became noisy. The monks, who had no idea what was going on, were a little overwhelmed by the strange and harsh environment in front of them. However, looking at the large crowds of fellow Taoists around them, they still felt safe and did not panic. Well, what happened? Bai Donglin opened his eyes with a confused look on his face, stretched his stiff body, and spoke to Nian Yin and others in front of him. Appeared the man who won the Oscar for Lifetime Achievement. Ah, Master, are you okay? I'm so glad you're okay. Lianxin rubbed her eyes and looked at Bai Donglin in front of her in disbelief. Unexpectedly, her vision went dark. When she came to her senses again, the junior brother she had been thinking about appeared in front of her intact. She didn't care about what happened, as long as her master and fellow disciples were fine. Nian Yin frowned and looked around with stern eyes. Seeing that there was no danger, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and looked Bai Donglin up and down, and said, "Little boy, how do you know Lord Lu Dongchuan?" She followed the coordinates given to her by Bai Donglin and came to a canyon. Lord Lu Dongchuan greeted her and sealed them off. Now it seems that it was Lord Lu Dongchuan who rescued them. Sister Nian, I said that Senior Lu Dongchuan wanted to recognize me as his brother, but I rejected him. Do you believe it? Upon hearing this, Nian Yin glanced at Bai Donglin as if he was a fool, as if to say, "Do you think you are worthy, little brat?" Bai Donglin spread his hands and said, "You don't believe me when I tell you the truth, and you don't listen to lies. Ha! Woman!" Just as Nian Yin was about to continue questioning, a dragon roar was heard from deep underground, and the ground shook violently. Boom! The earth cracked, a white shadow flashed, and a giant dragon thousands of feet long coiled in the void. The dragon originally had a body of snow-white scales, but now they were broken and covered with countless scars. Its breath was weak, and its eyes, which were originally like the sun and the moon, were dim. Dan Qian opened his dragon mouth and spat out a piece of broken brass tower and a piece of purple rag. The broken tower and rags glowed faintly, and Luo Dian and the mighty man in purple appeared out of thin air, their figures so illusory that they seemed like they would shatter at any time. Bai Donglin below stared slightly. The huge body of the blue dragon had shrunk more than 1,000 times. After the fierce battle, more than a dozen top masters were killed, and only 3 were left, and they were all left with dying bodies. It seems that in these 2 short days, the other party couldn't find them and vented their anger on them. This Luo Dian was not a simple person either. He actually survived, although it was probably due to Sunlung's protection. Lu Dongchuan's figure flashed and appeared in front of the 3 people, with a hint of apology in his eyes. He raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoists, thank you for your hard work. The 10,000 feet long dragon body flashed and disappeared. And Dan Qian, with a messy snow-white beard, appeared in human form. He didn't care about his tragic injuries at all. And laughed. Ha ha ha. It's not hard at all. I can make those disgusting guys return empty-handed. I feel very happy in my heart. Dongwan, you did a good job. Luo Dian narrowed his eyes slightly, with a look of displeasure on his face. Although he knew in his heart that Lu Dongchuan definitely did not abandon them outside on purpose. And there must be some unspeakable reason. But they are just unhappy. There is no reason. It's because they are mortal enemies. He lowered his eyes, and scanned the countless rescued monks. Lu Dongchuan was undoubtedly the biggest contributor in this incident. So he didn't say much. Teacher Dan Qian, if we let this twisted black hole devour the heart of the dimension, nothing unexpected will happen. Right? Lu Dongchuan swept his eyes across the heart of dimension. He had been in the low-dimensional world for the past 2 days, and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. Dan Qian stared at the heart of dimension with his dim old eyes. His expression was inexplicable. All these crises were caused by the heart of dimension. But the heart of dimension has played an indispensable role in the development of the Dan League to its current level. How to decide? With his status and position, he is not qualified to make a decision. It would be better for him to wait for the order of the ancestors. It doesn't matter. 2 days ago, the twisted black hole began to devour the heart of dimension. But the effect was minimal. The heart of dimension is not so easy to shake. Dan Qian looked up at the twisted black hole with a deep gaze. Suddenly, his vertical pupils that were shining with golden light shrank sharply. Humph! Ant, are you finally willing to come out? The pitch-black giant palm pressed down with a bang. Chapter 221, Divine Court Inspection Department. The dark eyes shone brightly in the twisted black hole. Then, a pitch-black palm print fell from the black hole and expanded wildly, instantly turning into a giant palm that covered an area of tens of millions of miles. There is still a powerful person behind the twisted black hole who has not retreated. And he actually wants to kill 1.12 billion monks with one palm. Under the lock of the chi, everyone's face turned pale. Their bodies froze. And they had no will to escape at all. Presumptuous! Lu Dongchuan roared angrily, with the supreme sword intent boiling in his eyes. He clenched his hand with his backhand, and a transparent long sword fell into his hand, making a humming sound. Dan Qian and the other two are now extremely weak, and he is the only one who still has the strength to fight. However, judging from the terrifying aura emanating from the opponent, it is far superior to Dan Qian's, and he is about to break through to the realm of becoming a king. It was obvious that he was no match for his opponent, but he had no choice. If he retreated, the hundreds of millions of monks below who had managed to survive would all die. Bai Donglin's mind and heart of Taoism flashed fiercely, breaking free from the terrifying suppression of the aura. The soul of Wu Wei stood up in the sea of gods, holding the golden and red pointed cornered monument in his hand, ready to take Nian Nian and others in at any time. Now he is facing the crisis of failure. All because he released everyone from the low-dimensional world a little bit earlier. But he had to do this. He couldn't possibly open the low-dimensional world in front of the ancestors' incarnation. Right? If he does this, everything will definitely be exposed. He is not that selfless. Saving all living beings must be done without hindering his own interests. One sword for all living beings. Lu Dongchuan looked solemn. The endless cellular energy particles in his body were burning fiercely. He was going to fight to the death. The transparent sword in his hand vibrated violently, changing between reality and illusion. An endless colorful light gushed out. Countless strange visions appeared in the endless colorful light. Cities stand in every direction. And all living beings, who rest from sunset to sunrise, and work from sunrise to sunset, live and die, get married, have 3 meals a day, and all the scenes of mortal life filled with the smell of fireworks flash by one. The fairy mountains and pavilions are stacked one after another, and countless cultivators are busy shuttling back and forth among them, reading scriptures and chanting, sitting cross-legged to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining elixirs, practicing swordsmanship. And the scene of cultivators busy pursuing the way to immortality floats up and down in the colorful light. This fellow Lu Dongchuan actually condensed such a swordsmanship heart. Luo Dian's expression changed. Looking at Lu Dongchuan's tall and majestic back, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Lu Dongchuan's sword spirit was in harmony with the situation, and his sword energy skyrocketed. It's a long story, but in a flash, a giant black palm covering the sky had descended above the head. Cut! The sword roared. Endless colorful brilliance condensed into a ray of extremely dazzling light, flashing across the giant palm. The speed of the black giant palm falling at a high speed suddenly slowed down, and endless sword threads lingered around the entire palm, flashing back and forth, cutting madly. The huge palm that was as big as one Wanli was instantly shattered into pieces, and the sword light dissipated after a moment. The broken giant palm was surrounded by black mist, and it closed in an instant, then pressed down hard again. But it was only slightly illusory. Although Lu Dongchuan is extremely talented, he still finds it difficult to cross the gap in realm. For cultivators in the later stages, the gap in realm is like heaven and earth. Lu Dongchuan had a determined look on his face. He drew his sword once again, ready to burn everything as he struck out with his last strike. Disperse. A voice like the sound of heaven fell from the sky and condensed into a golden word sand, scatter, and fell on the giant black palm. The terrifying giant palm from one Wanli disappeared instantly when it was touched by the word scatter, completely and thoroughly, as if it had never appeared, without causing any ripples. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the blurry light and shadows slowly falling from the sky. It had a slightly human shape, and he couldn't see the appearance behind the light at all. Just one glance, and an invisible voice echoed back and forth in my heart, coming from nowhere, calling out devoutly, "Nonsense! Nonsense! Nonsense!" Bai Donglin quickly withdrew his gaze. A look of horror appeared on his face, and he suddenly understood. This is the incarnation of the ancestor arriving. The ancestor named Neo. What was that move just now? What you say is what you do. No, it's not that simple. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. He didn't sense any fluctuation of the power of heaven and earth just now. It should be a more advanced method than speaking and making things happen. No! An extremely terrified roar came from the twisted black hole, comparable to that of a powerful man who had been crowned a king. His two extremely shining eyes revealed boundless fear. Damn it! Old demon devourer. You actually plotted against me. Didn't you say that the adults could delay them for another quarter of an hour? I'm not willing to do that. Escape? I couldn't even think of that. The ancestor's light and shadow incarnation looked back, and as his eyes swept over, a hint of obscure power of rules rippled slightly. The twisted black hole above the sky, along with the powerful being who was half a step away from becoming a king, disappeared in an instant, like a picture that has been erased. This is not destruction or erasure, but it is as if the other party's existence is denied from the root. Deny existence and turn it into reality. Bai Donglin stood there in a daze, looking at the incarnation of light and shadow that solved everything in an instant with ease. Is this the ancestor? A powerful person in the realm of creation of heaven and earth, Han Yuan Wuji? So terrifying. We greet the ancestor. Dan Qian and other powerful men bowed with extreme respect. Their expressions were so pious that there was nothing wrong with them. Greetings, ancestor. Where have the billions of monks below ever seen such a scene? Among these people, 99% of them probably never saw the figure of the ancestor in their entire lives. After standing there for a moment, they immediately came to their senses and saluted respectfully with eager expressions. Billions of voices gathered together, shattering countless clouds. Among them, many monks knelt down and kowtowed madly. Their fanatical eyes did not dare to look directly at the vague light and shadow in the void, as if their humble gaze would be a blasphemy to the ancestor if they looked at it for even a second. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly. The old ancestor in the void did not use any means of bewitching. He was in a clear mind and did not feel anything unusual. These people's respect for the ancestors comes from the heart, not only because of the ancestors' strength, but more probably because of the contributions the ancestors have made to protecting all living beings of the human race. No need to be polite. As soon as the incarnation of light and shadow finished speaking, everyone stood up involuntarily, and the few monks who wanted to kneel could not do so. We, the cultivators of the human race, do not kneel to the heavens above or the earth below. We do not worship gods or demons, but only our own way. You do not need to kneel to me. When Bai Donglin heard this, a look of recognition flashed in his eyes. The ancestor is the ancestor, and his words are always nice. He couldn't help but feel a little good about him. You did a great job. You were able to protect these little guys in this desperate situation. Very good. Very good. The old ancestor did not hesitate to express his admiration. These hundreds of millions of cultivators below were not only excellent alchemy talents, but also related to the reserves of elixirs for many battlefields. If there is a 1 in a billion chance that among these outstanding young people, A strong man of the same level as him will emerge in the future. Then everyone's efforts to turn the tide this time will be an immeasurable contribution to the human race. After praising everyone, the incarnation of light and shadow turned his gaze back to the huge heart of the dimension and spoke slowly. Dimension heart, you've gone a bit too far this time. The distorted black hole disappeared, and the true form of the heart of dimension reappeared without any damage. The incarnation of light and shadow shook his head slightly, as if he was helpless against the heart of dimension. He raised his hand and wrote the word seal in the air. With a light wave, the golden word seal fell on the huge green vines. The next moment, dense runes instantly spread and covered the entire heart of the dimension. The golden light flashed slightly, and the mysterious runes suddenly disappeared. All the cultivators below suddenly felt relieved. The space that had been completely confined instantly became active, and the laws of space could be used again. Many cultivators hurriedly probed their thoughts into the storage magic weapons, and many cultivators looked unhappy. Their magic storage device, the small treasury that contained most of their wealth, disappeared. Their expressions changed violently, but they didn't dare to say anything. After all, they were not good people, and had done many evil things. They didn't want to be exposed to the old ancestors' eyes, just because of the storage magic weapon that disappeared mysteriously. Someone will come to handle this matter later. Please cooperate with us. The Dan League will make its own judgment on the merits and demerits after the event. After the incarnation of light and shadow finished speaking to Dan Qian and other powerful men, his figure began to slowly fade away. Before leaving, he lowered his eyes and glanced at the dark and fallen land. Farewell, old ancestor. Everyone bowed respectfully, and when they stood up, they found that the scene around them had changed drastically. The heart of the 9 rings had completely turned into a fallen and dark place. It returned to its original state in an instant. The broken earth became intact, turning into nothingness of flowers, plants and trees, and the palaces and buildings became ruins, and even the black city left by Donglin in the low-dimensional world. Everything returned to normal, as if the disaster had never happened and everything was an illusion. Donglin swallowed and probed into the low-dimensional world with his mind. He found that the Black City was still staying there obediently, which meant that this was not an illusion. Everything really happened. But the ancestor used heaven-defying methods to restore everything. The dark land that seemed irreversibly fallen in by Donglin's view was restored by the ancestor in an instant. As expected of the ancestor, his methods are beyond others' imagination. Buzz, the heart of the dimension was sealed. The space was confined, and the endless dimensional space around it was also broken at the same time. As a buzzing sound was heard, the space above the void rippled violently, and an extremely huge warship slowly emerged from it. There were several figures standing at the bow of the ship. Donglin had excellent eyesight, and could see these figures clearly without using any magical powers. A rustling white robe. He was wearing a dark golden cloak on his back, on which 2 large black characters inspection could be faintly seen. Between the eyebrows of these people, there is a shining god rune printed. Nian Yan's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, "It's troublesome. It seems that we can't leave here in a short time. Why are these people here?" Shiting. Inspection Department. Chapter 222 Kunmo Ghost House. Divine Court Inspection Department. Decree. Buzz. A golden light shot out from the bow like lightning, swelled up in the wind, and instantly became tens of thousands of feet in size, piercing into the ground with the sound of thunder. Donglin's eyes were glowing white as he stared at the decree, which was made entirely of golden crystal. There was a line of large characters on each side of the decree. God's power is like a prison, inspecting the universe. The decree trembled slightly, and strands of light gathered and condensed at the top of the decree, outlining a huge eyeball in just a moment. The eyeball formed by golden and red light turned slightly, and the golden pupil contracted and changed, staring at all the monks below. When they were swept by the eyes, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, as if everything about them was seen through. Donglin's eyes turned cold, and the 3 souls in his sea of consciousness instantly merged into one. The aura became obscure, and it returned to its original state and transformed into an ordinary soul again. Sister Nian, have the people in the Divine Court always been so reckless? With a frown on his face, Donglin asked with an unhappy look on his face. According to the unspoken rules of the cultivation world, if you spy on others casually and are not discovered, it will be fine. However, if you are discovered, it can be regarded as a life and death provocation. Nian Yan shook her head slightly, stretched out her hand to pull Donglin's sleeve. as if she was afraid that he would be the first to speak out impulsively, and said in a cautious tone, "I have never come into contact with the people from the Divine Court Inspection Department. I don't know if they have always been like this, or if they acted so directly because the matter was too serious this time. However, we just need to cooperate. It will be very troublesome if we provoke these guys. Unfortunately, not everyone is fearless when facing the Divine Court Inspection Office. There are many monks who have hidden agendas and have done evil deeds. Run away." When the golden pupil was about to sweep over, many monks looked struggling violently, and someone couldn't suppress his inner fear and shouted loudly. Suddenly, tens of thousands of streams of light shot out from the crowd and fled in all directions at an extremely fast speed. It was obvious that they were fighting for their lives and only regretted that their parents did not give them a few more legs. Ding bells. Ding bells. The sound of metal collision was heard, and countless dense golden chains shot out from the huge warship, piercing through the space. Each golden chain had a sharp barbed tip. Puff! All the monks who were fleeing, no matter how far away they were pierced by the golden chains at the same time, and their cultivation and souls were imprisoned. With a clang, the chains pulled tens of thousands of monks back into the warship in an instant. Lu Dongchuan in the void frowned, thinking of what the ancestor said when he left, and resisted the urge to attack. He was not a pushover, and he knew in his heart that none of those monks who were frantically fleeing from the Divine Court Inspection Bureau were good people, and they deserved to be caught. The drastic change took only a moment, and the huge warship had just completely escaped from the space vortex and was suspended in the void above everyone's heads. The 5 figures standing at the bow of the ship flickered slightly and instantly appeared on the huge decree. The 5 people were dressed similarly, but upon closer inspection, not only were the colors of the characters between their eyebrows different, the patterns on their robes were also different. The leader crossed his arms across his chest, took a few steps forward, a smile on his face, and his squinting eyes curved into crescents. "Everyone, please be patient. I am the 6th Deputy Director of the Divine Court Inspection Department." He paused and looked around. The giant golden red eye floating above his head also moved slightly along with his gaze. "We came here suddenly because of the sudden changes in the Nine Rings heart. The Dan League's important place was breached so easily. It would be impossible for the other party to do it without an insider. These traitors are our target. Please cooperate with our inspection department. If anyone makes trouble..." He stopped talking. Smiling, the giant eye on his head shone brightly, and the hearts of the people below trembled. "This grandson is a smiling tiger who eats people without leaving any bones." Bai Donglin's eyes were deep. He was very powerful, and was not an ordinary powerful man. He didn't sense it. He didn't have that ability yet. But he saw it from the expressions and attitudes of Lu Dongchuan and the others. "I am Dan Qian, the current rotating commander of the Dan League. I'd like to greet Deputy Director He." Dan Qian took a step forward, came to the decree, and raised his hand slightly. The Dan League's garrison commander rotates every 10,000 years, which coincides with the time of the Dan Dao Conference. Dan Qian was about to change the garrison commander when this incident happened. He was very upset. It turned out to be Sunglong Dansheng. He was polite. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious. They did not feel any rift between them, because the Divine Court Inspection Division directly intervened in the matter. They both just did their respective duties. Deputy Director He. Although this sudden change seemed serious, fortunately it did not cause irreversible consequences. In my opinion, your Divine Court should not pay too much attention to this matter. Moreover, the speed is so fast. Dan Qian's brows were full of doubts. Although the drastic changes in the Dan League were fierce, only about 100,000 cultivators died in total. To put it bluntly, the Inspection Bureau took away tens of thousands of people as soon as they arrived. This amount of casualties should not have alarmed the Divine Court. He shook his head slightly, as if he remembered something bad, and the smile on his face weakened a little. "Sunglong Dansheng, you have been trapped here for the past few days, and know nothing about the outside world. It's not just your Dan League that was attacked this time. The Qi League's base in Qianyuan Realm was also attacked. They are not as lucky as you. Their base was completely destroyed, and the damage affected many surrounding weapon refining sections. 30% of the entire Qi domain has been completely destroyed, with countless casualties." Dan Qian's expression changed drastically. The conversation between the two was not intentionally blocked, and the monks below all heard it. And there was a sudden commotion. After the commotion, everyone calmed down. The more serious the situation was, the greater the determination of the Divine Court was. If they did not cooperate well, they would suffer. Even if it is a powerful zoneman, it is not easy to use it. After all, the other party is a god court. The human race's forces are spread throughout the vast and boundless one true world. And all forces can be roughly divided into 4 types. Aristocratic families, with bloodlines and surnames as the bond of maintenance, have the strongest cohesion, although their numbers are small. As long as they survive for a long time, they will definitely have thundering methods. Their strength can almost be judged by the length of their existence. As long as people still have marriage and reproduction, the family forces of the family will never be extinct. And these children's children can also add the remaining 3 types of forces. Have good blood veins, cultivation talents, and the support of the family behind them can almost mix high level. Whether it is a secular dynasty or a world of cultivation, the power of aristocratic families is a powerful force that cannot be ignored. They are a group of low-key guys who make a fortune in silence. The power of the sect, which uses the inheritance of cultivation as a bond to maintain its unity, respects teachers and honors elders, and ranks people based on seniority, is the most extensive and powerful force in the cultivation world. An organizational alliance is a bond that is maintained by the same interests or certain professions. It has a low cohesive force but weak binding force. It is deeply loved by some freedom-loving practitioners. The Alchemy Alliance, which is centered around alchemists, and the Weapon Alliance, which is centered around weapon refiners, are representatives of this kind of force. Official forces, whose purpose is to resist alien invasion, preserve the human race, and coordinate the entire cultivation world. It has the characteristics of authority, fairness, and jurisdiction. Of course, behind all of this, there is the support of terrorist forces. The God's Court and the Ghost Palace that were born with the Qianyuan realm as their base are both among the highest manifestations of official power in the cultivation world. Qian represents the yang of the sky, and Kun represents the yin of the earth. Yuan was the beginning, ending, the opposite of Qianyuan realm. Kunmo realm is the birthplace of the ghost house. The divine court is in charge of the inner world, protecting and governing the human race's cultivation world, and has the function of supervision and jurisdiction. The Ghost Mansion is in charge of invading the alien world, assassinating, investigating, undercover, and destroying. The only meaning of its existence is to bring death and destruction to the aliens. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered. His mind was filled with thoughts, and the news he learned from the mountain of books flashed through his mind one by one. The 4 major types of forces are intricately intertwined, and there are overlapping and interpenetrating cultivators among them. For example, I may come from a certain family, and then join a sect, join the Dan League organization, and also serve in the Divine Court. One person can intersperse 4 major types of forces. The complex relationship among them is a headache alone. Such a huge and mutually conflicting force can coexist peacefully. In the final analysis, it is the word man that governs everything. The power has risen to a higher level, and everyone belongs to the human race. With a common enemy, there will naturally be no major problems. Given the supreme majesty of the Divine Court, coupled with the tragic casualties in the weapon domain, everyone naturally did not want to offend the Divine Court Inspection Department at this time, and they all waited quietly for the review. He watched the restless people below quietly, smiled satisfied with satisfaction, and said a few words to Dan Qian. Dan Qian nodded and turned into the mortal. Thank you for your support for the inspection division. Eliminating foreign spies is an important task to protect our race. Your cooperation is also a contribution. He Du's eyes flickered as he glanced at the departing backs of Dan Qian and others. These little guys below can find up to some small fish and shrimp. These big monks? Especially those who explode. After entering the site of my capital, I want to see whether you are people or ghosts. Chapter 223. Buzz. Ho Du stepped on his feet, and the huge inspection decree seemed to be completely activated. With a fierce humming tremor, the decree slowly split from the center to form a huge light door. He Du and other 5 people sat on the top of the law on the top of the decree. The huge eyeballs on it slowly rotated and looked at everything. A vague gas machine was filled, covering all the monks below. With the lock of this gas machine, no one dared to act lightly. Moreover, there is a $1 million horror battleship on the top. This is obviously not an ordinary flying magic weapon, but a treasure of war. Slightly erupted a little power, and they can be transformed into ashes. Everyone, please enter the law in order. And please don't have to worry about it. The decree light gate will not spy on your memories. Its only function is to detect the presence of aliens. The inspection law is manufactured by the division of the god Ting Tiandong to ensure accuracy. He do said with a smile on his face. His eyes narrowed into crescents, making people worry whether he could see the scene in front of him, whether it is really for the sake of justice for the human race, or to make a small contribution to catching alien spies. It was still forced by the god's prestige, and everyone lined up in order to go towards the light gate. Fortunately, the light door is extremely huge, with thousands of feet wide, and the monk can fly into the void through the light door, so the review speed is not slow. If they come one by one, the 1.1 million monks will not be able to get the monkey ear of the monkey. Bai Dong is located in the middle of the large army, and it takes a while to want him to turn his turn. Following the induction in the underworld, he perceived that Yun Di was in front of him, with the means of the god of audit division, which Yun Di was mostly over. He was not worried about the other party, but he was afraid that his transformation of his soul would cause misunderstandings of the audit division. He did not know the other party's means, and did not rule out that this possibility was. As soon as the idea moved along the induction in the underworld, the means left in the soul of Yun Di were lifted, and at the same time, it completely eradicated the memory related to him. Yun Di, who was lifted and controlled, suddenly stunned, and after a moment of confusion, he woke up and looked up at the huge light door in the distance, with a look of aggressive. Who am I? Where am I? Where is my Black Mist Demon King? Where is my Black Jade Shieling bloodline? Brother Yun Di, what's wrong with you? Mu Xiao and Mu Miaoling turned around and looked at Yun Di, who had stopped moving. In confusion, Mu Miaoling frowned slightly, which was strange. She seemed to feel that this Yun Di was a bit different from before, and did not know what happened during the time when she lost consciousness. Yun Di had a smile on his face, and his heart rolled fiercely. He only remembered that he started the array map in the Sea of Shen, and then his head was dark, and he stood here after returning to God. He knew nothing about what happened in between. Black Misty Emperor? Damn! My Black Jade Unicorn bloodline. The damn Black Mist Demon King actually fooled me. Yun Di, who knew nothing about the situation in front of him, was still thinking about why his plan failed, and the lack of memory made him feel that everything in front of him was fragmented. What the hell are you standing there for? If you don't want to go, get out of my way. Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the road? The dark-faced man behind Yun Di was very angry. It was already annoying enough to encounter such a trivial thing, and now he ran into an idiot blocking the way. He was immediately furious. Didn't he see that a large group of old guys behind him were staring at them impatiently? Snapped. The dark-faced man slapped Yun Di on the back of the head, instantly escaping Yun Di from his chaotic memories and returning to reality. His grandma is a bear. Can't he listen to people? There are more and more people who stay around, and they dare not intervene. Brother Yun Di, are you okay? How can you hit someone like that? Do you know who we are? Looking at Yun Di was beaten. Mu Xiao's eyes were fierce, and he had to do it. Mu Miaoling on the side quickly grabbed him and said coldly, Xiao, be honest. Do you want to anger the adults in the inspection department? After saying that, he pulled Mu Xiao forward without even looking at Yun Di. Yun Di came to his senses. In his panic, he didn't care about the insults from the black-faced man and hurriedly followed him. Oh! One egg! The dark-faced man spat and, under the urging of the crowd behind him, no longer wanted to cause trouble. He just wanted to enter the light gate as soon as possible and leave this unfortunate place. Audit department? Yun Di listened to the surrounding discussion. His face became more and more ugly, from red to black, then from black to white, looking at the behemoth above his head, and the closer and closer laws, and his eyes were dead. Finished. My life is over. Bai Donglin in the back looked relaxed. He didn't bother to think about Yun Di's fate. He just brought the inevitable result forward a little bit. Zijio and his accomplices will all be exposed to the inspection department. Even if the Holy Blood sect handles these matters, they will not be as professional and decisive as the inspection department. The censorship is fast, but it is not smooth sailing. From time to time, one or two monks would suddenly stand up and try to fly away, but the consequences were always the same. There was no need for He-Do and the others to take action. The huge warship directly shot out a beam of light, instantly killing them on the spot. Their souls were enveloped by the light and taken into the warship. What was waiting for them was nothing more than reading their memories, and so on. See what is professional? This is called professionalism. Like an assembly line. Fast and efficient. The arrest of these small fish and shrimp did not even lift his eyes. And he was still thinking about how to deal with the power of damning. The majesty of the powerful cannot be easily offended, and the means must be gentle and cautious to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. The role of the Dan League is very special. If a gap is created between it and the divine court, he will be to blame. TSK. It's such a tough job. Yundi stood outside the light gate, looking at the Mu siblings who calmly entered the light gate. A trace of a miserable smile appeared on his pale face. When he stepped into the cultivation world, he was full of longing. Fighting for the tragic killing of blood was far from the loneliness when he was far exceeded by the disciples of the blood, breaking the ecstasy of the god of the gods, the embarrassment of the dark forces, and the expansion of the ambitions. Scenes flashed through his mind in an instant. Yundi's eyes darkened, and he stepped into the light gate. What a miserable life. The golden light spots lingering around Yundi's body seemed to sense something, and suddenly stagnated, instantly turning into scarlet red. As they entangled, the hard body of the divine source body cultivator instantly turned into nothingness. The only weak soul left was completely imprisoned. A strange wave flashed, and it was directly transmitted to a special space. After waiting for him to read the memory completely, the thorough destruction of the true spirit level is unlikely to reincarnate. The huge inspection decree, the back of the deep light door, and the monk who successfully passed the light gate, left this place hurriedly, did not want to stay for a while. Mu Xiao, Mu Miaoling and others stood aside, and did not leave immediately. Sister, why hasn't Brother Yundi come out yet? After a long time, Mu Xiao looked up at his elder sister, with a cold expression, and asked in confusion. He himself did not even notice the slight tremor in his voice. Yundi followed them into the light gate. But after such a long time, many monks had come out. But there was still no sign of Yundi. Then, there is only one reason. Build. Come on. Come home with me. I think the clan needs to test you again. I will be your examiner this time. Mu Miaoling's tone was cold, and the purple mang lingering in his eyes. A strict momentum made Mu Xiao lower his head. His mouth moved slightly, but he couldn't say a word. Snort. Mu Miaoling snorted coldly, and when he brushed his sleeves, he turned into a flowing light. And the old guards on the side saw this, and took Mu Xiao to follow up quickly. 3 days later. Dawn. There is a constant flow of people entering the light gate day and night at a very fast speed. And they catch a lot of small fish and shrimps. Now it is finally the turn of Bai Donglin and others. Looking at the light gate in front of them, Bai Donglin has a calm expression. Although he has many secrets, he is upright in his heart, and is not afraid of this thing. Even if the inspection bureau goes back on its word, and wants to snoop into his memory, he has a black stone tablet in his sea of consciousness suppressing him. So he is not afraid of the inspection law. As he stepped into the light gate, countless golden light spots surrounded him, and a strange wave swept through him. And then nothing happened. Bai Donglin didn't even feel that his soul was touched. He was stunned for a moment, and then continued to walk forward. It seems that the review method of this audit decree is very special. A method that is more efficient than reading memory. Well, it's finally over. Bai Donglin stretched himself after passing through the light gate, looking at the rising red sun in the distance, bathing in the golden morning light, with a look of comfort on his face. He turned around and looked at Yin Yin and Lian Xian, who were walking out behind him, and smiled slightly, revealing his signature elegant and easygoing smile. Let's go. Zhang Lao has passed my voice. He has left one step forward. Wait for us at the base of the gate of the prison. Lianxi nodded obediently and leaned against Yin Yin. Now that the crisis was over, she became shy again and no longer dared to call him junior brother loudly like before. TSK. You want me to do free labor again? You are so rude. Little brat. I complained every year. But my hands were not slow. And I raised their hands to sacrifice the dark flying boat. The black light wrapped the 3 people into the huge flying boat space. And then the black flying boat turned into black light. And in the instant, it disappeared from the sky. The sunlight penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on the inspection law. And the golden light sparkled. Sitting on it, he slowly looked back. The smile was full of face, and his eyes narrowed into 2 curved crescents. Chapter 224. God will bless you. The endless dimension space defense is completely closed, and this section of the gap between the world can easily leap now. The space here is special. The huge warships of the Divine Court Inspection Bureau can quickly cross the space through the space mezzanine. But it does not mean that they can do it too. Countless streams of light of various colors streaked across the void at high speed, with Yin Yin using all his strength to activate his flying magic weapon. The speed was not slow. They reached the border in only half the time it took them to get there. Bai Donglin stood in the flying boat and looked at the outside world. Above the border, countless flying magic weapons were hovering in place. They were so dense that there was no end in sight at a glance. From time to time, there is a row light from the inside, stagnating for a moment. And then the flying magic weapon waiting with a large group of waiting quickly stays away from this place. Nian drove the flying boat out of the border. Bai Donglin looked back and saw that the border looked normal from the inside. But from the outside, there was a huge golden light shield covering everything. The huge mask spreads to the end of the sight. Every time, a large character is printed on the mask. The temporary jurisdiction of the Shinting Inspection Division is prohibited from entering. Bai Donglin took care of the flying magic weapon group that covered the sky around the sky. The divine power is like a prison. This is really not an exaggeration. The divine court is indeed overbearing. With just one sentence, many forces dare not take even a single step beyond their control. After Nian made hand gestures and got in touch with the people from the Netherworld Gate, he smiled with relief and turned around and said, "Of course. The reason why many forces are so abiding by the rules is not only because of the strength represented by the divine court. Shinting was born from our Qianyuan realm. It represents the will of the entire Qianyuan realm. Instead of compliance with the law of the God of God, they are not as good as the decree we have paid." Bai Dong nodded clearly. If the forces of the Qianyuan world did not comply with the decree of the God of God, how could the forces in the Wind Star Sea convince the God of God? Then the power of Shinting cannot be developed so much. After waiting for a while, a huge black flying boat domineeringly pushed aside the surrounding flying magic weapons, poured out a black light, absorbed Nian's flying boat into the internal space, and then turned into a stream of light and disappeared. "Uncle Second, why are you here to pick me up?" Nian put away the flying boat and looked at the man in black robe standing outside with a look of surprise. "Uh-huh. Girl Nian, is it okay for me not to come? Your father is worried to death. Afraid that something might happen to you." "Hey, I'm fine." The man in the black robe shook his head slightly and glanced at Bai Donglin, and didn't care, thinking that he was just an ordinary disciple of the prison door. "Okay. Don't be poor. Let's go back to Zongmin immediately. Wait for the second uncle. Let's go to the stronghold of the Jiuhuan Heart first. Elder Lu is still waiting for me." A glance at Bai Donglin every year. She naturally was not for Lu Yong. The man in the black robe nodded slightly, manipulating Feizhou slightly, and instantly came to the stronghold of Jiuhuan's heart. The stronghold of the Netherworld Gate is in a house. "Shan Lao, I haven't seen you for a long time." Bai Donglin smiled and bowed slightly to Shang Zhong. Although there were some twists and turns in this Danao conference, it was nothing compared to the many benefits he had gained. Shang Zhong could be said to have given him an assist. "East, you can be safe." The old man is relieved. Shang Zhong was relieved slightly. He was looking for Bai Donglin to participate in the Dan Dao conference. If an accident, he needed to bear all responsibilities. "Thanks this time. Eastward, you will be loyal to me in the future." "No. It is our VIP's VIP. As long as you come to our Dan De Feng." The old man must sweep the couch. "My master will be very happy to know this good news. When we return to the sect, I will introduce you to someone else." Looking at Shang Zhong, who was excited and talking non-stop, Bai Donglin could only respond with a smile. He did not feel that he had done any great favor to Shang Zhong. He was just trying to get the seat of the law of gravity. It was just a deal. "Junior brother." There was a soft and timid sound at the door. Shang Zhong closed his mouth, glanced at the two of them meaningfully, sent a trace of sound into Bai Donglin's ears, and his figure disappeared. "Ha ha ha. Eastward. The old man will not disturb you anymore. This girl is good. You can grasp it." Bai Donglin's face was speechless. Looking at his face tender, his body was flat, and his body was unpretentious. "How do you grasp it? It's not every year. Sister Master, what's the matter with me?" The pity of her face was red, and she was more likely to be beside her every year. She moved into the lobby for a long time. "Here, junior brother. This is my gift to you." Prices took out a sachet from his arms, which is exactly the same as the appearance of the last time he gave him. The sachet was round. Bai Donglin did not get started, and he knew that there was no crystal ball inside. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly, looking at the pity in front of him, holding the sachets with both hands. "A small face. And a small face. And you just praised me. There is no need to say more about the preciousness of the rule seeds. The rare level title rules that pity the last time they gave him were already valuable. The plague law of the same level attracted many disciples of the holy sect such as Chi-Du. Is Lianqi a rich woman? He was just a drama at the beginning. And it was before. Now he already knows that he is not her brother. Just a lie. And treats him like this. This girl is really... Master. Junior brother. Please don't despise me. I will try my best to make up for the gift later. Seeing that Bai Donglin had never received the sachet. His face was red. And his head was deeply buried on his chest, and raised his arms. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes. And a sense of warmth inexplicably surged in his heart. This silly little senior sister really recognized him as her junior brother. Ha! My sister is atmospheric. I am not polite. Bai Donglin showed a hearty smile. Reached out to pick up the sachet. Stood on his hand. And looked at Rusher's burden. Sister. We will be separated soon. I don't know when we will meet next time. Master brother also gives you a gift. As soon as the idea was moved, the soul of Wu Wei was divided into two. Wrapped in a golden red sharp-cut monument to fly out of the Sea of Shen. The pointed angle monument changed violently in the air. And when it fell into Bai Donglin's palm, it had turned into a snow-white and crystal jade pendant. The jade pendant is covered with exquisite patterns. And there is a simplified Chinese character on the front. Here. This is a kind of amulet from my hometown. It's not a valuable thing. So please don't despise it. Senior sister. He hesitated for a while. And he did not feel energy fluctuations on Yupei. Then he took it with peace of mind. Junior brother. What does this word mean? I have never seen it before. Uh-huh. Senior sister. You don't know that this word is the title of a supreme god in my hometown. Senior sister. You must always wear the jade pendant on your body. And the god will bless you. Bai Dong's eyes showed a smile. No one knew the simplified characters anyway. Yeah. I will. He nodded carefully, and carefully grasped Yupei in his hand. If others may just talk casually. But Bai Donglin knows that his pity is serious. And he believes what he said without reservation. Bai Dong was thinking for a moment. And he thought of the low-dimensional world. There were a large number of small vaults. From Luo's storage ring, there was a bracelet storage magic weapon, each of which took out an empty crystal ball. After initially grasped the low-dimensional world, he could already open the storage magic weapon. When he entered the first time he entered, he could not even feel the origin of the dead. In the low-dimensional world, the prohibition of these people's storage magices is like nothing. And when the idea moves, it can make them ineffective. Sister, I have 2 law seeds here that are incompatible with my attributes. I can't use them. So I'll give them to you as well. Naturally. The more law seeds the better. He has so many spiritual orifices that there is no incompatibility of attributes. It's just that he has both types of law seeds in duplicate. And they are very suitable for Lianqin's special physique. He harvested the small vault. But he sent a fortune. And he got a lot of rules. There were more than a dozen in the storage ring of Rosa alone. Vote for the peach. Send to pity. Nothing. No. No. Junior brother. This is too precious. I can't have it. Lianqin waved her hands quickly and retreated hastily. She still owed her junior brother a lot of law seeds. So how could she still accept his law seeds? She could accept ordinary things like jade pendants. But not law seeds. What? Sister, are you having abandoned my gift? Bai Donglin's face darkened. No. I have not. Passionate eyes were red. And he was about to cry. If you don't have it, give it to me. Bai Donglin forcibly stuffed the empty crystal ball into the hand. And then the figure disappeared. Leaving only a laughter echoed in the hall. Ha! Sister. Leave. Say goodbye to Sister Nian for me. We'll meet again someday. In the panic, he forgot that he had the pity of Xiao for his body. He trot all the way out of the hall and looked at it. He could see Bai Donglin's figure. Junior brother. Chapter 225 Giant of Light. In the 6th Ring region, Bai Donglin and Shangzhong walk side by side. East. We don't hurry up. You can stay with that girl for more time. Shangzhong smiled. And Bai Donglin heard the 2 sachets in his hand. And said it will. I said everything. But I was not alive and dead. I waited for the monks. And my life was long. There is always a day of goodbye. Shangzhong shook his head slightly. This boy was so transparent at a young age. And his heart was terrible. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Bai Dong thought in his heart and then rejected. Although the rules were rare, there were many types. Why did he give him these 2? The tidal law is one of the sequence branches of the gravity law. If this rule seed is planted, his perception of the law of gravity will be greatly increased. The rules that Pity just given to him are even more weird. But it is the law of magnetic force. He wants to integrate the law of electromagnetic force. And the law of electricity has already been there. And this magnetic law is lacking. Although it is not as precious. It is just a rare level. It is not easy to find it. And this Pity, as if knowing his heart, he sent him directly. It is estimated that it involves the way of Xuanji Xian. And he may have a coincidence with the Pity. When did it start? Giggle. Yes. Master. You found a handsome master for the apprentice. Unhappy? By Donglin's head of the new year in his head. Suddenly his face was dark. Good. You this year. It turned out to be you. No wonder. Time pushes. The longer the two get along, the more intense the transportation meets. So this time it will be sent to the more magnetic rule he needed. Needless to say, this compassion is his blessing. But he is still very cautious about this thing. It is impossible to drop pie in the sky, which will cause this result and will definitely consume something, such as luck or something. Changing others may try to keep his Pity on his side. But he was very disgusted with such things beyond control. Gifts presented by fate have long been marked in the secret price. If there is an endless request, there will be a disaster. Although he is not afraid of death, he may not be able to carry this Pity. By the way, if you have nothing to do, we will return directly to Xingzong. Shang Zhong's words interrupted by Donglin's thoughts, and looked up to see the busy cross-domain transmission array gathering place in front. The earth-shaking changes within the heart of the 9 rings did not affect the outer areas, which remained prosperous and crowded with people. It is true that at that time, outside the defense of the endless dimensional space, there were monks coming to support. So those monsters naturally did not dare to take the initiative to cross the defense and attack the outside world. Shan Lao. I have nothing to do with it. Bai Donglin was stunned before he finished speaking. What happened today? Weird coincidences happen one after another. As soon as you move, take out a brass waist card from the bracelet space. The flat waist card. The back is complicated inscriptions. And the front is an unbearable word of dragon flying phoenix dance. The brass waist is trembling slightly. And the front unbearable scarlet light shines fiercely. And an information is introduced into the mind of Bai Donglin. Bai Donglin frowned, retracted the brass waist cards, and said to Shangzhong with a little apology. Shan Lao. I'm afraid I can't go back to Zomen with you. You can go back first. I have a little private affairs to deal with it. Then I will return to the sect on my own. Shangzhong nodded slightly and didn't care. After thinking about it, he said to Bai Donglin. East. Don't forget time. Your new disciples enter the peak assessment for the second time. And there are still less than 2 years. It is naturally easy to pass with your strength. But the rules of Xingzong are strict and not easy to change. If you miss this time, you have to wait for another 5 years. Bai Donglin's eyes were smiling. He didn't care about this assessment at all. He had already planned his road. But naturally there was no need to say this kind of thing to listen to others, and nodded and said, I get it. The two said goodbye to each other, watching Shangzhong's figure disappearing in the cross-domain transmission arrays. And Bai Donglin moved and entered another cross-domain transmission array. The closest realm to the Moya Desert is naturally the Leze realm, which is located in the north to the east of the Qianyuan realm, close to the Dongji Meihai. It is only dozens of realms away from the desolate area where the Jidao Holy Sect is located. Therefore, Bai Donglin's pass from the western Danyu must also span the small half of the Qianyuan continent, which is extremely far away. However, from the information from the brass waist card, the Sanxi Palace will only be open after March. And the time is sufficient. As soon as the idea moves, communicate the cross-domain transmission array center, determine the route, and throw a set of spirit stones above the teleportation method. The spirit stone is swallowed. After waiting for another half of the day, when the number of people reached a certain degree, the formation method was automatically started. And a fierce light flashed, and everyone instantly across the distant territory and disappeared. Half a month later, Reizu, Jiaran Giant City, Bai Donglin stepped out of the cross-domain transmission array. Boom! The black clouds of the black crowd were endless, and the eyes of Bai Donglin couldn't look at it. The severe thunderous was burst in the dark clouds. Like a rolling thunder dragon, the rain was poured down, and the rain curtain continued. The amount of rainfall made by Donglin from the tongue. Looking around, I found that the bustling crowd around me turned a blind eye to this heavy rain scene, as if it was accustomed to it. The crowds on the street, Everyone's body lingers a thin mask around them, shielding the outside of horror reign. This mask is just a gadget, not even the magic weapon. And even mortals can be used. Although this thing is ordinary, it is the most indispensable thing that people living in Rosario. The raise you. 365 days a year. 360 days is a heavy rain. And the rest of the 5 days are also cloudy. The reason for such an abnormal climate is all due to the Lay and Wakey mountain range. This huge and towering mountain range spans more than a dozen realms. The ocean air currents from the eastern sea are intercepted and gathered, resulting in the formation of the scorching Moa Desert on one side of the mountain range, and the never-ending torrential rains in the Lay area on the other side, forming two completely different extreme climates. It is not difficult to change the extreme climate with the ability to move the mountain with the monk. It is not difficult to change this extreme climate. However, this boundary, the ancestral gate that is good at thunder and water, is very fond of this climate, and naturally does not go to reverse reform. Isn't it that Moedan's desert is a heavenly god crying? The god body fell to the earth, and the fire was formed. Is there a legend error? Or is there another hidden love? Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. The world is very large. After endless years, there are countless legend secrets. Although his knowledge is like a sea, he is not omnipotent and omnipotent. Looking up at the fiercely rolling thunder dragon in the dark clouds, Bai Donglin's eyes showed a trace of motion. Crossing one step, and the end of the world, who had not been exhibited for a long time, was still overbearing. And the figure appeared and lay high instantly. As soon as the idea moved, the law of gold floated slightly, and Bai Donglin's skin and clothes were instantly turned into metal. A long hair was also turned into iron wires, and it was tall. Fa Tianxiang is performing at the same time. The larger the size, the larger, naturally it can attract more thunder. The huge body of more than 300 feet stretches the limbs in the clouds. The human-shaped lightning rod achievement has been achieved. Crackling. I do not know how many miles of dark clouds. Countless thunder dragons shining fiercely, as if the shark that smelled the smell. Crazy gathered to condense into a dazzling thunder sea, and directly drowned by Dong. Heat. Is really his grandma's comfort. The endless thunder penetrates the whole body, and Bai Donglin's entire body shines fiercely, like a huge human-shaped light bulb. And you can see the glowing bones under the flesh. Mother! Look at it. There is a giant in the sky. Snapped. Children are not allowed to lie. Wow wow wow. I'm not lying. Chapter 226 Purple Thunder Mountain. Hundreds of miles away in Xiaoran, the dense clouds on the void were burned out of a huge empty hole by the thunder plasma. The blue and white thunder condensed into a huge ball. Bai Donglin was facing the sky, sitting in the core of the ball. His expression was solemn. The endless damage is added, and the sources of the body are constantly emerging from strange energy, and all of them are poured into the sea of God. At the same time, the three souls opened their eyes. Buddha light, magic inflammation, yin and yang, shining, and the figure flashed, and the soul was integrated into one step by step. With Bai Donglin's body, the soul is generally the same. The skin is shining, the light is lingering, and her knees are sitting on the huge black stone monument. Handle the mysterious method. Touch the ground with one hand. One finger's in the sky. Upbraid. The sound of Tao roared. Like the creation of the world, the boundless space of the divine sea suddenly trembled. The sticky gray fog below swirled violently, and in an instant, it formed a huge vortex that spread over billions of miles. A pitch-black stone tablet stood in the center of the vortex, motionless. The soul's eyes focused, and the golden vertical lines between the eyebrows cracked. As the three eyeballs turned, three dazzling gazes pierced through the void, and the divine sky filled with endless gray fog was split into two. Split in the center by the gazes. The momentum of the souls rose crazy, and then stopped slowly after a long time. The momentum was restrained. All the visions in the sea of God dissipated and restored the original state. The eighth heaven of the divine origin realm. Bai Donglin shook his palm lightly, feeling the power of the soul that had skyrocketed dozens of times. He sighed in his heart. There is no need to explain the mysterious aspects of strengthening energy. It ignores realms and bottlenecks. As long as there is sufficient energy, it can be improved infinitely. However, the improvement of the soul is becoming more and more difficult. It took more than 4 years to break through from the 7th level to the 8th level, since he realized that the physical body was too strong to greatly affect the strengthening of the energy. All his reinforcement energy was provided to the soul. Countless cultivation resources were consumed during this period, but it was all worth it. Bai Donglin knew very well how difficult it was to improve the soul. According to the normal logic of the cultivation world, the souls of many monks are promoted simultaneously with their own cultivation. For physical cultivation, the realm of divineness will even be slightly lower than the physical cultivation, except for a small number of special cultivators. Most people follow the steps and slowly refine their souls over time. Just take the talent, and the luck is very average, and there is no power support. For Yundi, who lacks cultivation resources, he has been practicing for thousands of years, and he barely reaches the 2 days of Xinyuan realm. And the soul is not bad. This is the normal speed that an ordinary cultivator should have. In less than 10 years, Bai Donglin raised the soul to the 8th sky of Xinyuan. The gap between them is as huge as the difference between heaven and earth. 10 years and 8 days. Is this reasonable? Hey, strengthening energy is second. Mainly because I am too hard. After surviving endless pain, it can be improved rapidly, which is reasonable. Bai Donglin's thoughts turned around, opened his huge eyes. His eyes shone, and he was clearly visible in the blue and white thunderbolt balls. He raised his hand, and 7 purple jade stones surrounded by purple light flew into his hand. He scanned them with his divine sense, and found that the thunder power in them had been charged by a little half. He nodded with satisfaction. This is the 7 thunder jade of the moon palace of ancient times. The abundant energy has long been consumed by him. Now he has been used by his waist, and transformed slightly. It can be used as a charging treasure. The thunder here is so abundant. It is not a violent thing if you don't take it out. He sensed that the sea of thunder surrounding him had become much weaker. The thunder that was naturally born in the dark clouds was not endless, but still needed time to brew. Moreover, the range of his thunder was also very limited, and could not sustain his consumption indefinitely. Swallow the sky and the earth. Bai Donglin opened his blood basin and sucked slightly. The surrounding plasma thunder turned into a dragon, all of which were swallowed into his belly. Step in the mouth. A group of electric fangs was sprayed, feeling the faint pain of swallowing spirit, and couldn't help shaking his head slightly. There is no devouring law. The growth of this magical power is too slow. The law of devouring can be regarded as the top batch in the rules of Peerless, and it is extremely difficult to understand. The spirit of swallowing the sky has not been incorporated into the light of the origin. It is not the origin of the origin. It also consumes the energy of the blood element in operation. Nowadays, the power is too weak, devouring some stable energy and substances, such as spirit stone, corpse or something. Although the speed is not fast, it is still stable. However, it is not easy to absorb the violent attack energy. The thunder plasma just now can also be regarded as attack energy. The conversion was so slow that he even had some indigestion. This magical power is very important to him. It is one of his main sources of energy. When it grows up in the later stage, it can devour the enemy's attacks, which can be regarded as a complement to his damage reversal. This time when we go back, we need to ask Xiaozi to work harder. If my guess is correct, the 7th magical power origin law must contain the devouring law. Bai Donglin converged his thoughts, and his huge eyes stared at the void in the distance, and his voice bombed the void. Fellow Taoist, you have been watching here for a long time. Why don't you come out and see me? Before his soul broke through, he sensed that someone was watching him, but the person's strength was not enough to threaten him, so he didn't take it seriously. As the strength is getting stronger, Bai Donglin is no longer as careful as before, except for those who are strong. No one can keep him in confidence, and the escape ability is strong, and powerful people are not flowers or plants, so it is not easy to meet them. Little brother, I am honored to be here. Before the sound came, a purple lightning shot in front of Bai Donglin. The lightning disappeared, and an old Taoist in a purple robe appeared, holding a whisk in his hand, and bowed. I am a cultivator from the Purple Thunder God Mountain thousands of miles away. Today, I was traveling in my mind and felt the thunder right here, so I came here to investigate. I have no ill will towards you, little brother. Bai Donglin's expression relaxed a little. The old Taoist was quite polite, and he had a good impression of Taoist priests. Then he accepted Fa Tianxiang. His huge body resumed his original, and he was slightly provided by hand. Greetings, Taoist priest. I was passing by this place, and saw the abundant power of thunder. I couldn't help but practice it. Sorry to bother you. It's only 1,000 miles, so this area should belong to the Purple Thunder God Mountain. He caused such a big fuss within the territory of someone else's sect, and the other party was still so polite, which gave him enough face. The purple robe was gently stroked the snow-white beard, and the purple thunder condensed in the gentle eyes. The young man in front of him was young, and he couldn't see it through. Little brother, is a guest at a distance. Is it better to return to Zilei Shishan with the poor? Bai Donglin did not sense any ill will from the other party. If he was not in any danger, it would be fine. However, it would take a year or two for a cultivator to discuss the Tao, and he did not have the time. Thank you for the invitation, Taoist priest, but I have something else to do, so I can only visit you another day. No problem. I'll prepare a bed for you. The purple-robed Taoist's eyes flashed with pity, but he didn't force it. Goodbye. Bai Donglin raised his hand slightly, took a step forward, and disappeared in an instant. The old Taoist in purple robe stood in the void with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was so young, but he had already cultivated the Fa Tian Xiang Di to more than 300 feet, and also possessed the terrifying magical power of swallowing the sky and devouring the earth. This kind of evil physical cultivation cannot be cultivated by those small physical cultivation sects in Lei Zhe territory. This young man is probably from the wilderness. The purple-robed Taoist priest made calculations with his fingers. His figure suddenly paused, and the purple light in his eyes dimmed. The secrets of the universe are unclear and chaotic. Fortunately, I can only slightly estimate its path forward. Otherwise, I would have suffered a terrible backlash. The Taoist in purple robe retracted his hand into his sleeve, took a step forward, and his body turned into purple lightning, instantly penetrating through layers of dark clouds and disappearing. There are major events in the surrounding areas, and there are only the Sansi Ju Palace that is about to open. Countless geniuses and evildoers gathered here. It seems that the trip of those people from the Taoist sect will not be very smooth. The purple thunder light spans thousands of miles away, and it falls on a large mountain peak that is composed of purple metal and towering into the clouds. This mountain is called Zilei, and it is composed of precious purple thunder and gold inside and outside. Crackling. On the sky, there is a circle of purple clouds all year round, and the endless purple thunder is as thick as a human waist, falling on the mountain of purple thunder, and was swallowed to the air. An intangible void trembled slightly. Master, Jin Tan has something important to report. Enter. Chapter 227, Nanyang State Killing Crazy. Taoism is located in the most prosperous and central area of Qianyuan realm. The Taoist priests in this world can be said to be closely related to it. The old Taoist priest just now has the same purple thunder mountain. As the leader of Qi cultivation, the Taoist sect is so powerful that even the Jidao holy sect is far inferior to it. After all, the physical cultivation has been weak for a long time, and has not yet recovered. These big forces usually represent big troubles, so he doesn't want to have any more contact with them unless necessary. While Bai Donglin was thinking, he kept using the A world away technique at an extremely fast speed. He was not afraid of consuming his innate magical power, and before long, he crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and arrived at the foot of the Lianweki Mountains. Looking up, the towering mountains, ups and downs, plugging in the clouds. This kind of terrain is not only an insurmountable chasm for mortals, but even low-level cultivators find it difficult to pass through safely. He also wanted to turn over this huge mountain range with a mortal body. He could not die, but he would have to eat a lot of suffering, and he would also miss the evaluation of the extraordinary Xingzong for 20 years. He was able to have such a smooth journey, and he really had to thank Big Brother Shirtai in the Shanghai Palace. On the side of the Lei Yanweki mountain range close to the Lei Zhe domain, thick dark clouds gathered halfway up the mountain. Violent thunder struck from time to time, and low-level cultivators would be killed if hit by one. Bai Donglin admired the magnificent scene for a moment, took a step forward, and his figure disappeared. Nanyang State. Yunzhou Baiqing. Bai Donglin did not stay in the Moyanyan Desert. There are still more than 2 months to open the Shahaiju Palace. Where is this waste of time? It is better to go back home to see it. It took a long time to cross the long distance by riding horses and taking a boat. But now that he has magical powers, the world is within reach, and he doesn't even take it seriously. As far as traveling is concerned, no one under the mighty can match him. The consumption of supernatural powers is very great, as well as the magical power of the destiny. That is, the immortal and immortal can restore the energy of life at any time. He can squander like this. And these sides are only small domains, and there are no cross-domain transmission arrays. Although the land area of a Edge 9-3 domain is 39 billion square kilometers, which is almost 26 times that of the Blue Star land area of the previous life. But this area is really nothing for a monk. Bai Dong didn't take a moment, and he was already standing on the void of Baicheng. Looking down, it was found that Baicheng was still the same. A small city of millions of people was full of mortal atmosphere and peaceful. Bai Donglin did not sweep with God's thoughts. After all, he lived in his relatives, and the basic etiquette still had to follow. The figure moved and instantly landed in the Bai mansion, standing outside his aunt's house. Bai Donglin frowned slightly. He did not feel the breath of the aunt. Where did you go? Did you go to the emperor to see the eldest sister? Bai Donglin's arm stretched out and crossed the space, and he caught an old man in front of him. The old man was the old housekeeper of Bai Fu. He has been serving the Bai family for decades. If you have any questions, he is right. The old butler only felt the scene before his eyes flash, and he instantly came to the yard. He was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses, and his eyes were instantly attracted by the tall figure in front of him. You are the 13th master? God, the old slave is right. You really come back. Bai Donglin's aura and energy fluctuations were completely restrained. Otherwise, if a trace of it leaked out, it would be a terrifying radiation to these ordinary people, and they would die in an instant. His appearance and figure had not changed much from when he left, but his temperament was completely different. So the old butler naturally recognized him at a glance. Yes, it's me. Bai Donglin nodded slightly, his mind rippling slightly, instantly calming the old butler's agitated emotions. Fu Bo, where did my aunt go? Why didn't I be in the house? Bai Donglin had just used his divine sense to instantly scan the entire Yunzhou, but he did not detect any fluctuations in his mother's aura. It seemed that she had really gone to a very far place. Replying to Master 13, the master and his wife were taken away by the eldest lady a few years ago, and they have not returned to the Bai mansion in the past few years. All affairs of the Bai mansion are now managed by your second uncle. Bai Donglin felt relieved, since it was his eldest sister who took him away. There shouldn't be any accidents. Looking at the aging Uncle Fu in front of him, Bai Donglin had an idea and took out a 5th-grade elixir. He twisted his fingers into a stream of pure medicinal energy and flicked it lightly, shooting it into Uncle Fu's body, under the precise control of his mind. This mild medicinal energy was successfully absorbed by Uncle Fu's body. Ordinary people have not practiced cultivation, and their bodies are too weak to withstand the huge impact of the elixir. If they swallow it rashly, the only outcome will be explosion and death. Moreover, people who do not have the talent for cultivation will reject spiritual energy in their bodies. This elixir is essentially composed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With Bai Donglin's help, these unfavorable factors can naturally be eliminated, and Uncle Fu can be forced to absorb the pill. The flesh and blood that was like a dead tree suddenly regained its vitality, and Uncle Fu's dantian, which was almost exhausted, was filled with true energy again. There were tremendous changes inside, but Uncle Fu's appearance was still exactly the same as before, looking very old and dying. This was naturally what Bai Donglin did on purpose. Otherwise, after he left, Uncle Fu would definitely die. Returning to youth is an irresistible temptation for ordinary people. After his slight transformation, Uncle Fu will have no problem living another 40 or 50 years. But this does not essentially mean increasing his lifespan. Increasing lifespan means increasing the upper limit of lifespan. However, ordinary people experience illness and various hidden injuries throughout their lives, so naturally few can live to the upper limit of their lifespan. The upper limit of Uncle Fu's lifespan is 150 years. He is only in his 70s and is about to die. After the elixir just now repaired the hidden injuries and illnesses in his body, he can naturally continue to live. Master 13. What are you doing? Uncle Fu only saw Bai Donglin flick his fingers, and his body suddenly changed drastically. He realized in his heart that this was naturally the 13th young master's trick. Unexpectedly, it turns out that the 13th master, like the second master, has embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. Naturally, only immortals can perform this kind of method of changing one's destiny. Nothing. Just a little thing. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. You've received some good things from me, so I want to take something from you. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Donglin's spiritual thoughts turned into a thread that instantly swept across Uncle Fu's weak soul, and extracted from Uncle Fu's memory everything that had happened in the Bai mansion during the years he was away. With his strength, it would be easy for him to extract a memory of a mortal like Fu Bo, and it would not hurt Fu Bo in the slightest, and he would not even feel anything. Master 13. Please do it, even if it costs me my life. I won't even frown. Bai Donglin shook his head speechlessly, and said unhappily, Why do I want your life? Okay, Leave now. And don't tell anyone else about what you saw me today. After saying this, Bai Donglin took a step forward and returned to his own quiet little house. The law of earth flashed slightly, and all the dust automatically condensed into a ball of earth, sinking into the ground and disappearing. He lay down on the lounge chair in the yard, his brows slightly furrowed, his eyes filled with thought. 1 year after he left the Bai family, that is, in January 1701 of the Nanyang calendar, Emperor Li Xuanzong passed away. 3 days later, Crown Prince Li Hongwen ascended the throne. The following month, the state of Nanyang sent troops to attack the Qianrong, and a month later, the Qianrong state was destroyed. In September 1701, the Nanyang kingdom simultaneously raided the 3 kingdoms of Nanman, Beidi and Xixia. 2 months later, the capitals of the 3 kingdoms were all captured. The territory of Nanyang was soaring. In June 1702, the army of Nanyang state set out again, capturing cities and strongholds with unstoppable force. In half a year, it destroyed the alliance of 9 surrounding countries in one fell swoop. By this point, the Nanyang kingdom had taken over half of the Bian-Jiusan region, and the Nanyang Empire had been silent for a year. In January 1704, Nanyang once again declared war on the Tianyu Empire and several other countries. The war situation was deadlocked, and the Nanyang Empire's overwhelming offensive was blocked. In March 1705, Emperor Hongwen of the Nanyang Empire suddenly passed away, and Li Hongwen's younger brother, Li Hongwu, ascended the throne the next day. In April 1705, Queen Bai Yuanjun suddenly returned to the Bai mansion, taking away her parents and her 2 young twin siblings. In May 1705, the Bai family was permanently granted the title of Grand Marshal's Mansion. Bai Donglin digested these memories in an instant. Sure enough, things were not as simple as he thought. Why did the Nanyang kingdom suddenly explode? Moreover, it has expanded to this extent in just a few years. This is more than just a killing spree. It is simply a sweeping move. Also, where did my eldest sister and aunt go? Bai Donglin's emotions fluctuated, and he leaked a slight breath. Sensing this breath, the chair opposite the stone table seemed to be inexplicably activated, and it trembled slightly, and a vague light and shadow slowly emerged. Big sister, Bai Yuanjun was dressed in a gorgeous palace dress, with dragons and phoenixes all around her. A smile appeared on her majestic face, and she said softly, "Little brother, long time no see." Chapter 228 Emperor Xian Yoguang. Bai Donglin looked surprised, and was about to speak when another chair next to him began to vibrate slightly. Countless rays of light appeared out of nowhere, moving back and forth, and in an instant a human-shaped shadow was outlined. "How are you doing, little brother?" Bai Jiang nodded with a smile. A crystal-clear white hair floated slightly. The brow-hearted sword pattern was colorful, and the countless swords of the transformed wheels were condensed. He was wearing a simple white robe, holding the white jade sword Yudu and the green sword Shilio in his arms, and also carrying a scarlet sword Rintu on his back. Bai Donglin's fingers trembled slightly, and he took a breath of cold air in his heart. Could it be that his second brother has become an immortal? This appearance, this temperament, this fairy-like shape made him envious. Bai Donglin looked at the handsome Bai Jiana with envy and ignored him. He knew his second brother very well. He turned to Bai Yuanjun and said, "Okay, sister, tell me what happened. And where did you and Andy go?" Bai Donglin was extremely curious. His eldest sister originally did not have the talent for cultivating a true spirit. Now it seemed that everyone looked down on her, and the drastic changes in Nanyang Kingdom might also be related to her. "Big sister, it's not easy either. Little brother, don't worry. Mother and I are safe now. We have already left Qianyuan continent. It is estimated that they have now settled safely in the depths of the Eastern Sea." Bai Yuanjun had a smile on his face, and his voice was soft and gentle. But Bai Donglin still managed to catch a glimpse of the supreme divine power that was hidden within him. Bai Donglin's heart moved, and he couldn't help but ask, "Sister, what kind of cultivation path do you follow?" Bai Yuanjun's expression became solemn, and the sounds of dragons and phoenixes could be heard all around him. A strong imperial majesty spread out without reservation. The momentum carried by the image of his thoughts alone made Bai Donglin look sideways slightly. "What I am walking is the way of Yun dynasty." A look of assurance flashed in Bai Donglin's eyes, and his mind suddenly became clear. His thoughts turned, and he had a clear understanding of the current situation. The way of ruling a dynasty may be unfamiliar to the people in this world, but Bai Donglin knows a thing or two. Through the dramatic changes in Nanyang Kingdom, this way of ruling a dynasty is very similar to what he imagined. Little brother, you seem to know this road? Bai Jian on the side looked at his younger brother with a look of sudden enlightenment and couldn't help asking. When he first heard about this, he was shocked for a while before he accepted the concept of Yunxiao. From the perspective of many monks in the cultivation world, the biggest role of the ordinary dynasty has always only provided them with fresh blood, breeding the population of the human ethnic group. And never heard of the ordinary dynasties can become a fairy road. Well, I only know a little bit about the way of Yunxiao. So, sister, when you were expanding your territory, you encountered obstacles from the cultivation world? Bai Donglins vaguely responded to the past and asked the topic. According to the number of countries annexed by Nanyang Kingdom, there are more than a dozen countries of the same size, plus countless small countries. It has occupied nearly half of the territory of the Bianjiusan region. This small region has a population of over 100 billion. When Nanyang State was at its most expanded, its population was already 40 to 50 billion. No wonder his second sister seemed to have such great imperial power. One of the keys to ruling a dynasty is the population size. And what this world lacks the least is population, whether it is the Qianyuan realm or the infinite void of the universe. The elder sister's way of governing the dynasty is still very promising. Unfortunately, there is a difficult problem facing all of this, and that is the resistance from the cultivation community, which is absolutely unavoidable. The final fate of the Nanyang Kingdom is enough to illustrate this point. In order to stop the Nanyang Kingdom from taking down cities and strongholds with unstoppable force, there must be some cultivators intervening. That's right. Bai Yuanjin nodded gently. He was not depressed because the Nanyang Empire he had worked so hard to build had returned to the pre-liberation era. He continued calmly. I underestimated the world of cultivation. My understanding of cultivators was too shallow. Your second brother didn't tell me the true face of the world of cultivation. When Bai Yuanjin said this, he glanced at Bai Jiana with his beautiful eyes filled with imperial majesty. Bai Jiana looked embarrassed and said in a low voice, I just thought that you wouldn't take the path of cultivation. It's not my fault. Who told you to hide so deeply? Seeing his second brother being humiliated, Bai Donglin couldn't help but laugh out loud. He also understood why Bai Yuanjin's offensive path would fail. It turned out that he had seriously underestimated the cultivation world. I have completely controlled several sects in the 3 regions of Bianjiu. I thought the cultivation world was just like this. Later, I realized that these sects were just eyes. Bai Donglin raised his eyebrows. This way of running the dynasty was indeed extraordinary. But in just a few years, his second sister was able to overthrow the cultivator sect. Although it was just some eyes, he could do it easily now. There's nothing wrong with retreating overseas. I'll come back when I've accumulated enough strength. Bai Yuanjin's eyes were deep, and the firmness in his tone was unshakable. After thinking for a moment, Bai Donglin nodded slightly. Bai Yuanjin's move was indeed correct. If it were him, he would make the same choice. If conditions allowed, it would even be better to retreat into the void of the universe. As one of the yin and yang poles of the only true world, Qianyuan realm represents a very complicated meaning. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in it. Any well-known force can completely curb the development of Bai Yuanjin's dynasty. To run a dynasty requires not only a large population, but also time to manage. In addition to the huge Qianyuan continent, the Qianyuan realm also has countless islands scattered in the vast sea surrounding it. It is an island. And for the huge Qianyuan continent, some slightly larger islands are not in the sum of several boundaries. The size of the area with an area of hundreds of blue stars can be called the mainland. These places are far from the Qianyuan continent, and the monks are scarce. But the number of people is large, which is very suitable for Bai Yuanjin's insignificant development of the transportation. Yes, the eldest sister. Although you have to do it as a last resort, it is also the most suitable choice at present. Well, these I have in my heart. Don't say this. Let me show you these 2 little guys. Bai Yuanjin stretched out his fingers and tapped the void, and countless light spots emerged, condensed into 2 fat children, climbing around on the stone table. Cute. Bai Donglin and Bai Jiana moved slightly, and couldn't help but reach out to try to pick up the child. The boy is his brother, named Bai Xuandi, and the girl is a sister, named Bai Youguang. Bai Donglin looked at the cute little guy, showing a touch of love in his eyes, and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Emperor Xian. Yao Guang. Good and good. I also have my brother and sister. Finally, it's not the old man. Ha ha. Bai Jiana also started laughing. For a moment, the small courtyard was filled with laughter. The joyful mood spread to the outside world. Suddenly, The grass and trees rustled. The dead trees came back to life. The withered flowers bloomed again. And the whole courtyard was full of vitality. The sunset rose. And the three sisters had been chatting until the night. The shadows of Bai Yuanjun and Bai Jiang's thoughts flickered slightly, and were on the verge of collapse. Take photos of ideas. Do not have any energy. Just the light and shadow of the ultimate. Pure and firm will. It only has the role of communication information. Because it does not have any energy. So the concealment is extremely strong. Before the active activation, it was not found with Bai Donglin's perception ability. Take care. Little brother. Sister. Second brother. Take care. The road ahead is long. I hope we can walk together. The light and shadow disillusionment. The two ideas were shadowed into a little light dander. The information was completely dissipated. And the information turned back to the body instantly through the mystery trajectory. Bai Donglin looked over and looked at the sky. And the bright starry river was dazzling. At this moment, it seemed to return to which night he awakened again. Unlike before. Bai Donglin knew that at this time, his elder sister and second brother, although each of the sky, was under the same sky, also looking out at the sea of stars. Chapter 229, Heaven and Earth Net. Early the next morning, we headed back to the mountain. Bai Donglin, who had been sitting cross-legged all night, slowly opened his eyes. With a thought, Wu Wei cut out 99% of his soul and merged it into a sharp-edged monument fragment. With a flick of his finger, the pointed tablet shot into the stone tablet in front of the tomb. The light flickered slightly and then disappeared. If you want to go back to the Bai family in the future, you can be there in a moment. The sharp-horn steel was of great use. And he could also start to arrange some backups. The first step was to spread the fragments of the sharp-angled steel throughout the Qianyuan continent. There will be no need to spend a lot of time on the road in the future. I, Bai Donglin, will go wherever I want to go. Leave a sharp-edged monument in the Bai family. And it will be guarded by most of the power of the soul cut out by Wu Wei. And it can also deal with some unexpected situations. Bai Donglin lowered his eyes, looking down at the Bai mansion below, with many thoughts in his mind. This place was very important. This is the place where he was born. That is to say, the intersection between the dark passage he traveled through and this world is right here, in a mere ordinary Bai family. 3 of them were born at the same time, and all of them met extraordinary circumstances. He never believed in coincidences. Is this situation related to the dark passage? Especially the eldest sister. She has even figured out the way to luck in the dynasty, which is something that has not been recorded in the holy sect's books. Did the eldest sister's inheritance also flow out of the dark passage? This is very possible. The main reason for leaving a clone of Wu Wei's soul here is to monitor this place at all times to see if there is a possibility of the dark passage reappearing. Bai Donglin's eyes were profound. The meaning of the dark passage was extremely important. In his heart, its importance surpassed everything else. Although the hope is slim, you have to give it a try. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly, took a step forward, and the space rippled, leaving Nanyang Kingdom in an instant and heading towards the scorching desert of Maya. Deep in the scorching desert of Maya, a large oasis suddenly appeared in the hot and lifeless sea of sand. The anode produces yin, and the cathode produces yang. Even in the midst of death, there is often a glimmer of life left, which coincides with the way of heaven and earth, and is also a magical part of nature. This oasis is deep in the core of the desert. It is not accessible to ordinary people, and monks will not come to this desolate place unless they have nothing to do. The usually uninhabited oasis is now bustling with people, all of whom are powerful monks. Who leaked the news? Bai Donglin stood in the void, looking down at the oasis below, with a speechless look on his face. The brass waist badges issued by Shahaiju Palace were definitely not enough for so many people to enter at the same time. This familiar scene reminded him of that cruel woman. She also deliberately leaked the news and attracted a bunch of cannon fodder for her use. Could it be that she wanted to do it again? Shaking her head slightly, she rejected the idea. Mei Hongying had overwhelming strength to achieve that step. In just a few years, it was impossible for her to improve so much. Not everyone could be like him. Not only talented but also working so hard. Boom! A huge roar sounded in the sand sea in the distance. The yellow sand surged, and a huge giant made of metal sand was slapping the surroundings crazily. Come together. This person has a brass belt in his hand. Kill him! Kill! Take the belt card. The law tumbled, and the huge law towered up. Flames, thunder, and sword light shone fiercely. drowning the giant in an instant. Ho ho! The giant roared up to the sky, and a blazing sun rose behind him. The giant made of metal sand suddenly burst into flames, and its hard body instantly melted into a metallic liquid, and then continued to sublimate. In an instant, the giant transformed from a metallic material form into a shining plasma giant. The condensed light twisted and surged. The sea of sand under his feet instantly melted into a red liquid, and the surrounding space rolled and rippled violently. Die! The giant was holding the great sun Dharma behind his back, and was bombarding the surroundings with great speed. And the terrifying high temperature was even more frightening. Ah! Following several screams, the monks who besieged the giant were swept away by the blazing sun, and their bodies and their Dharma forms turned into nothingness. Humph! How dare a group of ants, the light of fireflies, compete with the blazing sun? The giant blazing sun shrank and disappeared, and a tall and strong man stood in the void, wearing golden armor, shining brightly under the sunlight. With shining eyes, he looked around and saw that no one dared to come forward. He stepped on it, and instantly turned into a golden light and disappeared. Son of the sun! Where did this stupid young man dare to provoke this tough man? Bai Donglin's ears twitched slightly, and he learned the origin information of this strong man in golden armor from the chatter of the crowd below. The strong man's name is Lai Kong, a true disciple of the Great Sun Holy Sect in the Fire Domain. He can use the Great Sun as his Dharma form. He is an amazing and evil genius. It seems that the competition will be fierce when the secret realm of Ju Palace opens this time. The storm of the war quickly dissipated, and the discussions among many monks gradually drifted away. Recently, more and more monks have gathered here, in order to compete for the brass belt. Fierce battles will break out from time to time. They have become accustomed to it. There are still more than 2 months before the Ju Palace opens, and the monks, who have no clue about their waistband, have even set up a stall in the oasis. Monks from all over the world gather here, and specialties and cultivation resources from all over the world are gathered here. If you don't have the opportunity to enter the Ju Palace, it is still good to make a small fortune through trading. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed when he saw this, and he took a step forward and appeared in the huge square in the center of the oasis. He found an open space, with the wooden law chain lingering at his fingertips, and pointed towards the ground. I whispered in my heart, would escape 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. The soil rolled violently, and green branches broke out of the ground, entangled and bent with each other, and a wooden stall grew in a moment. There is also a deck chair, and a big tree stands next to it. The dense branches and leaves completely block the blazing sun. He nodded with satisfaction. The cultivation system in this world is extremely prosperous. Every small spell and every law has its own uniqueness. There are various uses. As long as you have the imagination, you can develop them at will, especially the laws, except for some powerful magical powers, which require the laws to be cast in a specific way. For other usages, as long as your control is strong enough and your understanding of the rules is comprehensive enough, the rules are like dough that can be kneaded by you. There are no fixed boundaries, and this powerful and prosperous cultivation system based on laws was born. Although some methods of applying the rules are not very effective in combat, they are very practical and fun. Bai Donglin lay comfortably on the wooden lounge chair, smelling the fresh wood fragrance, and his thoughts sank into the sea of God. The golden red pointed monument was suspended in the air, trembling slightly, and fragments of it continued to emerge. The Wu Wei soul opened its eyes, cut out 99% of the power of the soul, and merged it into the split body of a pointed monument. The split body's light shone fiercely, twisting and stretching. After a moment, the light was restrained, and a long knife that was completely blood red and faintly exuded a sharp blade was suspended in place. In this moment, the soul of Wu Wei has been restored. With a thought, in the endless pain, with an indifferent expression, 99% of the power of the soul is cut off and merged into the split body. The light shines and is restrained, and a golden sword floats in the void. Jade pendants, rings, flutes, guzheng, armor, etc. It didn't take much time to create dozens of various treasures, suspended in the air, shining brightly. The essence of the golden red angular monument is extremely high, and these split bodies are also directly separated from different dimensions, which involves dimensional matter, one of the 3 major dimensional laws. Therefore, these split bodies are not simple, and the transformed treasures are by no means weaker than ordinary spiritual weapons. Moreover, the Grandpa Wu Wei lives in it, so it will definitely sell well. Bai Donglin opened his eyes, raised his hand, and dozens of treasures were spread out on the stall in front of him. Countless rays of light interacted with each other, which was extremely eye-catching and instantly attracted the attention of many monks. With a slight movement of his fingers, a wooden sign grew out of the stall, and 2 lines of large characters with flying dragons and phoenixes automatically grew on it. If you are destined, you will not take a penny. If you are not destined, you will not sell it for 1,000 pieces of gold. There was a smile in Bai Donglin's eyes, and with such a gimmick, he could attract the attention of the monks even more. Come on. Grandpa is giving off a big show. Don't miss it if you pass by. You can't buy it and suffer losses. And you can't be fooled. These monks come from all over the world and can help him bring the angular monument to all parts of the world. This will be the prototype of his dragnet plan. Chapter 230 Planning the Law. Moyanan Desert. Central Oasis. When Bai Donglin took out dozens of powerful magic weapons on the booth, the stirred breath, the flashing treasure light, instantly attracted the attention of many monks above the square. In less than a moment, the inside and outside of the booth were surrounded by monks inside and outside. In addition to curiosity, more greedy gaze glanced at the magic weapon in front of him. But no one dared to act lightly. Not long ago, the son of the big day, Leaky, killed several monks in the law. Crouching the tiger, hidden dragon, and the comfortable boss in front of him may be a ruthless person. The crowd was slightly moved. A scholar was dressed, and the man in white was fluttering. Hello, boss. May I ask what the words on your sign mean? Bai Donglin opened his eyes slightly, glanced at everyone. His eyes fell on the wooden board, and said, "It will. Isn't it written on the top? Selling or not selling? Look at my mood all." Everyone was stunned. Isn't it that they are not illiterate? The scholar's look has not changed. This boss said yes. Of course, the meaning of the wooden board can be interpreted like this. The books he read is countless, and the thinking is naturally much more keen than others. The scholar took a step forward, reached out, and gently stroked the white jade flute on the stall, with a hint of fondness in his eyes. Boss, how much is this flute? Bai Donglin's look, got up and stood up, rectified the whole rope. The first single business, naturally to do it well, and give a demonstration for the people behind. I don't know where you are from. Where do you go from? The scholar frowned slightly. Was this a business or a household registration check? However, he really liked the flute at first sight, and he was born in a famous and upright family, so he had nothing to be afraid of. In the middle of Wenyu, the teacher from the name of the 8 major academies, under the name of Confucianism. Langka College. Bai Donglin nodded slightly. From this innocence, the innocence can be seen. It is indeed a student of Confucianism. Wenyu, located on the coast of the South China Sea, is extremely remote and is naturally qualified to have a pointed monument. This flute can be sold to you. How many spiritual liquids do you have? The monks around you are even more weird. If you sell things, you will sell things. Just open a price and just finish it. What are you doing so much? The scholar is also honest, and said without reservation, there are 320,000 psychic stone on the lower body, and the 5 parties of the mysterious Chinese spiritual fluid. Spiritual liquid, like spiritual stones, is the hard currency in the cultivation world and can be used as currency. The purpose of the spirit fluid is extremely wide. It can be refined, can swallow it for cultivation, can be used to supplement energy when fighting. The spiritual liquid is divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, black and yellow. Each grade is further divided into 4 grades: low, medium, high and extreme. Xuanwang's 2-level spiritual fluid can already meet the use of monks under the power. And the spiritual fluid at the 2 levels of heaven and earth is extremely precious, which can be said to be a strategic resource, because these 2 levels of spiritual fluids are one of the best energy sources for the remembrance of God after death. Since you are a student of Confucianism, and I am the most appreciated cultural person with knowledge, so, give you a preferential price. Bai Donglin did not have a lion opening. This price is indeed cheap. The magic weapon transformed by the sharp-cut monument is also the blessing of the martyrdom, which is completely worth the price. Okay. Thank you, boss. The scholar looked happy. Thrown to Bai Donglin a storage bag, picked up the white jade flute, stroked it for a while, and put it under his mouth and blow it. Ud trembled lightly, and the bright and righteous Hao Ran was surging. A white sound wave visible to the naked eye emerged, and the tall dunes were swept across the far away. Silently, the huge sand dune suddenly turned into nothingness, as if it was erased by being wiped out. Hiss hiss hiss. The surrounding monks took a breath and looked shocking. This magic weapon was so powerful. Without the sacrifice, this power is already comparable to that of Zhongping's spirit. If it is thoroughly sacrificed, wouldn't it be possible to directly reach the level of the superior spiritual tools? The effect that you can see is naturally better than any advertisement. As long as it is a bit of strength in the bag. It is all embraced and eagerly look. Boss! Boss! Give me one. Me too. I have spiritual liquid. Hack. Don't squeeze. Don't be allowed to cut in line. Can you understand it in order? Bai Donglin's eyes narrowed slightly. His face hanging with a kind smile of his old father. Patted his hand and said, Don't worry. Come one by one. Little girl. Where are you from? What school or sect did you follow? How many people are there in your family? Are you ready to get married? After January? The desert floor was deep. The huge cave opened temporarily. Above the metallic rock wall is engraved with densely separated runes. Bai Donglin, who was just awarded the title of Sanbao Toy, sat in the middle of the cave and looked solemn. In just 1 month, he sold hundreds of spikes and monuments, which will almost come from the south of the south. And hundreds of monks in different boundaries are exhausted. He already has a vague grid map. The huge Qianyuan continent. Hundreds of dazzling light spots suspended on it, faintly forming a giant net shrouded down. The quantity is still too small. At least each boundary in the boundary of 129,600 must be arranged. Even the huge 365 sanctuaries. One is not enough. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly. This is a large project. This time, the birth of the palace is very good to attract the monks, who come to hundreds of circles. This is the end of this time. And the monks who can meet his request have obtained a sharp-cut monument. After all, not just anyone can be chosen. A cultivator without strength and good fortune will naturally not be suitable. What's the point of dying on the road with a pointed monument in his hand? It was very eye-catching to take out so many treasures at one time. He had slaughtered a few waves this month to rob his monk. In the eyes of many cultivators, Bai Donglin is now a mobile treasure house. Not just those magical treasures. This month, Bai Donglin has the ability to accumulate wealth. And the psychic liquid accumulated in the storage space has reached a terrible level. His original idea was that it would be enough to just give away these pointed monuments. It didn't matter whether he made money or not, as it was a no-cost business anyway. But I didn't expect these monks to be so rich. I made a fortune by accident. The strength of the cultivator is one of the considerations when sending out the pointed angle monument. Only with strength can one ensure that the pointed angle monument can be sent to a specific realm. And a cultivator with strong strength will naturally have no shortage of spirit stones and spirit liquids. Naturally, the more cultivation resources he has, the better. And there is definitely no reason to turn them away. This is a good way to make money. 1 stone and 2 birds. Bai Donglin called out the golden red sharp-cut monument, stroking gently, and his eyes were full of appreciation. It was really a good baby. In the future, I can sell it all over the one true world. It is inexhaustible and can be used endlessly. It is the endless treasure of the creator of the dimension. Bai Donglin put away the pointed monument, calmed himself down, and with a thought, a number of empty crystal balls were taken out and floated around his body, sinking and floating. There are 25 seeds of the laws of gravity, magnetism, tides, prophecy, foresight, etc. A total of 25. The unparalleled level of dimensional space laws cannot be used now, and has not been taken out by him. Of the remaining 25 seeds of laws, gravity was obtained from Shangzhong. Magnetic tide was given to him by Lianqin. And foresight was plundered from the small treasuries of those low-dimensional worlds. They are 2 of the more precious laws. The 2 law seeds he gave back to Lianqin were foresight, which was of unparalleled level, and a subordinate sequence law branch of the law of foresight. It is really suitable for the pity-warring constitution. There are indeed many law seeds in the many small treasuries in the low-dimensional world, but most of them are repetitive and low-level. In total, Bai Donglin only found 22 that he could use. And that was because the types of laws he had engraved were still few. Among the 22 laws, except for the foreknowledge, which is a bit interesting, the other 20 laws are not worth mentioning. They are just used to make up the number. The seeds of laws are already scarce. And once the monks obtain precious laws, they will naturally use them up early, and very few will remain. Bai Donglin calmed his mind, used his thoughts like a knife to cut off all distracting thoughts, and carefully guided the seed of the law of gravity out of the empty crystal ball. It fell into the palm of his hand, and a spiritual orifice in his body flashed violently, swallowing the seed in an instant. The most precious gravity seed was successfully planted, and Bai Donglin breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, the rest of the law seeds were also successfully integrated into the spiritual orifice. With his powerful soul of the 8th level of divine origin, there is almost no chance of failure in inoculating the seeds of laws if no one interferes. As his thoughts swept through many spiritual orifices, Bai Donglin discovered that he had planted 50 laws without realizing it, as well as a faint trace of the law of devouring. However, only 10 laws were included in the light of origin. Planting the seeds is just the beginning, and the subsequent understanding and engraving are the top priority. The road to the Great Road is indeed long. Mortals envy the longevity of monks, but they don't know that monks spend most of their time on boring cultivation and enlightenment. Hard work and talent are both indispensable. No strong person can succeed easily. Chapter 231 The demons appear. Time flies, and another month has passed in the blink of an eye. Deep underground, Bai Donglin, who was immersed in cultivation, opened his eyes, and the complex laws around him surged slightly. Buzz! Snap! A strange vibrating force swept through, and fine cracks spread rapidly on the cave wall that he had reinforced. In this desert, the only thing that could cause such a big commotion could be the appearance of the Sansi Palace. Bai Donglin then took a step forward, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The temporary underground cave collapsed immediately. Over the hot sandy sea, many monks are lined with, all of which look at the bottom of the sand, and the fierce shake of sand is staring at the eyes. Bai Donglin, dressed in a black robe and a hood, blended silently into the crowd. During this time, the reputation of a Sandao boy was not small, and there was almost no one who did not know him. But it was a bit disobeying his principle of making a fortune. I was a bit careless this time. I didn't expect that a magic weapon I made casually would be so popular among the monks. I should hide my identity next time. Otherwise, it will be not beautiful. The way to go is to develop slowly, and then make a stunning debut. Cry! A shrill eagle cry resounded through the sky, causing many cultivators to frown slightly and look up, their expressions changing. A huge golden bird that seemed to be made of gold flew through the void, its feathers shining with golden light under the sunlight. With its wings spread thousands of feet, its sharp golden eagle eyes swept across, and anyone caught by its gaze felt their scalp tingle. Golden Winged Rock. Why is Wing Palace one of the 3 holy places of the demon race? Here, the demon race is also one of the only relatively powerful forces in the real world. Long ago, the relationship between them and the human race was not harmonious, and they fought against each other endlessly. But that was all in the past. Although the relationship between the 2 tribes is very delicate now, they can get along well under the catalysis of the common enemy. The Wing Palace, as the supreme holy place of the flying bird lineage of the demon race, has a status equivalent to that of the Jidao holy sect in physical cultivation. And this golden winged rock is one of the royal family of the Winged God Palace. The fact that it was lured here by the appearance of the Sansi Palace really surprised everyone. Hiss, look. Is there a person sitting on the back of this golden winged rock? Some cultivators gasped, their eyes shining with light, obviously using a powerful peeping technique. How can it be? Let's not talk about whether we have the ability to subdue the golden winged rock. Even if we have the ability, we dare not offend the bottom line of the Winged Palace. The royal birds are already the leadership class of the Winged Palace. Daring to use the golden winged rock as a mount is a slap in the face of the Winged Palace. It would be fine if it was just an ordinary flying beast. But if someone enslaved the royal birds, they would definitely be hunted down and retaliated by the Winged Palace. Hey, why do you only think that this golden winged rock is enslaved? What if the one riding on it is its woman? A low laugh came from the crowd. Bai Donglin's eyes hidden under his hood were shining with white light, and the scene on the broad back of the golden winged rock was vivid in his mind. The monks around were all stunned when they heard this. That's right. Although the royal birds are noble, they can't live without women. You ride me during the day and I ride you at night. This is reasonable. Everyone couldn't help but look around, trying to see which hero could have such unique and sharp insights. In Bai Donglin's sight, there was indeed a woman with an extremely charming and graceful figure sitting on the golden back of a bird. She was wearing a gorgeous long dress made of scarlet feathers, surrounded by colorful flames. The flames dimly obscured her face, and even his magical powers could not see through it. Why is this woman's aura so strange? Bai Donglin frowned slightly. In his perception, The aura of ordinary people, no matter how strong or weak, was single and pure. However, the aura of this woman in the red dress was very special, as if it was composed of two different auras that were forcibly merged together. There was a sudden and strange sense of harmony. He shook his head slightly and looked away. What happened to this person had nothing to do with him. He just had to not provoke him. Snap! Under the scorching sun, there was a burst of thunder. A purple gold thunder flashed, and a purple gold pagoda appeared in the air out of thin air. The eyes were swept away, with 30-6 layers. The purple thunder lingering, and extraordinary momentum. The purple gold pagoda flashed and disappeared, leaving only a few figures standing in the void with indifferent expressions. The people who came from the pagoda were all dressed in Taoist robes, with faces as white as jade and surrounded by mysterious light. The purple-robed Taoist in the lead was a little older, and did not seem to be the elder of the young Taoists behind him. This could be clearly seen from their expressions. The purple-robed Taoist took a step forward, flicked his whisk, bowed, and said loudly, "Willian Tianzuan, I am Lei Yuanzi of Zile Mountain, and I am honored to meet all the Taoist friends. Greetings, Taoist priest. You are polite. Taoist priest." Many cultivators did not dare to be negligent and quickly returned the greetings. Taoism is the leader of Qi cultivation, and all Taoists in the world have some connection with Taoism. Although Taoism has always followed the principle of non-action, its strength is real. These Taoists may not care about it, but they have to do the superficial work. The several young Taoists brought by Lei Yuanzi stood in the void, silent, although he did not show any arrogance. He did not pay attention to the enthusiasm of the crowd. He was neither cold nor hot, and neither arrogant nor conceited. Said that I am extraordinary? I am a Buddha and a Buddha. There is no Buddha. There is a Buddha. It is extraordinary. The sound of Buddhist chanting came faintly from the depths of the desert. A young monk in a white robe had a red mole between his eyebrows, and a faint golden Buddha light lingered on his fair skin. With every step the young monk took, the hot yellow sand automatically gathered and formed lotus flowers to catch his bare feet. The speed was extremely fast, as if the distance could be shortened to an inch. The figure was outside the skyline the last moment, and the next moment, it was standing in front of everyone. Namo Amidba. I am Wufan, a poor monk. Nice to meet you all. Everyone responded enthusiastically on the surface, but they were secretly complaining in their hearts. What on earth was going on with the emergence of the Sanxi Palace? According to past records, it shouldn't have attracted so many evil monks. In this short period of time alone, monks from the Wings Palace, Taoism, and Buddhism arrived, and more monks are arriving in succession. Many people couldn't help but feel a little bitter in their hearts. It seemed that they would not be able to gain anything from this trip to the Jew Palace. They could only serve as a foil for these monsters and pick up some leftovers that others looked down upon. Like came across the sky carrying the sun on his shoulders. He controls thousands of sword beams and turns into a dragon. He is a true sword practitioner of the Zhan Dao sword sect. And his sword is not a sword. Riding on a colorful giant python, the red snake which from the poisonous sea at the center of the earth broke out from deep underground, with venomous fangs. From the Confucian school, one of the 8 major schools, known as the Little Poet Immortal, people from all parties took turns to appear on the scene. And the scorching Moya desert suddenly became unprecedentedly lively. There were many evil geniuses from all sides, and an invisible aura spread out, making the entire void land extremely depressing. Under the pressure of the invisible will, many monks knew that they were not strong enough. So they retreated in the face of danger, looked gloomy, and retreated quietly. The competition had already begun before Jiugong was born. Rustle. The violently shaking desert slowly stopped, and the boundless golden sand sea began to slowly rotate. A vortex formed by golden sand grains quickly expanded. Thousands of miles. Thousands of miles. And the vortex stopped slowly until it expanded to hundreds of thousands of miles. Boom! The thunderous loud noise came from the center of the vortex, trembling violently, and the horrible breath permeated, and the void collapsed. The surrounding monks looked shocked and retreated again and again. A huge palace with almost the entire yellow sand vortex slowly rose. The palace made by the dark metal is engraved with countless mysterious runes on the surface. Black light lingering the entire palace. Between the circulation, the black light gradually gathered on the square in front of the palace, and a huge stone monument rose. Book of Books. Magic is inferior to the number of days. Chapter 232 Wandering Emperor. The towering black palace reflects the dark luster under the scorching sun. Everyone's expression was dignified. in the hundreds of thousands of miles of squares lying on the Black Palace. The entire space was slightly collapsed. And the space collapsed with fine cracks. Heavy! Very heavy. This is the first feeling of the painting Black Palace. As if it is the essence of it. It is made of countless black holes, celestial bodies. This is so scary. It is indeed the palace of the Wanderer. If this Black Palace completely burst into power, its appalling quality is not as good as a superworld core. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly, and his gaze turned to the colorful giant python perched high up in the sky, from which a sweet laugh came. The woman named Tooth Poisonous Meow Meow sat on her knees on the huge snake head as a mountain, and her petite figure was more exquisite. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed slightly, and the appearance of the poisonous teeth was thoroughly looked. The height of less than 1 meter 6 was as high as the small face carved by Baiyu, and it also took a little baby fat. Looking down, the towering range caused Bai Dong to stagnate slightly. Such a petite body has no cost of the year. This woman's nutrition when she was a child was too good? Snort. Duya Meow Meow lowered her eyes, met Bai Donglin's gaze, and glared at him fiercely. Bai Donglin calmly looked at it, but was a little amazed. This woman, so keen perception. Red Snake Witch, are you afraid? If you are afraid, you can retreat earlier. There is no need to keep making such alarmist remarks. The core of the super world? Well, you really dare to say. In the void, a Tsingy woman covered a layer of white gauze on her face, lying obliquely on the wide back of the snow-white deer, and the alarmist of the poisonous teeth was a bit disgusted between the words. Most of the surrounding monks nodded slightly, and obviously agreed with the women of Tsingy. After all, the core of the superworld was too outrageous. Oh! A group of frogs at the bottom of the well. The poisonous teeth spit, and the blue pupil flashed slightly through the blue light, and then closed his eyes, and no longer words. The core of the super bounds. The full name should be the core of the Superbemen group. The only universe composition of the real world, which is similar to the previous life of Bai Donglin's previous life. A galaxy is composed of a large number of celestial bodies, not to mention the countless ancient stars and the continental worlds. There are hundreds of billions of them in a galaxy alone. All celestial bodies in a galaxy are bound by the core of the galaxy and slightly rotated around its core. That is to say, the quality of the core of a galaxy is greater than the sum of the quality of all celestial body and mainland of the galaxy. Each super-border galaxy group is composed of hundreds of billions of galaxies, and each galaxy is firmly restrained. Only the Great Re-Star, the quality of a super-world core, theoretically not less than 100 billion times 10 billion yuan stars. If it is true according to the poisonous teeth, the quality of this Black Palace is greater than the millions of sneakers. Isn't this poisonous Meow Meow like a person who likes mouth? Bai Donglin didn't believe it in his heart. If this is true, then this Black Palace has surpassed the category of ordinary fairy wares. His attention was not on it, but on the first half of the poisonous teeth. Wandering Emperor's Palace? Is the title of the Lord of the Palace called the Stream Emperor? It was really a strange name. He secretly thought about it. The insulted scholars around me seem to know more than him. In addition to knowing that the master of this palace is a gambling dog who likes to bet, he knows nothing about it. This is a great disadvantage, and may miss the first machine. Bai Donglin frowned, feeling the strange atmosphere of the body surface, twisted the peristalsis, and wanted to break through his body's surface defense and drilled into the body. Interesting. Are you so eager to take action before you even enter the Jew Palace? Bai Donglin's skin defense is extremely amazing. If you can go deep into the micro level, you can find that there is no trace of gap between the thinnest particles that form his skin. If the particles that form the material of the world as an atom, the form of the atomic composition of Bai Donglin's body has changed. Each atomic is tightly fitted on the nucleus. The ordinary substance is composed of atoms, while the surface skin of Bai Donglin is composed of atomic nucleus without a trace of gap. The defense is extremely terrifying. Bai Donglin is also very helpless. He unconsciously improves his defense. This is the cultivation of the pregnant god casting the demon scripture, which has opened up many defensive bonuses that hides the autonomous autonomy. The deeper the cultivation is, the stronger the strength, the stronger the defense. This is passive, and the logical laws that are in line with logic, he is unable to change. The endless enhancement of defense has begun to prevent him from brushing energy. As soon as the idea was moved, the skin was slightly cracked, and the strange atmosphere of lingering around his skin was like a shark that smelled the fishy smell, and instantly drilled into his body from the skin crack. The changes in the composition of Bai Donglin cell particles occur from the outside to the inside. At present, except for the surface of the skin, the defense inside his body is not so exaggerated. Where the weird breath passed, flesh and blood began to corrupt, and the meridian spirit began to wither. Under his intentional control, all the energy in the body was restrained, and it was allowed to destroy it, a strand of strengthening energy into the soul. The pain accompanied by the happiness of strengthening strength. Bai Donglin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ah! Many of the weaker monks around suddenly let out miserable howls, scratching their bodies with their hands, their bones visible, and dark blood gushing out, with the harsh sound of the harsh. The sound of blue and smoke. The sound of tragedy became weaker, and finally turned into a dark bone residue. Together with the magic weapon, it was corroded into a pile of waste residue. Bai Donglin's expression was slightly moved. His fingers were bombarded, and dozens of invisible black dots shot, and he instantly drilled into dozens of monks, who were struggling to resist weird drama poisonous erosion. The black spots seemed to have a strange sucking power. They circled in the bodies of these cultivators for a while, gathering all the strange and deadly poisons in their bodies into a ball and completely removing them. Then they flew back into Bai Donglin's body, making a slight contribution to the enhancement of energy. The monks who escaped in dozens of death opened their eyes with cold sweat, and their faces were very pale. They didn't even know how they shot each other, and they almost turned into dark bones. There is a sense of weakness in their hearts that they are too arrogant, even if they are the same realm. The gap between their strength and the genius of these wicked geniuses is like cloud mud. I still want to eat in the hands of these monsters. It is really whimsical. In despair, they all felt like retreating, and clasped their hands respectfully with slightly trembling hands. Thank you for saving your life. After that, the head turned into a luminous light, and it went away instantly. Except for these dozens of strengths. The lucky man who bought Bai Donglin's monument was saved by him, and the remaining monks with low strength were not so good. They all turned into dark bone residue and died. He is not a bad person. These people die in greed in their hearts, and they can be regarded as dead. Nan Wu Ba. The owner drove them away. Why bother to get this poisonous hand? Wu Fang clasped his hands together with a look of compassion, and the Buddha's light in his body boiled and burned, burning all the strange and deadly poison into nothingness. Everything happened too fast just now. The weird drama poison came too vague and fierce, and he couldn't help stopping it. Humph! Bald ass. It's none of your business. Poison Fang Miaomu opened his eyes. A dark blue light shone brightly. The huge snake head beneath him turned slightly. A pair of cold vertical pupils stared at Wu Fan indifferently. Yo. Yo looming. Terrible. The woman's look changed, and the figure immediately rushed to the clouds. Bang! A bunch of dark flesh and blood corroded the sandy sea out of a large pit. Chapter 233, 1,000 years old. The tragic clearing. But instantaneously, regarding the fierce shots of poisonous teeth, except for a few people with compassion, the rest were watching coldly. That is, poisonous teeth meow meow didn't shoot, and they couldn't say that they would do it. How can the beasts fight each other? There are always some people who do not know the thickness of the sky. The biographical novels have seen too much, thinking that they can do the beauty of the fisherman's benefit. Didn't you know that before the war? It has become an unwritten rule. Stay with strength. The killing kill of no strength should be rolled. Thousands of monks were shocked by their breath when they were born. The tooth meow meow shot a part of the shot and shocked a part of the monk. But the monk still left now. But 100 people. They are all brilliant, capable, and powerful monsters with hidden cards. After turning out the Qianlong Qijuan list, you can find the name of these 100 people on it, in addition to Bai Donglin's alien. Ah! What do you think? Indius of this girl is better than you? Poison Meow Meow stood up and stood up, her hands on her hips, and she was turbulent and beautiful. Her guru. Bai Donglin's fingers trembled slightly and looked around. Who actually made such shameful sounds? It was really humiliating Sven, and lost the face of the male practitioners. You? The woman Lu Mei of Tsing was erected. Her body trembled slightly. She was amazed. Her temperament, and her beauty. Why did she pay special attention to these meaningless things? Therefore, her figure is a bit unpretentious than her toothed meow 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 meow. Although the monk can easily reshape his physical body, the arrogant girl who is arrogant will not lie to himself. What do you mean? Qing Yuqing. Give you a little lesson this time. And take care of your mouth in the future. The stinky woman dares to ridicule the girl's height. Don't let me catch the opportunity. Otherwise you will cut your legs, and give you some food to make you never recover your body. Bang! The loud noise that penetrated the world shattered countless clouds, and hundreds of wicked genius, all of them trembled in their hearts, involuntarily put their eyes into the painted palace. The loud noise seemed to blow on the heart, making them bloody. Kaka! The height of the door is hundreds of miles. Through the gradually widening gap in the door, it seems as if you can see another world. Everyone looked shocking, and Bai Donglin's pupils were slightly shrinking. Although this black palace was very similar to when he first entered the Sandy Sea Palace. The palace he saw was extremely similar, but the horror power show now, no matter which aspect, is two completely different concepts. And the gate of the palace was not opened at the beginning. They just penetrated a layer of light film. Now they want to come to the palace at all. But they just wander around. Clang! There was a loud noise, and the dark door opened completely and stopped moving. Behind the giant gate is a slightly rotating vortex passage. Colorful, deep and dark. And it is unknown where it leads to. Cry! Golden-winged big pung bird, which has been hovering in a high place in the sky, and shed tinnitus. Everything that happened below was watching. Among the golden pupils of the golden-winged big pung bird, the strong royal pride is full of pride, prompting it to disdain too much contact with the monks below. Moreover, the relationship between the demon and the human race is not so good. Especially below. There are monks who make monsters, which make it unwilling. Click! The wing showed thousands of years, and the glittering wings of the golden light were slightly moved, instantly turned into golden light, and shot into the vortex. Golden winged bird, known for its rapid speed. Many monks have not even captured their flight trajectories, and the other party has already come to the vortex channel. Buzz! In the buzzing sound, a strange fluctuation was swept across, and the golden-winged pung bird and the woman on the back showed a brass lumbar card shining on their bodies. The waist card was scattered into a bunch of light spots, wrapped around its body. The vortex channel was slightly rippling, and the golden-winged big pung bird entered it smoothly. Some people were in the first place, and hundreds of monks did not dare to stay more than staying. The inheritance test inside did not know what it was. Hundreds of luminous lights across this short distance, and the strange fluctuations shone fiercely. Boom! The colorful giant python under the poisonous meow meow hit the unreal vortex channel and made a loud noise. His hissing colorful python pupils are cold, standing upright, spitting in venom. Fierce impact on the vortex channel. Banging. The poisonous meow meows looked changed. A low drink, Aji. Stop! The colorful python was extremely obedient. When he heard the word stopped, the cold vertical pupils still stared at the vortex channel. The firing of the fangs was slightly frowning, and she naturally had more than one brass waist card. And she also prepared one of her Aji. Unfortunately, she didn't think so simple. If she wanted to pass the vortex channel, having a waist card was just one of the conditions. And there was a limit. That is, the age should not exceed 1,000. This information is not recorded on the secrets of the tribe. Her age just had a birthday of 100,000 years last month, and naturally did not meet this condition. Poison Meow Meow bit over and leaned up, gently stroking the huge scales of colorful pythons. The blue light in the eyes flowed endlessly, and said with a low voice, Aji, wait for me outside. I'll go in by myself. If I don't come out, you will kill everyone who comes out of the dark palace. Do you understand? Hiss hiss hiss. The colorful python yelled at the sky, and in the huge pupils, the indifferent intention was like a substance. The figure Meow Meow moved into a trace of blue light, and it disappeared in the vortex channel in an instant. However, in the blink of an eye, almost all the figures outside the dark palace disappeared, leaving only two figures standing in the void. Bai Donglin's expression slightly changed. He raised his hand slightly towards the purple-robed Taoist priest not far away and asked loudly, Master Lei Yuanzi, aren't you going in? Lei Yuanzi froze slightly, looking at Bai Donglin, who was not panicked, shook his head and said, Old, the age of poor Wei does not meet the requirements, and you can't get in. It's a little brother. You all hurriedly enter the palace. Why are you so angry? Are you afraid of being first set aside? Bai Donglin reached out and took off his hood, looking at the slightly rotating Qingyu vortex channel. The white light flowed in the eyes, and said slowly, If you are destined to be mine, you will not be afraid of others first. If it is not mine, it would be right. After that, Bai Donglin stepped out, and the golden light spots lingered around the body. Instantly across the vortex channel, Lei Yuanzi was stagnant. In countless Tianzuan, his grandma, this boy seems to be a little reasonable. However, it is a bit too overbearing. The atmosphere of Zheng Palace changed fiercely, and Lei Yuanzi looked slightly changing, and retreated quietly. Chapter 234, A Corner of the Galaxy. Crack. Clank. As Bai Donglin stepped into the deep vortex channel, the vortex reversed and dissipated, and the dark giant door of hundreds of miles closed suddenly. The door was closed tightly, and the dark palace seemed to be an integrated whole. The terrifying aura stagnated slightly, and countless mysterious runes on it suddenly shone with light, flowing along inexplicable tracks. The terrifying sealing force rushed into the sky, and the endless void was shattered. Several peeping thoughts permeated in the void were all shocked into nothingness. And the wolf retreated. In Bai Donglin's perception, the vortex channel seemed to be a huge drum washing machine, stretching him roughly. The side of the site has stood in a void. Duh! He stepped lightly on the ground, which was pitch black and slightly transparent. It was extremely hard. Even the finest iron would be crushed into powder with Bai Donglin's light step. But this seemingly transparent void that did not touch the ground only caused a slight ripple, and then returned to its original state. The hundreds of monks around them were standing in place, and the distance between the crowd was not far away, and the breath faintly interwoven confrontation. After entering the painted palace, everyone comes from the inheritance and treasures in it. Not only must they be alert to the unknown test, but also the defense of each other is essential. Otherwise, you don't know what's going on when he has died. Bai Donglin's eyes moved slightly, and his eyes fell on the back of a golden-robed man. As if feeling the eyes behind him, the man turned back, a pair of sharp brilliant gold pupils. And the king was extremely powerful. This golden-robed man is the human figure of the golden-winged big pung bird. Except for the red-skirt woman next to him, none of them are approaching, and their strength obviously makes everyone feel jealous. Bai Donglin withdrew his gaze, and the huge spiritual power silently spread into the surrounding dark void. He frowned slightly, and then his soul condensed into a thread, which spread to its limit in an instant, hundreds of thousands of miles, but still could not reach the end. This place is not limited to the thoughts of everyone. Without Bai Donglin's further movements, the dark void in the far away suddenly changed. A little bit of starlight emerged. It became brighter and larger, and finally turned into a round of big sun that burned the golden flames of the bear. With the emergence of dazzling sun, this dark universe void was immediately illuminated. The ancient stars that were originally hidden in the darkness gradually appeared under the sunlight, slowly rotating around the dazzling sun in a fixed trajectory. Originally, the number of big sun was amazing enough. At a glance, the power of the monk was not good, let alone these more ancient stars. There were countless and endless numbers of them, occupying everyone's entire field of vision. A vast and boundless aura rushed towards them. Sensing this real aura, the expressions of the cultivators changed drastically. Everything before your eyes is not an illusion or a false projection. These are the real sun and stars. This pitch-black palace actually contains a corner of a real galaxy. Everyone involuntarily turned their eyes to Duyamyamu with a look of surprise and doubt. Could it be that what this poisonous woman said was true, and this dark palace was really comparable to a superworld core? What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Humph! If you keep looking at me, I will dig out all your eyeballs. Duyamyamu had a ferocious look on her face, with two sharp fangs faintly visible under her scarlet lips, and her words were full of aggressiveness. Hee hee. The records in the clan's secret book are indeed correct. The origin of this dark palace is not simple. I'm afraid that Wandering Emperor is not its real owner. Everyone was stunned by the rebuke and looked away awkwardly, not wanting to provoke this crazy woman. Those who came out of the poisonous sea at the center of the earth are extremely vicious and cruel. If it is not necessary, it is best not to provoke them. In the dark and deep void, under the gaze of everyone, the brightest and hottest sun slowly dimmed its light and flames. The huge sphere that pressed the void to cause it to distort and ripple suddenly twisted and changed, and in an instant it turned into a throne. Blazingly bright, waves of golden light spread out from behind the throne, and countless golden sun flames lingered above the throne. The dazzling throne like the sun stands in the dark void, and hundreds of huge ancient stars are slowly rotating around the throne. The majestic power and dazzling light make people dare not look directly at it. Endless points of light emerged, and a human-shaped shadow condensed above the throne. As more points of light continued to pour in, the shadow became clearer and clearer. He was wearing a divine robe condensed from golden divine flames, with stubble on his beard and a weathered face. A sheathed long sword was casually inserted at his waist, and he had a white jade wine gourd tied to it. The man lying lazily on the sun throne slowly opened his star-like eyes, and a free and easy will poured out. I am a wanderer, and I waited to meet the Emperor. And did I just salute? The voice was gentle, but it resounded throughout the void. An overwhelming divine power pressed down on everyone, causing them to freeze in their tracks, as if they were carrying a mountain on their shoulders, and their legs trembled slightly. Everyone's expression broke out, and the unyielding will. They are talented. As long as they do not die, it is inevitable to become as strong. How can they easily kneel? Enough. The man in the golden robe let out an angry roar, like the collision of metal and stone. Behind him, a huge golden winged rock appeared, circling and crying. The wanderer has already died completely, and the supreme strongman who can be called the Emperor can be resurrected even if there is a trace of removal, let alone a thought incarnate. Who are you? If you have any inheritance test, use it quickly. Don't play tricks here. I don't have time to play house with you. The golden winged rock was so angry that he actually wanted to make him a man of noble status kneel down. This was really too much for a bird. The rest of the people also agreed with this. They also realized in an instant that the wandering emperor in front of them was a fake. Well, it's really boring. Not fun. The man's mouth lying on the big day throne was skimmed, and the free and easy and free temperament that was difficult to create was instantly collapsed. As the slightly childish voice fell, the great sun throne shrank rapidly, and in a moment it turned into a small throne 10 feet high. However, the golden divine flame was still lingering on it, shining with golden light and exuding an extraordinary aura. The huge figure of wandering emperor also disappeared, and a figure made entirely of silver liquid sat cross-legged on the throne. From the blurry face and height of the silver figure, it can be seen that this is a little kid about 7 or 8 years old. Huh? This adult is not a little fart. Everyone, show some respect to me. I am Intong, one of the 7 core members of the Demon Suppression Temple. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Is this dark palace called the Demon Suppressing Temple? Regardless of the monk's different expressions, Intong said to himself, TSK. What bad luck. The guy of the wanderer. Die. Die. And throw this messy stall to me. That's right. You can call me Lord Intong. I'm the person in charge of the Wandering Emperor's inheritance assessment. You should be respectful to me, or I'll make things difficult for you later. Intong crossed his arms over his chest, raised his little head high, and scanned Bai Donglin and others below with his nostrils. Namo Amidba. Little donor Intong. I wonder what the Wandering Emperor's inheritance assessment is. Intong frowned. His silver eyes glared angrily. He stood up and pointed at Wu Fan and yelled, Bald donkey. Be called Master Silver Boy. Don't think you can get close to me just because we all have no hair. I won't fall for it. Besides, who are you calling little benefactor? I am already your ancestor's ancestor. Which is enough. Wu Fan lowered his eyebrows, but was not angry. He put his hands together and bowed slightly. Amidba. I was talking nonsense. Intong slowly scanned the crowd, then nodded slightly and continued. You guys are quite good. In the past, there were only 2 or 3 cultivators who were as strong as you. To tell you the truth, I will not make it difficult for you. I hope you can pass the test more than anyone else. Huh? This guy. Intong's voice became lower and lower until it was barely audible. His expression was full of regret. He really regretted it. The image of Wandering Emperor's sly smile involuntarily appeared in my mind again. Silver Boy. I'll admit defeat. Everything is up to you. Damn it. Why was I so naive at the beginning? Knowing that the guy of the Wandering Emperor is an extremely shameless and cunning man. Why dare to bet with him? It must be a ghost. The assessment is conducted every tens of thousands of years, and it has been 190 million years. Wandering Emperor. Mai Chao Li. Chapter 235, The Thorny Road. Intong lay dejectedly on the sun throne, his expression changing violently, and it took a long time before he slowly calmed down. It has become accustomed to it. Every time an assessment is conducted once every tens of thousands of years, its wounds are trampled upon severely. It is a pity that the stray emperor had long died without the scum left, so that it could not do it for a game. Murant's eyes swept over the monks below. The quality of this batch of monks taking the test was indeed very good, which had never happened before. Is the only real world of real world come again? And every time there is a prosperous era, there will definitely be monsters born. There will be peerless geniuses everywhere. And ordinary geniuses are as numerous as dogs. Perhaps, this time, some people can really pass the perverted assessment of the Wanderer. So is it completely liberated? Yin Tong was suddenly alert. And his eyes and entire body emitted faint silver light. Heroes, handsome men and beautiful women. Keep going. You can do it. The silver child's look suddenly became eager. And his attitude was directly from a 180-degree turn. This cannot be blamed for it. Repeated so many times. The ardent hope again and again. And finally disappointed. Until despair. The attitude can be strange. Looking at the 100 monks, who were still indifferent to below, Yin Tong could not help but secretly give up his thumbs up and see. It is indeed a genius of evil. And his will is really firm. Really. For tens of thousands of years of assessment. I really have a hard time. Very boring. Full of 190 million years. I don't know how I came. Etc. Bai Donglin's expression darkened, and he interrupted Yin Tong's words. From the moment he was born into this dark palace to what he saw and heard after entering, he felt more and more that something was wrong. Especially after hearing what Yin Tong said. He should be deceived. Silver boy. Do you do your hands and feet on the information in the brass waist card? He remembers clearly that when he got the brass waist card, the information inside was the core inheritance trial that can be opened once every 10,000 years. Those who pass the trial can inherit everything in the palace. And also specifically explained that this inheritance trial has only a total of hundreds of thousands of years. The information in this bronze waist card is not in line with the silver boy. It is just good. Bai Dong looked around and found that most people were just like him. And his expression gradually gloomy. Obviously they also obtained false information. The silver boy's eyes were proud. Holding his chest again. Raising his small head. And nostrils at everyone. How can you say that? What is the hand and feet? This brass waist card was originally made by me. The stray emperor was left. And it took a long time ago. I also have good intentions and good deeds. If I tell the truth, no one has passed the assessment of 190 million years. And the participation of the assessment is still dead for a lifetime. How can you come and go to the assessment in succession? Looking at the silver boy who has no shame. Bai Donglin beating slightly. This guy. This cheapness makes people want to flatten it. In other words, it is also a fake news that can inherit everything that can inherit the palace through the assessment. The silver boy raised his hand, pulled his ears, squinted his head, and looked at Bai Donglin with the eyes of the fool, with an inexplicable tone. Boy, what do you think the temple of the town is? The adult gives you. Dare you want it? Ha ha ha. I was just kidding. Don't stare at me like that. Your eyes are too scary. The silver boy laughed, and the silver shining palm patted his chest. A pair of cheapness that I was afraid. Shahaiju Palace. The real name is called the Town Demon Temple. A total of 7 cores. I am just one. That is, I want to give you. And I can't do it. Well, although I lied to you. The inheritance of the guy of the stray emperor is real. As long as you can pass the assessment. All his things are you. Everything has been informed to you. Now, the assessment officially begins. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by God. If you die, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that bitch wandering emperor. The silver boy looked at him. His silver light shone. And his light gathered at the fingertips. And the dark void in front of everyone. A straight silver light spread to the end of the sight. Separated the crowd from the corner of the ahead. At the same time, in the distance of the distance, there was 100 rounds of days that shone fiercely. And then contracted and condensed into a dazzling throne. Although not as exaggerated as the big sun throne that Yin Tong had at the beginning. It was also 10,000 feet high. Shining with light of different colors. It was also condensed from real big suns. And its aura was terrifying. The first level of the assessment is to ascend the great sun throne. Only those who can sit firmly on the throne are qualified to enter the formal assessment. Hey, remind you that the road to the throne is always full of thorns. If you're not careful, someone could die. Ha ha ha. Yin Tong said that the big sun underneath turned into a luminous light, wrapped in it, and came to the Xinghe River instantly, sitting on his body, his eyes drooping, like a high-top god, looking down at the crowd. Alas, it's just an instrumental spirit. What drag. Bai Donglin pursed his lips slightly, feeling a little unhappy and as if he had been cheated. However, the problem is not big. He is afraid of Hammer. And the most depressed and uncomfortable in his heart must be the surrounding monks. Except for a few people who seem to have expected it. The expressions of others were a bit ugly. The chance of passing the test was too low, and the mortality rate was too high. After a little thought in their minds, they knew that this trip would be a big loss. Humph. The traditional virtues of your race are really the same. Be cautious and prudent. The golden-winged roc stood out from the crowd, scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze and a slightly sarcastic tone. Everyone is a firm-willed person. He feels useless about this painful and sandy shot. What is the use of the advantages of your tongue? The one who laughs last is truly awesome. The golden-winged dopping bird was not interesting. Sneered again, and then stepped out of the silver light under the silver buoy. Buzz! As the golden-winged roc landed, a circle of ripples appeared on the dark empty ground, accompanied by a slight buzzing sound. 4 rays of light flashed by, and the empty ground was cut into a square by the rays of light. The side was 1,000 feet long, and the ground in the void moved slightly, and the golden-winged roc was immediately located in the center of the square. The color of the dark void ground in the square area began to change fiercely. Red-orange, yellow, green, blue, blue-purple, white, black, gold, and silver. There are many types of color, which contains almost all the colors in nature. After a while, the color in the square area is fixed in the blue color. At the same time, a character floats from the blue ground. Fierce. Guishue's punishment. Pengbird's face was suddenly dark. As the first pioneer to eat crabs, its luck seemed a bit bad. Cry. The Pengbird's expression became stern, revealing its true form. The demon's true form is naturally its strongest state. Before it knows the strength of this Gui water punishment, it dare not be careless. And this azure square area is also very strange. It has a wingspan of thousands of feet, but is completely surrounded by it, as if the space within the square area can extend infinitely. It seems that there is no way to escape from this square area except to resist. Tick tick. It suddenly began to rain above the Pengbird. The azure blue raindrops looked extremely strange. The raindrops came very quickly and suddenly, and the entire area was covered, leaving no place to escape. Slightly spreading his wings, the Pengbird suspended in the air were instantly smashed on the body by small rain points. Banging, and the endless stuffy sound came from the shout of the rain point, and the big body of Pengbird sank down. These tiny raindrops seemed to be of great weight. Even the strong body of the Pengbird could not keep its balance, and it swayed in the air. Although these rain points are endless, they are not enough to break through the defense of Pengbird. The body of the demon tribe is naturally not weak. Pengbird's heart also relaxed, and this is the case of Guishui. With a swish, a difficult cutting sound was heard, and the golden feather was chopped off. The Pengbird's expression changed, and it looked at the tiny wound that was slowly appearing on its body. Although it was very small, it did break his defense. The site was low, and it was found that the ground was unknown, and the pits had been gathered. The blue liquid was slightly rippling, all of which were imprisoned in the square area. With a swish, a line of azure water shot out from the puddle below, and a few golden feathers were cut off from the Pengbird. The rock flapped its wings fiercely, and a golden tornado covering the entire square area descended instantly. The people at the back looked at each other, knowing that the punishment of Guishui could not stop the Pengbird, and behind them was a pitch-black void with nowhere to retreat. It is too late to not participate in the assessment now. If you want to leave the demon-suppressing temple, the only way is to move forward. These evil geniuses are all determined people. They naturally see the current situation clearly, and do not hesitate too much. Everyone across silver light at the same time. In an instant, hundreds of square areas of different colors flashed violently. Chapter 236. Big Fierce. The Punishment of Worms. Bai Donglin stood in the center of the square area. The dark ground was flickering with a faint light. Characters were suspended in the void, and a ferocious and murderous aura was everywhere. He frowned slightly. No way. His luck was even worse than that of the golden-winged roc. Looking around intently, there were square areas of different colors flashing with light, except for a few people who were in very bad luck. Bad luck, and good luck. The vast majority of people were in slightly bad luck or slightly good luck. It is obvious that this Ji and Xiao Ji will not be attacked, but will be rewarded instead. The most outrageous one is the venomous Miao Miao. In the golden square area, 4 large, glittering characters are suspended. Auspicious star shines upon you. Bai Donglin smacked his lips slightly. He admitted that he was jealous. Does it mean that people with more poisonous tongues have better luck? Rustle. A slight sound of hard objects rubbing against each other was heard in the darkness. Drawing Bai Donglin's attention back, dozens of dark and deep holes appeared unknowingly on the dark void ground, and dense swarms of insects were pouring out of them. These tiny beetles gathered together like wriggling black rivers. Looking closely, the beetles instantly magnified hundreds of times in Bai Donglin's eyes. On the SHL that reflects the metallic luster, there are patterns of different colors. The fine patterns faintly emit fluctuations of laws, and they are actually condensed from chains of different laws. What a big deal! Bai Donglin was amazed in his heart. These ferocious little guys had fierce auras, and the various chains of laws condensed on their bodies showed that they were quite powerful and had various means of attack. Although a single insect is nothing, the number of this surging swarm of insects has already exceeded 100 million, and they are still pouring out of the dark hole as if they are endless. Although it is a bit disgusting, it also strengthens energy, whether it is good or bad. Bai Donglin sat cross-legged, and before closing his eyes, he glanced over and saw that the cultivators in the Shuji and Ji areas had already received various rewards and stepped into the next square area. Squeak! Bai Donglin's figure was instantly drowned by insect tide. It bit madly, with its extremely sharp teeth gnawing at the skin, making a series of sounds of metal clashing with stone. Bai Donglin's hard skin is stable and tight at the particle structure level. It ripples slightly when attacked, and the recoil force directly breaks many insects' teeth. A black light flashed, and the insect with broken teeth grew new teeth in an instant. When it found that it could not break through Bai Donglin's defense, it roared suddenly, and the chain patterns of the law on its back flickered slightly. The dark human-shaped worm pile was instantly gone. Thunder, flames, high-temperature beams, wind blades, venom, endless attacks instantly shrouded Bai Dong to each inch of skin. Capture! Squeak! The smell of blood suddenly made the insects violent, and even the dark crustal became reddish. The skin of the skin is faintly scattered in the faint cracks. The insects are moving, and the insects are moving, and they drill into the wound crazy. Only when they get into the creature. They are when they are great. Bai Donglin, who was covered by dense insects, showed a smile slightly, and roughly understood the upper limit of the skin passive defense. With a thought, several huge cracks appeared on the skin automatically, and the 7 blocked orifices opened automatically. The wriggling tide of insects paused, and the next moment, they flowed into the cracks, and the 7 orifices like dark streams of water. The internal organs, flesh, and bones were instantly crawling with tiny beetles, which were madly biting everything in sight. And from time to time, they spewed out attacks of various colors from their mouths. Does it hurt? Very much. Not only pain, but also very disgusting. Bai Donglin can clearly feel that the beetle worn in his brain. But compared to the enhanced energy that continued to surge in his body, these pains were nothing. Isn't this how he got here? The spiritual orifice of the law of pain, which was floating in the light of the origin, slowly rose up, and the scarlet light shone brightly. These beetles are too small, and each one contains little energy. After causing crazy destruction, the law patterns on their backs became dim, and their attacks suddenly became slow and weak. Whenever this time, the swallowing black hole in the spiritual tips of Bai Dong's stomach slowly rotates, and these beetles that attack weakness and weakness are swallowed into pure energy to support the spirit, while squeezing out the surplus value. It also makes room for the black beetles behind. Bai Donglin severely condemned the behavior of not shit. The insect tide was surging, and dozens of pitch-black caves never stopped for a moment, as if endless, and they would not stop until Bai Donglin was completely devoured. At this rate, it will probably take quite some time. Turning their attention back, the other cultivators also used their methods to begin to break through all kinds of strange attacks. They were all geniuses at the monstrous level, so naturally they would not fall so easily at the first step. Cry! The golden-winged rock raised its head and cried, then opened its mouth and sucked in a golden tornado that spread across the entire square area, carrying all the azure rainwater with it, swallowing it into its stomach in one gulp. It is said that the golden-winged rock eats 800 dragons a day, so naturally he has a good appetite. A mere green water is no problem for him. Snort! The golden-winged rock, who had transformed into a human form again, snorted coldly, with a look of coldness and arrogance on his face. He flicked his sleeves, took a step forward, and entered the next square area. Een! The sword whistled, and a mighty and sharp sword intent gushed out. Jian Feijian stood in a square area of fiery red. This empty land was covered with flames. It was obvious that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Not far in front of him stood a huge demon, 100 feet tall, covered with scarlet bone spurs, and shrouded in burning blood flames. Waves of hot breath blew towards him. Coming from one of the 4 great sword-cultivating holy places, Jian Feijian is a true disciple of the Zhan Dao sword sect. So his sword skills are naturally incomparably powerful. At this time, his expression became serious, and he made sword gestures with his hands. The sharp sword intent lingering around his body whistled and made bursts of sword chants. The sword is not a sword. I am not me. There is no me and no sword. The sword of nothingness. Kill me! With a point of his finger, a strange wave crossed the space and hit the bone spur monster at a speed beyond imagination. As soon as the demon body stagnated, the blood flames of the body surface were condensed into a blood sword, and the scarlet bone spurs were twisted and turned into bone swords. Skin and blood, internal organs, cell particles, including soul, inside and outside. Everything was instantly turned into a long sword. Clang! Countless swords clashed with each other, and the sound of metal and stone clashing was endless. After a moment, the swords were worn out, and the figure of the bone-thorn demon disappeared without a trace. Jian Feijian looked indifferent, frowned, and cast his gaze towards the giant golden Buddha rising not far away. Wu Fan's luck is also very bad. He is also one of the few big fears. The heart of his heart. Wu Fan sat in a lotus position with his hands clasped together, chanting Buddhist scriptures. His expression changed violently, showing joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate and desire. At this moment, Wu Fan's mind had been dragged into the L of 7 emotions by his inner demon. Biao. Me. Well? Endless Buddha light rose and rolled from behind Wu Fan's head. The golden light condensed, and a huge Buddha statue stood up with an expressionless face. Wu Fan opened his eyes, and they were clear and bright, without any trace of lust. Sizzle. Ah! Bald ass. You actually used me to temper your will. A black mist emerged from Wu Fan's chest, which was corroded by the Buddha's light, and made a sizzling sound. He howled violently. Evil beast. Be punished. Wu Fan's white palm fell gently, and the golden rune on the palm of his hand spun rapidly. The black fog demon twisted and tumbled, and was silently crushed into nothingness by a palm strike. The Buddha's light faded, and Wu Fan returned to his harmless appearance. He took a step forward, leaving a golden lotus that flickered in his place. Chapter 237. Great Luck. A soul-raising pill. The red stretched out of the crystal-clear fibrous jade hand, took the jade bottle falling in the void, and the charming face of the red light lingering slightly sketched a smile. Then she glanced at Duya Miaomiu in the distance and frowned slightly. This person's luck was even better than hers. There were faint sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes burping in her body. Her eyes focused, and Mei Hongying quickly suppressed the resentment in her heart and calmed her breath. The sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes burping slowly disappeared. The conflict between the dragon and phoenix souls is getting more intense. Now even the intense emotional fluctuations can cause agitation. This time, we must obtain the inheritance of the Wandering Emperor's dual cultivation of gas. Otherwise, let alone making further progress in cultivation, it will be increasingly difficult to even maintain the balance in the body. Mei Hongying's eyes showed determination. She had obtained a heaven-defying fortune, and had gone through untold hardships to reach this point. All she needed was Wandering Emperor's method of dual cultivation to find a way to the heavens. The dragon and the phoenix are one, practicing together in harmony. Mei Hongying, will never stop here. Not only the inheritance of the Wandering Emperor, but also the secret treasures of the Void Ancestral Dragon and the Netherworld Ancient Phoenix. All belong to me. Who wants to stop me? I will kill who? Mei Hongying's eyes were stern. She took a step forward and swept her peripheral vision over the area where Bai Donglin was. Looking at Bai Donglin, who had been completely submerged by the pitch-black beetles, she had a very deep impression of Bai Donglin. He died in front of her, but suddenly resurrected and lifted the blood curse she had cast on him. This strange guy not only won the brass waist card, but also made so much progress in a short period of time. It seems that she is the same as her. She remembered very clearly that this man was just a mortal who had not yet started practicing. But his physical body was extremely powerful. In less than 10 years, he had grown to the point where he could compete with the evil geniuses. This would have been impossible without a heaven-defying opportunity. Perhaps I can get a glimpse of this person's chance. Mei Hongying's eyes flickered. Having tasted the sweetness, She was naturally extremely interested in things like chance and fate. I hope you don't die in the mouth of these bugs. Otherwise it is a pity. Looking back, he stepped into the square area that flickered into the light. Phew! It felt like Bai Donglin, who felt itchy nostrils, sneezed and sprayed countless paint black beetles. What's going on? Is some beautiful lady thinking about me? He was certainly not being narcissistic and having wild thoughts. His intuition just now fluctuated, and he sensed that someone had ill intentions towards him. The two spiritual orifices engraved with the law of foresight also flickered slightly. By comparing the two, it is natural to understand that the unusual movement just now was not an illusion. Interesting. If I don't cheat people, you should burn incense and pray to Buddha. You actually dare to set your sights on me. Bai Donglin's dark and deep eyes moved slightly. The black beetles crawling around could not block his sight. He scanned the crowd silently. Although he didn't find anything unusual, he was not in a hurry. If someone wanted to do something to him, they would naturally do it. And if they did, the person would be dead. A long time passed, and except Bai Donglin, no one was left in the first square area. Those who were fast or lucky had taken 4 or 5 steps and entered the 5th area. Bai Donglin's expression is not impatient, and this silver boy has no prescribed time limit. As long as he can live on the big Japanese throne alive, he is done. He is not in a hurry. Assessment, cultivation, and energy. No greed. How to get stronger. Rustle. The dense beetle torrents poured into Bai Donglin's body. When he devoured hundreds of millions of beetles, the cave on the ground slowly closed, as if the beetle had been exhausted. After a while, the beetle that broke the source was quickly swallowed. The body of the white east was healed as soon as possible. The red mane flashed, and the broken black robe also returned to its original state. Not bad. These small things are a little smaller, but they are a bit fleshy, and the spiritual soul has improved a little. If you do not accumulate, there is no such thing as 1,000 miles, and the strength is accumulated a little bit. He nodded with satisfaction. Bai Dong came out and spanned himself, and he was cut out of the same square area in an instant, and the color flickered alternately. Bai Donglin looked back, and the previous dark area was not far behind him. He just used the end of the world just now. It seems that only step by step, although this phenomenon has been seen in others, I still have to be willing to try it myself. Looking at the shining big sun throne in the Fangxing River, the distance between this is not short. The color stopped alternately, and the Germa was shining in the square area, and the entire void ground was bloody. Very fierce. The karma is burned. 6 characters lingering with scarlet flame slowly floated into the void, and the light was dazzling. Bai Donglin shook his fingers and his face was faintly dark. He observed it carefully just now. Except for him, there was no second person who was big fierce twice. And this extremely cruel is obviously a higher level of torture. He wasn't scared. He just felt a little strange. Was his luck so bad? This wandering emperor's assessment has experienced the original peripheral trial, and there are places to test luck everywhere. The assessment here is the same. Those with incredible luck may be able to ascend directly to the throne of the sun. The sight swept through the silver boy at a very high place, and then shook his head slightly. The silver boy should not have the right to interfere with the assessment. Otherwise it would not need to be boring for a boring assessment of 190 million years. Then the question is himself. I frowned in thought, and there was a touch of bright enlightenment in my eyes. The strange things that had happened to him recently had only the pity to send a treasure. Sure enough, it is not bad to think of him. And there will be no pie in the sky. No, the price does not come. It's just him. If it were someone else, he would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. Bai Donglin's expression changed as he sensed the strange changes in his body. He collected his thoughts, calmed his mind, and sat cross-legged. He has just heard of things like karma, and he has never seen it before. The Buddhist says that the fire of karma means that the evil karma hurts the body, and it also refers to the fire of hell burning sinners. Bai Donglin was silent for a moment, and slightly estimated that in the past 10 years, the person who has died directly or indirectly in his hands is estimated to be less than 10 million. No. Bai Donglin's mind flashed with the 59th level of the black prison being swallowed by the great sun divine fire. If you look into it more deeply, the sun set because of him. So those people also died indirectly at his hands. In this way, how many people died because of him? He didn't count in his heart. Although they are all damn people. He kills it with peace of mind. But Buddhism is the ancient board. But without this statement, killing is killing. No good people and wicked people. Presumably, this karma will come very fierce. Bear. Before he finished his thought, black and red flames came from nowhere and surged out from inside out, instantly enveloping by Donglin's body. The burning karma of the bear rushed up several feet heights, and the horrible high temperature instantly turned the hair robe into nothingness. Eyes, skin, skeletal internal organs. Bai Donglin felt that every cell particle in his body was burned by the hot flame. Not only that, in the Sea of Shen, the soul sitting cross-knee, the same burning fire from the inside out. What surprised Bai Donglin was that the black stone tablet under him did not react at all. This karma fire was indeed not simple. Bai Donglin frowned, accompanied by the burning of karma, and a pain that surpassed the past instantly drowned him. As expected of a flame specially used to punish sinners, the pain it brought was indeed strong enough. The spiritual orifice of the law of pain in the body shone more violently than ever before, and the law of pain inside seemed to have taken hormones and was growing wildly. In the rumors, the deeper the sin of the person who burned himself, the darker the color of the karma, and the more severe the painful pain. In his body, he was resentful from endless sin to fuel, and the burning karma was already red. As expected, I am a very evil person. As soon as the idea was moved, the law of the fire in the body flashed slightly, and the fire controlled by the fire was exhibited. The black and red karma fire was forcibly captured by him, and stuffed it into the spirit. Well, Bai Donglin seemed to hear the abnormal noise of Lingqiao being burned and penetrated. The law of his fire is still too weak. The law of this fire has not been the focus of his cultivation. Moreover, this karma is also very special. Not a single law. And it also contains other things. Bai Donglin frowned in thought, sensing his body and soul being constantly burned into nothingness. The damage caused by this karma fire to his soul far exceeded the damage to his body. Burning the body seems to be just a damage. If it wasn't for his strong soul, I am afraid it would be a bit unattractive. It's a pity that this powerful good thing is not used. Also, the Royal of the 8 Parts is almost about to get started. This time, I did an experiment in advance at that time, but it was just a waste of clear spirit. Just accumulate experience in advance. There can be only one seed in the law of dimension space. As soon as the idea was moved, the 3 gods were united in an instant, and the Qinyu purple clear ball was led from the depths of Shahai. The idea turned into a knife, gently cut off some green debris, and before the fragrance permeated, the soul swallowed it. Some of the bitter debris are also condensed by a trace of air, and the effect is still against the sky. Bai Donglin is in an enlightenment instantly, and the endless pain of the endless karma is left behind. You among the 8 divisions is one of the 8 core elements of the heaven-defying battle formation. It is the main way of control, and can control all energy laws within the human body. It is extremely mysterious and strong, and its cultivation difficulty has surpassed the pregnancy god casting without assistance. After all, the golden red tiders are not like a dark stone monument, which has the magical function of helping others. The power of the 8 heavens broke out, wrapped in strengthening energy and karma, and entangled with each other. After performing the control technique, a strange wave enveloped both of them. Under the cover of the strange wave, the fire spirit glowed slightly, and subtle changes took place on it. All this manipulation is extremely complicated, and he can only do it in the state of swallowing the spirit, under the participation of energy and royal. The devouring karma did not burn the spiritual tricks, but fused into the purple flames in the spiritual tower. This method is really feasible. A joy in my heart. This is not a sudden imagination. Now the joy is not because of devouring the karma, but the feasibility of joy in this plan. Concentrate your thoughts and devour the karma fire with all your strength. At the beginning, the natural water was natural, and the karma formed a vortex, all of which were poured into the spirit of the fire. Chapter 238. Good times come after bad times. The Temple of the Magic Temple. The thorns to the leader of the Star River Day. A square area with different colors. Dazzling. A large group of red and black fire burning. Bai Dong was sitting in the karma of the karma. This ferocious flame, fueled by sin and resentment, seemed endless, and would not stop until Bai Donglin's sin of killing was completely burned out. The body and the soul suffer from continuous terror damage at the same time, and the strengthening of energy is unprecedented. Bai Dong's current attacks that are too powerful because the soul is too powerful, and the attack that can cause damage to the soul is also rare. So he brushed the energy, and the energy was performed by hurting the flesh. At this time, the two things were happening at the same time. And coupled with the extremely huge damage caused by the reversal of the 8th heaven soul, the enhanced energy was surging and extremely rich. He multitasked. Part of the enhanced energy was used to devour the karmic fire, and most of the energy was absorbed by the soul. The spiritual orifice of the law of pain shone brightly. Under the extreme pain, the law of pain was engraved very smoothly. After a long time, the raging red and black karma fire gradually became thinner, swaying slightly, and then like a candle in the wind, until it went out. Bai Donglin was burned into nothingness. The body's soul recovered in a hurry, slowly opened his eyes, spread out his palms, and the spirit of the fire in the body flashed slightly, and a red flame spit out. Under the manipulation of the fire-controlling power, the red-purple flame split into red-black, purple, and gold flames. With a thought, the flame instantly condensed into a lotus, floating above the palm of the hand, slightly rotating, and a terrifying hot breath spread out. Buddha anger lotus? Hee hee. Should you not need to pay the copyright fee? Bai Donglin showed a smile in his eyes, shook his palm. The fire lotus broke away, and the flame of the flame was resucked in his body. This kind of attack method formed by mixing different kinds of flames can be easily done with his powerful soul. Not to mention 3 kinds of flames. Even 10,000 kinds would be a piece of cake. After all, it is not a thorough integration. It only needs to maintain a subtle balance. It is also the product of the law of fire. Compared with his original, it is difficult to know how many times the difficulty is. He doesn't need this kind of attack method. The killing moves of the original sequence are more powerful and have greater potential. There is no need to lose sight of the important and pursue the trivial. The reason why he spent a lot of effort to devour karma is to see its restraint on the soul. Bai Donglin's eyes flashed a trace of different colors, and he felt that his body and the soul seemed to be light, as if a certain kind of invisible material was permanently consumed. Is the statement of sin and grievances real? And the karma burning just now has completely removed these hidden dangers in my body? Bai Donglin thought slightly for a moment, and he affirmed this possibility. After all, he could really clearly feel the inexplicable relaxation in the body. No wonder. The black monument to suppress Shanghai has no response to the attack of karma. Not it fails, but knows that this stuff is good for me. Swallowing the karma fire was the right step. Bai Donglin secretly decided in his heart that, after killing someone or setting a fire, he would use the karma fire to burn himself inside and out to prevent sin and resentment from entering his body and leaving unknown hidden dangers. I stood up and looked around, and found that I was far behind. The slowest of others has taken 7 or 8 steps. In order to pass the assessment, they all go all out. He was the only one who was moving slowly behind, and he would not stop until he had taken all the benefits. Without thinking too much, Bai Donglin took a step forward and entered the 3rd square area, mentally prepared to continue being attacked. The lights of different colors alternated rapidly, then slowly stopped, and finally stopped at a white jade color. Good times will come after bad times. For large characters surrounded by jade light slowly floated up into the void, which made Bai Donglin slightly stunned. This thing didn't follow the rules. It doesn't matter to him whether it is good or bad. Regardless, whether it is a reward or a punishment, he will force it to be transformed into nourishment for his growth. The latter will only slow down his progress in the assessment. No, it seems that I was transported, or the impact of the pity on me is ended. Those 2 law seeds were indeed very important to him. And the 2 dangerous punishments just now were not simple either. If we follow the principle of equivalent exchange, the 2 would be enough to offset each other. The 4 large characters surrounded by jade light merged into one, and turned into a ball of light. A pitch-black sphere as big as a head fell out from the ball of light. Bai Donglin quickly reached out to take it. His arm sank slightly. His expression changed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Good wait. This thing is... Bai Donglin's eyes fell on the pitch-black sphere, and he observed it carefully. On the dark and deep surface, there were faint and dense golden lines winding and spreading. Various information flashed through his mind, and a name popped up. Black meteorite gold. An extremely precious material. One of the main ingredients of the black knife death omen is this thing. It is the favorite of weapon refiners. When refining a weapon, only a small piece needs to be added to greatly improve the hardness and toughness of the magic weapon. Not only that, in addition to refining equipment, physical cultivators can nourish the original equipment when they are in the divine source realm. If black meteorite gold is added, its quality can also be improved. He still remembered that before he entered the military world, the 9th Miss of Duobao Peak was offering a high price to buy this thing. Bai Donglin weighed the black meteorite gold in his hand. It was indeed a treasure that everyone was eager to get. A piece of gold as big as a head weighed more than 1,000,000 tons. Forget about using this thing to make a magic weapon. Even if you just use it to hit someone. It's quite powerful. Nodded with satisfaction and plugged the black meteor gold into the storage space. This wandering emperor is really fat. Any reward is worth a fortune. Bai Donglin's eyes flickered slightly, and he became more and more interested in this inheritance. The figure moved and continued to step into the 4-square area. Little evil. 5 thunderbolts hit your head. Bai Donglin was not surprised at all. Although his luck had returned to normal. This was a test. So naturally the outcome was more dangerous than good. According to his observation, the number of G appearing will decrease as time goes by. And the monks at the front are most likely the ones who have been refreshed. Boom! Dark clouds gathered and purple thunder flashed. Before the thunder fell, Bai Donglin moved. And instead of retreating, he shot into the clouds, ending the sky. The thoughts were exhibited. And the purple thunder gathered together, and the clouds were all swallowed into the belly. Bai Donglin discovered that in this level of assessment, apart from the most vicious monsters, and above who could threaten him and allow him to spend time squeezing out their value, the vicious monsters and less vicious monsters could only tickle him, and could not generate much energy. Too lazy to waste time. He directly used fierce means to break them one by one. The 5th square area is extremely dangerous and poisonous. The 6th square area. Shuji. The 7th square area is dangerous. Hoo. Duya Miaomu was breathing heavily. Beads of sweat appeared on her fair forehead, and a few strands of long hair wet with sweat stuck to her cheeks. Looking back, there were hundreds of shining light bands of different colors extending to the end of the site. The light bands are uneven and of different lengths. Some are still slowly extending, while others have completely stopped. Duya Miaomu knew that those that had been still for a long time meant that the examinees on them were dead. She retracted her gaze. This was the inheritance assessment of Wandering Emperor. Death was normal, even if she died on the spot in the next square area. Poison Fang Miaomu would not be surprised at all. Her luck is already very good. She has encountered more good things than bad things, and she has always been leading the way. Unfortunately, it gets harder and harder as time goes on. Especially, Du Fang Miaomu looked up and saw the galaxy that seemed very close at hand, and the shining thrones of the sun radiating light and heat all the time. With Duya Miaomu's cultivation, she had already cultivated an impeccable body. There was not a single pore on her jade-like skin. But she was forced to sweat. You can imagine how hot the temperature was here. Arriving under the throne of the sun. Success is within reach. But in addition to facing all kinds of weird horrors in this square area, they also have to bear the pressure of the suns above their heads. Poison Fang Miaomu's eyes focused, and she made a hand gesture. A crystal blue gem was sacrificed and floated above her head. It slowly rotated and continuously sprinkled blue light particles. The blue light dandruff was blends into the poisonous teeth, and the state recovered instantly. The breath was calm, and the sweat on the forehead cheek also dissipated. The reason why she was in such a mess just now was of course not entirely due to the shining of the sun throne above, but because she had just solved a big game of fierceness and consumed too much energy. While recovering, Duya Miaomu glanced at the people following closely behind him, the golden winged peng bird, Jian Feijian, Monk Wufan, Lai Kong, and the mysterious woman in the red skirt. These guys are not simple, and are the biggest obstacle for her to obtain the inheritance. The reason why she was a few steps ahead of these people was not because she was stronger than them, but because she was luckier. As long as there are fewer bad things and more good things, the speed will naturally be much faster. It is normal to be a few steps ahead. It doesn't mean anything. They will not fight in this first assessment, but it is uncertain about the next one. His condition recovered instantly, and Duya Miaomu looked determined and took another step forward. Chapter 239, The Crest of the Times. Above the galaxy, Silver Boy sat on the sun throne with a solemn expression. Bai Donglin guessed correctly. Yin Tong really could not interfere with the assessment process. If he could, with his cunning and means, he would have fulfilled the agreement with Wandering Emperor long ago. Because we can't. We can only place our hopes on these examiners again and again. This batch of examinees is indeed very outstanding. Any of them can be the leaders among the previous examinees. It's too abnormal for so many evil geniuses to appear at the same time. Yin Tong frowned. It had existed for an extremely long time. Not only because it was an artifact spirit and had no lifespan limit, but also because it was sleeping almost all the time. The demon-suppressing temple is operating normally, and it does not need to worry about it. In the past nearly 200 million years, the only thing it has to worry about is the assessment of the wandering emperor. So it sleeps for tens of thousands of years, then wakes up for a while to preside over the assessment, and then falls asleep again. There is no way around this. If you stay awake all the time, even the spirit of the weapon will show abnormalities. In serious cases, your spiritual consciousness may even collapse. In the words of that bastard wandering emperor, the program was overloaded and had to be restarted. Tong's brows were still furrowed, his thoughts drifting further and further away, and his attention was no longer on the test below. It has been less than 10 billion years since the end of the previous era and the beginning of the new era. The peak should not appear so early. Tong pointed his finger into the void, and silver light gathered to form a huge map. On the map, one can faintly see lines of characters from far to near: the Age of Chaos, the Ancient Age, the Prehistoric Age, the Age of Primordial Disaster, the Age of World Chaos. Until the end of the map, the three big words New Era shine brightly. In the chaos of ancient times, a silver ray of light rose from the ancient times and spread along an inexplicable trajectory, rising and falling. The silver light has ups and downs, peaks and troughs. If you look closely at the graph, you will find that although the spacing between each peak is different, the difference is not too big. Until the silver light spread to the new century, a sudden peak rose up, which was extremely eye-catching above the shining map. Tong sucked in a breath of cold air, with silver light flashing in his eyes. If he hadn't compared it, he wouldn't have known how shocked he was by the intuitive display on the chart. As his spiritual consciousness moved, the silver light on the map dissipated, and another silver light reappeared and spread, until it finally dissipated directly. And this cycle was repeated tens of thousands of times. Tong stopped and compared the information deep in his mind tens of thousands of times. The results were the same. He was not wrong. This was just a simple statistic. Unless the data information deep in his core was wrong. Tong shook his head slightly and directly ruled out this idea. The information deep in the core of his mind was very important. Every crash and restart was a key protected area, and there would definitely be no problems. The demon-suppressing temple was born in the ancient times. It was also born at that time, spanning many eras and long years. Even though it frequently fell into a deep sleep, it still could not escape the fate of spiritual collapse. Fortunately, it is protected by the eternal protection of the demon-suppressing temple. After it collapses and dies, it will be reborn in the temple. Theoretically, it is a new self every time it is reborn, and its memory is almost cleared. But the core memory is permanently preserved, and will not be lost even if it crashes and restarts. In other words, the statistics on this chart cannot be wrong. So, what caused all this? The peak of the new era has come almost 20 billion years earlier. This is too abnormal. Tong fell into silent thought. Now it was no longer a speculation. It had already confirmed the news. Just now, when the map was drawn for the first time, he was so shocked that he didn't care about so many rules and directly read the memories of all the examinees who had died completely below. He was already fully aware of the current situation in the outside world. Instead of rashly speculating on the arrival of the peak of the era based solely on these 100 evil geniuses. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong, but we don't know whether it is good or bad. A trace of worry flashed in Tong's eyes, and then he shook his head slightly. The sudden change in the tide of the times was not something a small character like him needed to worry about. Those forces that have risen since ancient times must have known about this situation long ago. It only needs to do its job well. Guard the temple, and prevent those demons from breaking through and suppressing it. Putting aside his messy thoughts, Tong lowered his gaze again and focused on this group of examinees. It now not only hopes that someone among this group of people can successfully obtain Wandering Emperor's inheritance and help it escape from this boring and repetitive task, but there are other inexplicable meanings in its eyes. The tide of the times rises and falls, but each peak only lasts for a few 100 million years, and the vast majority of the rest of the time is either accumulating energy or being dormant. Among the assessors below, there might be some trendsetters of the times. The peak of every era is a time when strong people emerge, and the times are extremely brilliant. The most brilliant, exciting, but also the most tragic and darkest period of time. Even Tong didn't dare to think too much about the meaning behind it, and was extremely taboo. Drink. The high-pitting drink attracted everyone's eyes, and saw that Leaky turned into a huge plasma giant. The endless energy light and flames were lingering around the body. Boom! Amidst the violent roar, the sun sank and the terrifying golden divine flame boiled and rolled, filling the entire square space. The flames that had nowhere to vent rushed up to the sky, and a huge golden flame pillar rose slowly. Ah! A fierce howl sounded, and several blurred demonic shadows slowly melted away in the golden flames until they completely turned into nothingness. In the endless golden flames, Liekong's huge body stood still. 9 flaming rings behind him slowly rotated, and his eyes were like the scorching sun, shining brightly, watching the demon shadow being completely burned. Liekong had a cold and unmoved expression, as if he had really turned into the sun god. Click! A crisp splicing sound was heard from top to bottom, starting from a big sun throne, and a series of stairs condensed by light slowly spread down to in front of Liekong. In the end, Liekong, the son of the sun, actually surpassed everyone else and became the first person to pass the first level of the assessment. Everyone's expression remained unchanged. They all looked as if they had expected it. There was nothing they could do. It was just that they were lucky. Under a quarter of the galaxy, 100 suns were hanging in the sky. For Liekong, this environment was simply a blessing from nature. His strength increased infinitely. In the end, he used all kinds of big moves crazily, and held the Dharma image of the sun and bombarded wildly. And he killed them almost every second. Bang! The staircase of light was extremely wide. Liekong did not return to his original form, but still maintained the colorful form of a plasma giant. He walked slowly towards the great sun throne step by step. The 9 flaming divine rings behind him were spinning slightly. The golden flames of the great sun were lingering in the divine rings, and he looked majestic and powerful. Wow! That's good. This wave is really impressive for Liekong. Bai Donglin narrowed his eyes slightly. Liekong's operation gave him a lot of inspiration. It turned out that the muscular man was not useless. As long as more special effects were added, he could still beat his second brother's sword fairy form. Cry! The golden winged rock transformed into its original form, showing extreme speed in the square area, transforming into a vague and invisible golden light, shuttling back and forth in the square space of neither large nor small. The speed was getting faster and faster, and in just a moment, the entire square space was filled with golden light. Sizzle! A completely transparent strange monster could no longer hide its body under the penetration and cutting of countless rays of light. Its body was cut into pieces bit by bit until it turned into a pool of smelly blood. Humph! An inferior species. The golden winged rock transformed into a human body with an arrogant look. It glanced at the woman in the red dress, then climbed up the stairs of light without looking back. As Liekong was the first to ascend the great sun throne, the people who followed him seemed to be stimulated and burst out one after another. In less than half an hour, more than a dozen people ascended the throne. Bai Donglin was a little slower, and was still some distance away from the sun throne. But he was not in a hurry. As long as he was at a very dangerous level or above, he would still take the time to refresh his energy. There are more than 30 people behind him to support him. Now that he has sat on the throne of the sun, he can't just wait like a fool. It is more important to accumulate energy. Bai Donglin was thinking about his men working non-stop, and scarlet bloodlines lingered around his palm knife, which slashed out diagonally. The huge demon in front of him instantly turned into rotten meat on the ground. Suck! Swallow the sky and the earth. Chapter 240, 66 Clearance. The last square area under the great sun throne. Big fears. Mirror robbery. Bai Donglin stood in the void, frowning slightly, looking at 10 figures that appeared out of thin air with the same aura and appearance as him. Such a realistic mirror. But I don't know how much of his strength it can simulate. The two are fighting to the death. So Bai Donglin didn't waste any time and started to fight directly. A world away. Mirror image. With a flash of his figure, 10 figures of Bai Donglin appeared in front of the mirror at the same time. He punched out, and the void shook violently. A world away. Mirror image. The same move. The opponent's figure blurred and changed, and tens of thousands of mirror clones appeared in the small square area in an instant. Bai Donglin's expression changed slightly, and his fist turned into a palm, which was surrounded by the scarlet law of destruction, and the sword light as thin as a thread slashed down diagonally. Ding ding ding. 10 mirror clones simultaneously launched a terrifying attack. Countless scarlet threads covered all directions, cutting madly, and the sound of metal clashing was endless. Bones of steel. Laws of nature. Eyes of the soul. Destructive slashes. His whole body was shining with golden light, and his figure rose 300 feet high. Countless attacks instantly wiped out by Donglin's attack and enveloped him. Awesome. Awesome. These mirror images are just like me. Every move is exactly like mine. Bai Donglin's figure flashed, and he took a soul attack head-on. His expression slightly relaxed. These mirror images did have limitations. Their souls were ordinary, and only at the level of supernatural powers. They did not simulate the soul realm of the 8th level of his divine origin. As for immortality and damage reversal, these two talents are naturally even more impossible to simulate. It goes without saying that it is impossible to achieve this in just one level of assessment. The damage reversal never stops. The me in the last second can never defeat the me in the next second. Let alone you stupid bastards. Bai Donglin's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to waste any more time on this last level in front of everyone. And he was not interested in fighting with his clone. He. In the sea of consciousness, Zai opened his dark eyes and raised his palm knife, which was surrounded by pitch-black flames. The rich power of the soul continued to condense, and the awe-inspiring knife intent was contained but not released. Soul-slaying. A black line as solid as a substance shot out from between Bai Donglin's eyebrows, ignoring the densely packed mirror clones around him, and lightly swept across the 10 physical mirror bodies. The attack from the 8th heaven of divine source on the divine soul in the realm of magical powers is made by the supreme evil, who is extremely proficient in the way of the soul. So naturally one strike will kill. The soul was shattered, and the numerous mirror clones around it all dissipated. The 10 simulated mirror images stood still in place, with dim eyes and bodies out of control. After a while, they changed into balls of pure energy. Bai Donglin's eyes lit up. He opened his mouth and sucked, and 10 balls of pure energy were swallowed into the devouring black hole. A stream of pure energy gushed out, and was completely devoured by the hungry spiritual orifices. Click! A staircase formed by countless rays of light extended from top to bottom in an instant to Bai Donglin's feet. Looking up, more than 40 people have already ascended the sun throne, surrounded by dazzling golden light. Only vague figures can be seen. The figure moved, and the Tai Chi Tianya was performed. In a few steps, he crossed the stairs of light and arrived on the throne of the sun. The great sun throne, which looked extremely dazzling from below, was actually very soft when one was on it. It was not as horribly hot as one might imagine. When one reached out to touch the throne, it actually felt a little cold. This throne is too huge. Even if one uses all his strength to cast the law of heaven and earth, it will still look awkward to sit on it. Bai Donglin shook his head slightly and chose to sit cross-legged like everyone else. The 10,000-foot-long sun throne is surrounded by countless divine flames and shining with golden light. Sitting on it is truly like a god. Looking around, more than 40 thrones were vaguely arranged in a circle. One could not see into each other, and only vague human figures could be seen among them. Looking down, hundreds of shining light bands appeared from far away, and countless colorful colors flickered slightly, like blooming flowers of thorns. There are more than 30 people below steadily. The speed of these people is slightly slow, but the strength is not weak. It is just because of cautious personality and more tendency to stabilize. Bai Donglin secretly estimates that most of these people, most of them should be on the throne. Constant thoughts closed their eyes, and my mind was together, and I began to immerse themselves in cultivation. The concentration of energy can be more quickly digesting the harvest of just assessment. 3 days later, clang! A loud noise awakened everyone. Looked up, and saw dozens of big Japanese thrones trembling fiercely, and then turned into a golden luminous light, instantly across the distant distance, and returned to the Star River. The light shone fiercely, and a great day of respecting the great ridge was returned into a burning day. Hanging in the Xinghe River, above the Xinghe, a lit falls. Bang bang bang. The two small hands of the silver boy gently touched, but the huge slap sound spread through the void instantly, attracting everyone's eyes. Yes, it is worthy of the cynic genius. There are 60-6 people who boarded the throne this time. Yin Tong's heart was amazed, and it was indeed a genius born under the peak of the times, and it was extremely excellent. In previous assessments, the number of people who could ascend to the throne ranged from 2 to 3, to none at all. The road of thorns below is not simple. It can be called fierce. Regardless of the size, it is a danger of death for ordinary monks. Small fierce, big fierce, extremely fierce, must die. 5 stages. Every level of increase. The difficulty is the exponential increase. These people can break through the danger over and over again. all of which means that they far exceed the combat power of the monks in the same realm. And their abilities are also very comprehensive, and there are almost no weaknesses. After all, the first level of the test involves many aspects, and anyone with fatal weaknesses would have died long ago. Under the peak of the times, countless demon genius are like the Cross River, and the genius of the Wanderer inheritance attracted is just a monk in a small area in the Qianyuan rebellion, the boundless real world of endlessness. At this time, I do know how many monsters hidden, silently lurk, hard work, only to be born. It is bound to be shocking. Tom's heart was slightly stunned. I didn't expect it to be so lucky to witness the bright peak of the times. It does not know how many exorsions. Just exhausted everything in the flat and dull years. And the spiritual knowledge was dispersed. After all, the time of the times in each era, the proportion of the time occupied is only 1%. And the remaining 99% of the years are just accompanying, pressing the waves in his heart. The silver boy's little hand waved, and everyone only felt that the prospects were rippling. After the sight returned to normal, he found that he had come to the Star River. Looking down, the endless big sun stars rotated slightly according to the fixed trajectory, extending to the end of the sight. The 66-year-in-law of the big day surrounds a ring, rotating slightly. The silver boy is located in it. The throne is only a few feet in size, but it seems to be the center of everything. The silver boy stretched out his small hand. The shining light condensed. A silver multifaceted body appeared at the palm of the palm, and gently said, the silver boy continued, everyone, congratulations. You have entered the official assessment of the Wandering Emperor's inheritance, which is also the final assessment. Before the assessment begins, I need to introduce you to Wandering Emperor and the legacy he left behind. Everyone looked solemn and listened attentively.